No, have you ever seen him hose somebody at the plate?
Oh, that's an assist, not a putout.
Well, you're right. Yeah, it's not like he's fielding it and throwing to first base.
Like he said, historian of the game.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I got no sleep last night. You're right. I'm losing it. Have you ever seen him hose a guy at the plate? Do yourself a favor. In fact, Marty, bring it up right now. Dave Parker hose.
Jesus, don't do that. Don't do that.
1979 All-Star
Whatever you
game.
do, you're going to get fired if you put Dave Parker hose into your search engine.
Line drive, right field. We may have a play at the plate. Big hop. Here comes Downing. Here's the throw. It is. He knocked him off the plate. What a tag by Carter. A tremendous play by Carter. Oh, baby, what a play.
And what a throw by Dave Parker, who continues to show why some people consider him the greatest player in the game. One big hop. Watch it.
I literally heard the song, and I thought Nelly with a brand new haircut was just being a brand new man making it open for, I don't know, Charlie Coyle or Miles Wood, no longer on the Avs. No, it's the remember when Moser wanted us to Google something with the safety search on Google. Yes, rest in peace to the great Dave Parker and his unbelievable hose of an arm. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. I have a bunch of thoughts on things over the weekend, but we'll start not quite with Dave Parker as much as I'd love to. I'm sure Moser will have a whole bunch of thoughts at 7. We have to give away our Core 4 score contest today. We have another contest that I'll tell you about in a bit where you can win a Traeger grill. But I want to start with the Avs. So the Avs make what I think is a pretty substantial move over the weekend. And when they trade Charlie Coyle, when they trade Miles Wood, 2 contracts in which I don't know if this totally applies to Miles Wood, but it's more the term than it is anything else. Like Miles Wood has a 6-year deal, or he signed a 6-year deal for $15 million. The cash on the deal is not anything terrible. It's 2.5 a year, but it's another 4 years of that contract. Do you want it for somebody who was barely playing towards the end of last year, dealt with some injuries last year? Probably not. The Coyle one is very interesting because Charlie Coyle is someone that I think helped. I think if you were looking to be strong up the middle, then he was somebody that was going to take you to that place. He's got 1 year left on his contract. But I will say this. For a roster that has a whole bunch of people that are very, very good and get compensated very, very well, what you cannot have is someone that is maybe underperforming their contract. So Charlie Coyle last year comes over from Boston, and in, let's see, 82, I guess he played 83 games last year. 83 games, had 35 points. I get it, he's a third-line guy, but he's a center. A third-line center getting 5.2 per year, getting only 35 points in 83 games just doesn't sound like something that's sustainable on a roster full of guys who get paid a lot of money already. Think about the big ticket items that you have. You have McKinnon, you have McCarr, you have Taves, you have Val, you have Gabe, you have... The list goes on and on for guys making a whole bunch of money. When you have that, what you can't have is underperformers. So they decided that Charlie Coyle is making too much money for the role that he would play on this team. Fine. Or at least not as productive as they would like. Here's what I'd tell you. this all feels like this is gearing up for them to make a at least sizable move. I don't think that this happens sort of in a vacuum where it's just like, all right, well, this is one decision. We'll figure this out later. I think they have a plan for this. And I don't think they make this move unless they're pretty damn sure that they can get whatever they have in mind done. Now, we've all heard the rumors, right? The dream scenario in which Sid comes over. And to be fair, like, there was some weird sort of cryptic stuff from some national writers at the beginning of the weekend that suggested, like, maybe it's possible. Like, I remember Kevin Weeks was sending out said something about Crosby, and then the next tweet or a couple of tweets later, it was just the picture of the skyline of Denver. Couple of others hinting that maybe, in fact, I'll find it. Remember, this is basically the beginning of the weekend. But you see a whole bunch of things revolving around Sidney Crosby, and then immediately afterwards it turns into Denver stuff. So the Spit and Chicklets boys, they quoted a tweet that said, "I'm hearing there's a very good chance that Crosby will play somewhere else." Keep in mind, this is right after the trade goes down with the Avs. So you're just kind of looking at these different sort of things and trying to connect dots and put things together. Now, McKinnon, when all of these were swirling around, tweets out fake news. That's all he said. And everybody assumed that's in regard to Sidney Crosby. But the point is this. The Avs, I don't think, make that move, even though Charlie Coyle is a bit overpaid and production doesn't match the dollars. They don't make that move unless they have something else in mind. There was a concerted effort last year to get better up the middle. They did. And now I think they're hunting and fishing to get even better than what they were last year. That's why they kept Brock Nelson, and it looks like they're looking for maybe one more punch that's a little bit better than Charlie Coyle. So just something to monitor. Like, say what you want. It's a very interesting place the Avs find themselves. You know, when you do it in comparison to the Nuggets are a team with, here's how I've described it before. If you're a doctor, you can diagnose the Nuggets problem immediately. The question is, how do you go about fixing it? There's not a clear-cut cure. It's like you can take a couple different types of medications. You don't know if any one of them's going to work, but you have to choose one. But you know the problem. The Avs are a little bit more interesting in that I think diagnosing their problem is tougher. They might just have it might be the common cold where there's nothing really you can do. You just kind of got to wait it out. Or it could be something worse that we just can't tell yet. I mean, over the last 3 years, it's been 2 first-round exits and a second-round exit. And in all of those years, it felt as if the team was pretty damn good. You know, in years previous to last year, I felt like the flaw was at least recognizable and that the goaltending probably wasn't good enough. But it feels like you fixed that. And so with all of that in mind, it's just the Avs, I don't think, make a move like they did over the weekend unless they have something else very much in mind. Because I believe now that took them from virtually no cap space to almost $9 million, like a little over $8 million. You can do some damage with over $8 million. But doing that, I think is going to lead to a subsequent move, which, again, everybody's got their eyes on, like, well, what if they get Crosby? And I'm like, you know what? That would be incredible. But I think that's looking a little bit too high up the food chain. They just want somebody who's going to fit and be productive. You know, remember, they're going to go a good portion of this season without Logan O'Connor, who had another hip injury. Now, for the dreamers out there, 2 years left on Crosby's deal at 8.7 per. Again, I don't think that this is going to happen. I would highly doubt. I would be shocked if it did. I mean, happy shocked, but shocked. I think this is to set something up for, again, you're looking to get better in certain areas, and Charlie Coyle was somebody who, at the end of the day, felt as if the number didn't match the production, and on a team that has a whole bunch of guys making a decent amount of cash, it's a tough pill to swallow. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So here's what's happening. Do I give out all this information now, Nelly? Should we go ahead and run through what we got for giveaways this week?
Yeah, we were telling people you got to tune in this morning with Brett Kane to get it, so let's give him the info.
So here's the deal. We got the 4th of July coming up. Yeah, I don't think there's a bigger grilling day than the 4th. And if you're into that kind of thing, which who isn't, we're giving away a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. So here's how it's going to work. You guys know the big voice guy that comes back from breaks? The guy, the you're listening to Altitude Sports Radio. That guy. You're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We want you to be that guy. I want you to give me your best impression of that in whatever way that you see fit, okay? That means you jump on the Altitude Sports Radio app, you hit the Voice of the People microphone at the bottom of the app, and you send all of these directly to Nelly. And these are going to be going to all shows all throughout the day. But you send it directly to Nelly. Give us your best shot. Let me hear what it sounds like. And we will choose, at the end of this contest, our favorite.
And I'll give you an example. So if you want, you can text us the word script, and you will get a bounce back with a script if you can't come up with something on your own. But here, I'm gonna do one of these right now, and then hopefully I will receive it in my email by the time we come back from commercial.
Okay.
So you can see the circle of life here. So I opened up the app. I'm going to tap the microphone at the bottom. There's a record here, and I'm going to follow the script. And let me get this rolling. Okay, here we go. Hi, this is Steve from Denver. You're listening to 6 in the Morning with Brett Kane. All hot takes, no melanin on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
So you can get a script. I think you should be more creative and do it yourself. I think it'll help you. So each listener can do 4 entries, 4 different Voice of the People messages for each show, and they must be sent during show hours. So a Kreckman and Lindahl rejoin that's sent at 10:35, not going to work. You have to do it during show hours. But go ahead and do that. That gets you in the running for the Traeger grill we will give away. And what time are we announcing the winner of our Core 4 score contest today?
The Core 4 score will be announced at 9 a.m.
9, okay.
And then as for this one, the Traeger grill, it's already there. It's already at Ace waiting for you. So if you win on Wednesday afternoon with Kreckman and Lindahl, you go to Ace, you pick it up on Thursday.
Boom.
You're grilling by Friday, which is the 4th of July.
I love my Traeger, by the way. So that's what we got going on today. The winner of the Core 4 score contest at 9 o'clock. But this is available to you right now. So get your entries in. We will play them throughout the course of the week. Back after this.
Get this rolling. Okay, here we go. Hi, this is Steve from Denver. You're listening to 6 in the Morning with Brett Kane. All hot takes, no melanin on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It's that easy. See, not hard at all. Congratulations, Nelly. You did not win a Trigger Grill. That was terrible.
Is that because I pointed out your lack of pigment?
No,
Was I
that's
disqualified?
obvious. No, that's obvious. I actually prefer that. I would prefer for the people for our show, whatever the other shows want to do. You kind of like, hey, know your teammates sort of thing. On this show, we want you to make fun of us. So do it. What other show would prefer that? Who wants the I want the people to roast us sort of thing?
I feel like I could think of hosts who would be down for that, but I don't know about the show as a whole. Like, I bet Andy Lindahl likes a good roast.
Yeah. I mean, he is referred to on this show as Triple X, not by me, by Moser.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still their nickname, but people used to call that show The Nerd and Triple X on Twitch. They would call him that. Because obviously Krecker is a big seam head.
Well, he's like analytics driven. But look, smart. It's always weirded me out about the making fun of somebody by calling them a nerd thing. It's like, you're calling them smart, really, aren't you?
Right.
Does anybody know a nerd who's stupid?
Kreckman is running through all these advanced analytics that I've never heard of in my life, and we're all like, nerd. He understands them. I don't.
Well, here's all right. Not to get too nerdy, but I think you have to in discussing what the Nuggets offseason plans are. I don't think there's a world that exists where you can't get a little bit nerdy when trying to figure out what options are available to them. I'll tell you this much. The LeBron thing is really, it's really weird. And here's what I'm getting at. So LeBron opts into his player option. It owes him $52.3 million, I think is what the number is.
His pronouns is he, him.
But the context behind it is LeBron is a billionaire. He is. LeBron is somebody who has more money than you could ever imagine. And people in LA are wondering, why not take a discount to make the team better? And what I've thought about this is, I mean, you're worth what you're worth. You can take however much you want. But if you are in a place that you have all this cash and you're just chasing championships, which is what sometimes he claims that's all he cares about is winning, and then other times it's not. You know, sometimes LeBron's all about, hey, man, whatever's going to make the team as good as possible is what I'm going to do. And then other times he's on a podcast being like, why do people care about championships so much when evaluating players? Like, he does this flip-flop over and over again. But in taking that cash, it does put your team in a bind. And then you make no mistake, whenever Rich Paul speaks for LeBron, Rich Paul isn't the one talking. LeBron is talking. He's using his voice of the people, which is he gets on an app and he texts a script to Rich Paul, and then Rich Paul regurgitates it verbatim.
You like getting nailed by the king?
But here's like the crux of this thing from Rich Paul, which is, to me, it's wild to say out loud. So Rich Paul says this regarding LeBron. We understand the difficulty in winning now while preparing for the future. We do want to evaluate what's best for LeBron at this stage of his life and career. Here's what's crazy to me. Getting Luka isn't about the future. I mean, it is, but it's not solely about that. It's also about the now. And the ball's on this guy to go out and say something that effectively translates to this. Why can't you guys get me more help? You landed a top 5 player in the league as a teammate. So what does that mean? And here's what's really funny. If you are concerned because you are in your 40s and you don't know how much time you have left, and make no mistake, LeBron, for as good as he is and his ability just to keep going at 40 years old and play at this high of a level, everybody knows it's coming at some point. Everyone knows that. You aren't going to do this for another decade. It's physically impossible to do so. So with whatever X amount remaining years you got, what's the best situation for you?
At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
I still remember that.
And it's just basketball.
It's just... That drives me so nuts.
I went to pull up that clip, and I totally forgot. I totally forgot at the end that he basically does a more calm version of the Anthony Davis mic drop at the end there. That's what.
Well, those two do that all the time. They have the handheld mics, and then after they answer a question, they just drop their microphone. Now, they don't do it like Jamal Murray made a shot level, but they will just drop it on the table. And I'm like, get a stand.
At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Like, to sit there and be like, everything's about winning. This is my life. This is what I dedicated my life to. When you win a championship, it's all about the hard work that you've put in and how much this means to you. And when you lose, guys, I mean, geez, did you expect me to cry up here? It's just a game. But here's what I was thinking about, and I mean this sincerely. If LeBron wanted an avenue to really give himself a shot at a title, would it not be here? Honestly. OKC's not breaking anything up. The Nuggets are in a position, like, if you wanted to win, if this was truly about winning and not about LA and not about the house in Beverly Hills and not about the production company and not about anything else, if this was, and not about your son, by the way, who is still, I believe, on the Lakers. If it's about winning, why wouldn't you want to come to a place like Denver? Play next to the big fella. Have him do the majority, the bulk of the work on offense in allowing you to run the game through him. Like, can I ask the people a question? If LeBron James said out loud that he requests a trade and he wants to come to Denver, how would you react? Would you be joyous?
Hell no.
Would you?
Hell no. Hell no.
Would you not want it? Just out of spite, I suppose? Like, how would you feel if that were to actually, and again, this isn't happening. It's the same thing as, like, there's a Sidney Crosby discussion with the Avs that we did earlier. It's the same thing as this category, which is, I think this is a 0.001% chance of happening. Like, not happening. But just hypothetically, because I want to know how people feel about, I don't think there's any question it gives you a better shot to win right now. Now, obviously, you would have to make a salary exchange, but I'll tell you what, him and Jamal make the same money.
But I think the bigger question is, do you want everything that comes with LeBron?
Well,
do you want the media circus? And do you want to be on ESPN 24/7, 8 days a week, like the Beatles said, with Kendrick Perkins talking about you and LeBron needs help in Denver? He doesn't have enough help in Denver.
Well, I'll tell you this, that if that were to happen, the tenor around the Nuggets would change because the tenor surrounding LeBron is always more flowery. But I'm just, like, out of curiosity. Like, if I were reporting this morning that a trade happened, I don't know who's on the way out, but just you get LeBron, okay? You get him. What's your reaction? Is it immediate, like, hell yeah? Or is it, I find this guy with the ways he's gone about things to be distasteful, and this is going to take a minute for me to get over? Again, would help you immediately. It's kind of the same feelings I had about these hypothetical KD trades before he went to Houston. Like, very obviously, KD was on his way out the door. You just didn't know where. Could the Nuggets have been a team? I mean, they admitted as much that Ben Tenzer was on the phone at least a little bit talking about KD trades. I've seen Shams report it. But remember, as good of a player he is, there's other stuff that comes with it, and does that matter to you? So here's the initial reaction. Capital N, capital O. I wish you wouldn't have asked that. No thanks on Coach LeBron for me. I just threw up in my mouth. Hell no. I'd rather get my twig and berries caught in a car door. So these are pretty resounding no's. Another no. Like, I haven't seen one person say yes yet. See, this is what's funny. Here's the translation. I would rather be worse than be better with that guy. And I don't disagree with you guys. I don't. Here's the other thing with LeBron. As good as he still is, I believe this happened at least midway through the year, where the on-off stats with LeBron were not what you think. Okay, hang on. So LeBron, when he was off the floor for the Lakers this year, the Lakers were combined a minus 54. So 54 points worse on the season. So I'm curious. I'm trying to see what his on-court with the Lakers was this year. Or no, maybe that was just what it was this year with him on the floor. It was minus 54. Yeah, there was this interesting stat where he was like, the Lakers were worse with him on the floor than off this year, which doesn't translate to anything that you're like, you watch with them or with his numbers. But yeah, if that's the case, that's pretty crazy. And I think it is. Now compare that to Jokic. I would love to know the total number of points that the Nuggets were down without Jokic on the floor. So let's see if I can find this real quick. Yeah, it's crazy. Just the number difference. I can't find the total points, at least on the fly right now. I might be able to get it a little bit later. But we all know the impact that Jokic has on and off the floor. It's why he could only sit for like 4 minutes a playoff game. But I'm kind of surprised that virtually everybody has said no to that. They'd be like, I would rather take the worst team than do that.
Well, do you genuinely think that LeBron would solve Denver's problems? Because, I mean, you and Vic have come on these airwaves and said that the starting five of the Nuggets already is maybe the best in the league and that the bench depth is the issue. So if you bring in an octogenarian LeBron James, does that solve your bench problems?
It doesn't solve your bench, but it certainly gives you, like, here's the big problem that the Nuggets have that, look, It doesn't fix your bench. But a lot of the issues within the starting five, as good as they are, if there's one issue, it's that most of the guys aren't consistent. It's that Porter is a different guy every other night. Murray is a different guy every other night. LeBron's the same dude every single night. We've pulled up these stats before, Nelly. It's remarkable. On Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Throughout his 20-some-year career in the NBA, his numbers by just day of the week over his career are the exact same. Like almost to a decimal point of points, rebounds, assists per game, field goal percentage, three-point percentage. He's just the same dude. So, just wondering how people felt. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studio. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So again, a lot to get to from over the weekend. I have a question just about why we consume the things that we do on television, especially now that, like, Nelly's got this thing at the top of my rundown every day that says games. And they're usually littered with, Nuggets, 7 o'clock. Tomorrow, Avs, 5 o'clock. Broncos on something. But and the Rockies are bad. So when the Rockies are bad and there's nothing on TV, what do you choose to watch? And a lot of people chose to watch something that I don't understand, that we'll get to next.
Oh yeah, Randy Macho Man Savage from the other side saying, snapping to a Slim Jim with the man that looks like a Slim Jim, Brett Kane, 6 in the morning with Steve Nelson. Oh yeah.
All right, this is Jamin with 92.5 Sports Altitude Network. You're listening to 6 a.m. with Brett Kane. 925 with Brett Kane.
Woo! Ric Flair telling you to listen to the baby Jamal making, the SPF 150 wearing, the beer drinking, used hat wearing, Brett Kane in the morning at 6 a.m. with Steve Nelson. Woo!
What's with the wrestling promos? Got a Macho Man and a Ric Flair?
Yeah, one of our listeners is having some fun with the wrestlers this morning. Can't fault him.
Macho Man was the best. I don't. Oh yeah. I don't want to hear any sort of argument on this. When a man speaks the way that he speaks, which is everything is, oh yeah. It's always sounded like he was. I don't know how to describe it. He was. It's like he would have an abdominal pain in the middle of a sentence. So when he'd speak, he'd have to bring his voice up like this, yeah.
Have you heard some people have made compilations where they go through all the Randy Savage promos and then just put together his breathing sounds from mid-promo?
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard
it? Like, it's incredible. I mean, the guy was just the best. He was the best.
Side note, before he was a wrestler, do you know what he did? He was an athlete before he was a wrestler. Do you know what sport he played?
He was a baseball player, wasn't he?
He was. He was actually in the minor league system for the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah. And you know what else he did? He wore the sunglasses that all of the 22-year-olds are wearing now. Those big, boxy ones that take up your entire, forehead and cheek. He was the originator. A man ahead of his time. Also ahead of his time in the roids department. Which makes sense for why he played minor league baseball in the era that he did. So, just quickly, I don't know what's filling your guys' screen time now. I don't know what you got on your TVs, but I noticed now, I was glad that this didn't, it never came across something that I guess was in my feeds or anything. But Jake Paul, I guess, had another fight. And I'm just trying to figure out who's that audience there. Who's the Jake Paul audience? Which is I like fighting, but not really good fighting. Just kind of amateur fighting. And it's the sad state of where boxing is right now because those guys are making the most money. Just as an example, this dude, I suppose, just bought a $40 million house with 57 acres in Georgia somewhere, or 5,700 acres, almost 6,000 acres, but $39 million house. And he's gotten that mostly from boxing, and I'm just trying to figure out why that craze took off as much as it did.
You mean the internet personality? It's all about because the Paul brothers were on Vine. They were Vine content creators. That's how they made a name for themselves. So is it the Twitch streamers are sitting next to them ringside? Is it all the internet influencer culture?
But those things don't make that much money unless they get eyeballs. And I'm wondering who's the guys watching it. Now, I will say I raised my hand. I was guilty. I tuned into the Mike Tyson thing just because I was like, what is this going to look like?
Just because you wanted to see his entire bare ass. That's why I tuned in.
It was my favorite part of the entire show. Mike Tyson kisses his son on the cheek, walks away, and it's just two giant cheeks in the middle of your screen. I thought that was the best part of the entire fight. I'll tell you what, Nelly, it was the clearest picture of that entire fight because everything after that was grainy and laggy.
Yeah, Netflix made sure to render that part properly. Everything else, though.
But I just don't get it. And look, I'm not saying that I watch some highbrow television. You know what I've started watching is a show called 60 Days In. I can't get enough of it. These regular people go to jail for 60 days, and you just watch them try and survive. And I think it's this amazing show. It's a stupid show. It is mindless. nothing. But that's what, that's the kind of stuff that I watch. So I'm not being judgmental. I'm just trying to figure out it can't be just 15-year-old kids who watch the Paul brothers stream that are tuning into this. It's got to be actual adults who I would assume like fighting. And I'm trying to figure out, so I'm asking if anybody listening right now, watched the fight or paid, I don't know if you had to pay for it or whatever. If you watched the fight over the weekend, can you tell me who you are? I'm not being judgmental. I'm just trying, is it just a thing where nothing else was on? What was it? Because I don't know anybody. I got a whole bunch of people in my neighborhood, Nelly, that are big, boxing, they're actual boxing fans. They can name 15 of the top boxers in the world. Never would they watch this. Never.
Here's what I would rather watch than Jake Paul fighting. Here's a cut of just Randy Savage breathing from one promo. This is just one promo.
Just him breathing. Okay, let's go. Yeah. Yeah.
It's enough to get me to the boiling point.
I'd rather watch that than anybody with the last name Paul punching.
That guy rules. I was just curious because I saw that again and I'm like, how does this guy continue to get massive paydays out of this? This all kind of started. I'll tell you where it started. I believe the first one of these fake, not real fights, but still kind of real. It was McGregor and Mayweather, wasn't it? Where the whole appeal to that was McGregor was, at the time, still a giant UFC star that was fighting consistently in the UFC, and you wanted to see how a fighter like that could translate to a boxing ring. And I believe that didn't even count, right? That was just an exhibition, but it made McGregor so much money that he basically stopped. And then he bought a yacht and now is doing movies or whatever. But that's what it did. Texas says, my bro and I tuned in after UFC was over just hoping to see him get knocked out. So that's the appeal. I'll tell you what. So there's another text. People want to watch him get his butt kicked. But here's the thing. He doesn't play people who would, he doesn't fight against dudes who would kick his butt. He does all this on purpose. And I know it's boxing, one lucky shot, who knows, sort of thing. Now, that was the appeal for a lot of people with Mayweather. Mayweather got huge draws because, first of all, he was undefeated and incredibly good. Best defensive boxer that's probably ever lived. But you wanted to see the one shot that put him on his butt, which was never happening because he's too good. But that was the appeal for Mayweather. I, like you, would love to see him get knocked out. I don't think he fights anybody that can do it. And if it does happen, then I'll see it on Twitter later. I'll get as many, I'll watch it 100 times if that's the case. But yeah, I guess that's the appeal. I understand that part of it because that's a huge thing with a whole bunch of guys in the fight world. Some guys you just don't like. People make money off that, and then you tune in to see him get his butt kicked, which rarely happens. But just curious. I was wondering who the audience for that was. So again, the Avs make a trade over the weekend that I want to get back to in just a couple of minutes. Another surprising thing, I don't get this. Why is Trey Alexander not coming back next year? He's on a two-way deal with the Nuggets. He was just named the G League Newcomer of the Year, whatever the hell that award is, but played great in the G League in the limited amount of time that we saw from him in Summer League stuff, and I mean very, very occasional Nuggets games. It looks like he has some ability. I'm curious why they would let him walk. What's the deal? I mean, the Nuggets are in the market for, I think, surprising production is the way I would call it. It feels like the way that you get this team back to championship level is you need to have somebody that truly surprises you. And Trey Alexander, I think, was at least a candidate for it. And it just doesn't compute all that much to me why you would let a guy that seems to have some talent walk. In a DM, somebody asked him, a Nuggets fan asked him, why are you leaving? And he goes, they chose somebody else over me. And I'm like, who? Who's the person that they chose? I mean, I don't think it was one of these new guys. I don't think it was Curtis Jones or Tamar Bates or one of these undrafted free agent dudes that he just picked up after the draft. But that one's surprising. So a reminder to you guys, 9 o'clock this morning, we will announce the winner of the Core 4 score contest. We will have the Traeger grill up for grabs, and all you need to do is jump on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and you play the role of our big voice guy doing rejoiners from break. You can do 4 times for each show. You can have 4 of them, and they must be sent during show hours. So jump on that Voice of the People if you want a chance to win a Traeger grill right ahead of the 4th of July. No better time than now to win that.
And good news on that, Brett. The quality of your rejoin voice work and whether or not it gets played on the air does not matter. If it's bad and I don't play it, you're still qualified to win a Traeger. And somebody who took that to heart was Jason, who just sent this in.
Hey, Powder and Band Boy, give me a grill.
Powder and Band Boy. I like it.
And he's still entered somehow.
You can always watch us on Twitch. Order on, that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Also on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio channel on YouTube today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
No, have you ever seen him hose somebody at the plate?
Oh, that's an assist, not a putout.
Well, you're right. Yeah, it's not like he's fielding it and throwing to first base.
Like he said, historian of the game.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I got no sleep last night. You're right. I'm losing it. Have you ever seen him hose a guy at the plate? Do yourself a favor. In fact, Marty, bring it up right now. Dave Parker hose.
Jesus, don't do that. Don't do that.
1979 All-Star
Whatever you
game.
do, you're going to get fired if you put Dave Parker hose into your search engine.
Line drive, right field. We may have a play at the plate. Big hop. Here comes Downing. Here's the throw. It is. He knocked him off the plate. What a tag by Carter. A tremendous play by Carter. Oh, baby, what a play.
And what a throw by Dave Parker, who continues to show why some people consider him the greatest player in the game. One big hop. Watch it.
So when Nelly first plays this, I think it's going to be like some send-off for Charlie Coyle or Miles Wood, and nope, it's just Dave Parker and his hose.
Passed away.
Rest
Dave
in peace,
Parker
Dave
passed
Parker.
away over the weekend. Did you guys see what that guy sent me on the old X machine? Did you see that?
How am I supposed to know what a guy sent you?
Well, apparently when you Google Dave Parker hose, we come up. AI uses us as a reference point for his strong
forever
throwing arm.
Together. How about that?
Forever intertwined,
Yes.
the legacy of Dave Parker.
It says the second thing that the AI pulls up, the second thing is our
video.
references our show. Yeah, our video. Yeah. Anyway.
As it should be. I'll tell you what, since 2020, no radio show in America has talked about Dave Parker more than us. Guaranteed. Guarantee it.
Even in Pittsburgh?
Even in Pittsburgh, they haven't talked about Dave Parker more
that
than
was a
us.
special Pittsburgh team, man. Willie Stargell, Dave Parker, that era of Pittsburgh Pirates baseball.
Kent Colvey. They had some great players. Marty, bring it up right now. Dave Parker hose.
Five times he finished top 3 in MVP, or top 5 in MVP. 5. Winning 1.
He's a great player, dude.
The great Dave
He was
Parker.
a great player. Plus, Ricky Cobb on Super 70s. Every now and again, he'll send out that picture of Dave Parker hammering a dart in the dugout.
Here's the deal. I thought that music was going to be for Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood on the way out the door. And the more I thought about it, you know, when you have a team that's as good as the Avs are as far as talented players that make a lot of money, you can go through the list of the guys making a ton of money. But when you have that, what you can't have is maybe somebody who he has a contract that does not match the production. Now, I know Charlie Coyle's a third-line guy, but I think he had, what was it, Moser, like 35 points on the season?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
For a guy making 5.25, 35 points doesn't match, I think, the dollar figure. So my guess is that combined with, it wasn't the term, or it wasn't the money from Miles Wood. I think it was more the term. He had 4 years left.
Correct. And the issue with Miles is that he just can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
You know, he's been breaking down, and you're going to need a guy to be hopefully available in the lineup.
But I don't think they make this move without something in their back pocket.
It's amazing what kind of a horse trader Chris McFarland has become. And he's so quick. I mean, you pick up a guy, you deal a guy. You pick up a guy, you deal a guy. I mean, think about what he's done in the last 6 months alone.
Yeah.
Extend it to 8 months when you pick up the goalies.
Yep.
The amount of turnover on this roster. It's a lot of trading, man. It's a lot of moving.
Oh, yeah. I thought...
No, go ahead.
Say something. Yes, it has been, Vic. But again, this is what you see, and this is what it looks like when you are proactive and you are trying to win. You know how much cap space they have right now?
It's almost 9, isn't it?
About $9 million. Free agency, I guess, for the NBA begins today at what, 6 o'clock Eastern? Is that correct?
I'm not sure what the exact time is, but already reports are out there.
Yeah, free agency for the National Hockey League begins tonight at midnight.
Here's what I'm saying, dude.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know I don't know, but here's what I do know. These are smart guys running the show, and they have plans, right?
Yeah, they don't do this without knowing that they can use the money somewhere for someone. Like, they
Correct.
made a concerted effort to get better up the middle last year. They wouldn't just gas somebody who's your third line center without some backup plan.
Ideally, when you look at when Charlie Coyle was here and you look up the middle, that's pretty damn strong, right? Because Coyle was really getting second line minutes in Boston before the deal.
Yeah.
But when you look at it, if you want to look at it from a GM perspective, an allocation of funds and that sort of thing, you can get somebody else to be your third line center for the time being, or maybe and I say get somebody else. You could put Ross Colton back there, right?
Yeah.
Drury could move up there if you had to. Mm-hmm. Not ideal, but he absolutely could if he had to. And you can get by for now with that up the middle. With McKinnon, Nelson, Colton, that.
Yeah.
Not even get by. You're going to win games. Don't get me wrong. That's still pretty dang good. Question is, when the postseason rolls around, do you want to fortify? What do you want to do? Do you have something else in mind right now? Guess we'll find out.
And not to mention, they got a second rounder in 27. They got a third rounder this year, which we'll get to who they used that on. But also Gavin Brindley, who is the 34th overall pick, right?
Yeah.
2 years ago, who seems to be a hell of a prospect. So they got something now in the pipeline.
He's only 20 years old, and he's not a super big dude. He's a little guy. Played in Michigan. He's a little guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it was his first year as a pro this past year in the AHL playing for the Monsters. Not terrific production whatsoever, but he's still very young. He's got plenty of runway ahead of him. So there you go.
I like the idea.
And by the way, Vic, he was a big-time scorer in college. So
I was reading about the ability to have this cap space now in the now that the LTIR is gone, right? You can't use that in the playoffs.
You can through this year.
Okay, so one more season of that.
Yeah, when the new CBA starts, and you won't be able to.
So what I was reading about what the Avs can do now with the salary cap space, it's going to be more valuable at the trade deadline. Like, carry it along. You don't have to use it right now.
Correct.
It's not like oh my God, let's go use this cap space before the start of the season. You could sort of ease into the season, see what you need, and then at the break, at the deadline, utilize that cap space to fill whatever needs you have.
That is correct. You can use some of it or all of it now on free agents, right? You can keep some of it around to hang out until the trade deadline. Absolutely. Or, you get to December and then maybe you jump first. I mean, who knows? But you give yourself flexibility and you give yourself maneuverability.
Well, I'll tell you.
And that's huge.
I'll tell you what happened Friday night, because that's when this all went down. This went down Friday. And coincidentally, there was some other stuff happening where I refreshed my feed on my phone more on a Friday night than I have in a long time, because after this trade goes down, you're like, okay, so the Avs have almost $9 million to work with in cap space. And then I see the Spit and Chicklets guys, they repost something that says, I'm hearing there's a very good chance that Sidney Crosby will play somewhere else.
God, how many times do we hear
and then
this from
I
Spit
know,
and Chicklets,
but
dude?
then Kevin Weeks just sends out a picture of the Denver skyline. That's the only thing he sent out.
With eyeballs.
I know, but this has been a thing with those guys.
Know.
It's been a thing.
It's a
thing.
Yeah,
it's all I understand, but for the moment,
you were freaking for that.
I was like, okay, what is Crosby's
again talking about the same things?
What is Crosby's cap hit? $8.7 million. That's just enough money for I started putting all those things together. So for the moment, I got really excited.
I get it.
Sue me.
I get it. It's just, how many times are you going to cry wolf?
Well, I never bought it. This was the first time I was like, well, this actually... when Kevin Weeks did the picture of the skyline thing with the eyeballs, I was like, all right, what's going on here?
Then what did Nathan
doing?
What did Nathan McKinnon respond with?
He said fake news.
Fake news. I would tend to take Crosby's buddy's word for it.
I did.
He responded to Kevin Weeks?
No, he just tweeted it all by itself. Fake news is all he said, which people took as he saw the Crosby rumors and he goes, nah. So, yeah, there's a whole bunch of Twitter back and forth stuff.
I didn't know Nate had a Twitter.
Or he's got an Insta. He's got
Or
something.
an
He's
Insta
got,
or
he's
something.
got something.
Yeah, I don't know.
He-
Some
he wanted
social
TikTok.
media thing.
He's Vine.
I think
He's got
MySpace.
Vines.
He put it out
Yeah,
on MySpace. Yeah. Foursquare.
It is. All right, so NBA 4 o'clock free agency today. NHL later in the evening. The offseason for both of these leagues is almost as fun as the postseason because there's so much stuff. I mean, the NBA already the last 2 weeks has been crazy.
Yeah.
And the Avs are always active in something. Let me ask you this, Moshe.
Well, by the way, I'm wrong. It's July 1st. It's noon tomorrow, not midnight 12. It's noon Eastern tomorrow.
Okay. Is there anything or anybody that you think the Avs would target, or do you think they just freed up that money as insurance?
I think they did it as insurance because they could get the deal done then.
Okay. They got a team that would take that contract.
Correct. Exactly. And the Coyle contract is going to expire, okay? And then Miles Wood, it's the term, like Brett said.
Exactly.
It's not that you're paying him a ton of money.
2.5.
It's that you've got him for 4 more years, and if he can't stay healthy right now, if he's got a bad hip or whatever ails him on any given time, then that's just a couple $1 million out of the lineup. You need more dependability, I think, in that regard. And and by the way, I love the guy. I know the Avs love the guy. He's not a bad guy at all. He's a great teammate, so on and so forth. And he plays hard. He just not been able to stay healthy.
Would Coyle's role with the Jackets, is it different than the role he served here? Is he moving up a line?
I don't think so. They've got some pretty good players there, Vic. They've got, up the middle, they got generally at Fantilli. They got all kinds of dudes. They got Monahan. They got a bunch of dudes who can play right up the middle.
I still believe that with the effort that they made to get obviously better up the middle last trade deadline, that they aren't doing this and then being like, all right, I guess we'll figure something out in a little bit. I think they got something in their back pocket. Seems like that to me anyway. But with both of these free agencies opening up.
They absolutely could. I just don't know what it is, honestly.
Yeah. With both of these opening up, though, there's it's funny. The Avs have room to maneuver and play around with some stuff where it's like I'm interested to see what they're going to do. And with the Nuggets, I don't know if anything's going to really happen for a while. Like the Nuggets aren't going to be involved in this early rush of free agency.
Every time there's a maneuver, every time there's news of something in the NBA, I rush to my phone to see what it is with the intention that, or the understanding, listen, it's not going to be the Nuggets. It's not.
Yeah.
They have these handcuffs on. And the only news that could come from the Nuggets at this point, I mean, the new news is news that perhaps like Russell Westbrook is signing elsewhere.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, like indirect news. That's the kind of news. I am surprised.
Oh, the Nuggets, here's a piece of news. Just like, this is the news that you're getting for the Nuggets?
Sure.
They have interest in Jared Dudley as an assistant coach. It's like, that's the kind of news that you're getting.
Yeah. Trey Alexander news surprised me a little bit. He was the G League newcomer of the year, and they're letting him walk. And I'm a little puzzled by that. I'm puzzled. Either they have their eyes. The only reason I'm puzzled is because they must have their eyes on another guard who is going to supplant him. I mean, they drafted 2 guards, signed 2 guards. They didn't have a draft pick. I don't know if they think those guys are going to be better. I don't know if they think there's just a crowded room. Maybe they don't think Alexander will ever materialize. Maybe that's where he peaked. I just found that somewhat surprising.
I did too. I didn't really get it, and we can get to this in just a second. I want to remind everybody that at 9 o'clock we announce our winner of the autographed jerseys. So that's going to happen. We have a new contest that involves a Traeger grill that someone will win by Wednesday.
Wow.
So we'll get to that,
the
details of it.
We're going to give this away by Wednesday.
So before the 4th, you get this thing rocking and rolling.
So
That's right.
This son of a gun's going to be ready to fire it up on the 4th. I'm actually on the 3rd.
Yes.
Oh, my Lord almighty.
So I'll tell you how you can win that in just a second. Stick around.
You're listening to Moser, Mr. Wax On, Whack Off, Lombardi. I used to be on the news. And Kane. He kind of does some voices and stuff. It's Flax.
And those are the way that you can win the Traeger grill. So you are replacing the big voice guy, rejoiners from break. So you do that with the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. You can enter 4 times for each show, but the entries must be sent during show hours. So if you give us a Kreckman and Lindahl rejoiner at 10:35, guess what? Not going to work. Has to be during show hours. So make your own. You can text script if you need a script, but you know what? Be creative. Do it yourself. It's for a Traeger grill. Do something. So we will choose a winner at random. It's not going to be like the best one of these. It's just going to be a random winner on Wednesday. So get those in to Nelly.
Random winner?
Yeah, all you got to do is open the Altitude Sports Radio app and tap that microphone at the bottom and give us your best Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. And it'll get sent to my email. And then, just by getting in, even if we don't play your entry on the air, you are still eligible to win this Traeger.
So theoretically, a monk who has taken a vow of silence could actually enter by just pushing the button and not doing anything and then sending it in.
Could, theoretically.
If that monk makes a mean brisket, get in on the action, brother. Let's go.
If you take a vow of silence, does that mean you don't get to smoke meats?
I was just wondering the same thing. Is there like some pitmaster monk?
Oh, there's got to be.
Well, I'm sure they could, you could focus your energies on other stuff, right? You don't have to worry about all the noise.
Yeah, if you don't,
I guarantee they rebuild engines.
You think so?
Absolutely, yeah.
You think so?
They're awesome carb rebuilders for, 75 Buicks. Nobody has carbs anymore, by the way, not new cars.
You know what you could be really, if you had a vow of silence you had to adapt to, you could be a hell of a golfer. I mean, you could really thrive in that situation. You don't need to say anything to anyone. Just get out there and play your game.
I don't know that one has to do with the other. I don't agree with that.
If I took a vow of silence for a month, is this company allowed to fire me?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't work for your... can you imagine, Moser, if you
But is
played
there some
golf
sort
with
of
Moser?
religious exemption I can get from that? Like, I'm training to be a monk? I'm just wondering, just curious.
I don't know, man. Guys now, I asked Raj, I go, you going the full-on Kreckman plan when that kid comes? He's like, oh, yeah. I mean, you get 4 months off or something.
What? We'll see with me in November. We'll see.
For God's sake.
We'll see.
Wait, you got one too.
Yeah.
So what is the policy?
I don't know. I'm just gonna stay home until somebody.
You know what, Vic?
Texts,
that's it.
Like, hey, are you still working here? I'm just gonna wait for one of those.
No, I mean,
texts.
and I say this with all honesty because Moser and I missed our window. We lived in that part of the timetable when you missed one day of work and you got back into it when you had a kid.
That's exactly right.
One day. I missed
one day.
One day of
One
work.
day.
One day. You guys are missing 8 months.
Now, if you remember, baby Jamal Kale, I think I only missed 3 days because I was in the middle of the Cup run. And I was like, honey, I'm sure you got it. Got to get back. I mean, I barely missed any work with baby Jamal
What
Kale.
is the policy?
So now I got to make up time. I think I've accrued time from first kid that I can use on second kid.
What if we adopt a child? You're like a 17-year-old.
It is an interesting
like a
question.
17-year-old right-hander. Can I? Do I get 8 months off then just because I got a new kid?
I'm dead serious. If I have something coming up, I'm just going to start making babies.
I'm telling you, I've thought about this so many times. 17-year-old shortstop with a 98-mile-an-hour arm across the diamond that becomes Julio Kane just before the draft.
Perfect. Yep.
Just before the draft.
No, Giancarlo,
yeah.
Giancarlo Kane.
Thought about it. Maybe you would get time off.
Why don't you do that, guys, sometime if you and your spouse no longer can or want to have children?
Is this a way?
Why don't you just go to your wife and go, I'll tell you what, honey, listen, I got a great way for me, to get some paid time off, 8 months. I'm just gonna be Zlatan and spread my investments around.
No, the kid research for the adoption agency, for me anyway, would be keeping book at a baseball game and just tallying through the stats. Yeah.
Is this the government's way of generating some population growth? Because population growth has been an issue worldwide now. Is this what it is? It's a benefit? You get like half the year off if you have a kid?
Like I said, I hope you guys have a great football season.
I don't know. I don't know how it works, dude.
All right, listen.
I'm told 12 weeks. 12 weeks. 6 weeks are full pay, and the rest is partial pay. Huh. I know Cheapy over here. He ain't going more than 6 weeks.
Is that for moms or dads? Is that for dads?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not. No.
Yeah. Some will only pay for 4 full weeks of pay. I'm not sure how that operates.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. How do you guys feel when you see stories like the one that emerged over the weekend from Shams about the full investigation into Malik Beasley for gambling on games and prop bets and stuff like that? What's the first emotion that hits you?
Shocked but not shocked. Shocked that this is still happening, that the NBA, that players cannot get the message, they can't mess with it. Not shocked because there's something off with Malik, man. And I can't pinpoint it. I don't know what's going on. He's got wonderful parents. He comes from a wonderful family. I knew them very well when they were here, but he's done some crazy stuff.
He was about to get a brand new contract.
He's done some crazy stuff. He got into a fist fight with Sua Cravens. Do you remember that?
Yep. Yes.
He dated was it Scottie Pippen's ex-wife.
Yeah.
He's done some crazy stuff, and I just can't. Like, nothing surprises me anymore with him.
I'll tell you this, it does weird me out a little bit that this stuff has happened a few times. Like, obviously, Michael Porter Jr.'s brother got hit with one of these. I believe, was it Jonte was the one? It affects the integrity of the game. It totally does. And, it reminds me of the Donaghy thing where it's like, well, it was just the one guy. I'm like, well, how do you know? How do you know that there's not some screwiness going on? The whole appeal of sports is that it's real. It is real. And there's a video, and I've seen a few of these with Malik. It's some damning evidence. Here's one. Before you play this, Nelly. Here's one. Situation is this. He's playing in Minnesota. The T-Wolves are down 9 with 5 seconds left. The Clippers are at the free throw line. I want you to see if this looks weird. Remember, 5 seconds left in the game. They're down 9 points. Go ahead and play it. So here comes the free throw from the Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
It's Batum. Batum misses the free throw. All right, he makes it. Beasley sprints down the floor to quickly get a dunk before time expires. Would you happen to realize the spread was 8.5 in that game? Does that seem weird?
Yes, it's very weird. It's
that somebody would sprint like that down the floor with 5 seconds left for a nothing bucket.
You just don't see that. Yeah, it's very weird.
How much of that stuff is going on?
You just inbound it and dribble it out, and the horn sounds. You don't go down for it. You don't sprint down the court to dunk it.
This is. Let me tell you something right now. If there's one area that Adam Silver and the league, they won't tolerate it, it's this. Because once you start messing with the credibility of the game,
you can't.
Of the competition, it's over. Party's over. Everybody's done. Everybody. The league loses everything.
Yep.
We lose our jobs. Everybody. Think about it. If you can't trust the game, if you can't trust the players who play the game, what are we doing?
Did that kind of happen in boxing a little bit, where they thought some judges were a little bit weird with some scoring on some big fights?
I think boxing's a little different because it's subjective. There's no objectivity. The NBA is an objective game for the most part.
There's a score.
You either make a basket or you don't, but everything in boxing is subjective, which is why I never trusted that sport to begin with.
It's hard. It's the 10-point must system, essentially, is what it is, and somebody's got to get 10, and then – but it's always when, a judge has a crazy scorecard, right? Opposite of the other two. And they don't sit by each other. Every judge sits ringside, but they sit on 3 different sides. They don't sit by each other. They don't talk.
Right.
Again, they fill out their card as they go along and cover it, right? That's how it goes. And people think that when you're judging boxing, like you're judging every punch and all that sort of thing. No, you're just basically judging who won the round. Then when you get crazy scorecards, you're like, I don't know what fight they watched, but that ain't the fight that I just watched, right?
I'm just saddened to hear this news about Malik Beasley. I'm sad.
Vic, let me say this, though. The league, this kind of thing doesn't get out. You don't get news stories about the NBA investigating a player unless there's probably already some pretty hard damning evidence. I mean, because they don't. It's embarrassing to the league, too. But you got to do it.
I feel sympathy for his family. I still talk to his dad. His dad's an actor. His dad's in some bunch of series on Netflix. His grandfather is an actor. And I got to know them really well when he was here.
I had no idea.
Often.
Yeah, I've seen his dad before.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of series.
He was born in Omaha.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we still talk. And like for something like this, I wouldn't even know what to say. I feel terrible. And I just believe, and I say this with love and not venom. There's something off with Malik.
Yeah.
And I hope they can address it. I hope they can. Because he's a damn good player. Very talented. He can fill it up, and he just cost himself a lot of money, whether he's guilty or not.
Well, he was eligible. I think he was set to get like $18 million a year, something like that, or close to $20 million a year on an extension, and that obviously probably isn't happening now if this investigation does go all the way through. Something else, basketball-wise, as we approach free agency. So LeBron opts into his contract, his player option. It's shade over $52 million. First of all, I've always wondered this. If you're LeBron, you're a billionaire, and if you're focused on winning, why would you take the full thing and as opposed to a pay cut? Always wondered that with him. Look, he can make whatever money he wants, and obviously it's up to him. But I would think if you're focused on championships, would you just shave a few million off that to try and help your team out, or what?
It seems counterintuitive, but I think he opted in so that they could possibly trade him if he seeks out a trade, rather than agreeing to a longer new deal.
And here's the quote I wanted to get to.
It's weird.
When Rich Paul speaks, LeBron speaks. Rich Paul is just the conduit into how the words are getting out.
That is correct.
Here's what Rich Paul said. LeBron wants to compete for a championship. He knows the Lakers are building for the future. He understands that, but he values a realistic chance of winning it all. We are very appreciative of the partnership that we've had the 8 years with Jeannie Buss and Rob Pelinka, and consider the Lakers a critical part of his career. We understand the difficulty in winning now while preparing for the future. We do want to evaluate what's best for LeBron at this stage of his life and career.
God, that's so weird. I read that and I was like, is this a goodbye?
Well, first of all, yes, I thought that too. Second of all, why is he pretending like the Lakers have given up and they're just focused on down the road? They just got Luka.
I don't get it either. I guess they're not doing what he wants them to do.
What more? If the Nuggets are looking to win a championship, and I tell you, the Nuggets just traded for Luka, you're like, man, they're looking 5 years down the road, aren't they?
It's just basketball.
They don't have a man in the middle. They don't have a big man, so they're gonna. I mean, they still need to plug some holes there in L.A.
Well, the Portland Trailblazers, keep an eye on this, fellas. The Portland Trailblazers just bought out the remaining contract of DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah,
they bought him out. He negotiated the buyout. He wanted out. Do not be surprised if DeAndre Ayton ends up in L.A. I don't know what it means for LeBron James, but when I hear that, was that an email? What was that? Was that a memo?
From Rich Paul?
From Rich Paul? What was that?
I don't know.
Was that a threat?
Vic,
what is it?
I don't think people send out memos anymore. I don't think memos are a thing, are they?
Whatever that is.
It was calculated.
That is, it seems more of a goodbye. Like, he opts into his contract to make him tradable. And people have to understand that. If he doesn't opt in, it's probably harder to deal with LeBron because he automatically makes that $52 million now that he opts in.
Yeah.
Now you got to get a trade going. I'll ask the obvious.
Yeah.
Would you be interested in
the
a trade
Nuggets
for LeBron?
trade for LeBron James?
Yes.
Hell no.
Hey, before you say hell no, you better take your finger off that button. He and Josh Kroenke are pals.
Vic, it's funny that I just did this as a pure hypothetical in the appetizer. I just said, hey, let's just say the 0.0001% chance of this happening actually happens. What's your reaction? I took the first 15 responses. All of them said they'd hate it. All of them.
I'm not asking. I'm saying, could it happen? And I'm saying, yes, it could. I'm not asking whether you like it or not. I'm asking, could it happen? And the answer to could it happen is a resounding yes, it could happen. It depends on what you would give up to get. And I'm not sure the Nuggets, here's where the Nuggets could make it happen. They don't have the pieces.
Okay, fine. Then first of all, no. Second of all, don't even bring it up.
And you're writing it for 1 year.
Could you lay an ostrich egg, Vic? I guess theoretically you could. Are you going to? No.
Hear me out.
And not only that,
Michael Porter Jr., Max Christina first.
Yeah.
Who says no?
It would take
not only Vic. Not only is it not going to happen because it's just not doable. I'm not bringing in a guy.
It is doable. It is doable.
Time out. I'm not bringing in this guy at the age of 40 who humiliated my best player and the best player on the planet right now. Absolutely humiliated him in that draft. And I think he did it on purpose. I'm not doing, no. This is Joker's team. It will always be his team.
Still would be. Still would be.
No.
Yeah, I don't know if you.
No.
They would obviously have to ask Joker, see what he thinks. And I'm not sure that Joker would be keen on the idea, to be honest with you. I think there's an underlying, Joker doesn't hate anybody, but I don't think he's keen on that. Put it that way.
He was humiliated. He was humiliated. You know he was.
I would not want to see it either. I'm just saying it could happen.
It could happen. I'm just so confused by that statement of, we know you're building for the future. It's like you just traded for Luka. Luka helps you now, and yes, in the future too, but now. But LeBron's whole mindset, we were laughing so hard earlier because I totally forgot about this. LeBron is always about winning. And what's my best shot at a title? Until he doesn't get it, and then it doesn't matter.
Then everybody else is chasing rings, right?
No. Then he says this. It's just basketball.
And it's just basketball. At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
Remember when he did that after they lost to the Nuggets? The first time, when the Nuggets won a championship. The first time they got swept, and he goes there, and after all of these years of winning's the most important thing in the world, all I care about is basketball, until I lose, and then guys,
it's just hoops, man. There's more important things in life.
Big deal.
Yeah.
It would make
At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
It would make Denver the epicenter of the NBA if you did that. It would be front and center, must watch. They would be on every national broadcast. I see all that, and it could happen. And the other reason why you would take a shot is this. It's only a 1-year deal. And if he decides he's out after 1 year, if his game just completely decays in one season, you now have a ton of cap space to rebuild. My thing is, do you want to mess with rebuilding in the middle of Joker's prime?
I would not. I would not want to, no. And do we have to take what's-his-face with him? The kid?
Who?
Like if
LeBron James Jr.?
That's something I forgot about.
If LeBron gets traded and you don't have to include the kid in the deal, if I'm the Lakers, I cut him immediately. Cut him.
Yeah, I don't know. I read that and I was like, what's going on here?
So Vic, what would be your motivation for wanting him?
To see if you have.
What is your personal motivation?
I do think he'd make you better.
I don't have a personal motivation. I'm just telling you, if you wanted to make a run 1 year, LeBron and Nikola Jokic next to each other, that would be dynamic. It would be dynamic. And you cannot tell me that wouldn't. It would be great basketball. I mean, both just high IQ, off-the-charts intelligence on the court. Now, you'd have to deal with some stuff. I don't see it happening. If it did happen, I'd be shocked, stunned, disbelief. But it can happen. I'm just opening that door and letting you know it can happen.
Like, I think he would make you better. One thing about LeBron, like, you got to give this to him because he's been like this for 20 whatever years he's been in the league. That guy's the same player every single night. Like, if you're worried about consistency issues with Jamal or with MPJ, you don't have those with LeBron. He will give you 25 points, 8 boards, and 7 assists every single night he steps on the floor.
At the age of 40, he's a physical specimen.
It would take, I'm trying to think what it would take. It would take Jamal Murray. Look up Jamal Murray's initial contract here.
It's like the exact same.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would take Jamal Murray and the
Your
Nuggets
first
can't take more
from
money.
2031.
Yeah. Jamal Murray in the first. That's what it would take. And we know the Lakers love Jamal Murray. Love him.
Mm-hmm.
Because he kills them.
Because he kills them.
Yeah.
Can't beat him, join him.
I guess
they
that's
also
what
love MPJ.
That's what the question comes down to.
LeBron said about MPJ, this mother bleeper don't miss against us.
It wouldn't work with MPJ unless you added like MPJ and Christian Brown. But now you cannot afford to tear down your team. And see, if you had to give a bunch of players to get LeBron James, it would do you no good because you're tearing down your own team. It just you can't do that. 1-for-1 is the only way to make it work. They're talking about this exact same deal in New York. Karl Anthony Towns for LeBron James.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. A lot more to get to. Stick around.
This is Bill Walton listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. My favorite part beyond the grave is when Moser is pontificating profusely about waxing on and whacking it off. Thank you. I hate you. Goodbye.
Are you ready for Victor Lombardi, Brett Kane, and Mark Moser, bringing sports talk to you live? I hope so.
Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, where we are cooking with gas on that brand new Traeger grill, baby.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's almost better than sex, but it's not. Kind of. It's still really good, but it's not better than that.
You're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Stay tuned for more Dave Parker's hose stories and Holy Family sports from 1976.
With all the rumors and none of the facts, it's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right. So we had
a couple things here.
A Scotsman.
Yeah.
We had Bill Walton. We had a guy who said, now we're cooking with gas on the new Traeger grill, which I don't know if you know about Traegers. They are not gas.
There's no gas.
Smoke.
It's pellets.
It's pellets. It's electric.
Plug it in. Do you get
Are you ready for Victor Lombardi?
That's a good accent.
Very good. It sounds like a really good Scott, like a real Scott guy.
It sounds like Mike Myers.
Yeah, kind of.
Shrek.
So I married an axe murderer?
Shrek, yes. Thank you.
So I married an axe murderer.
Or that too, yes.
And also Austin Powers. He does a lot of those accents.
Yeah, he does. I'm losing my. Oh, the pellets. Does it matter what flavor pellet you use?
You know what?
Do you need the cherry or the hickory or the apple?
I always just get mesquite and whatever. I know they say, use the apple wood for the fish or something.
Yeah,
I'm like, whatever.
The bear came home with a bag that was kind of like a hybrid bag. It's got plenty of stuff in it, right?
Yeah.
So, it's tasty as heck. I mean, it doesn't really bother me.
I got to tell you
Traeger
about something.
pellet talk in late June. Love it.
We're giving away
We're giving away a Traeger. I mean, what do you mean?
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Should you explain why everybody was roasting us in a rejoiner?
Yeah, we'll get there in a second. I gotta tell you something. Video I just watched, and it's the most genius thing I've ever seen. I can't believe more people don't do it, and it's something that we couldn't pull off. There's this guy. He's 7'1", okay?
Well, we can't pull that off.
That's what I'm saying. We can't pull this off. But he's 7'1". He wore a nice suit, and he stood outside the arena where the NBA draft was being held. He put on a Blazers hat and just pretended he was a draft pick. And it's a compilation video of this guy getting free drinks at the bars that he went to, taking pictures with people, getting girls' numbers. These girls walk up. He's like, where'd you go to college? Played at Duke.
I did this 30 years ago. I've told you my story.
You're 7'1"?
No. We took our weatherman, Hugh, at when I was in Phoenix, Austin, Channel 36, KXAN.
Channel 36? What the heck is that?
KXAN, Channel 36 in Austin, the NBC affiliate. We're out at Dallas Cowboys training camp at St. Edwards. 5,000 people there. It's crazy. Chaos. Back when they didn't have rules at training camp, hell, the media's on the field. We had Russ Ray, our weatherman, who was a college hooper. He was like about 6'5". We put him in a full Dallas Cowboys regalia uniform. Helmet, everything. We went and bought it. We mic'd him up, and we said, just go out there with the team. He spent an entire training camp with the punters. He was mic'd up, and no point did anybody kick him off. He's visiting with Troy Aikman. He's talking to, God, who was the special teams coach? Rich Campos, is that his name?
Yeah.
Dave Campo, right?
Dave Campo.
Dave Campo.
Yeah, Dave Campo. He's talking to him. He's walking off the field. We had an hour and a half. Ask Brian Olsen at Channel 9. He was working in Dallas at the time. We did this whole thing. I got to find the story. It was the most amazing thing I've ever been a part of in television. Undercover weatherman as a Dallas Cowboys punter, and he got away with it. After the practice, I went up to Campo, and with Russ next to him, I said, what are the chances of big fella making the team? He looks over him, does a double take, understands he doesn't recognize. Well, if he just works hard and keeps kicking hard, everybody's got a chance. It was hilarious.
Well, you dress some cat up in a semi-Broncos uniform,
tried the same thing.
Yeah, but it
didn't work as well.
It was crappy. I mean, it didn't look right.
Well, we didn't have the same access. The guy was dressed in a cowboy. It was after practice. He was dressed in a Broncos uniform, and he tried to feign like he was a Bronco giving autographs, and they did ask for his autograph. It didn't work the same because he couldn't have access to the field.
Right.
Here's what I'm telling you, though. I mean, all that's great, Vic, but if you're 7'1", I'm doing this every year. As long as I look young enough to be in the, well, you know what? Greg Oden looked like he was 50. You probably do this until you're 50.
Maybe.
Be 7'1", just wear the hat of a team, and walk around that area pretending you just got drafted.
DeAndre Ayton looks like he's 50.
Hang on, let's see.
Some guys just they've got that older look to them.
Yeah, I mean, Ayton does look like he's got an older face. I'll give that to you.
Hey, again, free agency for the NHL is tomorrow at 12 noon, July 1, 12 noon Eastern, so 10 a.m. our time. But there's all kinds of speculation going around because Mitchie Marner has decided to go free, right? That Vegas just traded Nick Hague to Nashville, clearing out more space. The rumor has it that he wants Vegas and Vegas wants him. Vic, I've also heard this, that if he signs with Vegas, like right away, that the Leafs are inclined to put in a tampering charge against the Vegas Golden Knights.
Wow.
I also read that the NHL isn't opposed to that because it feels like the league is itching to make an example out of somebody. Now, again, I mean, I think it's pretty well known that Marner is going to go free, right? But there's been so much smoke, there's got to be at least a little kindling that's on fire in that regard. And I don't know if you can, if you can pull that off or not. I don't even think it really matters. I mean, people talk all the time anyway, right? But I read someplace that the GMs in the NHL are like, hey, man, enough of this crap. Let's make an example out of somebody.
I mean, I'm generally against those. Look, you want to punish Vegas for something, cool. Go ahead and do it. I don't like the make an example out of somebody, because here's what that translates to. Everybody does it, and we're just choosing somebody kind of at random just to be like, here, you're going to take the brunt of this for everybody.
You got 20 people flying down I-25 at 83 miles per hour, but a cop pulls you over.
I'm not happy about it.
Okay, you're like, hey, man, everybody else is doing it.
I'm going with the flow of traffic.
Okay. Were you speeding?
Yes.
Should you be popped?
By the letter of the law,
somebody should be popped.
Somebody's going to get popped.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you be pissed?
Heck yeah.
If you're going with the flow of traffic and then you get singled out at random, I'd be like, yeah, I'd be pissed.
I'd be like, hey, that Jack White in the BMW just passed me doing like 90. Why didn't you get him?
You know, the greatest feeling, though, is the lights go on behind you, and you're like, oh, I just got popped, and they just pass you to get somebody in front.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Because you're like, what are you pulling me? Are you kidding me? And then you're like, yeah, go get him. Get him.
Get his ass.
But no, I don't like that, because it's just like, how about you just make a rule starting now, anybody who violates this thing, then we'll go after you, as opposed to like just taking one person or one team or one organization and being like, here.
When was the last time you had a ticket?
It's been a while. I don't know.
Me too. It's been a long time since I've had a ticket.
6 or 7 years ago?
Yeah.
They stopped ticketing for like 4 years.
Well, they did, actually. You're right about that. Yeah.
They went an entire, did they?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you could do anything. Right now, you could do 100 down I-25. You're not getting pulled over.
Unless you're Shedeur Sanders.
Well, unless you're doing 101 in Cleveland. That's a different story. But I did get pulled over on the way to the ring.
Pulled over twice?
You know, one opinion on that, by the way. Speeding and traffic stuff, citations, some people have a heavy foot. There's a heavy foot, right? If you go 80. I think I've gone 100 maybe once in my life.
Me too.
Twice. Let alone twice. He's done it twice in a span of a month.
I'm not kidding. I went 100 miles an hour one time.
Scared the hell out of me.
It was in the first car that I had. Not to brag, ladies. A 2001 Plymouth Neon.
Yeah, you got that sucker up.
That doesn't even get to 100.
Triple digits?
I'll tell you what happened. I was just
downhill.
It was late at night. There wasn't a lot of people on the road. I was on a highway. I was like, you know what? Let's kick this thing up. I'm 16. Let's see how fast this thing can go. It got to 100. Here's my car. Like everything, it felt like the car was about to just drop off. Like I was going to start Fred Flintstoning my way.
Absolutely.
So I stopped immediately.
Last thing. A couple times on my motorcycle, I got up to 100 and, I don't know, before 470, when 470 first opened up north, okay, when it first went like by the airport and around to connect to 25, there was nobody on it. I mean, like 7 in the morning, not a soul. And I got my motorcycle, I was new at the time, and I think I got it like to 123, and I'm like, this is, I'm like, if I hit a squirrel, I'm dead. Like, what are you trying to prove?
Yeah.
To whom?
The dudes on motorcycles that do it, I'm like, it's one pothole and then you're done.
One more speeding story. Heading down toward Deadwood, right? Me and my buddy. He's on his Triumph, I'm on my Beamer, right? And he's a former motorcycle cop. So he just hauls butt and da-da-da. We're doing like 113 down, heading due east, like into the forest, this kind of thing, this downhill grade. And I'm wearing like a white t-shirt, got my helmet on, da-da-da. Like 113, 115, and boom, I'm like, oh my God. I got little blood spots all over me, blood spots.
Oh, he ripped the bird, didn't he?
And I thought somebody spit, like a car coming the other way, like spit on me or something like that. We get all the way down, we pull into the gas station. I go, man, look at me, I'm covered. He's going, yeah, I hit a bird. He hits the bird hits his windshield, goes over his bike and sprays me all over the place. I'm like, well, now I look like a Manson family member.
Ocean spray.
But do you consider going 100? Is that just having fun or is that dangerous?
It depends. If you're in Brett's Neon, it's dangerous.
Dangerous.
If you're on my old bike, I mean, that bike was a rocket. It was awesome. Then I don't know. I mean, it is dangerous. But if you're like in a those big Mercedes Benz, the long ones that haul butt, right? Those things, they'll stick to the road like crazy. There's no problem.
If you're just tuning in and don't know how to win this Traeger grill that we're going to give away, I'll explain in just a moment. Along with, we'll announce the winner of the 4 autographed jerseys from Jokic, Murray, AG, and MPJ at 9 o'clock. So stick around.
This is interim voice guy letting you know you are listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Welcome to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. The 12 handicap, the 8 handicap, and Moser.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. It's sports, it's comedy, and it's proof that the inmates are running the asylum.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. I agree with Moser. Dave Parker has a huge hose.
It's true. Rest in peace, Dave Parker. All right, so the way you can win the Traegers by doing exactly what you heard there. You give Nelly a rejoiner. You can do up to 4 different entries per show. So this is each show is doing the same contest, and then we will draw a winner at random on Wednesday of this
That's
brand
4
new
entries
Traeger grill.
total, by the way. That's 1 per show.
Oh, 1 per show.
Not
I'm
4
sorry.
per show. The point is you can get in 4 times once per show.
4 times, once per show. That's what you get.
Copy.
So, we will draw from a random, pull the name out of a hat for all these entries, and the winner gets a Traeger grill on Wednesday. Now, going back to kind of where we started, Moj, the big news from over the weekend, at least around here, was that Miles Wood and Charlie Coyle out. And you get a prospect and a couple of draft picks. And they use that 3rd-round pick on, what's his name again, Moj? Help me. The 3rd-round pick?
Yeah, dude.
Francesco Delecci.
Yeah, Francesco
Delecci?
I just gave you the pronunciation.
Okay, give
Do
us
it
again.
again.
Do the Italian. Say it again.
Delecci.
So there you go. That's what they use pick for. Now, again, we don't need to spend time breaking down 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks. We kind of know how this goes. But, Moj, the bottom line is they get $9 million in cap space now.
That is correct. I've learned over the years in the NHL draft, there was a time when, let's say the Avs would bring in all 7 picks to the room, and because you have first rounders and that sort of thing, and they have their jersey, and I'm talking to a 7th-round kid who looks like he's maybe 15 years old, maybe. A little guy like 5'9", 151, and I'm like, okay. And I'm just thinking to myself, maybe this kid will be a player. But then as time goes on, I've changed.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, kid, if I ever see you again in my life, it'll be probably a miracle.
Yep.
And that's I'm not being mean because you get drafted into the National Hockey League. That's pretty cool. The vast majority of these guys you will never, ever see. Ever. And that's,
just the truth.
They got the rookie thing coming up here next month, and that's going to be really cool. But you know what I mean? You just never, they don't pan out because it's so hard to pan out.
Well, give me an
in any
example.
sport.
Give me an example of a few that you thought you'd never see, but you saw.
Well, no, when they drafted Tyson Berry, I thought he would make it. Let me go through, Vic. Go ahead, Phil, Brett. I'll go give you a couple examples.
Well, I'm trying to find, this is an article from, when was this? 2022.
Okay.
The top 25 late round NHL draft steals over the last 25 years.
Okay. Well, there's some, when you get into the Zetterbergs and Datsuks and guys like that,
Yep,
those guys
are
were
the top. Lundqvist.
Well, yeah, but and people would give the Red Wings so much credit. Oh my God, you found a Hall of Famer in the 6th round? I can't believe it. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey man, if you knew that player was going to develop the way that player developed, then
I think you
would
get
have
credit
taken him in the 1st round, man.
You get credit for finding something. You get the Nuggets get credit for finding Joker, even though they didn't think Joker was going to be Joker. Like, you took the shot at it. Jamie Benn was 129th overall.
Okay.
Trying to find guys still in the league. Hellebuck was 130th.
Yep.
Kaprizov 135th.
Yep. But he
Palat was 208th.
Kaprizov stayed in Russia. He had to stay in Russia for some time. So guys who are under contract over there in the K, you don't necessarily. They'll go later because you don't know if they'll ever be good enough to come to the National Hockey League or if they can get out of their deal anytime soon. It's all very
25th on this list. The last spot is Darcy. Darcy was 161st.
There you go.
The point is, to what you're saying, Moj, it's Look, the MLB draft used to be 40 rounds. I think it's 20 now. You find somebody in the 20th round that turns out to be a player, then good for you. I mean, it happens, but it's just very, very rare.
Hey, look up where Carl Mecklenburg was drafted by the Broncos.
I think he, at the time, Vic, was like a 10th or 11th round pick, wasn't he?
I can't remember. That's why I was asking you to look it up.
12th round, 310th overall.
There you go. Total
12th
stud.
round.
Vic, I'm looking through some of these names
They
here.
used to have 12 rounds?
Hey,
Oh,
I
yeah.
got one for you. You want to hear the most ridiculous draft pick? I mean, there's undrafteds, obviously, but I'm talking about these drafts that go on. Look at Mike Piazza's draft selection.
Yeah,
Hall of
he was drafted.
Wasn't
I
he
think,
drafted as a
Tommy
favor?
Lasorda.
He was
Yes.
drafted as a favor.
Yeah, Tommy Lasorda and his dad were buds.
But
like
if
his
you go back,
godson.
and you see that video of Ted Williams when Piazza's just a high schooler and Ted Williams is watching him hit the ball in the cage. Have you ever seen that?
No.
That's a pretty damn cool video.
Give me a guess at the overall draft pick of Mike Piazza.
It was something ridiculous, like 49th round.
Something
Like,
like that.
overall pick, though. Like, what number do you think that is?
623?
I'll say 1,000.
He was the 1,390th player
Jesus.
chosen in the draft. It was the 62nd round of the draft. 62nd.
What didn't they see?
I don't know. If you Google Ted Williams, Mike Piazza, you'll see the video where Williams is going, man, this kid's got a good swing. It's like, how old are you? He's like 15. He's like, man, I wish I hit the ball. I wish I hit the ball like you when I was It was pretty cool. Vic, I'm going through these Avalanche draft picks. Okay?
Hold on 1 second, Moshe. One
All
last
right.
thing real quick. These scouts were frauds. You don't have 1,500 players that you scouted that you know in-depth knowledge of, okay? You're just throwing darts at a board
you're
in the
doing
62nd
favors.
round, okay?
That was a favor.
You're taking a dart, you're saying, this guy.
You know who was a scout for the Seattle Mariners?
That's why I wasn't drafted, by the way. I wasn't drafted because they cut down the rounds.
Right, that's what it is.
That's what it was.
Right.
I could have been that dart.
You could have gone the rest of your life saying that was an MLB draft pick.
I could, for the rest of my life, I could have done it.
So this guy became a scout for the Seattle Mariners. Vic, does the name David Lander ring a bell?
Little House on the Prairie?
No. That's Michael Landon.
Oh.
David Lander played Squiggy on Laverne and Shirley. He was Squiggy. Remember Squiggy?
Yes.
David Lander became a scout for the Mariners.
You've got to
Now,
be kidding me.
No. Now, could he, could he scout baseball? I guess he could. Anyway, so Vic, I'm going through some of these picks for the Avs. And there are guys that I thought would hit that missed, but not a whole lot of guys that were later that I thought, yeah, this guy's going to be a player. Not really. Not at all. Just a bunch of dudes that I never saw again. A bunch of guys that I never, ever saw around.
Here are some celebrities that had sports backgrounds. You ready? There's the obvious ones like Terry Crews, who used to play in the league, right? Ed O'Neill.
Hold on, let's guess it. Ed O'Neill,
That's Al
married
Bundy.
with children.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was he a football player?
Yeah.
He tried out for the Steelers, was later drafted by the Eagles, but he was cut.
Okay.
Keanu Reeves.
Was
He's
a goalie.
tall.
He's a goalie.
He was a talented hockey goalie in his youth. He earned the nickname The Wall.
Keanu Reeves, Vic, was the goalie in Youngblood.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Tom Selleck?
He was a baseball player.
I'll say third baseman.
Basketball scholarship to USC.
Really? He can swing the bat too, though.
Jon Stewart. How about this?
Wait.
Oh, come on. Jon Stewart, the comedian?
The comedian geek?
Hockey.
He played soccer at William and Mary, scoring a goal in the NCAA tournament. How's that?
Keep going.
He played soccer at William and Mary.
Did you play any sports in college?
I did
Moshe?
not. No,
Oh,
I did
okay.
not. But if I
How about
tried,
that?
I bet I could play soccer at William and Mary.
I bet you couldn't. You nor I would have the cardio to play soccer, and you know that.
I used to have cardio.
I played soccer. I was a goalie. I didn't have to move. Liked it. Who else? Jim Caviezel?
He played Jesus Christ, so he could do anything.
Yes, he did.
Jim Caviezel, I read this before. I think he was a great football player.
Basketball at Washington.
Oh.
Really?
So just a short list of some celebrities with some,
No, it's a couple more. Come on, just a couple more.
I don't
please.
have all that.
Who's
many
the
more.
guy that was a really multi-talented? He was an actor in not Bill Paxton. Oh God, who was this guy? He was in the 80s. He was in all these shows in the 80s. Mose, you should know this. That's your generation. That's your era.
Hey, there's some dude who was in all these shows in the 80s. Brett, who was that?
Oh, who am I missing? Just Google some dude in the 80s who's in a bunch of movies and he was an athlete.
Hang on. Some dude in the 80s who was in
a bunch of shows,
of movies
and he was
shows,
and he was a great college athlete.
Athlete in college. All right, hang on. Let's
see what it comes.
AI do their work here. Taking a long time to generate. Long time. Based on your description, you might be thinking of Carl Weathers.
No, not the great Carl
Other
Weathers.
possibilities include...
He's a white guy.
Fred Dryer?
No,
he
Fred
played
Dryer.
for the Rams.
Merlin Olsen? Tom
No.
Selleck?
Pete, these are all...
No. This guy played he played roles. I could see his face, and I just can't. He played the role of like, he was always an investigator.
No, he said, and also white on here.
Put a white guy. Mark Harmon. There it is. I got it. Thank you off of Twitch.
Wait, hold on. Mark Harmon? He was a quarterback at UCLA.
Yes.
His old man was a pro football player.
Yes.
Tom.
Mark Harmon was in all kinds of 80s shows, dude.
Yeah, I know he was, dude. In fact,
why didn't you know that? You're a child of the 80s.
You ever see Summer School? Where he's the summer school teacher?
Yes. Dude, do you ever see what was that one? He played in that series that ran on ABC forever, and
I think he's still doing it.
He's still doing NCIS.
Yeah, one of these NCISs or Navy things.
That
or something.
guy was an athlete.
Yeah, he was a star quarterback at UCLA, bro.
Hold on.
What?
Star quarterback. It's trash. I'm looking up his stats right now. 70 attempts, 30 completions,
There you
6
go.
touchdowns, 7 picks.
Yeah, it's a star.
Garbage.
Well,
Total
hey,
star.
Brett, at least he got drafted.
He didn't
Recruited.
get drafted.
He got recruited.
I got recruited. I played college sports.
Who the hell would recruit you?
A whole bunch of junior colleges. That's who did it. What you know about that JUCO life, Vic?
I bet he could
Believe it or not, I got it. I'm not even going to say it.
You know what?
You guys are gonna make
He
fun
would
of
have been a star if he played soccer at William and Mary. Dork. Flipping dork.
What were you going to say?
I got offered a partial scholarship to play college basketball.
Where?
At a small school in Kansas.
What's it called? I know small schools in Kansas.
Starts with a B. It's a very small.
You don't remember the name?
Nope. Not right now. Starts
Butler?
with a B.
Butler?
Benedictine.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's the name of the college.
I think that's the name of the college.
I don't think that's a Christian name of the college.
Starts with a B, ends with an H.
Just calling something that university would be like a funny school.
I did play full contact college football at the University of Notre Dame.
I know
God.
you did. Dude.
Yeah.
You were in the.
So does everybody else
intramurals, I
before
know.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But I did.
Understood, Rudy. Great.
Did you?
No, I did not.
That's what I thought.
Don't worry,
Brett,
talk-
did you?
Didn't know.
That's what I thought.
Didn't know
Nelly,
we were
did
talking
you?
to Mark Harmon over
That's
here.
what
My bad.
I thought.
All right.
Also voted 1991 most explosive player in the league.
From the back end.
Have the article to prove it, which you read. Now what?
Absolutely explodes from the back end.
Now what are you going to do?
Hey, I got one for you, Vic. As we get
now what are you going to do?
I'm going to
what?
I'm going to process that information. As you've talked about this, your athletic prime, Vic, was accomplished in like a intramural sport.
I've told you time ago.
Yeah, most explosive newcomer. We saw it. We've seen the article, Vic.
I've told you already. My athletic prime didn't hit till I was 46 years old.
Did you?
What did you accomplish with that athletic prime?
I won the DAC Rec League 3 years running.
No, what you said to me the first time was, and ask that to me. I'll play the role of you. And say, what have you accomplished?
What did you accomplish in your athletic prime?
Just lots. That's what you told me.
Hey, Vic, did you frame that article? Do you still have the article?
No, I don't. Frame it.
Well, you sent it to us.
Something my buddy
said to you, God, you were really good.
Yeah.
That's what
I
he
said.
said.
I know. And my response was, I know I was.
Your buddy said, hey, Vic, I just called to tell you you're really good. I know I haven't talked to you in about 12 years, but you were really good.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Hang on. I got a very important question, Moj. At your university that you've started in a small town in Kansas called B University.
Yeah.
What's the mascot?
What'd he say? What'd he say? What'd he say? Hey, Brett, you played college. Brett,
It's such a great line. You really can't say that on the
Brett, if I were you, I'd
It's the
be.
truth, though. It's the truth. I'll get the costume made up and everything. It'll be easy.
It has to do with it has to do with a former member of Moser's life. That's all you got to know.
Oh, okay. Brett, though, it's embarrassing for you having played college baseball, and they draft every known baseball player in the world.
No, they used to. Not when I played.
It must be embarrassing that you were not drafted. That's got to be humbling.
I did. I was. You know what? What is humbling? I don't think you understand. There's a lot of people that play baseball in college. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, but everybody gets drafted. Everybody. Every single person who carries a bat with them after the age of 20 gets drafted. It's got to be.
I talked to a Rays scout once. I mean, how many scouts did you talk to?
Moser's wiping tears from his eyes.
It's one of my better lines. It's unusable, but it's one of my best, I think.
Text it to me, please. Text it to me.
Okay.
All right. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Low testosterone. Not a great thing, but you can do something about it if you have been diagnosed with low T. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Listen, it's not just about that. It's about everything. Sleeping better, better workouts, wake up feeling refreshed. All of these things happen to guys in their early to mid-30s. You start to lose 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year, and before you know it, you just don't feel like you used to, including bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, all that stuff, brain fog. So do yourself a favor today. Give them a call at 720-440-7900 or go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz and see if perhaps you're suffering from that. Schedule an appointment. It's only $99. They're going to draw your blood with a Colorado licensed medical provider, results within 30 minutes, and they're going to tell you exactly what's going on with you. And by the way, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they deal with the whole dude thing. I mean, get your dude engine tuned up for this summertime. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, I have a new game. We can play. You know, every day I'm looking at this sheet, this rundown that Nelly gives me, and it always tells me, like, the games that are on either tonight or tomorrow, and it's always nothing at this time of the year. So you know we're hitting the thick of the offseason. Now, we're going to get buoyed here in probably 24 hours by some NBA and NHL free agency news. But I have a new game that I'd like to play, and we all can participate. Just once a day, we find the most useless headline of the sports offseason. Because I have one. And this has nothing to do with our good friends at DNVR, but one of them is quoted in this. And here's what it is. One of those aggregate Twitter accounts, football accounts, like it's called JPA Football, okay? So it just takes like news that they find from around the league. They got alerts for Schefters and guys like that, and they just compile that into their own little news
So they have
system.
some sort of program that searches for
they
these
don't
stories.
ever have never news of their own.
Right,
it's
right,
just
right.
quoting
Okay.
other people,
Okay,
right?
right.
So they're quoting Zach Stevens with our good friends at DNVR. Here's his headline. And it's in the bold capital letters. Trending, right? Because it always is trending. It's kind of like when you watch a news channel and every second of the day you see breaking news. I'm like, how much breaking news is really going on right now? Trending. Broncos superstar cornerback Pat Surtain says his goal for 2025 is to win a Super Bowl. Breaking news. Breaking news. I don't know if you guys knew this. Pat Surtain this year wants to win the Super Bowl. Thoughts?
Well, yeah.
What's that from?
One of these football aggregating Twitter accounts.
That's not news, bro. That's not. And no.
What do you mean? It's trending.
It's trending, Moj. Moj, it's trending.
It's trending. I mean, don't you always want to win a Super Bowl? I mean, I don't.
Well, I think this is the first time that Pat Surtain has ever made that claim.
Breaking news. Joe Burrow says his goal this year is to win a Super Bowl.
You know what would be
all right?
You know what would be like actually trending? If Surtain goes, yeah,
no big deal.
I just want to win like 8 games this year. If he said that would be like trending breaking news. It'd be like, that's the goal?
Well, you better get used to, not get used to. Enjoy no football, real football, meaty stuff right now while you can. Because in about a month, dude, we are about to get crazy around here. Crazy. Not even that, less than a month. We're getting crazy.
Gonna get close.
Yeah, it's not what it used to be, though. Training camp is not what it used to be. Your version of crazy and what used to be crazy do not go hand in hand anymore. It used to be crazy. Now it's going to be a limited crowd there, limited practices. Not the same.
No, but I think we're going to have a lot to discuss
Understood.
on this program.
Understood. But you have to admit, and I'm not just trying to downplay this. I'm not trying to be, it's not a hot take. It's just the truth. All football training camps are not what they used to be because of the advent of OTAs, mini camps. It's essentially just it's the same thing.
Well, training camp, it used to be you got a peek behind the curtain for the first time, but now that's news all day, every day, and they show everything going all the way back to mini camps.
It's just not the same thing. Access isn't the same. You can't just talk to anybody you want. It's all managed. It's like corporate. It's corporate camp is what it is.
Speaking of news, not news, but just free agency, it's going to open up here soon in the NBA. So the T-Wolves gave Naz Reid a giant extension. That probably means that Nickeil Alexander-Walker is going to be out. And
I don't think the Nuggets can afford him, boys.
That's what I was going to ask you. What's his price tag going to be?
Yeah,
is it out
it's
of
going
what the
up.
Nuggets?
I don't think the Nuggets have the money to go get a Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He'll make more than the $5.5 million taxpayer MLE. And I don't know where that number.
Have him.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where that number ends up. I don't think the Nuggets will be able to afford him.
Well, I look around the kind of money that's being thrown around in the NBA, and I shouldn't be shocked just because there aren't that many.
Perfect.
Pardon?
He'd be perfect.
No, he would be perfect.
Shooter who plays great defense.
But you can't afford him. the kind of money that's being thrown around now, guys, it's like, golly, we got, hey, man, $14 million available. Well, not rich enough for that guy. I mean,
but you know the money he would fit into? Zeke's money.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the money he would fit into. That's the if you're looking to navigate a price tag for NAW, that's the kind of money he's going to walk into.
Vic, no offense, but if I tasked you, Vic Lombardi, you're working in the front office now, okay? You're underneath Jonathan and Ben. And I say, find a partner to unload Zeke. Could you do it?
Yeah, but you're going to have to give up some candy along with him. Sure.
Yeah, I know. The question is how much candy, though. We talking about like the one that's in the old late, the butterscotch in Grandma's bowl, or are we talking about like full-on king-size Snicker bar?
Here's the thing. There are teams that make trades all the time that you shake your head and say, what are they doing? There are teams that do things like this all the time. There are ways around it. Again, DeAndre Ayton today, when I saw what Portland did on draft night when they drafted that Chinese center, Hansen Yang, 16th overall, remember that? I said, what are you doing, Portland? You have like 18 centers. What are you doing? Well, they're buying out DeAndre Ayton.
Hansen Yang sounds more and more like Jokic every time. Like he's been compared like game-wise. His game looks a little bit like Joker's. Do you see what he said at his press conference?
No, what did he say?
He said, what do you do in your free time? He goes, I sleep, I play PS5, and I eat.
A well-rounded boy.
There you go.
Hey, I got another name for you.
Oh, Brett, and by the way, his translator was sitting there next to him, but he said that quote in English.
Yeah.
So he learned the words that matter.
Yep. Sleep.
Love it.
Play PS5. I eat. Here's a name for you, Vic. And here's the news. This is from Andy Blarson, who is a jazz beat writer. Jordan Clarkson is receiving, quote, next to no interest on the trade market. Jordan Clarkson is somebody that I thought, if you want somebody to come off the bench and give you some buckets, like he's a bucket. He can do it.
How you get him, though?
I mean, if they're looking to get rid of him.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they're willing to buy him out. If they buy him out, then that's a possibility. But how do you acquire him if not for a buyout?
Why would he not have interest? I don't know what his contract is,
defense.
But yeah,
plays zero defense. He's just all offense.
You gentlemen, I think it was yesterday, I sent a text to the group, Nelly, and it didn't get any traction or play whatsoever.
Should give you a sign that your texts are usually useless. Now, I sent a text that was quite impressive recently. You guys send texts that are useless.
What I said was, I sent the story that the Charlotte Hornets are trading a guy back to the Western Conference.
I wish those guys happy summer.
Yeah, big deal. Nobody cares that Yusuf Nurkic is coming back to Utah.
I do, because I hate his guts.
Okay, fine, but nobody cares about that move. But what it does tell me, okay, I'm gonna give you credit because you don't see past that initial move. Now they have several big men. I wonder if Utah is planning on moving Kessler, their young center.
Yeah. I've always liked Kessler.
And the rumors are the Lakers are vastly interested.
In Walker Kessler?
Yes. Yes.
He's not really dynamic. He's a big dude. He's a 7-footer.
I'm just telling you where the whispers lie that the Lakers are interested. And to move Walker Kessler, I'm just wondering what the Lakers would have to give up and why Utah would be willing to do that.
Well, the Lakers, they're probably
play is.
interested in any big man they can get their hands on. They need one desperately.
Well, DeAndre Ayton's available now. He's out there. He's about to get bought out. Like DeAndre Ayton's free to sign wherever he pleases. He will be an unrestricted free agent after today. Closing date today.
Yeah. I mean, here's the deal. There's going to be a couple of...
I'm hearing so many things about the Nuggets, by the way. I'm hearing everything from possibilities of Brook Lopez.
Brook Lopez?
Yeah. On a veteran minimum. Possibilities of him on an MLE. Possibilities of him on several other things. Yes. Brook Lopez.
I would take
I'm
that.
hearing the who's the backup?
Why does Milwaukee not want to keep him? What would be the motivation to let him go?
Isn't he a free agent?
That's what I'm saying. Why wouldn't they try to? Here, let me look him up.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he, Brook Lopez contract? Why wouldn't they want to? He doesn't stink. I mean, he would be a fine.
Saying why wouldn't they want to bring him back?
Yeah.
What you're saying?
The other name to keep a handle on, because Boston keeps moving parts, is Luke Cornett. It's another name.
Brook Lopez went from making $25 million a year to what?
I think Brook would be a great backup big. When's the last time the Nuggets had a backup big? All right, I'm going to tell you. A backup big that you can say, all right, everything's good.
Mason Plumlee?
I know people don't want to hear it. Boogie was good.
Yeah.
Boogie had other issues, but Boogie was good.
He had other
here.
issues. You're right. Yeah, but Boogie was good for 19 games. He didn't get the full experience of Boogie Cousins.
I mean, it's probably, games. Mace was probably the last one. It was a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Yeah, we talk a lot about that depth and that importance on depth. I mean, you can go a long way improving your depth if you got a backup big that can play those minutes, those non-joker minutes that are so important, so vital.
It's amazing how difficult. I really don't think finding a backup big who is just good for 10 minutes should be this hard. Am I wrong here?
Well, they haven't found one.
But should it be that hard? A guy who's 6'10" or taller that gets rebounds, protects the rim a little bit, and can dunk for you. I mean, that doesn't seem like. I'm not asking for the world here. I just, you aren't asking a backup big to come in and be a version of Joker off the bench. You know that's not going to happen. So can somebody
I ain't asking for the world here.
Can somebody just go out and play decent big man basketball for 10 minutes?
Yeah. I think the Nuggets have to reevaluate, and they could now, and new coaching staff, new approach, reevaluate how their second unit plays basketball. Because I think the mistake that's been made is Joker goes off he's out of the game, and you sort of play the same game. Maybe that second unit is just a frenetic defensive unit that just plays a completely different brand. I don't know. I mean, I don't have the answers.
Who are all the bigs that they've gone through since Mason?
Well, even before Mason, I mean, you can go through Isaiah Hartenstein, spent time here. JaVale McGee spent time here. And JaVale was in and out. Mason Plumlee. Boogie Cousins.
They drafted that Kamagate guy that never panned
materialized.
Hey, I'm reading here now as I just
DJ?
was sort of thinking about guys. Apparently the Lakers are in on Clint Capella.
Well, his better days are behind him. He's still a lob threat, and that's about it. He can't shoot.
Well, he's only 30. He's only, what, 30 years? How old is
Yeah,
he?
but he's just a lob threat. He's not, I mean.
Well, I'm saying if Brett wants a guy to come in for 10 minutes.
Yeah, Capella's it'd be perfect what I'm looking for.
No, Capella, for the Lakers, Capella would be great because they have enough shooters. I mean, they have plenty of Austin Reeves and Luka and LeBron will shoot. They don't need him to shoot. Just go follow the rim and get rebounds.
But obviously, Vic, they're setting their team up for the future and not the right now.
Yeah.
Duh. I mean, listen to LeBron's agent and best friend.
See, whatever you do for the Nuggets is a backup big. I think they have to have the ability to shoot a little bit, which is why you've heard Al Horford's name thrown in there.
Why?
I think so. I think you have to be able to shoot just a little bit.
Why?
Who are your depth shooters? That's why. Well, who are your depth shooters? Who comes off the bench to shoot? Who?
Finding somebody to shoot.
I'm going to ask you a question.
But you're saying, okay, let's go find a big man who can shoot?
No, not who can shoot. Who has the ability to shoot. Not who can shoot, not who wants to shoot. Who has the ability to make a shot.
Now you're looking for hen's teeth, really. You really are looking for hen's teeth, bro. To play 10 minutes a game, 15 minutes a game. I mean, whatever.
Okay. Then how about
if you
this,
want to twin tower it for 5 minutes, fine. But I don't get what you're getting at here.
The T-Wolves just declined the option on Luka Garza.
Yeah, he's not playing.
Well, what are you looking for?
Yeah, what?
You know what? Go find it.
What are you looking for?
Let's get Embiid to back up Joker, and then he can
for
fill
God's
that
sake,
role.
Vic, what are you looking for? Realistically.
I would like a Luke Cornett. I would like a Brook Lopez. I just told you. My first example was Brook Lopez.
That's fine. Yeah.
He's free. He's free. He's almost 40 years old.
He can shoot. He can defend the rim. He's a smart player. He's not mobile.
I love
don't need mobile.
Or Brook. I love Lopez.
Okay, so I gave you that name at the start of this segment, and you guys are asking me, who do you want? I gave you the name. And you asked me, you gave me no names. I gave you the name.
Well, what if they don't get him because he's good and he goes back to Milwaukee? Then what? Everybody's saying Deron Holmes. Okay, fine.
Deron Holmes, I don't think is a center, guys. I think Deron Holmes is a 4.
And what? If that's the case, then why? Then why?
You know, for a second there, I was hoping that the Nuggets had a play at Jalen Williams, the guy that the other Jalen Williams for Oklahoma City,
the off the bench Jalen Williams.
Yeah, but they re-signed him real quick.
He
would have been a good backup.
I'm very confused. Yeah, I know we got to get to a break, but it just reminds me. Zeke plays 5 minutes, and then it's like he's not a 5. So what is he?
He's a 4.
No, he's not anything, actually, because he doesn't play. He's nothing. He's a 6. That means the bench. That's what he is. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Back after this. Breaking news in the NFL. The Miami Dolphins have agreed to trade three-time All-Pro Jalen Ramsey to the Pittsburgh Steelers. As part of the trade, Ramsey will get a $1.5 million raise this season, bringing his total compensation up to $26.6. So the Steelers, it felt as if they're on the downswing of their run here. Well, they are doing everything in their means and in their power to keep this Mike Tomlin playoff above 500 streak going.
Do you think they're going to drop? They don't lose under Tomlin. They don't have losing seasons. They're going to be in the mix. I don't know what Aaron Rodgers has left in, quote, his final year, whatever this is, but Mike Tomlin coached teams don't lay down. They play hard. They're going to be there again. So if you're thinking about a playoff spot, again, when I run down the playoff spots in the AFC, who's coming out? I don't know. But it probably ain't Pittsburgh.
I don't because I just kind of figured that maybe Pittsburgh is, but now they keep doing stuff like this, and maybe they aren't. Maybe they're going to be another team that's going to make it.
They won the same amount of games as the Broncos did last year, 10. Did they get better?
I think so, yeah. Quarterback's better.
Well, even 80% Aaron Rodgers, isn't he better than what they had in Justin Fields and Mason Rudolph and Russ and everything else, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, not to mention.
What do they get in return for that?
I didn't see. I read that from Schefter.
Yeah, it doesn't say what the return is. Sounds like they're just lifting him off the hands. It's part of the trade. Here we go. Part of the trade, Ramsey will get a $1.5 million raise.
Thank you.
Doesn't say what's Miami getting here.
I don't know.
Doesn't say.
I'm sure it'll come out soon.
Picks.
Listen to this, though. So Pittsburgh, who looked like they were on their last legs last year, have added in this offseason Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay. Those are their two starting corners now. Now, older guys, but really good. Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf, if you remember. Added him, too.
Yeah, and their secondary, one safety is Deshaun Elliott, the other safety is Mika Fitzpatrick.
Both of those guys are pretty good.
Ramsey gets around. These guys who get around, like they sort of go somewhere and do they wear out their welcome?
I think he's kind of like Jimmy Butler. He's good and you love him, and then it's like he becomes exhausting after a while, and you're like, okay, enough.
Yeah, but if you're Mike, I'd like to find out, to be honest. I'd like to find out what transpired with him with the Rams. Because he was a stud for them. I truly don't know.
It was really crazy. Super Bowl there, correct?
Yeah.
So they got what they wanted.
Even fresh off a contract, and this still blows me away. So he got a $1.5 million raise, correct?
Yes.
So he's at 20. What did I read? 26.6, I think is what it was. You look at who's making the most money this year. You guys know that Pat Surtain, fresh off a brand new contract and widely regarded as the best secondary player in the league, maybe best defensive player, is the fourth highest paid cornerback in the NFL?
Crazy. That's why it was a brilliant deal when the Broncos did it. Do it early, and you avoid this ridiculous climb, because it's eventually you're going to have to pay these guys, right? Eventually. So rework these deals when you feel like the timing is right. You don't have to overpay.
Yeah.
You get him in his prime, and you're paying him less than some of these other dudes.
When you know that you're keeping somebody long-term, you get the deal done as soon as you can.
Get it done. Exactly. Get it done so that you're not overpaying, so that you're not stuck.
Is there any chance you guys can get the other two corners outside of Jalen Ramsey that make more money than Pat Surtain?
One of them has to be
the kid. Is it the kid in Houston? What's his name? I know he's up there someplace. Where's he?
Derek Stingley.
That's him.
Very nice. Derek Stingley, by the way, makes $30 million a year.
Jeez Louise.
3-year, $90 million.
And let's see. Lattimore's not up there.
How
Who
much
is
does
it?
Slay make? Nah, he's at the end of his career. He's not.
Yeah.
I believe this was the same draft as Surtain that this guy was taken. I believe.
Carolina DB?
Yes.
Oh,
What's his
is
name?
it Horn?
J.C. Horn.
Yeah,
That's right. He
good
makes
job,
more money.
Vic.
How does he make more than Surtain? How's
I
that
don't
possible?
know.
Because he signed his contract after Surtain.
What does he make?
I think he's 25.
Okay, well, and what's Ramsey making?
J.C. Horn is 25. Ramsey is 24.1.
So now he's
because he wanted to make like a cent over Surtain when he signed his contract.
So now he's getting a raise with Pittsburgh, so he's going to go over Horn.
Yes, he'll get to 26.
When you say he, be careful when you say he. These are agents trying to get that number because it's sort of their trophy chest.
Yeah. I mean, he's
making it. The dude. Man,
Fourth highest paid, though, is crazy. Like, he just signed the deal. And he's already fourth.
I don't know about Pittsburgh looks pretty good, guys.
They really do. Like, on paper, they look good.
I'm starting to kind of get a little bit
Well, I mean, this is the Steelers saying, "Hey, we ain't done yet."
No, they ain't done. I mean, look, they got Patrick Queen, they've got Alex Highsmith, they've got T.J. Watt, they've got Cam Hayward. They've got some dudes on that team, dude.
Well, they got their secondary alone, if you remember.
Their secondary looks awesome.
With Slay and Ramsey, but they also got Joey Porter's kid.
That's correct. They do. They have Joey Porter Jr. Vic, I don't know where you're looking in terms of who's coming out. But I'll tell you right now, I don't think it's going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Can I say this, though? I am always very hesitant to crown a winner of the offseason as a team that improves. See this a lot. Teams spend money in the offseason, and you just assume that everything is going to break their way. I think it's a lot tougher than people realize just to put a ragtag team together from free agency or trades.
This is easy to see. I got 3 teams battling for 2 playoff spots, and one of them is the Denver Broncos. The Broncos, Chargers, and Bengals are going to battle for a wild card. That's it.
Miami?
I guess they could. The Colts are not. The Jets are not. Jacksonville is not. Patriots stink. But Kansas City's in. Buffalo's in. Baltimore's in. Houston's in by default because they win their division.
Oh.
What?
This is a player-for-player trade.
What?
Oh, Minka Fitzpatrick?
Miami got Minka.
Oh, they did?
All right, this changes things.
It does.
This changes things a little bit. That's a hell of a player.
How often do you see a straight-up dude-for-dude trade in the NFL?
Wow.
Rarely ever.
Wow.
So there goes. So Minka Fitzpatrick is going to Miami.
Whoa,
baby.
Whoa. I mean,
So
the
hang on a
last time I
second.
saw something.
Didn't Minka start his career in Miami?
I don't know, but that's a hell of a player. Minka Fitzpatrick can play the game.
Yes, he can. Yeah, he got drafted by Miami. He got traded to Pittsburgh. He's traded back to Miami.
He was a first rounder for Miami, right? Yeah.
This reminds me a little bit of the. You're right. It's very rare when you get player for player. We all remember the Clinton Portis for Champ Bailey trade.
Yeah.
This is striking. This is stunning.
Just to go dude for dude in the NFL without any picks attached or anything, because that's what it seems like
rare.
happened here.
That rarely
That's
ever
crazy.
happens, yeah.
What? So Pittsburgh gets. I don't know how old Ramsey is. Is he 30?
He's got to be like right there, probably right around 30.
But cornerbacks age way quicker than safeties do, and Minka's 2 years younger. God, did they just think that they needed? I mean, yeah. I guess the answer is they needed a corner more than they needed safety in their mind. Now that is one thing to keep an eye out for. Do you know how old Darius Slay is? Take a guess.
34?
He's 34. Darius Slay's 34 years old. And he's still playing well.
Yeah.
That's an old secondary, though.
Hey, how come this Ari Mirov guy has blocked me on Twitter? Anyone?
How would I know that?
Did I say who is this guy?
Yeah, let me see.
Can you follow him? What did I do to him?
Oh, yeah, I follow him. Totally fine. Hang on. My sports
Send him a
update.
message. Say, what's going on here? Just say that. What's going on here?
I want to see if you said something to him.
How do you find that?
Just, Vic, let me do what I need to do.
Yeah, find out if I ever said anything. Like, I said something to that other guy over the weekend. Who's the guy, Dov Kleiman?
Yeah.
I'm so tired of that guy's ridiculous headlines. I'm so tired. He did a headline, heartbreaking, Kansas City Chiefs. And I was like, what's with your headlines, dude? What are you doing?
So then what did he say to you?
Nothing. I'm waiting for him to block me. He didn't block me. But this Dov Kleiman or this Ari Miriov did.
You're probably a jerk to him.
Maybe. But I want to know legit what I said.
Well, I see a whole bunch of tweets from him where he's quoting you.
Really?
Like
Quoting
he's
me for what?
giving you credit for things. It was like one was a schedule release. Another
I
was
see this.
something else.
It was May 12th, 2022. NFL schedule leak. Russell Wilson will return to Seattle as a member of the Broncos in Week 1 on Monday Night Football per @Vic Lombardi.
Yeah.
So why did he block me then?
Turn of events. Randy Gregory has changed his mind, is now signing with the Broncos. Vic Lombardi first on the news. See, he gave you credit. I don't know.
So why did he block me?
3 years later and he hates your guts. We all do.
That's fine. I understand why you do, but why does he? Send him a message. Nelly, send him a message. Say, what's your deal with Vic?
Yeah, Nelly, do it.
I'm dead serious.
I'll do it
I'm
right
dead
now.
serious.
I love how Vic is like,
I'm dead serious.
I'll do it.
Vic cannot imagine a world in which somebody
blocks him.
Yeah.
No, I have no problem being blocked. I just want to know what it was. Well, I want to take credit for something I said or did. I just want to know what it is.
Maybe he just thought you were a jackass. Possible.
I want to know.
All right, so both Moj and Nelly are on the scene.
Nelly, are you doing it or do you want me to?
I don't have the little blue check mark, so I don't know if I can actually DM him.
Let's give you guys a break. How about you guys construct this during the break? We'll get back to it next.
Well, and also, what are we doing next that's even more important,
yeah,
Brett?
we're giving away, if you were one of these people that entered all those keywords that we had last week, well, you have a chance to hear your name announced. Jokic, Murray, AG, and Porter, all of those signed jerseys to one person that we'll announce next. After 5 days, 12 keywords a day, 38,831 total entries, almost 4,500 different phone numbers.
No, don't start counting.
Of that near 4,500, 9, you guys believe this? Listen to this. 9 of them entered all 60 keywords.
Jesus.
And we're going to have something special to come for those 9 people. That's at a later date. But our winner had 52 of the 60 and is now the proud owner of the Jokic autographed jersey, the Jamal autographed jersey, the Porter autographed jersey, and the Aaron Gordon autographed jersey. And our winner is...
Wait, how many total entries do we have?
Did he or...
We.
60. He had 52 of the 60.
Copy.
And the winner is... Eli Farkas. Eli, way to go, Eli. He's on the phone with us right now, actually. Nelly, get him on. Eli, what's up? Congratulations.
Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
When I think of Eli, I think of Righteous Gemstones.
Yep. Yeah.
Wait. Farkas. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Farkas?
Yep.
Spell it, Farkas.
Farkas.
Okay, so not U.S., like Scott Farkas from Christmas Story. Not that kid.
Nope.
Okay.
Not that.
So, Eli, where's the jerseys going? What are you going to do with them?
Well, so we got a house about a year ago, and I was presented with the little man cave area. That's about all I get in the house, so going in the man cave.
Absolutely. It's the right call. Absolutely the right call. Well, Eli, I don't know how long you were listening to get 52 of the 60 keywords. Were we just background noise for you at work? What were you doing?
I have you guys in my ear all day at work. So I had that, and then some of the few that I missed was because of the Colorado Clays shooting shotguns, and there's zero service there. So
wow, all right.
I appreciate you being such a loyal listener. That's awesome. Thank you for that.
I like sporting clays too, Farkas.
Eli,
it is.
Congratulations. Enjoy those jerseys. Put them up in the man cave. I've always wanted to say this, though, and it's a big prize, so hey, just humor me for a second. Tell us what station made you a winner.
92.5.
He doesn't even know. He doesn't know. It's all right.
Eli, congratulations, buddy. We'll get in touch with you.
Later, Farkas.
All right,
See you,
thanks.
Farkas.
All right. I don't like the way that you guys are saying that last name, by the way.
What's his name? Thanks a ton
it's
for
my
listening,
fault.
Farkas.
His name is Farkas?
I don't like the way that you say it, though.
What?
How am I saying it? Farkas.
Like your name's Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What up,
thanks,
Farkas?
Mark.
Imagine if my name was Mark Farkas. How bad would that suck? God.
Mark Fark.
I'm Mark Farkas. That's just a dork. You know what? I'd kick my own butt. If my name was Mark Farkas.
Mark Farkas is a bad name. Eli works. Mark Farkas is no. You stay away from that man.
You realize that when Martha gets married to Greg, her name is going to be Martha.
Pamela, Martha. Yeah.
Falker.
Yeah.
Martha.
We want to thank our friends at Revitalize Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalize-health.com. Also, Revitalizing Veterans provides hormone replacement therapy to veterans at no cost to them. Visit revitalizingveterans.org to donate or find out how you can help a veteran in your life.
That was funny when the parents finally realized what her name is going to be.
Yep.
God, that made me laugh. That was hysterical.
What show?
Meet the Parents.
Meet the Parents.
Was that the first time that De Niro went not serious movie thing?
Maybe.
I didn't like De Niro in that.
I thought, he's
work.
played the same dude. I mean, he's played a crotchety CIA guy, but...
I mean, what do you mean you didn't like that? Was like the entire movie was...
Greg,
if you didn't like it, so did you not like the movie?
No, I didn't like it. All right?
Oh, I thought it was a good movie.
It's my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. Farkas.
Leaning forward into the... I didn't like it. Like Baby Jamal Kale. She's been doing that. I told her she had to get her shoes on, and she was itching her leg. And I go, get your shoes on. And she goes, I'm itchy. Like, yelled it at me. I was like, geez, all right.
Ho, 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 ho. You got to nip that in the bud.
She did.
Apparently so. Hey, so, Vic, again, we're talking about NBA free agency today at 4 o'clock Mountain Time.
Mm-hmm.
I know they're going to use the mid-level exception at some point, right? When do you would suppose that would be? A month from now, 2 months from now? What are we talking about here?
That's a great question.
Because they're not doing anything today, correct?
I don't know. I don't know, if there's a player out there. The only thing I could think of is if Bruce Brown is so married to the Nuggets and Nuggets are married to Bruce Brown that this marriage already took place and today they're just signing the papers. Who knows? That would be the only thing that could happen.
Do you think Brucey B is the kind of guy that would give up money on the open market just to come back to Denver? Because that's what he'd be doing.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. If Bruce Brown doesn't sign here, I'm going to have a Bruce Brown problem. And it's this. You can't be the girl that's flirting with me all the time and then just always going away with somebody else. Okay, this isn't going to happen.
Another team cut out for more years.
Well, stop flirting then. You've seen the exact same thing that I've seen, okay? Don't be a tease.
Vic, what's the veteran minimum exception? What is that for the Nuggets?
Veteran? It's like whatever Russell Westbrook made last year, like 3.4, something like that.
Okay, their mid-level that they can use is 5.7, something like that?
Something of that nature, mid-fives.
Man, that doesn't seem like they can do a whole lot, bro. Brook Lopez, he'll commit to that, won't he? I mean, he made $25 million on his last contract.
If I'm Nikola Jokic, I pick up the phone. Here's what I say. Hello, Bruce?
It's a terrible Jokic.
What's that?
It's a terrible
Jokic.
Hello, Bruce? I made you $50 million.
What, is Jokic Hispanic now? What happened?
You sound like Sicario. You do sound like the Sicario.
Okay. All right, Moj. All right, Moj, you do your Jokic. Go ahead. You do it.
Brucey B. This is Joker.
It's actually, it sounds at least kind of.
I made you $50 million. You come play with us again.
He made him $50 million in 2 years.
Parade.
Jokic.
Parade. I decided to say parade.
I mean, yeah.
I want to stay on parade.
I mean, I suppose you could do that. I think Bruce would probably be like, yeah, and I played like good basketball. I got some money. I mean, that happened too. I mean, but again, Bruce knows the situation the Nuggets are in, okay? So all the flirting that he's been doing for about a year now, he knows what the price tag is.
You can't make it fake. You can't show up courtside in a cowboy hat and not be serious about it.
The only, rarely you post on social media and everything you post is you in a Nuggets shirt and stuff like that. I don't like it.
What are you laughing at?
It would be funny if Jokic returned in September with an Irish accent.
Joker, how was your summer? My name's Jeff.
What if he came back with an entirely different accent every year?
My name is Jeff.
Just like
it was quite the summer. I rode me horses all over the place. I jumped off a raft in the river. It was wonderful.
I mean, I don't think you could trust him. I think he's got to be cut if that happens. But what I said, does that make sense? I'm going to be kind of pissed. If Bruce Brown's not here, then I'm like, then what are you doing all that stuff for?
Are you
just begging for attention from
Are you sure that the Nuggets want Bruce Brown? Maybe they have their visions. Maybe they see another guard out there that could help them.
Well, that would be great if they do. That would be great.
Hey,
but you know what you're going to get out of Brucey B. And here's the thing. Again, Brett is correct. You can't flirt with the Nuggets and Nuggets Nation all this time and wear Nuggets shirts and cowboy hats and courtside and going to Avs games and all this kind of thing and not come back. If you want to come back, then come back.
Let me make this very easy. Do you think Russell Westbrook is returning to Denver?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, but I think he should.
I don't think he is.
He gave it his one shot.
Therefore.
Wait, is just quickly, is that the Nuggets don't want it thing, or do you think Russell doesn't want it?
I think it could be mutual.
Okay.
I read the tea leaves, and I've heard this time and time again since David Adelman was named head coach. And again, this is me translating. This is an interpretation. This is not what they think. This is what I think they think. He said the number one thing they need to do offensively is take care of the ball. We have to execute offensively. We have to be better in the half court. We can't cough the ball up. He said that, right?
Yeah, he
Right?
did, yes.
Who was the number one offender
That's
coughing
Russ.
the ball up?
Russ. Although, and again, there's nobody who's immune on this club, Vic. I mean, the big fella turns it over plenty.
Yeah, but it's different. It's
I
not
know
like,
it
it's
is.
not like
I know it is.
Your mouth, you're gasping, just going, what the hell was that? It's not that.
Agreed.
Just realized something. When Vic did his Hispanic accent trying to be Joker, and Moser, you said Sicario. In my head, I heard Serpico, and I was doing a Pacino. That's why I was yelling "crooked cop."
Yeah,
Okay, let me
know Sicario.
Hey,
My name's
you are the you are the voice specialist. Let me hear you, Brett Kane, in Joker's voice, try to goad Bruce Brown into coming back to Denver. Go ahead.
Hang on. You guys did such bad ones that it's almost like confusing my brain for a second. Hang on.
Hey, Bruce.
Yeah, that's not helping.
Bruce, laddie, you got to come back to Denver.
See, there's too many voices now going in my head. I don't know if I can do it.
Hey, Bruce. Hey, Bruce.
Hey.
I like it better if he sounds like Pacino. That Serpico, by the way, is when Pacino was completely different. Like, ever since that movie.
Bruce.
Pretty much, yeah.
What is that voice? Where did that come from?
I don't
Pacino
know.
never talked like that, and then he only talked like
Scent
that.
of a woman is when it changed.
He's going to go, you got to come back to Denver. I'd bring it back myself, but I'm too deaf. I'm too blind.
I would love to see Joker come back with a Southern accent.
That would be outstanding.
Hey, how y'all doing? Yeah, we're going to win the title. That sounds good.
That's why everybody, they talk about Pacino being this great actor. And look, he's made great movies. But Heat is like the only Pacino I can think of now. She gotta right here! It's like, what kind of acting is that? It's just screaming at me. What are we doing?
Yeah, he went into full scream mode.
Oh, I'm Nicholas Jokic. Somebody had this on the text line. If he was Pacino. That's the one I want. I want Jokic to come back and start doing that. Got a great team. I mean, ridiculous.
Got a backup center with a big
Yeah, I want Yabusele. That's what he wants. He wants Yabusele as his backup center.
You realize he just had a kid, right? At the age of 83?
Pacino did?
A couple years ago, yeah.
Jesus, man.
Then, Moser, lock him up. I don't know
He's
how many
80
times I need to
85
say
now.
this.
I
You
know.
put people in prison for that, okay?
Take it easy. That's ridiculous. Take it easy.
If I'm the dictator of the world, new rule.
He
Ginsu
wants 4
knives
weeks
for,
off paid.
Ginsu knives for anybody over 65. We're just going to get rid of the problem right then and there, okay? Done. You're going to be like that army. You're watching Game of Thrones. What's the army called? The
White Walkers?
No, the
Unsullied?
The Unsullied.
Unsullied.
Everybody's part of the Unsullied after
Copy, all right.
65.
Back to our, what's it called? Paternity leave?
Yeah.
And people, people saying you're barbaric, savage, old man, blah, blah, blah. These are the new rules, the way it works. That's fine. I have no problem. I wish I had these rules. I wish I got to spend 4 months off. I never did. Or 4 weeks, whatever the hell it is. But don't be hypocritical either. You listen to a sports talk show right now. If Nathan McKinnon showed up in mid-February and said, yeah, I got 6 weeks off. I can't play. Had a kid. How would you feel?
Jokic took, what, a week?
He took a week and people were dying.
Yeah. Well, no,
How
he
would you
was
feel?
Jokic. He was allowed.
Yeah. How would you feel if your favorite player took 6 weeks off, paternity leave? How would you feel?
I'd hate it.
And I'm asking the listeners right now, how would you feel? Would you still be as sympathetic? Oh, would you still?
Mitch on the text line wants Jokic to come back and sound like John Malkovich, which I think would also be great. I want the Nuggets to win. I'm stronger, better. I mean, yeah, I just want Jokic having different voices now.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
All night he chick. I mean, honestly, what's he looking at us for? I mean,
I have no idea. He's weird.
Raj, what do you care what we do on our show? You go worry about your show. Sanford in Aruba again today doing
Take
the
that
show.
L on the way out.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, someone asked Raj that question. Is Raj going to point the finger at, I don't know, let's say he points a finger at Cale McCarr, who has a kid and he has to miss 8 weeks. Is Raj going to be sympathetic to the cause?
Jokic is the voice now of Sam Jackson. All right. If you missed it, Eli Farkas was the winner of the autographed jersey. So
Nice
congratulations
job, Farkas.
to Eli. And then we started talking about how Moser could have been called Marcus Farkas, which would have been really funny.
That'd be the best name ever.
Yeah, my name's Mark Farkas. Yeah, good talking to you.
So, and then it turned into Jokic having a Hispanic accent, and now we're here. So I think the best thing we can do now is just bail. So Nelly, go ahead.
She got a great ass. And you got your head all the way up it.
So, some breaking news this morning in the NFL. It was a straight-up one-for-one trade with Jalen Ramsey going to the Steelers for Minka Fitzpatrick, who goes back to Miami. They also made another trade. They traded Jonnu Smith, the Dolphins, traded Jonnu Smith to the Steelers for a late-round pick swap.
So what are these two teams doing with each other here? Playing a little patty cake with
seems like it
with secondaries
that
and whatnot,
team, right? That you're most familiar with, that you're always dealing with. It seems like in every sport, franchises have other franchises that are sort of like let's bargain, let's play. Happens a lot.
Yeah, like Dallas and LA.
The Nuggets and T-Wolves have exchanged front office, coaches, assistant coaches. It's over the years have been a lot of swaps.
Interesting, very interesting.
God, that's funny. Like, you mentioned that, Vic. It is true. They have that one team that they're just like, yeah, we'll do something.
Yeah, let's deal.
You and me.
You trust a certain GM? There's a front office that they get along with another front office. I know they'll do them straight.
The Avs trade obviously was with Columbus.
Yeah.
Where Chris McFarland was for a long time.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that familiarity, but it also fit with what both teams wanted. So that worked out good. And the Avs have now cleared themselves just about $9 million in cap space, which is very interesting. I don't know what they're going to do with it. You can hang on to it. You can use it beginning tomorrow at 10 a.m. our time.
Is it more likely that they use the money they freed up in a trade or free agency, you think?
That's a great question. I truly don't know that. You got to do something with your back end. I mean, you're going to need more defensemen, right?
Yeah.
You've got Kale, you've got Taves, you've got Sammy G, you've got Manson. Those are all guys who are under contract. Manson's a UFA next year. You got Keaton Middleton, who's on a two-way this year, I believe, and then a one-way next year, but that's not a lot of money at all. And then you got Sam Malinsky, who's an RFA. Now, you're going to probably use some of that money for Sam Malinsky. You got to get him under contract. But you're going to need another D-man or two.
Yeah.
Where do they come from? I don't know. Do they come from the free agency market?
Here's the thing.
I don't know. I don't know how you get them.
You know what's funny when you compare these two teams? Like I've mentioned this before. If you were a doctor diagnosing the issues of the Avs and the Nuggets is an easy diagnosis. It's just a hard thing to cure. Like you know what the problem is. It's just how do you fix it? The Avs, I think, are a tougher diagnosis. Like, what exactly are they missing? What do they need? Nothing really jumps out at you.
I think the Avs are more fulfilled. They have the necessary pieces. All you're doing now is putting in the ornamental pieces to finish it up.
Yeah.
Right? Where's Lindgren?
Free agent.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, just complete UFA.
Okay.
So I would imagine he won't be back.
So, like, the way I think about it with the Avs could be very active early in the free agency period. They could be. They have money to make some moves on. The Nuggets, I think, you're going to feel a lot like the Pablo Escobar meme. You're going to be kind of just waiting and watching all these deals being made, and you're like, well, that all looks fun. Hope that we get to do something sometime.
Well, they pretty much told you what they're going to do.
Well,
and that's exactly that.
And if you're the Avs, you only have you have 10 forwards under contract, right, in terms of NHL forwards.
Yeah.
But one of them is going to miss a significant amount of time in Logan O'Connor. Now, when is he back? I don't know. I would guess, the new year?
I think that's around the time frame, yeah.
What are we looking at here? 6 months? What'd they say? 4 to 6 months?
It was
something along those lines?
But it was somewhere around Christmas.
Okay, so I guess you could use his money now when he's on LTIR, right?
Could, yeah.
2.5 per. But you're going to need to get other guys under contract, which is why, again, drafting and developing is also key in any sport, but in the National Hockey League, guys able to step in and play, not making a ton of money.
You know, going back to something from earlier.
With LOC out, you really only have 9. Let me count them up here. McKinnon, Nelson, Landy, that's 3. Nachas, Val, Leckie, that's 6. Colton, 7. Drury, 8. Parker Kelly, 9. And then LOC, who's going to be out. That's 10 total.
Yeah.
But you need 12 forwards per game, so you're going to have to do something.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
I reckon.
You know, Vic, you mentioned something earlier that we just touched on for literally a second, and I would like to go back to it, because here's what it feels like to me. That the Nuggets are not going to be big-time players, at least early in free agency, and probably not in free agency really at all outside the mid-level exception.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what it seems like they're banking on, which is they're going to need a surprise player. Somebody that shows production to the point that nobody really expected. And maybe that's Holmes, or maybe that's Pickett, or maybe that's Strother, or whoever. I thought maybe Trey Alexander could have been that. I mean, he just received the Newcomer of the Year award in the G League, which I know, take whatever in the G League with a grain of salt, I understand. But he showed some potential. Why did they just let him walk?
Either they have another point guard coming in that's going to occupy those minutes, another guard, or B, they believe that the guys they just got undrafted, much like Trey Alexander was undrafted as well, are better. I don't know.
I haven't seen him play really at all, so I don't know about his game. I don't know about his D. I didn't watch any G League. I have no idea.
The players they got sort of fit that profile, so they could fill that role. I think the news you'll hear from the Nuggets today may not necessarily be they're signing someone, but it might be one of their own free agents signing elsewhere.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook could sign somewhere. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. By the way, they just had this up on ESPN. Did you guys see Warren Schaefer get ejected yesterday?
Sure did.
Dude, man, that guy's jacked.
Yeah, he looks like a player, doesn't he?
Holy moly.
But he went out, and here's what happened. It was a called third strike on Tyler Freeman. Tyler Freeman doesn't strike me as the guy who would say something nasty to an umpire and get tossed. But it was weird. It was sort of on the corner. It was like a borderline call, but the catcher also didn't catch it, and he gets punched out. Freeman, makes a face, turns around, says something to the ump, and immediately gets tossed. Immediately.
Right away.
Took Schaefer. In fact, can you pull up the video, Nelly? It's got to be somewhere. Takes Schaefer out of the dugout, and he comes sprinting almost like George Brett in the Pine Tar game. I think he had a dip in his mouth. Whipped it on the ground right next to the ump. He got tossed pretty quickly, too. The Rocks come back to win, by the way, in extras. Arcia, who they acquired a few weeks ago, hit a game tire at the top of the 9th to make it 2-2. They won in the 11th. Since Arcia was acquired, by the way, if you guys care about this number or not, they're 9-11 since that move was made. So a borderline 500 ball club. I don't know if he's been great, but he's been okay, at least since being acquired. But, he's hitting 200. It's not anything great. But the ejection from Warren Schaefer, I don't think there's any way this guy can keep the permanent job, okay? I don't think so, unless the Rockies just really go on a tear at the end of this year and look like a viable baseball team. But this has got to be an overhaul no matter what, right? God bless Warren Schaefer. Seems like a good dude. Good for him for, turning this around at least a little bit. But,
Well, how much will the new president figure into decision-making, Vic? You know him a little bit at least, right?
I think more than people think. I think he will have an influence moving forward. We'll find out toward the end of this season. Nothing here is going to happen.
I guess the question is, when does Dick just say, okay, you know what? Come to me with some really big stuff, but you got this, kid. I don't know. Maybe that never happens. I have really no idea about it, but anything can help at this point, dude. You've won 19 ball games. It's June 3rd. We're almost in July. It's the last day of June.
Well, I've wondered.
You've won 19 ball games, bro. You're 2-8 in your last 10. You're getting drilled.
It's sort of a soft opening, right? We have yet to hear from him. He hasn't addressed anybody. He hasn't talked about it. It's a soft opening. That's what the rest of this season is.
I've wondered this, Vic. We know how involved Josh is, especially on the Nuggets side of things, that he's very much in tune with that. Does he go to Stan for stuff? Or is that really Josh's gig?
I'm sure that he and his father always talk about things. And listen, let me ask you a question. If you inherited something from your father, if Troy gave you something, and that something is very much still close to his heart, would you advise your father on big trades or big moves?
I suppose, yeah.
That's natural. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? That's his asset that he gave to you.
But you think it's just the big things get run up the ladder?
All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure
Why wouldn't they?
letting go of Trey Alexander's, I'm sure that's not a big thing.
Right.
That's not a run-up-the-ladder type of move.
Right.
Giving out $45 million per year for 5 years, that's a pretty big move.
Yeah. I suppose so. Again, we have this contest going on this week, guys, where if you want to win a Traeger grill, the way you do that is you play the role of our big voice guy. So rejoiners coming back from the show, you provide those on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. And there are 4 separate entries that you can do, but it must be show specific and sent during show hours. So if you want to give us if you send one in for PhD right now at 9:30 in the morning, guess what? You're disqualified. It doesn't work that way. So it has to be during show hours, and you can do 4 total. Again, this is for a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. So get in line right now. It doesn't mean the best one is going to win. If you just do one, even if it's terrible, you're in the running. That's
Welcome
how it works.
back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports 92.5. Or as I like to say, the shrinker with 18 ex-wives, the Irish Italian who has no prostate, and the ginger from Nebraska. I mean, imagine being from Nebraska and being ginger. Sure wouldn't want to be that guy.
I bet it better be better than that one.
Wordy.
First of all, I'm
and
not
you had
Irish.
sound in the back.
I'm not Irish, number one. And that is considered no, don't do that.
I was told about 2 hours ago that you don't even have to talk in order to win. Didn't we establish that a monk with a vow of silence for a year could just send something in on the app and that monk could win?
How dare you?
You're really
refer to
going
me
into
as
the
Irish.
you're really going into the Airbud rules here, Moser. If it's not explicitly prohibited, that means you can technically do it.
Hey, Nelly, tone
Wait,
it down.
is that the story with that dog that they said that, well, in the
He's
rules,
a hooper.
There's no rule that a dog can't make buckets, so the dog can play?
Exactly.
Is that what
First
went
of all,
down?
Nelly, do you think you just show up today with that new hair and think that, did you go to hair club or something? What'd you do there?
I did. So Friday night, I saw Metallica at the Broncos Stadium, so I whipped my hair around like the headbanger that I am, and then I got it trimmed Saturday morning. Sent it out in a blaze of glory.
You look professional today.
Thank you.
I have a very important question in regards to Airbud. Can I please get this out? Because there's a sequel to Airbud. Have you heard of this movie? It's called Airbud 2 Golden Receiver.
Oh, wait. So dude quit his job as a hooper and all of a sudden he's catching footballs?
Correct. Here's my question. If he is in uniform and making catches, I'm well within my rights to truck stick him on a crossing route, aren't I? I would just feel bad doing that to a dog, especially a golden retriever, because all of those are very beautiful, nice dogs. You come across the middle, you got to be expecting to get hit.
How did you even know there was an Airbud golden receiver? How did you know that? Did you watch it as a kid?
No, I haven't seen it. I just knew that was a thing.
Brett's actually a bigger fan of the 4th installment in the Airbud franchise.
There's 4?
No, there's way more than that. The third one is Airbud World Pup. He plays soccer. The 4th one is Airbud 7th Inning Fetch.
Oh, come on. How's the dog going to hit?
Well, hey, the 5th one, he plays volleyball. Airbud Spikes Back.
I've seen dogs play volleyball before. They're good setters.
I saw this tweet yesterday that was hilarious. How many different animals did humans have to run through before they got to a horse that they could ride? And they said, okay, we're cool with this. How many attempts at different animals? Rhino, lion, gorilla.
Isn't it amazing to think about stuff like that? Like, imagine being the first person to ride a horse and figuring out that it works.
I know. I mean, just like,
And then
how
you just-
many do you have to go through where the horse says, all right, yeah, we're good. We'll take you around.
That thing's big. Bet you can ride that thing. You know what I mean? How do you figure that out?
Ostrich.
Well, I probably don't need to tell you this, but having done a little research now, apparently Airbud 2 golden receiver sucked.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Sequel's never as good as the original. We all know
Right,
this.
yeah.
But, Moj,
Well,
How
hold
would
on
you
a
fe-
second.
No, you hold on a second.
Oh, this makes me so mad.
You hold on a second. Imagine you're there in those high school bleachers, and I'm safety. And they got this beautiful dog out there that's playing in the slot.
Blow him up, yeah.
And he hits me with a 5-yard slant route. Quarterback's late on the throw. And I just, boom! Light this dog up. Paramedics come out. Vet comes out. I mean,
Dude,
what happened?
Air Bud made $28 million at the box office. It cost $3 million to make. This is the first one.
That's
This
good
is-
margins.
This is the Hooper dog.
That's good margin.
So they're like, okay, we got it. We got the formula now. You get a cute golden retriever, right? Buckets. Now let's put him at wideout. Cost 11. So you go from a $3 million budget to $11 million budget.
Oh, no.
And you made 10.
Oh, no.
Then you go back to the well and you turn him into, what was number 3?
World Pup.
Oh, he's a soccer playing dog.
So
And by the way, all those golden retrievers are now dead. I mean, these movies were made,
come on.
20 plus years ago. Ain't no golden retriever living that long. They're all gone.
Texture wants to know what Bobby Knight would do if Air Bud was part of his team.
I don't know.
He would get mad and he'd pick up Airbud's crate and throw it across the court.
Bad dog. Bad dog. If you're gonna set screens, you set screens. Bad dog. Now go outside. Who did this? Who did that?
I mean, if the dog nips at your ankles or something like that, is that a foul?
Golden retriever.
Dumb or
he's just lazy and really dumb. Yeah. You ever see?
Golden retrievers aren't dumb.
This one is. You ever? Well, I don't know if he's dumb. He's just the most unmotivated animal on the planet.
That's different. Yeah.
Did you see him though take out Dana?
Well, it's not like my dogs are out here freaking putting together physics proofs. I mean, what does that even mean?
Dude, I
got 2 dogs that sit around and pee on my carpet. That doesn't take
my border collie.
Ingenuity.
My border collie can fly the space shuttle, bro. That is a smart animal.
Just so we're clear on this, Moj, my little dog Josie, if I just decided one day no more food in her bowl, she's dead. She's not going to figure out a way to eat anything.
You make it sound like these dogs can solve problems.
She would just stare at the bowl and be like, I thought the magic thing was supposed to happen again today, and it didn't happen. I'm hungry. What do I do?
My boxer Rick, you put the 2 dogs in the wild for a day. He's absolutely dead.
Yeah, no doubt.
Probably in 5 hours, he's gone. My other dog, Disco, dude, she'll do it. Sicario.
What's she going to do? Show up at a Safeway, see all the strikers and say, I'll work? What?
She's a survivor, put it that way. Uh-oh. Keith's listening. Hang on.
All right, make this quick.
Keith Moser said your dog is dumb. Really
I'm going to kick you in the shins with cleats. That's what Kiefer said. Well, he's just not.
It's what the owner of a dumb dog would say.
You got to see the video. Kiefer, send us the video of Steve taking out your wife.
All right.
That was hysterical.
Okay. We got a fact checker next.
Low testosterone. Not a great thing, but you can do something about it if you have been diagnosed with low T. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Listen, it's not just about that. It's about everything. Sleeping better, better workouts, wake up feeling refreshed. All of these things happen to guys in their early to mid-30s. You start to lose 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year, and before you know it, you just don't feel like you used to, including bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, all that stuff, brain fog. So do yourself a favor today. Give them a call at 720-440-7900 or go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz and see if perhaps you're suffering from that. Schedule an appointment. It's only $99. They're going to draw your blood with a call. 720-440-7900 or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So, Texter writes this in. He goes, you got to watch the trailer for the movie Air Bud, the baseball flick.
Oh, it's Ed.
No, I can one-up you. Ed is the movie that I watched when I was a kid.
That was a chimpanzee, right?
Where the chimp plays baseball.
With the dude from Friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nelly, Vic has not seen any of this. I know you haven't.
I'm just a sports talk show host. I don't know what's going on.
Well, we're talking about sports movies.
Do people actually watch those movies though? Like obviously Air Bud made a bunch of money.
I owned Ed on VHS as a child, and I have a question. I want you to pull this up behind me and go straight to like the baseball scenes in this movie, Nelly. I need somebody to answer this. Ed, phenomenal movie when I was like 5. Be honest, I don't think it's going to hold up as a 35-year-old man, but when I was 5, unbelievable movie. This movie is with a chimp who plays baseball and goes straight to one of the baseball scenes. I want to know how in 1996, when this was made, how did Ed, hang on, so fast forward when the monkey's playing. I don't need to see Matt LeBlanc throwing pitches. I want to figure out how they had the technology to make this monkey look this good at baseball. How did they do this?
That would have broke his hand, that scene there.
It's a dude in a costume. It's not a real chimp. It's a dude in a costume.
Well, no kidding, it's not a real chimp. I didn't think a chimp was throwing 98 across the diamond.
Well, no, but you know what I mean. It's like it's not a real chimpanzee.
Just an unbelievable movie. Unbelievable. So, Vic, you know what? Homework for you. You have to watch the movie Ed.
Jay Caputo and Denise Cheshire as Ed. So, of both a male and a female played the chimp.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, look at him. He's a baller, though. I mean, woo!
Man,
backflip, make a catch, tag. I mean, Vic, come on now.
The only animal-inspired movie I've seen that is worth anything is the one with Sly Stallone and that baboon.
Come on. Everything's Sly Stallone with you. Everything.
What was that one, Moj?
What's that?
The one with Sly Stallone and the baboon.
I have no idea.
I have no idea what you're talking
about.
Or was it
Clint Eastwood?
Yeah, it was Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
And it was an orangutan.
Yeah, whatever.
It was an orangutan.
Vic's Italian brain just defaulted to Sly Stallone in a movie I liked. That's all that happened.
Every which way but loose. This show, I swear.
I Googled it, and AI said, are you looking for Cliffhanger? No, it's not the movie I'm looking for. All right.
Oh, God.
Anyway, free agency coming up. And you know what? Part of the reason why I haven't really gotten into it, I don't think anything's happening for the Nuggets today.
No, but at least we'll, and maybe by tomorrow, because free agency in the NHL will start at the end of the show, perhaps we'll have some rumors going around, something to chew on in the National Hockey League anyway.
Yeah, I think so. I think that, to be fair, the Avs could be super involved early. They really could. Like, I think that they got something up their sleeve after they made the trade with Coyle and Miles Wood. You don't free up the cap space without something in mind this close to free agency.
Theoretically, I mean, but I think the timing was also right that you get that deal done so the Jackets know where they are.
Yeah.
And no offense, again, to Charlie Coyle, whom I really like, and a Miles Wood, whom I really like. But Miles Wood's got years left on his contract, even though it's not super expensive. It's the term with his injury situation makes it more difficult, right?
I could see the writing on the wall for Miles Wood, though, in the postseason. There was just what was he, right?
Correct. It's an excellent point.
Yeah, what do the Avs have to fill right now, Moj? I know that they have some spots that you could keep for younger guys. Like, you could put a D pairing of, Malinsky and Middleton or something.
Who's the third-line center?
I guess it's going to be Ross Colton for now, right?
Okay.
I mean, I would assume it'd be Ross Colton right now.
And I think Ross is fine.
Yeah.
Good player.
I mean, again, could you, if you had to, could you move Drury up there? I guess you could.
Yeah.
You had to.
What's funny, I saw Drury at a golf course a few weeks ago. And what amazes me about some of these NHL guys, never would have guessed it, that's a professional hockey player. Because he's not all that big.
He's not that big. What is he, 5'11", something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
It was McGahee said that. I think that was Jack Drury, and I go, that was the ass kicker. That guy just blew me away. But for what they need to find, I mean, they have money to play with now, which they didn't beforehand.
Right, but you're also, again, you're going to need, ideally, you'd like to have, some guys in the minors be able to come in and take a spot to begin the season. But who's that going to be? Is it going to be, Oscar Olausen? Are we going to give Ivan another shot? What about Prishapov? Remember, we saw him a little bit.
Yep.
They re-signed Steinberg, who actually, I guess, I think he served his suspension in the postseason, I think.
They did the sneaky thing of moving him up to the I don't know if it's active roster or whatever, during the postseason so that the 2-game suspension was served, even though he was going to play anyway.
Correct.
Smart.
So, I mean, who could take a spot? I don't know. These are all young guys who are still developing. On the back end, could you throw a 32-year-old Jacob McDonald into one of those roles? He had a phenomenal year for the Eagles in the back end. But, he's kind of like their big gun down there, and he's a great mentor to all those young defensemen. I don't know what you do. I really don't.
Vic, what do you think the biggest thing is going to happen today in NBA free agency is going to be? Probably won't involve the Nuggets, but what is it?
Ayton.
Well, only a few teams. There are certain teams that can sign DeAndre Ayton. Now that he's been bought out, if you're in the aprons, you can't. There's restrictions. That's what sucks about these aprons. That's why there's so much talk about being involved in the aprons, because there are so many restrictions on what you can and cannot do. That's one move that's going to happen today.
Yeah.
The other big move that's going to happen, I wonder what's going on in Los Angeles. There's a reason that Rich Paul sent out that memo, whatever that was, regarding LeBron James.
Weird.
And it sounded like a goodbye. There's a reason that happened, and I think you might see that reason pop up here in the next couple of days. I just wonder what the Lakers have planned. They may push on this. This might be one of those transition seasons where they're planning for next year to make a run, right?
Could be.
They may let a couple free agents walk and say, let's go ahead and drum up money for next season and make a play at somebody. And if that happens, that's a sign that LeBron James walks. I'm really interested and intrigued to see what they do, because I don't think they can do much to compete next year. I don't think they're a championship contender.
I got a question for a minimum contract. You know who's available? Uncle Jeff is back on the market.
No, I thought he just re-signed in Houston.
I see that he is still a UFA.
On Friday, it was reported that they signed their free agents. You might want to double-check that.
Well, that's Spot Track, so they got to get their stuff together if that's not true.
Do you know who one of Jeff Green's biggest friends is? I mean, like bestie buddies. They were teammates.
It says they plan to re-sign him, Vic, but he hasn't inked it yet.
Okay. He is best buddies with one John Wallace of the Denver Nuggets.
Interesting.
They played together at Georgetown. They were roommates and teammates at Georgetown. One of the first people he messaged when he got the job in Denver was Jeff Green.
Cool. How about that? So maybe. Anyway, a lot to look forward to and get into tomorrow. Just quick fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Vic, earlier today, you told us that at one point in your life, you were recruited to play college ball at a small private parochial university in Kansas, beginning with the letter B.
I wasn't recruited. It was an opportunity to go play ball there.
So based on your description...
That story keeps changing.
Well, based on your description, the only school I could find is Benedictine College.
That's what I told you.
I will give you... Well, Moser filled in that B differently, so I just needed to double check. But tell me one thing, just anything about that school and their sports program. What's their mascot? What conference are they in? Just give me anything about that school.
I know nothing about them. I didn't even consider it. I wasn't one of those guys who's going to hang on to any athletic hopes and dreams. I said, here's who I am. I'm going to do something else. Are they the Saints?
They are the Ravens.
Oh.
And they are in the Heart of America Athletic Conference.
So what do you want, a cookie? Cupcake?
No,
what do you want for that?
I would have given you a cookie if you got it right, man.
I think partial scholarships are paid in cookies, I think about it.
Well, isn't that
I
what
got
you
those.
had?
Yes. No, I got those. I'm well versed in the cookies. Here.
Mose, who recruited you?
Your mom.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. So you can find the podcast. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Third inning, second time around now, and a called strike three. Power sinker. And DeJesus throws out Tyler Freeman. Ramon DeJesus just ejects Freeman quickly. Now he runs the manager, Warren Schaefer, who is showing him exactly where that pitch was. That was about as quick of an ejection as you could have. Ramon DeJesus, he is known around the game as having a quick trigger on ejections, and man.
Gerard creates some space for Cogliano. Finally, he clears Miles Wood in space. He's got some speed. Wood towards the net. He scores! Reach for the sky! The comeback is complete. Miles Wood said, "Run like the wind, bullseye," and he did. He blazed past Miro Heiskanen, and he tucked it in past the post of Ottinger. And he tucks the Stars in to say good night.
Great work, Rob. Great work. See if you can read this. You're fired. And in case your ears are get the out!
That gets the Rocks on board for a win. They come from behind. They get a 4-3 win in 11 innings. We've got NBA free agency opening up at 4 p.m. today. NHL free agency officially opens up tomorrow at 10 a.m. When we start the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside Mike Sanford still in Steamboat. KJ Granderson behind the glass today. We'll get into the Rockies. We'll get into what, if anything, the Nuggets will end up doing today. It likely all revolves around one Russell Westbrook and whether or not he wants to come back, whether or not the Nuggets want him back. That is probably what's going to happen today. There's some fringe moves that the Nuggets make, but the big move made over the weekend and at the end of last week was the Avs get a lifeline thrown to them by the Columbus Blue Jackets.
There is nothing better than dumping some salary that you desperately wanted to dump, Raj.
For free. I don't know how they did it. And yeah, sure, that show open has a lot of me in it with the Ari Gold. I didn't necessarily want to say goodbye to Charlie Coyle, but a third-line center at $5.25 million felt pretty expensive.
Little steep.
The Miles Wood contract with 4 years remaining at 2.5 for a guy who's a healthy scratch in the playoffs and cost you a couple of games, I didn't think was a contract that Chris McFarland could get out of. Lo and behold, they knock on the door of a very common trade partner in the Columbus Blue Jackets, a team that needs to continue to find a way to add salary to their mix. And the Avs get out pretty much scot-free. They get a second, they get a third, they get a kid who was essentially a first-round draft pick 2 years ago. He's a smaller guy in Gavin Brindley. And the most important thing that they do, 24 hours ahead of NHL free agency as we stand today, the Avs go from having like $1 million-ish in cap space to fill 3 spots to having nearly $9 million to play with tomorrow. McFarland and Sakic can go shopping. That's exciting.
They're getting ready to go out and cook a little bit. Is there any chance, Raj, that there's enough space to bring in one Sid Crosby?
No, don't even start with that. I mean, like, okay. I understand that I am the type of person that tries to push that rumor all the time because he's my favorite hockey player of all time, and it would be awesome to have him here. It's a pipe dream. It's not happening. I know that Kevin Weeks threw out some eyeballs and the Denver skyline. It's not happening. Nathan McKinnon came onto Instagram and said fake news. He had already heard it. So sure, will I always keep it alive? Yes, I love that rumor. Does it have any legs? The answer is a hard no.
Gavrikov?
That dream of Gavrikov is very much alive. So the question with the Avs here, and it's obviously a very different situation than what the Nuggets are going to have just 6 hours from right now, is the Avs have space. They can go in and they can tinker. The Nuggets they're waiting for who's going to be your mid-level exception. That is the one thing that they can truly do here, unless they decide to make a big-time trade. We're waiting to see where the rest of the big-time NBA chips start to fall when it officially opens up at 4 p.m. Mountain. The question with McFarland and Sakic, Coach, I think, is do you want to swing on a big-time guy, or do you want to make 3 smaller depth signings? Because the positions that you have to sign right now are middle pairing defensemen or back-end defensemen, and probably a couple of wingers now that are going to be in your bottom 6.
Which route would you rather go? The 3-player route where you get a little bit better in your, third line and your second and third D pairing, or go out and spend a ton of money on a big time overall number 3 D man?
I would do it. I would do it if they move on from another contract. Now, a big time defenseman to me reads Gavrikov from LA. Again, big, bruising, mean, solid defender who is.
And I think that those characteristics that you're currently talking about is a requirement if you go out and spend big on a third D man. Is big, bruising, mean, nasty, all those things that were aforementioned. That's the type of characteristics that I believe put this roster in position to go contend for a cup.
Yeah, I would look at that guy. There's another one. It's funny. He's a Columbus Blue Jacket. Ivan Provorov is a guy that I would take a peek at. He's not as physically imposing, but he is a very good all-around defenseman. He's got a little bit more of an offensive pop to his game. Former first-round pick, former high first-rounder, if I'm correct. Provorov does have a physical element to his game. Now, he's coming off a little bit more of an expensive contract than Gavrikov is, so I don't know if you could really fit him. But those are your 2 big fish on the D-core side.
So what you're telling me, Raj, is what you ultimately need to do is get somebody who wears the CCCP on their sweater and go out and get them as the big physical third D man. That's what you're saying.
I'm totally fine I'm totally fine grabbing a Russian type of player. And I got a text. What does Gavrikov bring that Lindgren doesn't? Gavrikov isn't prone. I mean, every defenseman, every player is prone to a big mistake, right? Like that's inherently true. He's not as prone to the game-changing turnover that Lindgren is, or the game-changing play on the negative side that Lindgren is. I think Gavrikov has a higher ceiling than Lindgren does. Like, I don't believe Ryan Lindgren could ever be a top pairing defenseman. I do believe that for Vlad Gavrikov. And he'd look awesome in an Avs uniform when he would never be a top pairing D-man. He would always be a stalwart, legit number 3 playing as a big fish in a small pond in terms of like that type of role. He's also larger than Lindgren is. And while they both play physical games, I think Gavrikov's a better close-in one-on-one defender. I just think he is simply better.
Raj, will you give me the overall breakdown of what the Avs should be expecting and what they're getting in recent acquisition, Gavin Brindley, the right winger from Columbus?
Oh, Gavin Brindley. So Gavin Brindley is super fun, man. Like, there are a lot of people that in the 2023 draft that was highlighted by Adam Fantilli, Rucker McGarity, the kid line. There was a lot of American-born players taken in that draft. The kid line from Michigan was unbelievable. A bunch of 18-year-olds, and I believe Brindley was a 17-year-old when he was playing that first year for the Wolverines. He ended up putting up like 38 points in 41 games in his year under season. He was looked at as a steal in the second round. He is smaller. He's like 5'7", 165. He's not a big dude, so he probably won't end up being a center in the league like he was in college. He'll likely be a winger. I think he's got tremendous skill. He is incredibly fast, great vision of ice. He's the type of guy that I think you could look at as, I hate to use his name, but like, is his ceiling, his through the roof projection like a Johnny Gaudreau? Sure. Ooh. He's not as offensively talented as Gaudreau was, may he rest in peace, but that's the type of guy. If you're looking at a smaller, fleet-footed, great facilitator of the puck, I think of Gaudreau.
Are you thinking ceiling is with this Avs roster, ceiling is probably third line right winger
Yeah, something like that.
right now.
Yeah, he's not going to
Could
be a
maybe
guy that
grow into
likely.
us.
He's likely not a guy that plays much for you, if at all, this year. Maybe he'll get some spots in at the beginning of the season when Logan O'Connor is out for a while. He's still a project, still very young, but he does need to fill out a little bit, right? He's not going to bring in the physicality that the Avs don't need, like, the size on the front end. They're a big team.
Oh, big.
The forward unit is big. The D-core is not. So when people think, the Avs are not a physical team, don't think about the forwards. The forwards are physical. The D-core is what lacks in size. So if you're looking for size and anger and physicality, if you're an Avs fan, you'd prefer them to go after the D-core rather than the forwards. Like, adding a small, speedy, fast dude with that very high ceiling like Gavin Brindley shouldn't scare you off, because the overall makeup of the Avs forward unit, it's big.
Looking at depth of the Avs and what they have coming up with the youth movement, whenever that may be. Ivan, is he a center or is he a winger as well?
He can play both.
Would you say Ivan or Gavin Brindley better prospect? Closer to playing?
Ivan is closer to having regular minutes in the National Hockey League because he fits into a line 3, line 4 mold more so than Brindley does. Your top 6 forwards are normally like your skill guys, and you have a better chance as a smaller player to fit into a top 6 role than you do a bottom 6 role, because a lot of those bottom 6 roles are defensive, shut down, block shots, go out, hit a body, get off the ice type of roles, if that makes sense. Ivan is closer to having regular minutes in the NHL. Brindley's ceiling is exponentially higher.
Okay.
So I think they did a great job. Like, even if you didn't get Brindley and you just got picks that you could end up using in trades down the way, which is kind of what they did with this 2027 second rounder, you got out of 2 bad contracts for free. Which is, I feel like I look around the league and every other team gets these bones handed to them, and I go, when are the Avs going to get one? Columbus handed you a bone, and now you have to do something with it.
I know we're up against the break right here, but Raj, you mentioned something that Columbus was in a position where they had to add salary. Really quickly, can you explain that? Why do they have to add salary? Therefore, they take on bad contracts?
You take on bad contracts if you need to get up to the salary floor. So the NHL does have a salary floor. And the issue with Columbus is, I know, right? Like, the issue with Columbus is, unfortunately, their big ticket contract was killed by a drunken driver last summer. And the NHL helped them out. They've got a bunch of cap space now that they can go out and utilize on some other big ticket items, but they needed to add players to ensure that they would get to the salary cap floor this year, because that help off of the Goudreau contract kind of goes away. It's a sad story. Obviously, it was really cool video of Johnny's widow Meredith giving the Columbus first round pick this year. It was heartwarming. But that's not the only thing. It's not just NHL today. We've got NBA free agency coming up at 4 p.m. Chris Armas will join us at 10:45. We'll have the NFL notes coming up at 11:20 on the other side. We'll let you guys know how you can walk away with a Traeger grill in time for the 4th of July. It's our Star Stripes and Big Pipes contests.
Pause.
No, it's on the other side. It's our Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes contest. We are giving our voice guy a break coming up for the 4th, so we're asking you guys, all of our listeners, to do all of our rejoiners. Yes, you guys.
Y'all.
Yins, are we in Pittsburgh, coach?
Ustedes.
One listener who enters is going to win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware, and all you have to do is go to the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app and send us your best rejoin for our show. Something like, hey, this is Brian from Louisville, and you're listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I don't know if we have a Brian from Louisville, but I hope we do. Be creative.
I'm sure there is.
Have fun. Keep it short, and you might hear your rejoiner on air. All valid entries are entered for the prize, whether or not they make it on air. Entries only count if they're sent during the show. So if you want to send one in for us, you have to send it in between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Get on over to Altitude Sports Radio. Download the app, tap the mic, and then you guys could win a Traeger from Ace Hardware. You will have an opportunity to go pick that up from Ace before the 4th. So if you're looking for something to grill out with all of your friends and family on a brand new Traeger grill, get some Applewood pellets in there, you can win it right here for free.
So the script comes to you, right, the listener?
Yes, if you're looking for some inspiration, all you have to do is text the word script to 303-504-0925. You'll get a bounce back with an actual script, and then you can practice it and then hit the microphone and give us a rejoiner. If you want to be a little bit more creative, be my guest, but keep it short.
We've had some creative ones over the past, haven't we? The last week or two? There's been some interesting.
Yeah. There's been some ribbing. There's been some ribbing at my expense, and I would like you to cool it.
And me as well. There's some renaming of the morning sprint, if I'm not mistaken. Here.
As a matter of fact, let's hear a fresh version of that right now.
All right.
Let's hear it.
You're listening to the morning sprint with the infant that's been alive for 15 minutes, yet claims to have been to every sporting event. The fairy Raj mother, along with the next subject of the newest Netflix documentary about the amount of meat gazed within the Sanford locker room, the meat gazer himself, Coach Sanford, and of course the greatest producer in all the land, KJ.
Monday. Welcome back to the sprint with Coach and Raj and KJ behind the glass. Don't forget this week to enter up in the contest presented by Ace or brought to you by Ace, and you could win a Traeger. That's right, you could be a Traeger guy this 4th of July. There's just nothing better.
How does KJ not get any backlash for this?
Everybody loves KJ. What's wrong with me and you, man?
What is going on? KJ's just sitting behind the glass, looking all pretty, and
I'm staring at New York steaks and ribeyes in the Sanford locker room, and you're what are you, an infant that's been alive for 15 minutes? Yet it's been to every sporting event?
I enjoy my youth. Goodness. I'm not gonna apologize for being young and spry. Well, I'm very tired.
Looking. You know what? Really taut skin.
You know what I figured out this weekend? There's lots of things that I'm not ready for as my impending fatherhood comes closer and closer. We had a lot of family in town over the weekend. We had a shower and families visiting and stuff, and we've got my nephews on both sides coming and staying with us. What I have figured out is that my immune system is screwed. I've spent 3 days with kids that are like 3, 7, and 9. And I have a tickle in my throat. I've gone through 2 boxes of Kleenex. That's what I'm not ready for. I can get the
welcome
nursery
to the jungle,
ready.
baby.
Dude, I'm screwed.
To the jungle, man. Hey, family reunion up here in Steamboat, Colorado. 16 of us, I believe 8 of which are under the age of 10 years old. And you just said that you learned that you have a weak immune system. Well, proof of concept, I learned that COVID's still a real thing. I tested positive yesterday for COVID-19, and guess what else I learned?
It's back. It never died.
I learned that I can quarantine on this deck here that you can see. I've been out here, and I slept out here. I'm quarantined out on this beautiful deck overlooking Steamboat. And I also learned
flatten the curve there, Coach.
If it's COVID, think Paxlovid, which is what I did. And guess what Paxlovid does? It makes you not ever trust a fart again. I'll tell you that. I learned that firsthand this morning.
Oh, it's too good.
God.
It's too good. Okay, moratorium.
Cheers to that, Raj. Cheers to that.
Yeah, cheers, buddy. Moratorium period
I
is
love
starting.
blowing hot COVID into the microphone, man. And we're separated by how many miles right now? About, I don't know, 394 miles, Raj.
Moratorium is starting here momentarily for the NBA. 4 p.m. Mountain Time is when this thing starts, and it's essentially free agency starting. And we've had a lot of news already come down. We know that DeAndre Ayton finalizes his buyout from the Portland Trailblazers, so there's a big body that is now in the free agency pool that I don't think the Nuggets could find a way to get him in, but he would look really good on a one-year deal behind Nikola Jokic. LeBron James is going to exercise his $52.6 million player option. He returns to the Lakers for a 23rd season. It's very clear that the Lakers are preparing for life without LeBron. I heard the morning show talking about this of like, if you're LeBron James and you're chasing rings, why would you exercise the option? Why wouldn't you just turn it down and then try and give the Lakers a little bit more breathing room in terms of the salary? I don't think LeBron James is chasing rings anymore. I don't think he gives a damn.
It's hard to know. It's hard to know, although it was leaked probably by Windhorst quietly that LeBron James told him that he is not too sure of the Lakers roster going forward, if it will meet the needs of what LeBron James wants. So it does open up the June Sports Talk Radio topic. Gun to your head. NBA player, vet player minimum. Would you take LeBron James on the Denver Nuggets?
You'd be the biggest idiot on the planet to say no.
Or would you take Russell Westbrook?
You would be
on veteran minimum contracts.
You would be the biggest idiot in the world that if you didn't have to give up anything and LeBron James would play here for vet minimum for you to say no to that. The answer is an overwhelming yes. I know he's old. I know he's going into year 23. He's still a phenomenal basketball player. There are 6 players in the world this year that have a higher value over replacement player than LeBron did at age 40. Those players are Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Giannis, Tyrese Halliburton, Steph Curry, and Jason Tatum. That's it. The answer is yes.
Sean Ma's the text line, 303-504-0925. The three-headed monster of Ten Benzer, Josh Kroenke, John Wallace. If they had 2 options for a vet minimum contract of LeBron James or Russell Westbrook, which one are you taking if you have to take one? I'd love to hear from you.
I mean, it's a very, very easy conversation to have. He's still very good. And if he has a supporting cast around him, he could be the piece that you need to get over Oklahoma City. If that was a possibility, the answer is of course. He's literally an all-NBA player at age 40, and I know he's slowing down a little bit, but he can still give you minutes.
You know what else he can do that I think Russell Westbrook fails to do on a consistent basis? He can read he knows how to read a defense from the offensive perspective, just like Nikola Jokic does. 2 of the best in the history of the game as it relates to the right play, the right pass. And LeBron James, in fact, he's actually taken some flack over the years for deferring to teammates in critical moments, because guess what? A lot of times he's reading the coverage defensively and he's distributing the basketball to who the ball should be going to. That would fit in well with the Nuggets.
I see the text coming in like, oh, he wouldn't come off the bench. No, he wouldn't come off the bench. You would sit, MPJ would come off the bench in that situation. That's exactly what would happen. He would be your guy that tries to lead that second unit, or he would split time with whoever's playing at your 3. Like, I know we're doing the whole June NBA talk, and I understand that. He's still an unbelievable player. Whether or not you like him, whether or not you like his antics and how he has gone about forcing his way to certain places and forcing organizations kind of to do his bidding. If it's just about what's on the court, the guy is still awesome. News from the Avalanche, they have signed Sam Malinsky to a 1-year, $1.4 million deal. So they extend Malinsky for an extra year to get him to RFA again. So next offseason, you'll still have his rights. He'll be arbitration eligible at the end of next offseason, at the beginning of next offseason. That's a good number for the Avs. I like that a lot for a guy who's going to be in your bottom pairing. Now you have to go out and you have to go get a big fish. So there's some Avs news. Again, we'll get back into that a little bit later. Yeah, I would take LeBron.
What does that signing do for Sammy G, for Sam Girard?
It doesn't affect Sam Girard at all.
Okay.
No.
Is he back?
As of right now, man. As of right now, I don't know. They like the contract of Girard. They could still find a way to swing big on a guy like Gavrikov or Provorov. You'd probably have to move Colton or Girard to get one of those guys in. Provorov's is likely going to be more expensive than Gavrikov will be. So, no, this does not affect... Sam Malinsky does not affect Sam Girard. Those two guys, those contracts, their positions on the team, I don't see them battling against one another. Sam's a large step ahead of what it's funny, they're both Sams. Girard is a large step ahead of what Malinsky is as of right now. Other news with the Nuggets, Trey Alexander and PJ Hall no longer with the team, so they've opened up a two-way contract. The Trey Alexander thing is questionable to me. Like, I know it's the G League coach, but you're coming off Rookie of the Year. He's averaging 26, 6, 6, and 2. I don't know why you'd move on from that guy. That feels like you found, while he might not be an immediate piece, that feels like you found something with an undrafted player. Wouldn't you want to keep that in the organization?
Yeah, the overall reaction from Nuggets Nation, myself, even on our text thread that we have for our own show, our morning sprint show thread, was like, huh? What? Why'd you move on from that? When you have somebody that appeared to break through offensively and you've just been struggling finding quality offensive minutes off the bench, a 6'4" guard that appears to be a good shooter. Yeah, I don't quite understand it. Is there something else to it? Is there, you are opening up another two-way contract, but just a little bit. It's an interesting first move for the new brain trust of the general manager group.
Yeah, I completely agree. I would have liked to have seen him stick around again. I don't know if he's someone who can help you right now, but likely a two-way contract isn't going to be someone who can help you right now. That's a player that going undrafted feels like he has now exceeded expectation. You want to keep some of those guys in the organization. I didn't understand the move. We've also got moves in the NFL. Finally, we see Jonnu Smith traded away from the Miami Dolphins. He goes alongside Jalen Ramsey to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Minka Fitzpatrick, the safety. So the Steelers and the Dolphins have now swapped 3-time All-Pro defensive backs. There's also a little, like a 5th and a 7th round pick swap in there for both of those teams. But Jalen Ramsey moving on yet again. And Pittsburgh, if you were to ask me 2 months ago, are they a playoff team? I would have said, hell no, they are not. I can't say that right now. I know Minka's a solid player, but I still feel as though they're continuing to build around a team that's going to be 10 wins and one and done in the playoffs.
That's what it just feels like, doesn't it, Rush? Just like rewind, rinse, repeat, and it's the Steelers every year, lacking any form of quarterback identity post Ben Roethlisberger. And here's another Band-Aid in the form of Aaron Rodgers. I'm watching in the backdrop here, whatever show Stephen A. Smith and all these guys are on, and I'm seeing footage of Aaron Rodgers in his Steelers uniform, and it just doesn't hit my brain, Raj. It doesn't make sense. And he's even said this is going to be his last year playing pro football. It just feels like a strange ceremonial year for a guy in Aaron Rodgers that I just don't quite understand why the Steelers would want to take that on. But I guess he's the only quality-ish option available at the position. I don't know.
The answer is, if you can get there with Justin Fields, a step back is not happening with Aaron Rodgers. You got better at the most important position. That's the reason why it happens.
Well, he didn't look very good last year as a New York Jet.
Well, he didn't, but if I were to ask you right now, you get one season and the players are who they are right now. You get one season of Justin Fields or you get one season of Aaron Rodgers. Who are you taking?
I would have gone with Justin Fields.
No,
yes, I would have. Because I would have because of the
Justin
quality
Fields.
of defense that you have. You can run the quarterback. You can utilize his skill set of, I want to use this guy. And for 17 games, let's see how much his legs can give us. And we're going to run the football, and we're going to run the ball behind, our what has been a pretty good offensive line running the rock. And then you use Justin Fields as a guy that you get a +1 run game. Why not? Do something different.
He put the ball on the ground 6 times in 10 games. 10 appearances last year he was healthy for. 6 times. He fumbled 16 times in 15 games 2 years ago. He fumbled 10 times in his last year as a starter with Chicago.
5 of those were against the Broncos in 23. Do you remember that? Justin Fields looked like he looked like Tom Brady and Michael Vick all wrapped into one player in the first half when the Broncos visited the Bears. And then the second half, it was like, here's the football. You get a ball. You get a ball. I'm going to hand it to you. And that actually turned around Vance Joseph's. It's the reason why Vance Joseph even still here in Denver.
Come on.
He was looking like he was going to get fired.
You're telling me you're going to take that dude over 1 year of Aaron Rodgers? I know he's a headache. I know you want him out of the league, but Rodgers is the better quarterback.
Yeah, he was bad. He was tough to watch last year, Raj. He was hard to watch. Lost the step. He has no mobility in and out of the pocket. He's always a bit of a malcontent if he doesn't have his guys, his receivers around. I don't know. We'll see.
He is one of those guys that has the if something goes wrong, he is a win.
Yeah, he works. He doesn't even work the back channels anymore. He just goes on Pat McAfee's show and bitches about it. That's the thing I wouldn't want as a coach. I don't want that guy on my team. Remember when he did that? When he was airing out his grievances about the head coach of the Jets, the offense coordinator of the Jets. He's just airing out his grievances straight up.
You got to assume, though, if you're going to Pittsburgh and you're playing for Tomlin, that was part of the conversation. That Mike sits down with Aaron and he goes, hey, man, if you're coming here, you're doing this my way for a year. And if I see you go on to McAfee, or if I see you trash either the Steelers or my name, you're gone.
Who's a bigger personality? Who's got more credibility in the league? Who's got more traction?
Tomlin's probably got more credibility. The bigger personality is Rodgers, but Tomlin probably has more credibility around the league. No?
Yeah, credibility in terms of, I'd say respect. Yeah, respect for sure. Yeah, if that's, yes. Yeah, you're right about that. But in terms of who's going to have a bigger voice, right? And that's my point is the the Steelers brought in somebody who's got a massive platform, a massive voice, and he's already proven to use it at his last 2 stops in his career. He used it at the tail end of the Packers, and they just moved on. They said, you know what? We're good. Well, he's been incredible. He won a Super Bowl with us, but we're good. I think the Jets were just, he was a Molotov cocktail. He was a human explosive device inside of that building for the Jets. Why is he not going to do the same thing in Pittsburgh? I think he is.
Rapids head coach Chris Armas will join us on the other side as he does every single Monday at 10:45. As a reminder, it's time for our Star Stripes and Big Pipes contest. We are giving away a Traeger grill this week in time for your July 4th celebration. And all you have to do is go to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, tap the microphone, and record a liner for us. One of those things that you hear when we come back from break. If you need some inspiration, just text the word script to 303-504-0925. You'll get a bounce back with the script on your phone. Then you can go to the mobile app, leave a message for KJ. If you hear it on the air, it doesn't necessarily mean that you win, but you're automatically entered. You have to make sure that if you are recording a promo for our show, The Morning Sprint, that you send it in between 10 a.m. and noon. If you want to do it for PhD, you do that between noon and 3. Kreckman and Lindahl, 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. All right? Sound good? Make sure you guys get those in. Chris Armas is next.
Welcome back to the Morning Sprint with Super All-Star producer KJ and Mark Sanford and Rush.
Hi, this is Heather from Monument. You're listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Welcome back to the Morning Sprint with Raj and Coach Sanford, the only time on Denver Airways where Syracuse and Boise State will get any sort of airplay. Otherwise, why would we want to hear about those schools in the 303? And don't forget, super producer, the smartest man on the show, KJ Silent Bob Granderson.
This is Richard, still calling from your mom's house. You're listening to Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well done, all y'all. I thought that first one was Britney Spears. I was really excited for a second. You guys can win a Traeger grill coming up for the 4th of July. And you also want to be on out there at Dick's Sporting Goods Park to see the Rapids take on Kansas City, as we are joined by head coach Chris Armas coming off of a 3-3 draw. You do move up one spot from 9 to 8. We still find a way to climb, still have big-time points coming up. Coach, how are you today?
Yeah, good. Doing all right. Good to be with you guys again. Thanks for having me.
Coach is starting again. Calvin Harris ends up being a spark, getting that first goal. Beautiful goal. Great combination play. What'd you like out of that first goal? And is that something that you are looking for in terms of opening up the score sheet with those types of plays and very forward-minded type plays from your attacking third?
We loved all our goals on the night. They were really some good soccer that we put together, things that we work on. We talk about speeding up our attacks in the final third, and they were really, really interesting. I mean, that one with Calvin, Rafa Navajo spins out of it, does a really, cool little trick to spin out of a play. And Calvin probably scores a really confident goal. When you see attackers score a goal like that, it's a rebound, but he roofs it. It makes it look easier than it was. But I love that we scored 3 goals. I love that we went on the road with a mentality to win and to attack, which looked like very much like a rapid attack.
On the road, 3-3 is the draw against New England. You wouldn't typically think, if you look at a box score, that a 3-3 draw is a good game from a goaltender, but Nico Hansen was phenomenal in a 3-3 draw.
Yeah, he was solid. It's, he continues to be very solid for us. New England whipped in a lot of crosses. I think there was 35 crosses on the night. It's very, very, very unusual, but it was a lot of pressure that he took. Made once again some key saves for us, very steady. And yeah, one was an own goal, one's a penalty, so nothing that he'd be expected to save. And the last one's a free header, essentially, like inside the 6-yard box. But yeah, he was solid again.
What's his mentality coming off of a game like that? You mentioned the own goal and the header that he largely do nothing about, but he makes a career high 9 saves. How do you go about going, listen, I know the number's big on the board, but like, you were more than good enough to get us a win here?
Yeah, we don't, him and our goalkeeper coach might talk through some of the little details on some of the plays technically and different things. But for me as the head coach, I give him a hug after the game. Say, look, you're solid once again. Good job. It's not always going to look like that. You'll get a lot of victories under your belt when we score 3 goals. So he's very realistic. We're all very realistic that it was probably going to take a very strange circumstance for us to not come away with all the points. So again, the first 2 goals conceded are an own goal, and then the penalty. So yeah, nothing. Just let's get ready for the next one is really the message.
Coach Armas, your lineup was unique, one that I don't believe you've employed yet. It seemed very attacking minded with Ted Ku DiPietro, Calvin Harris, Darren Yappy, and Rafa Navajo all being a part of the starting 11. What went into the decision to essentially employ 4 players that really could be strikers?
We want to listen. I think teams and coaches talk about attacking, and everyone wants to score goals. So I constantly, in my staff, we want to make sure that the lineup and the game plans reflect something that will attack, and we'll do that. So that the best way to score goals and attack is to put the most attack-minded guys out there. Mihalovic was out with a slight ankle injury, so he'll be back tomorrow in training. But yeah, once he was out, we decided to go with the 2 strikers and Darren Yappy, and then with Ku and Calvin Harris, it just helped us execute and bring a game plan to life that was going to be about attacking the opposition.
The Rapids have their 29th annual Fourth Fest coming up against Kansas City. It is one of the best places in the entire state to go and watch fireworks. If I'm completely honest, if you guys want to go there with a family 4-packet of tickets to go see the Rapids take on Kansas City on Independence Day, all you have to do is text the word ROCKET to 303-504-0925. That's ROCKET to 303-504-0925. Can I expect fireworks from the squad on the 4th, Coach? More attacking, more goals, more early excitement.
Yes, you can expect that. Our fans can expect that. They're going to come out and see some fireworks after a wonderful display. What they can expect after what our club puts on KSE, but they can also expect a team that's going to try to keep them on the edge of their seats and give them something to cheer about before the let's call it the main attraction, the fireworks after. But yeah, they can at our home games. I think home and away, we are going to be a team that goes after the opposition, puts them in fast games, and we want our fans again on the edge of their seats.
Speaking of fireworks, you watched the U.S. Men's national team last night in the Gold Cup and winning by way of penalty kicks to get through to the semifinals. Tell me a little bit. Do you know much about this netminder, this Freeze? I hadn't heard much about Matt Freeze until last night. Have you had a chance to face against that goalkeeper that had 3 saves in PKs?
Yeah, he's a guy coming through. So, the guys sometimes make their name in moments like that. But I know about Matt Freeze only because, Zach Steffen's been in those camps with him. Zach says only good things about Matt. And listen, as much as we want Zach in there, I think Zach's going to make his way into the national team back. We know that for sure. That he's going to get an opportunity again. But yeah, we're supportive of the national team and of those young guys that get opportunities. So showed a big couple of moments, make some big saves. And there's been a lot of haters out there about our national team, and we're unbeaten in 4 games, making some noise. We hope that they beat now Guatemala to get into that final game, hopefully against Mexico.
Coach, 14 games remaining in the regular season. Do you give your team like small mini goals? We talked to Coach Bednar with the Avs. The morning show does on every Wednesday, and he splits the season up into like little 10-game segments. Do you do something similar with your team?
Yeah, I'd speak with the captain, Keegan Rosenberry. We talk about monthly goals, and they keep up a little ongoing tally of the monthly amount of points that we're looking for.
What does July look like?
I'd have to look on their wall. I don't know exactly. It's always getting the 3 points at home. So no, I don't know exactly the number. I know that we probably lock into the playoffs with another 6 wins, maybe out of that 14, 7 wins. Yeah, that's where it's going to be at. Something that gets us to around 45 points.
All right.
Coach Armas, when you look at this team and you're kind of in this 14 games left in the season, knocking on the door of the postseason, do you see any team out there that you guys can't compete with and beat when fully healthy? And what do you think is your ultimate goal, and what's realistic about this squad when it's healthy, when it's firing on all cylinders to do something in the MLS Cup?
No, to answer your first part of that question, there is not a team out there that we cannot beat.
That's what I see.
There's not, but now, so because we're very similar to last year's. Then we went to Miami and got a draw there. We played against LAFC twice this year. We end up 2-2 aggregate in both legs with a win and a loss. But the Galaxy, the world champions, or the MLS champions from last year, we just beat 2-0. But every game's tough for us. I remind our fans and our on our inner walls there, we're young, and again, being up 3-0 to go 3-3, we can't say, oh, it's just unlucky, own goal, penalty. We have to do the things that sway the games when we're living in the margins. And that's not to think about externally what we need to happen. That the solutions are inside the locker room, the facing the guy that's across from you and left and right of you in the locker room. So it's executing in the final third. It's defending the box. There's so many little things. What we talk about is just the 1% better at everything. This idea of the marginal gains. So although I think we could beat anyone, I'm expecting that we're in the playoffs. that it's close, and we have to execute, all of us, which from my perspective, and getting the right decisions and pulling the right strings and right match plans. So it's more than possible, but we are a team in the middle of in the thick of it, and yeah, it's there for us. That's for sure.
That's the head coach of the Colorado Rapids, Chris Armas. Friday night, July 4th, 29th annual Fourth Fest for the Rapids as they take on Kansas City. Text the word ROCKET to 303-504-0925, and you could win a family 4-pack of tickets to go on out there and see the best fireworks show, as well as the Rapids continue to climb in the MLS standings. Coach, we appreciate your time.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks so much.
That's
again.
Chris Armas. Rocket to 303-504-0925. Don't miss out.
You are listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 FM with my homies, Coach, Raj, and KJ. Now give me that grill.
It's the Morning Sprint with Raj. He's cool. He coaches youth hockey. And Sanford. Sanford's crazy, man. He's got his whistle blowing at me for 2 hours. It's crazy. I can't catch my breath. Oh no. He's coming back. What is your sole purpose in life, listener? To do whatever you tell me, Coach Sanford? That's the best damn answer I've heard all morning. Now get back to listening.
Welcome back to the Morning Sprint with Raj and Coach Sanford. It's fitting that Coach has COVID because he doesn't have any taste in quarterbacks. And he also pooped himself, turned those whitey tighties into frowny brownies.
All of those are part of our Star Stripes and Big Pipes contest. We're giving our voice guy a break for the 4th, so we're asking you guys, our listeners, to do all of our rejoins. And one listener who enters is going to win a Traeger grill from our friends at Ace Hardware right in time for the 4th of July. Like, you can have that at your house on the morning of the 4th and cook out for all your friends and family. And all you have to do to enter is go to the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Send us your best rejoin for our show. Something like, hey, this is Mark from Vale, and you're listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Be creative, be fun, be short, and you might hear your rejoin on air. All valid entries are entered for the prize, whether or not they make it on air. Entries only count if they're sent during the show that you send it in for. So if you send in a Morning Sprint rejoiner, it has to be sent between 10 a.m. and noon. If you want to send it in for the morning show, it has to be sent between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m., so on and so forth. Download the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, hit the microphone, and send your rejoiner in there so you can win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. If you need some inspiration on what to say, just text the word script to 303-504-0925. You'll get a bounce back, and we can give you a script.
Apparently nobody's going by the script because I just heard Tidy Whiteys got turned into frowny brownies.
Yeah, don't poo yourself.
Yeah, Paxlovid.
There's an easy way to fix that. Don't do that.
Yeah, you just don't trust the fart, man. It's the bottom line.
We're coming up on the moratorium period here at 4 p.m. In the NBA. Will the Nuggets do anything? Is Russ truly gone? Is the Bruce Brown situation actually something that could happen? The other rumor that I've kind of been seen thrown around is, like, if you can't get Bruce Brown and Russ does go somewhere else and there's not another player that you can utilize that mid-level player exception on, what would your thoughts be on Chris Paul backing up here in Denver?
I'm great with that. I like Chris Paul. I like Chris Paul as a guy that would be a good ball distributor. The point guard that you would need off the bench to properly distribute the basketball. And then Chris Paul, he still has the ability to hit some shots. He's got some knockdown shot ability. So I wouldn't be opposed to that for the correct price. And I'm guessing it'd be closer to the vet minimum because Chris Paul's production has not been obviously at an incredibly elite level, but if he's your ninth option coming off the bench and he can really spearhead the backup point guard position, and yes, I'm in.
The belle of the ball today and throughout free agency, since the Nuggets kind of had their hands tied behind their backs, is it's probably that reunion with Bruce Brown. And it feels like they've been courting each other. Bruce has obviously showed up here and he's wearing cowboy hats and inside the arena, even though he's not with the organization. It feels like that is just a formality. Like that is minutes away from happening. It does drastically change who they are in the non-Jokic minutes if you can get him back. I know he hasn't been the player that he was in the championship run in his stints in Toronto and Indy and stuff like that. Just wasn't the same type of guy. Or where else was he? Was he in New Orleans too at one point? He's bounced around so many places over the last 2 seasons. If you can get 80% of who he was on that championship roster, it will have been a good signing.
Agreed. I agree. You know, earlier today, I posed a question and I got Neil from the Shot Mazda text line didn't really like what I said. I was asking, would you take LeBron James or Russell Westbrook? If you had to choose one, which one would you choose on a vet minimum contract? The question was because LeBron James has been the most punchable face maybe in Denver sports for the last decade plus. certainly in the last 5 years since he's been a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. But very overwhelmingly, everybody said they would take LeBron James, which is simple. Chris Paul, different story. Obviously, an aging player, not an All-Pro player at this point in time in his career. I think that'd be an interesting acquisition. I do. More so than that, and I don't know who these players are. I'm not really too fond of Dennis Schroeder. I don't see that as being a great fit. Is there one or two players that John Wallace, Ben Tenzer can bring in that are just knockdown 3-point shooters that you trust to be able to, or is that Julian Strawther and Jalen Pickett, and you just got to let them develop and grow and give them the minutes they need?
Everything that the new dual-headed GMs have told you to this point is we're playing the young guys. We have to develop the young guys. I don't believe that you're going to find, outside of a guy like Bruce Brown, I don't believe that you're going to find knockdown shooters in free agency that you can afford to pay. And they are up against it. Like that is just the nature of this CBA, and having already paid your guys and having already gotten your championship is that you have to make it work with what you already have. And what you already have are young contracts that haven't really gotten enough run under the Michael Malone era. Right? Like, it costs money to get a 3-and-D player. There's just not the ability to go out and get that guy.
How do you feel about Duncan Robinson? Who just
can you afford him?
Option. He just declined his player option with the Miami Heat.
I don't know. I don't think you can afford
31 years old.
I'm almost positive you can't afford Duncan Robinson.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. What did he make last year, Coach? 5-year, $90 million deal that he just got out of. $18 million on average salary. I don't think you can. He's not jumping down into that mid-level. You can't afford that guy.
Yeah.
You can't. Like that. That's the reason why.
Would you want a guy like him?
Looking out onto, of course I would. Looking out onto the greater free agency pool for Nuggets fans that's a lost exercise. You don't have that luxury right now. You're not shopping. That's what, like, the difference between what the Avs and the Nuggets have right now is crazy when you go into these periods. Like, we thought both of these teams were going to be going into free agency not being able to do a damn thing. And just because of the nature of the two sports, like hockey, you're able to move contracts very, very easily. And it seems like teams are trying to hand life rafts out to teams that are up against it in terms of cap situations. Like, the Avs got out of it scot-free with Miles Wood and Charlie Coyle. Now they can go shopping for big-ticket items. The Nuggets just simply can't do it. That's the reason why this conversation, it gets kind of boring. There's 3 names that you can talk about it. You can talk about Chris Paul, you can talk about Bruce Brown and Russell Westbrook, and that's largely it, unless there's a trade made.
You don't think Dennis Schroeder?
But what does he do for you? Isn't Dennis Schroeder Reggie Jackson? Isn't he the same guy, kind of? He's a little bit better version than Reggie?
He feels very Reggie Jackson to me. Maybe a slight better defender. Slightly better defender than Reggie Jackson. Reggie Jackson just looked like he appeared to be a liability every time he's out on the floor, just from a physical standpoint. I mean, Dennis Schroeder, gosh, he was a 30% 3-point shooter last year.
Need something better than that.
No, he's in 2 back-to-back years, actually 3 this year. He was right in the 37% field goal range. Yeah, he's not what you need. He's just not what you need.
Again, news with the Avalanche. They have re-signed Sam Malinsky to a $1.4 million deal, just 1 year on that deal. I was misinformed. He is a unrestricted free agency at the end of next year. So you don't go into arbitration with him. This is just a bridge deal to get him to UFA status. It's kind of a bet on me type of deal for Sam Malinsky in what we expect to be some expanded minutes. The Avs now have just south of $7.75 million left on their cap to go after some big time players. Whether or not they want to make that move on the forward side, they probably need a couple of wingers. Again, Logan O'Connor will not be playing until at least mid-November, likely into December after having hip surgery, but he's expected to be ready for the team in the second half and ready for the team in the playoffs. You can get through that with some AHL Colorado Eagles guys. You can fill in the bottom 6. So if I get my choice and I'm McFarland and I'm playing with $7.7 million in change, I'm going after the D-Corps and I'm going after the D-Corps hard. I'm finding those types of players. If I can get a veteran winger that does not cost me a lot of money, that brings some physicality and grit, I would do that. I would look at a Brandon Tanev type of player, just a penalty killer, run through the wall, but I'm not paying him more than the $2.5 million I just got rid of with Miles Wood, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Tanev, what would Tanev cost you?
Tanev would cost you, let me take a peek. Brandon Tanev probably somewhere between 2.2, like 2.2, 2.3. You could keep it under the 2.5. It depends what the contract term would be. Like, can you get him on a 1-year deal? Would it be a 2-year deal or a 3-year deal? For a guy who's in his early to mid 30s, I think Tanev's like 33 or something like that.
Brandon Tanev have the best mugshot in the NHL.
Oh, he and his brother I think both of them take those like weird psycho serial killer headshots.
Go to the Google machine and type in Brandon Tanev contract, and there's two that hit you right square between the eyes in terms of mugshots, and he looks like somebody who should be institutionalized.
I take that player. I want some of that crazy.
I like guys that are I want a little of that.
Don't you need some crazy in a locker room? Like, did you ever have a guy in a room where he wasn't the star, but that level of crazy in a room helped transfer or change how you played, right? Like this dude, if you guys are watching, like Brandon Tanev is a lunatic when he goes in for his photos. They're hilarious, but I'm sure that also translates to the locker room. Did you have someone like that? Glue guy that looks like that?
Yeah, usually it was always best when that guy was a fullback. I don't know if you remember, some of the listeners might, back when Sanford, Andrew Luck, that era rolling, they had a two-way player that started at fullback and at middle linebacker. His name was Owen Marisic, and he was a screw-loose player, but he was genuinely that way. He wasn't trying to be that way. He didn't take mug shots and look goofy in them. He was just a screw-loose guy that also happened to be one of the most ridiculously intelligent human beings I've ever been around. And he was the guy that everybody on the team feared because he was a complete badass on both sides of the football. And that helps your team. Having a guy like that helps your team, gives you an edge, gives you an identity. You know that you've got somebody that's got that silly star chromosome. That's like, what's wrong with that dude? I don't know, but I want that on my team. I need that on my team. I would take Tanev. Looks like he's got a screw loose.
Vlad Tarasenko is now going to the Minnesota Wild. The former Blues winger comes back into the division from the Detroit Red Wings as NHL free agency opens up in about 23 hours from right now. What will the Avs do with their $7 million in change in cap space? Text the word ROCKET. That's ROCKET, ROCKET, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you can walk away with a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on Kansas City on July 4th. One of the best fireworks displays in the entire state. You guys can win 4 tickets to that just by texting the word ROCKET into 303-504-0925. Don't go anywhere. KJ's NFL notes are next.
Whoa, you made it through another commercial break. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. This is Adrian Steele from the Steel City, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Although I'm better known here in Denver as Altitude Adrian, where I'll be announcing the boys' shows all week long because there's nothing hotter than a girl on a radio station talking about sports. Oh, wait, there is actually. It's a Traeger grill on high, and that's what I want. I'll be sprinting to Ace to get it once I win this competition. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
I know that we're giving away the Traeger randomly to anyone who successfully submits a rejoiner for our shows. That's the leader in the clubhouse if it wasn't random. Adrian hit on the head. That's how you do it, people.
That was really good.
That's how you do it.
Really good.
It's 11:20. It means it's time for KJ's NFL Notes. We go through the biggest stories around the gridiron. KJ, what is number one?
Warren Sharp of SharpAnalysisFootball.com put together a list of the 2024 of quarterbacks with the highest rate of incompletions due to inaccurate passes. And unfortunately, our Bo Nix is 7th on the list at 34.6% out of 32 starting quarterbacks from last season with a minimum of 250 passing attempts. How much of this stat is on Bo Nix, and how much of this stat is on his receivers from last season?
This stat's interesting because I saw this as I was scrolling through Twitter, and it makes sense because there were some missed throws. There were some opportunities where there were receivers that got open. Sean Payton schemed some guys open, and there were missed throws. But the thing that I would say that is less concerning as it relates to Bo Nix being on this list is guess who's second overall in the National Football League in most inaccurate passes accounting for their incompletions? Rookie Caleb Williams. Who's third? Rookie Drake May. Who's sixth? Second year CJ Stroud. Who's ninth? Rookie Jaden Daniels, in addition to Bo Nix. So it comes with the territory of just how tight throws need to be, how accurate and tight window the throwing in the NFL is compared to college football, that there is going to be some adjustment for a first or second year player. And that's what you see largely in this group.
Well, the leader there is Trevor Lawrence. And they were terrible last year. He was 2-8 last season as a starter for the Jaguars. So
the leader was Mac Jones, actually.
No. Leader's going to lie to you, isn't it? The leader is the worst.
Correct. There you go. Okay. So the fewest inaccurate passes was actually Trevor Lawrence.
There we go. So is this a stat that lies to you?
I mean, look at the four: Trevor Lawrence, and then Aaron Rodgers, Baker Mayfield, Patrick Mahomes. Those are four guys that most people would say are really accurate passers of the football, especially your guy, Aaron Rodgers. I know I blasphemed the name of Aaron Rodgers when we were talking about him and the Steelers.
Hold on. I never said that you were blasphemous about it. I'm ready for Aaron Rodgers to be gone, but if you gave me a year with who the quarterbacks are right now,
you would take him over Justin Fields.
100%. That guy
DMac
sucks.
DMac loves Justin Fields.
No, DMac just loves quarterbacks. DMac just the Justin Fields love for DMac wasn't a Justin Fields love. It was a quarterback love. It was, why would you take anything but a quarterback in the first round if you don't have one on the team? It wasn't that he loved Justin Fields. At least that's the way that I read it. DMac, I think he's back today from vacation. If I'm wrong, let me know at noon. What's next, KJ?
No, I just been sick.
According to Jeremy Fowler, the Broncos considered trading into the top 10 of the 2025 NFL draft for running back Ashton Jeanty, but the price is to move up was too high for the Broncos, according to Jeremy Fowler. Quote, Yes, the Broncos considered moving up in the first round for running back Ashton Jeanty. They called around to teams picking in the top 10, but the price simply would have been too heavy for Denver's liking, per a source. And the team eyeing Jeanty, the Raiders at number 6, was a division rival, thus not a likely trade partner. And, quote, with the current landscape of running backs in the NFL, are generational rookie running backs like Ashton Jeanty worth the price?
I think so. The problem with this Ashton Jeanty to Denver thought process was that you just felt that the Raiders, fresh off of hiring Pete Carroll, known defensive mind, loves running the rock. His best years were always with a dominant running back. See Marshawn, Beast Mode Lynch. Ashton Jeanty just appeared to be destined to be a Las Vegas Raider. And you weren't going to be able to move mountains to be able to get that accomplished unless somehow, some way you found a way to move into the top 5 of the draft. And even in that case, I bet the Raiders would have carried more chips to move in front of where the Broncos would have tried to move to. But would I have liked it? You bet. I would have loved Ashton Jeanty from my alma mater, the greatest field on planet Earth, the blue turf at Albertson Stadium up in Boise, Idaho. I would have loved for him to be a Denver Bronco. It just wasn't realistic. And you know what, Sean Payton, George Payton and Greg Penner, they're betting on is that they found a similar, if not the same guy, for better value in RJ Harvey. And there are similarities in their body type and work. What you've seen, there are some similarities. There's no doubt.
To get up there, it's likely. Would you have to have given up next year's first round pick?
Probably.
And then you know what I say? I go no.
Keep them picked. Not screw them picks.
You keep that pick. The Broncos aren't at screw them picks yet. They're getting dangerously close to screw them picks. Although the NFL is like, I find the NFL to be drastically different when trading picks as compared to the NBA and the NHL. Don't you?
I'm not a fan of screw them picks in the NFL.
Neither am I.
You know why? You can always find really, really good steals at the receiver, running back, tight end, skilled position players. Even if your team's in a position where you're top 5, top 10 team in the NFL, there's some great gems that can make touchdowns. Look at last year. I mean, Brian Thomas Jr., where he was picked for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, that guy's a dude. He's making big time plays. He's one of the best players in the National Football League as a rookie. I think you hold on to those, especially those first, second round picks.
They're not there yet because they had so many consecutive drafts, especially with moving on from the first round picks and the Russell Wilson trade and the Sean Payton trade, that like you just didn't have enough talent actively in the organization. You're almost out of that. And when you get into screw them picks territory in the NFL, that is bona fide AFC, NFC championship contenders. They're not quite there yet. I think at this time next year, that's when we have the conversation of like, do you do the McVay thing and just go all in to try and get this championship because you're young, you are cap controllable. That's when you can move on from big time picks. They're not there yet. So I think I would have been upset about it this year, but if the same thing happens next season, like let's say is there a generational talent at wide receiver next year? There's a couple of like young kids. I know who's the stud from Alabama. Jeremiah Smith. He's at Ohio State. Yeah.
Those guys are only going to be sophomores.
If one of those guys, if one of those types of players, how's that? I haven't looked at next year's draft, but like one of those types of players comes up and you go, that's the next Hall of Fame wide receiver talent. Then I go, well, the Broncos are knocking on the door. Let's do it. Yeah. Not this year.
Yeah. The Broncos are still in a position where I don't think you've really addressed the big time top end talent of wide receiver, running back, or tight end. And you'd love to address that in the next 2 years via the draft. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Why running
really
back
good receiver.
Running back feels better right now because they're so high on RJ Harvey.
In not one of those 3 position groups do you have a top 10 player in the NFL.
Oh yeah, correct. Cortland Sutton's the closest.
Wide receiver, running back, tight end. None of those 3, you can say beyond a shadow of a doubt, we have a top 10 player in the National Football League. You can do that in the offensive line in a couple spots, right? You can say that Garrett Bowles is a top 10 tackle in the NFL. You can say without question that Quinn Miners is a top 10 guard in the National Football League.
Yep.
You're close, to being able to say at quarterback that you're a top 15 quarterback in the National Football League. A lot of people right now are saying that Bo's number 19.
You certainly have it at corner. You can make
you have it almost everywhere on the defense side.
Right. You can make the argument that you have one in, or you certainly have one in pass rusher, right? In Nick Bonito.
Nick Bonito, top 10 pass rusher right now.
Greenlaw is healthy, that's probably a stretch.
Right on the fringe.
But he's on the fringe. And if Hufanga is healthy, he's a top 10 safety.
Top 10 safety. That's where you got to address is on the offensive side of the ball. Skill players, touchdown makers.
Sutton's your closest,
creators.
And he's like a top 30 receiver, top 25.
Yeah, probably. When you really look at the top 20 wide receivers, you list those guys out, there's some dogs.
The receiving talent in the league right now is it better than it ever has been?
I'd say there's probably more depth. There's been like some of these rookie receivers that you've seen franchises hit on. Like, my God, like Brian Thomas. This guy was at the Combine. I was at the Senior Bowl. I didn't see that he was going to be that much of an impact player for Jacksonville. And yeah, he's going to be a really good one. Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't necessarily have a great rookie year. He did some good things. His numbers actually they were a little better than you thought they were. He's going to be a dude. There's some receivers in the league right now. And the Broncos, they have a good group of wide receivers. They're a well-rounded group of wide receivers. But none of them really are in that top 20, 25 conversation outside of court.
You got to draft those over the next 2 years, and then we can get into Chris McFarland, screw them picks territory.
Right.
KJ, what's next?
No, I just been sick.
Well, the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Miami Dolphins pulled a Kevin Durant by pulling off a blockbuster trade this morning. And according to Adam Schefter, the full details are the Steelers get Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, the tight end, and a 2027 7th-round pick, while the Dolphins get safety Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 2027 5th-round pick. Jalen Ramsey is scheduled to make a total of $26.6 million this season. The Dolphins have already paid out $7 million, which means the Steelers will pick up the rest of the $19 million of that contract. Let me ask you guys, who won this trade?
Oof. I'm going to go with the Dolphins. I'm going to go with the Dolphins. They obviously love Minkah Fitzpatrick. He's back. Jalen Ramsey, just good player. Just remember him from the recruiting process, and I feel like he's always just been one of those. He's a good player. He's not an elite talent, and there are times where headaches come with Jalen Ramsey on your team, where I don't feel like that's going to be the case with Minkah Fitzpatrick. I think the Dolphins in their franchise, with all the issues with Tyreek Hill, they need as many guys down in South Beach. They're just going to play football and not worry about all the shenanigans, not get in trouble, they need less drama and more football.
Both of those players moving out of Miami to Pittsburgh felt like headaches. Like Jonnu Smith felt like he didn't want to be there. Jalen Ramsey, ever since he left LA, hasn't felt like he's wanted to be there. Like that's the last time that I feel like Jalen Ramsey was, I'm where I'm meant to be and where I want to be. So
for a Super Bowl.
Right. So for addition via subtraction purposes, Miami wins this one. They also get a 5th-round pick, so you get like 2 extra rounds of value in that. So yeah, the Dolphins win, but it's marginal.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's a trade of 2 3-time All-Pro defensive backs. And I look at it and I go, like, cool. So what? But it doesn't do anything for me because I think both of those teams are just like idling and they don't know where they're going to go. Neither one is very clearly like you should be tanking and resetting, and neither one is on the come up. They're just like they're in the I don't really care or really know who you are at this moment stage. Therefore, the trade makes me go, meh.
All right.
KJ,
cool.
What's next?
No, I just been sick.
A What's New report that was released yesterday, according to Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland, she's stating that around the league, it is believed that Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson could be ready to practice as soon as October after re-tearing his Achilles back in January. If Deshaun does come back and stays on that timeline, is there any chance he comes back and plays this season?
If I'm running the Cleveland Browns, hell no. I don't want that guy back. I don't want to have to deal with that cap hit. I want to just look forward at my young quarterbacks and go, that's my future. I don't want him anywhere around my team.
You're already dealing with the cap hit, are you not?
Yeah, like you can't get out of it, but I just don't want that in my.
Gosh, if they're,
it's guaranteed. You literally can't get out of it.
I know the way that the NFL contracts are written. Would you want to at least be able to look back as the Cleveland Browns and say, we at least gave it a shot to see what we had in this player that really has never really played for this franchise yet? We are in cap hell for a long time because of this player. I think that the coach in me would say, man, I just want to know what we got. Is there even a chance? Is there a shot this guy can give us something? Because there's a reason you did the deal in the first place. It was a terrible deal. It's turned out to be monumentally bad. But Deshaun Watson, the player, did some good things in Houston. You know, I just spent a little too much time in the parlor of massages.
Wouldn't you, as a Broncos fan, wouldn't you, like, looking back on it with complete 2020 vision, knowing what was going to happen? Don't you
as in the year 2020?
Don't you move on from Russ after the very, very first year? Like, you don't even saddle Sean Payton with Russ in year one. You just get rid of him. Why would you want to know if you already kind of know what Deshaun Watson is? Probably. Sean Payton knew what Russell Wilson was, and he went, fine, I'll deal with it for a year. I get it. I feel like Cleveland's at the same spot.
I'll actually show you. I will show you how bad he is.
Right. So, like, if you're Cleveland,
I'm going to use him on a weekly basis. He's going to be Exhibit A to hold up in a court of law of how washed Russell Wilson is in my offense. Watch this.
If I'm running the team, I'm looking at Stefanski and going, I'm not forcing this headache on you, man. Go do with Dylan Gabriel and Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett and Shedeur Sanders what you will.
Shedeur is going to save the day in Cleveland. I believe it.
Again, which is why I don't want him anywhere near that team if I'm running the show. Take your chance. The chances of Shedeur or Gabriel working out are far greater than Deshaun Watson coming back and going, I'm Clemson Tiger, Deshaun Watson.
Long time ago.
That ship is come and gone, brother.
Dude, it's wild. I was the offensive coordinator at Notre Dame in a famous Clemson versus Notre Dame game in Clemson, South Carolina. In the middle of a monsoon where actually people lost their lives locally in the area. Deshaun Watson led an incredible come from behind victory. Dude, that was 10 years ago, man. That was such a long time ago. Like, I was still employed as a college coach the last time Deshaun Watson played really good football. It's not good.
KJ, one more.
No, I just been sick.
Tennessee Titans owner Amy Adams Strunk's daughter, I'm going to say this is Blanche, is her name?
Blanche.
It's
a very old school name, Blanche.
All right, well,
I like
you,
the
Rod.
Blanche.
Isn't Blanche like streetcar named Desire? I think that's the lead of the female lead.
Look at Raj over here schooling me, man. Goodness gracious.
Or Stella? I don't know. Something like that.
Anyway, she got married this weekend using the entire team stadium as the wedding venue. Great. Congratulations. Close the stadium down. You use your wedding. You could have had a concert, but you decided to use your wedding there. Lost out on millions of dollars. No problem. I'll ask you guys another form of the question. If you guys could have your vow renewals anywhere in the world, where would you have it?
Coach, where would you take them? It's a great question.
Man, if I could do my vow renewals anywhere in the world.
I'm not doing them where the Tennessee Titans play football. I'll tell you that for free.
Yeah, especially because I was thinking about that stadium. That stadium's a piece of crap.
It's a garbage dump.
It's awful. That thing was awful when it was built. It was like, why would I'd be mad at my grandma. Like, you guys went cheap. Couldn't you guys have built the new stadium in time for me to get married in it?
Let me take the PJ to Fiji and we'll do it there.
Gosh. Vow renewal for me would be I love the mountains, man. I would like to do it in the state of Colorado. My favorite view line is the peak at Arapahoe Basin and just looking down over. There's like one of those
My sister's getting married
warming
there.
huts. Awesome setup up there. Getting 11, 12, 13,000 type feet. Great view. You're above the tree line. Yeah, I'd go up there.
Get me somewhere tropical. Get my toes in the sand, brother.
Like that's all you had. You're always somewhere tropical.
That's all I want to be, man. Get me into some clear water. Get a scuba tank on my back. I'm a happy guy.
And when you're tropical, Raj, you're not like me when I'm in the mountains. I'm doing a radio show from Steamboat with COVID. Raj is sitting there. He has got his ass in the sand, his toes in the sand.
And I am mainlining my ties.
And not doing anything related to sports talk radio.
Oh, KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. You have 5 more minutes to text the keyword ROCKET. That's ROCKET to 303-504-0925. That is your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on Kansas City on July 4th. Yes, Coach?
Rocket, is that something that you and your the buddies that you grew up with would refer to as a very attractive female?
You could also call a buddy a rocket too, like a man rocket.
What's that?
The same exact thing.
A really good looking
fella, man rocket.
The fairy Raj mother strikes again.
Well, it's also like rockets, like fireworks, those things. Like that's kind of where my mind was going for that keyword.
I've never heard you like, she is a rocket. Like, huh? What do you mean?
It's an elite term when describing someone of.
Does that come from a hockey? Is that a hockey term?
I learned it through hockey guys. Yeah, rocket. Yeah. Rocket, missile, those type of things.
Yep, love it.
I got you, Coach. We learn things here on the morning sprint. Again, rocket to 303-504-0925. We are just 5 hours away or so, just under 5 hours away from the moratorium period starting in the NBA when it comes to free agency, and then 23 hours and change from NHL free agency coming on tomorrow. Sam Malinsky signs a 1-year, $1.4 million deal to stay with the Avs. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We will give away a winner for our 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on Kansas City on Friday night, the 4th, for the 29th annual 4th Fest for the Rapids. It's one of the very best fireworks shows in the entire state, and you guys can go for free. We'll give away a winner in just a few minutes from right now. Coach is up there in Steamboat. Beautiful backdrop as he's supporting the red, white, and blue during the Gold Cup.
You better believe I am, man. These stripes don't run, Raj.
NHL and NBA free agency are looming here. We had a Rockies ejection, which that's the most exciting thing that's happened the entire year. That was awesome.
Okay, so we learned something about Warren Schaefer.
He's gigantic.
Not only is he more than able to gnaw at some rear end of an umpire. Dude, he's got unbelievable hip and ankle mobility. His flexibility is he's going down and showing how low the pitch was. I'm like, that's a high-level athlete.
Yeah,
Mr.
that ain't
Schaefer.
Bobby Cox going out there.
I mean, this isn't somebody waddling out there with, a bunch of inflammation on their knees. No, man. Warren Schaefer was ready to go. He's ready to get into physical positions that very few on planet Earth can do. I think that Warren Schaefer might be a yoga guy. Watching his mobility.
Man.
KJ, Shams just went on the McAfee show and had some interesting things to say about this moratorium period that starts at 4 p.m.
Yeah, there was a lot of player options.
5 hours away, baby.
I mean, yesterday I just saw massive numbers with players decided to, I guess I'll take $45 million.
Yeah.
Player decided to, that sounds good, to $32 million a year. There was a bunch of those yesterday that were kind of popping off. Sunday, that was where the LeBron James opt-in, and then the conversation around that really all began. And then free agency tonight, we should expect a lot more, is what you're saying, it sounds like.
There's going to be some big deals tonight, Pat.
All right. Will any of those big deals involve the Nuggets? This is what they can do via trade or free agency. They have the taxpayer mid-level exemption at $5.7 million that can be used one time on one player. And they can also trade a 2031 or a 2032 first-round pick, but they cannot trade both of those picks. They also have a 2032 second-round pick that they're able to package as well. So that doesn't scream like big trades that Sham's talking about right there. It doesn't scream Nuggets to me.
I wouldn't rule it out, Raj. I would not rule it out. And it's not even for me necessarily the trades involving picks. Could it involve one of your core 4 players? I don't know.
Well, I hope not. Yeah. We gave away gave away the core 4 jerseys this morning we had like 38,000 individual entries to win those jerseys. Cool. And our winner, Eli Farkas, had 52 of the 60 keywords. There were 9 separate people that had every single keyword. That is literally every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. There were 9 people that got all 60 keywords in. And I obviously, as Eli only had 52, all 9 of those people had the greatest chance to win those 4 signed jerseys. We're going to have something coming up for you guys, so just stay tuned for that for the 9 of you.
Was Eli a morning sprinter? Was he 100% on the morning sprint? Do we know?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I will venture to find out. I will bother our boss who is on PTO, and I will find that out. You're a big stat guy when it comes to the keywords, and I love that about you.
Love analytics.
Love that about you.
Big data nerd. Crunch the numbers, and we'll find out.
Make sure you guys enter our Star Stripes and Big Pipes contest. That's our one that we're doing this week, where we're giving away a Traeger grill just in time for the 4th of July from our friends at Ace Hardware. And as you guys have been listening to the morning sprint so far today, our rejoiners haven't been our normal voiceover guy. He's getting the week off, and we are tabbing you guys to come in and do the work, well, essentially for free, unless you win the Traeger, and that'll be your payment. All you have to do, download the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, scroll to the bottom, hit the little microphone, and then leave us a rejoiner. If you need some inspiration, text the word script to 303-504-0925. That is script to 303-504-0925. And then leave KJ a rejoiner, and we will hopefully get it on the air over the next few days. If it doesn't get on the air, but you do successfully submit a rejoiner 4-hour show between 10 a.m. and noon, you're automatically entered. And we're going to choose those at random. So, like, it doesn't even have to be good. I hope it's good, but it doesn't have to be good to win.
At the end of the day, you just got to shoot your shot sometimes, Raj. And you never know. You just never know when you get. Sometimes that's reciprocated back, isn't it?
If you are the Nuggets, who are you shooting your shot at today? Or over the next few days?
Man. Steph Curry.
Hey, is this thing on? Is he available for trade?
I don't know.
I would like him. How's Jamal Murray? Would you like to? The trade is 1-for-1. Steph for Jamal. What do you say?
No, do it.
I don't think you can't afford DeAndre Ayton, but that's like a really fun thing to think about. Is if you want 1 year to revive your career and go learn behind the best big man in the game. Like, they literally can't afford him, but it would be perfect. There's nothing better than that. That fixes your hole at number 5. And Ayton's coming off of a bad season. That's a reclamation project. But again, you probably can't fit him in. If I'm shooting my shot with the Avs, you guys know my guy. My bell of the ball is Vlad Gavrikov from the LA Kings. I'm shooting my shot with him. And then if the Avs don't have enough cap space to fill in, maybe one more D or another winger on the bottom 6 at that point, I will then cross that bridge when I get to it. If I run out of cap space and I go, oh crap, I have to trade away another current player, I'm willing to do that for a player like Vlad Gavrikov. That's my shot that I'm shooting.
Sham said it. Big deal's coming tonight. He's guaranteeing it. So he's hearing some steam. And it would not surprise me if somehow, some way, the Denver Nuggets, by tomorrow's show, there's something big to talk about.
I just don't know how they can do it, man. I don't know how they can do it.
What do you think, KJ?
I mean, look, Coach, I wouldn't be shocked either, but I'm with Raj. I lean towards Raj on this one, man. Like, I don't know how they do it. They've committed to the core 4. No one wants to budge. Everybody believes you can just run it back. So if that's what they believe and they really want to give DA a chance, then I don't know what big moves can come out of this over, between tonight and the next few days. I just don't know.
But we keep saying that they've committed to the core 4. What gives us the reason to believe that other than the fact that the Altitude Sports Radio, owned by the Kroenke Sports,
because they're all under contract and it's very difficult to match salaries and trade those contracts, especially when you look at the Jamal Murray contract kicking in this year, and I don't know how the rest of the league views Jamal Murray. Do they view him like I do, that you should not have signed that extension? You should have waited until this offseason? I would like to think that more players, or rather more teams around the league, think the way that I do when it comes to Jamal.
Why would
Porter Jr.
Toronto build around Jamal Murray? Native son. Their guy. Why would Toronto not want to take that contract on? That's a team right now that's in major rebuild mode. We've seen these types of deals happen over the years. I don't know.
Is there a player that you want? Like, who are you going to get back? Like, they're not going to give up Scotty Barnes, are they? That's not going to happen. Like, you don't want Brandon Ingram.
I want to free up some salary to go out and get deeper and get more scores.
I think you're hoping for something that's not going to happen, brother. I hate to break it to you. I think there's going to be some trades. I just don't think the Nuggets are going to be part of it.
We'll get to see tonight, won't we?
PhD is coming up next for Coach Sanford out there in Steamboat. For KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. Thank you guys so much for listening to the Morning Sprint. PhD is next. We will talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Love you. Bye. Later.
Yes, Altitude Sports Radio. It's PhD, but we just have the P. We're without the H and the D, so I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. And even Tyler, the weather / allergies got you down a little bit today.
I don't know what's going on with me. I'm getting my ass kicked by allergies the last week or so, and I just cannot get them to freaking go away. Like I feel like crap. I do.
You're a seasonal guy, I assume. So every summer you go through this.
Yeah, I do. For a long time, I did those allergy shots. I did those for like years, and I finally gave up on those.
I was gonna say, do those even work though?
Allegedly, I don't know. I did one. Have you ever done an allergy test?
Yes.
So they like poke you on your back, and they'll poke you like 50 times, right?
Yeah.
I flared up for everything. I'm and I'm highly allergic to grass, which is and I played football on grass my entire life, you know. So and I love mowing lawns and stuff, which is counterproductive to my existence. But no. I'm gonna survive. I'm gonna make it. It is a little cloudy. It is a little bit gloomy out there. You wouldn't think of allergies today, but I've been getting my ass kicked for a week here.
Well, I mean, we appreciate you toughing it out.
I'll tell you the slippery slope, though. Here's the slippery slope. I've definitely been addicted to nose spray before, like where if you use it too much, you just get rebound effect, right? So now you just got to keep using it more and more. It's like taking drugs, you know?
It's like chapstick, right? Once you use it once, then you have to use it again and again and again until that's all you do.
Yeah, but now I'm getting dangerously close to that again, where it's time to go to bed, and I'm like, oh, I really want some nose spray. Don't use it. Don't do it. But I can't. I'm not going to sleep if I don't use the nose spray. I end up using the nose spray, and now I'm at a slippery slope with the nose spray again.
Every night.
And
this
it's been going on for a week or two, but yeah.
This is the medicated stuff.
Oh, this is the good stuff.
So, I mean, would you do just the saline?
That doesn't work. Yeah.
I mean, it does work.
No.
It's not like medicine, but it does kind of clean you out. You can kind of clear your sinuses and maybe sleep for a little bit.
No. I like the good stuff. Yeah. Give me that good.
All right, fair. All right, so before we get into it here, we've got a couple things to clean up. I believe it was Darlene Rodriguez is our winner of tickets to see the Rapids on July 4th. That was something that Raj, in all his wisdom, forgot to announce. So I'll announce that for him. Also, congratulations to the winner of our Core 4 score. Eli Farkas won 4 jerseys, all autographed by Jokic, Murray, Porter Jr., and Gordon. So that's kind of cool. And then we've got another giveaway for you. Did you hear about this yet?
I have heard about it, yeah.
Stars, stripes, and big pipes, and the name might be
Wait, have we given these away yet?
Yeah, that was who I just announced. Eli, he was announced this morning, but I was just giving him a shout.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Eli was the winner of those 4 jerseys, which they announced this morning. But we're already on to the next thing, because you could have a Traeger grill in your possession.
Heck yeah.
For July 4th. Like, you could have it for the cookout day.
Do you own a Traeger?
I don't.
So I used to do reads for a barbecue shop, and I got a free Traeger out of the deal.
That's not bad.
One of the best deals I've ever got in my life. I freaking love my Traeger. It's unbelievable. It's literally like you got to be an idiot to mess it up. All you got to do is open up the app. Everything's on Wi-Fi now. You can literally change the temperature from your phone.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
You put a little thermostat in it. You put in the temperature that you want your food to cook to. It'll automatically turn the grill off. You could leave the house. I mean, these things are seriously unfreaking real.
So Ace Hardware is sponsoring Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes, where they are giving away a Traeger grill that you can have in your possession by July 4th. Here's what you got to do. During each of our shows, you got to do a rejoiner for us. Our big voice guy, he's taking a little vacation time. So when we come back and it says, you're listening to PhD, well, we need you to do that for us. So listen, if you want to take a shot at DMac or you want to get on Scotty for taking a little bit of vacation, here's your chance.
Or if me being a nose spray addict, I mean, whatever you want. Yeah.
I mean, we already had a text from Neil that said, I'm addicted to the nose spray too.
See, Neil, you and me, man. Hey, who's your supplier?
Let's not get
What do you mean?
Walgreens?
I'm just talking about nose spray.
Oh, okay, nose spray. Anyway. So Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes. If you want to enter, all you got to do is open up the app. Go to the Voice of the People, and you can record it. Throw it in for PhD. If you want to get qualified for this show, you can get qualified once for each show during the week. If you want to get qualified for this show, it has to be between 12 and 3 that you send in your entry,
Yeah.
your rejoiner for us.
So you got to do it live while that show is on air.
Yep.
You cannot do Kreckman and Lindahl. You can't do that right now. Nope.
No, it's got to be, and really you could just do a whole rejoiner that's just about Tyler Polumbus because he's the only one who's here.
I'm not going to lie.
That's the
I mean,
namesake of
the
the
4
show.
core was a great giveaway.
Yeah.
Incredible giveaway. To me, this Traeger one, even better.
Would you rather have the 4 autographed jerseys framed in your house
or a Traeger?
That's
Traeger.
It's a great question.
No question. No question about it. I don't even have to think.
I don't think it's that cut and dry.
Oh, I don't even have to think for 10 seconds. Give me the Traeger.
I know it's Kane normally that does the straw polls, but let's do one. 303-504-0925. Text in. Would you rather have the 4 signed jerseys or the Traeger if you had the choice? I don't know that it's a clean sweep like you're acting like.
Well, if you consider yourself a pitmaster, there's no decision to be made here.
Well, wait, the pitmaster doesn't need the Traeger because he can actually do all that.
I never said I couldn't cook. I never said I couldn't smoke.
Are you a cook?
I am to the stuff I like. Yes.
Yeah, I'm the same way. And I cook for myself for so long now that it's like I like my specific stuff the way that I make it.
Yeah.
I think I would hate it if somebody else did. I don't know. Dan, what would you rather? Would you rather the 4 jerseys or the Traeger?
Well, I am not a cook whatsoever. I'll take the 4 signed jerseys. However, those Hot Pockets aren't going to microwave themselves, guys.
You never know. Put those Hot Pockets on a smoker. Ooh.
Or,
Papa Murphy's Pizza on the Traeger, Tyler.
You want to know my favorite thing I've ever cooked on my smoker? And it's going to be random. This is my favorite thing of all time. Smoked meatloaf.
Smoked meatloaf.
It's unreal.
Yeah, I bet that would really, because, it's basically a giant hamburger.
Yeah.
So I bet that would really, the flavor would really get in there.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Yeah, I bet that's good. Do you do it in a tray, or do you just put a log of meat in there?
No, you put it in a little tinfoil tray.
All right, so let's get to some sports. I know it's the middle of the summer, but we did have 2 drafts go off last week. Nuggets basically did nothing. Not basically, actually did nothing. The biggest move that they had was to get rid of 2 two-way contracts, including Trey Alexander, which I thought was a little bit of a surprise. Did that catch you off guard a little bit?
Wasn't he the G League MVP or something?
I think it was newcomer of the year or something like that. But yeah,
some award.
He won an award in the G League. We're looking for bench scoring. Here's a guard who's 6'3", who can fill it up a little bit, at least in the G League. You don't even want to give that a shot?
I don't know. I guess they saw enough. They saw whatever they needed. Maybe this kid they signed out of Mizzou. Who's the other kid they signed? They signed 2 players.
Two players that they opened up contracts.
One was out of Missouri. Josh Kroenke's going to find himself a nice little Mizzou boy.
But you're taking a chance, even if you're dead sure, you're taking a bigger chance than you were on Alexander. You know what I mean? It just seemed like a strange move to me, unless the new VPs came in and just said he's not our guy. We didn't really like him in the first place, but it felt kind of strange.
Yeah. It went down the exact way that I thought it was going to go down. People were talking about Nuggets trading back into the draft. I did not think that was going to happen. This entire offseason is unfolding. I feel like I've nailed this thing. You are getting dangerously close to, in the most literal sense, running this basketball team back. With everybody that you've got. Obviously, it looks like you're going to lose Russ. You'll lose DJ, a few guys like that. But, for the most part, you are literally going to run this thing back, and you're just going to cross your fingers and hope and pray that David Adelman can develop these younger players.
You'll have the MLE, and you can sign somebody probably decent with that. You kind of expect that to be Bruce Brown at this point. I feel like everybody kind of expects that. But I wonder how much of – when Bruce Brown was here, there was stories about how Malone went up to him when he was a free agent and said, nobody's using you right. I know how to use it. You got to come here. You're going to help us. I can envision it. And he was right. But now Malone's not here. And I wonder how much, sure, he loved the city. He goes to Avs games. You know what I mean? I'm sure he loves the guys. But how much does a coach play into that? I feel like the answer is a lot. So just to assume that he's going to sign an MLE and come back, I don't know for sure that – I don't know. It feels weird to me.
People talk about Bruce Brown like he'd be the savior coming back to the Nuggets. He'd fix all our problems. To your point, Michael Malone apparently knew how to use him. Apparently nobody else in the NBA does. And that includes after he left the Denver Nuggets, because he played on about 3 teams since he left the Denver Nuggets. Who all were the teams? So it was
Toronto,
Indiana,
and
and
I think
New
New
Orleans.
Orleans.
Yes.
And so,
I mean, that's bouncing around, man. I mean,
I agree with you. I don't think he's a silver bullet.
That's 3 teams that couldn't figure it out, or at least didn't figure it out enough where they thought it warranted the price tag that they were paying.
And then you talk about guys like, listen, we can talk about pie in the sky guys like maybe DeAndre Ayton, right? But it's just you're never going to be in the conversation for those guys if they want actual money.
Well, I heard Kevin Durant wants another trade, so maybe him.
Did you really hear that?
No.
I mean, that's how ridiculous he is that I wouldn't necessarily put that past him. Like he wasn't happy getting traded to Houston and still wants to move. So, yeah, I don't know. And then the Avs, I mean, barely participated in their draft over the weekend. They made like 3 late-round draft picks. I think a third was their highest.
Why did they do that on a Friday night, by the way? I don't get why the NHL does their draft on a Friday night.
I didn't mind. I was more annoyed by the NBA splitting 2 rounds.
Do it on a Monday. Do it right at the beginning of the week.
Easier to pay attention to?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, by the time you get to the weekend in the summertime, man, I'm not paying attention to the NHL draft.
They probably were just trying to avoid the NBA, to be honest.
Okay, do it the next week.
It's not. Well, but so their free agency starts the 1st of July. It's when their league year ends and the new one begins. And I think they have to do it before the new year begins.
Okay.
So I think they were maybe kind of pigeonholed into that spot, but I don't know for sure. But anyway.
So what do I need to know about what the Avs did?
I mean, so all they did was trade away guys. They traded away 2 guys to make cap room. It was
which that happened while we were
Coyle
on
and
air.
Wood. Yep. And that was it. Like, that was the story of their draft. They drafted 3 guys, and like I said, the highest was a 3rd-round pick. But it just feels like something else is happening. And I heard Raj talk about it earlier today. I talked to him a little bit about it in the hallway. It feels like there's another move for them to be made there, which is interesting. And this is what I kind of wanted to ask you. When we were going through the end of last season, and I felt like it was true for you guys too, but I felt like the whole city, you felt pretty confident in the Avs' chances to win a cup. Then they have the 1st-round matchup against the Stars. They lose in 7. I feel like faith got shaken a little bit. You start asking the questions, do we need to rebuild, so on and so forth. But then when you look back at it, do you need them to make a big move? Do you need them to be significantly different than they were last year? Or like you're talking about with the Nuggets, are you okay with them just running it back?
Well, I do think the Avs have set themselves up to sign somebody relatively big. I mean, they went from having like $1 million in cap space to, what is it now, over $10 million?
No, it was 8-9. It was almost $9 million. It was like 8.9. And then they just signed Sam Malinsky and dropped it down to like 7.5.
Okay. Well, that's still enough money to go get a good hockey player.
A name, yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe 2 decent hockey players.
Yeah.
So I think what they've done is set themselves up to at least get one more addition to that team.
And do you need it to be a big name? If they did sign 2 decent guys, would you feel like they need a big guy or 2 decent guys, or are you comfortable with them as they are?
I feel a whole lot better about the Avalanche than I do about the Nuggets.
Yeah, see, and that's how I feel about it too.
Yeah.
If I had to pick one of them to run it back, I'd prefer the Avs than the Nuggets.
Yeah, I mean, Avs that's still a deep hockey team, whereas the Nuggets, that's a top-heavy team.
Yeah, crazy. All right, well, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams go through the offseason. If they don't make any moves, they both are championship contenders, but you don't want to be that team that's perpetually just right there and not good enough. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's interesting to see how they'll try to navigate those waters. We did have a big trade today in the NFL. Steelers and Dolphins made a trade, and I'm not sure the person that everybody thinks is the winner in this is actually the winner in this. We'll talk about it next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Okay, guys and gals, hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, maybe you got bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, make the commitment to call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, and you're going to get your hair back. Simple as that. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Ask about their Advanced FUE, and you're going to learn nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to have the best of the best working on you. You'll love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You'll love the entire staff over at Advanced Hair Restoration because they're absolutely fantastic at what they do. Guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much. They're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee, your own natural hair. It starts to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, reminding you to help us with the rejoiners. Send them over to DT. He'll get them. And just because we play yours doesn't mean you're a winner. Just because you don't hear yours doesn't mean you're not entered. Everybody who sends in during this time will be entered to win a Traeger grill. And all you have to do is go to the Voice of the People. You can hit the little Voice of the People and send us your rejoiners for PhD. If you need a script, you can also text script to 303-504-0925, and I'll give you a little script that you can read. But you can ad-lib it if you want. But I'm looking at this text line, and it's like 50-50, Tyler. 50-50 if I want the jerseys or the Traeger, which is the better prize. And, you know, someone made a good point on here, and I should find it so I can give them credit. But the point they made is anybody who's got money can go buy a Traeger. Doesn't mean you can necessarily get four matching jerseys all autographed.
No, if you got money, you could buy a Nikola Jokic signed jersey. If you got money, you could buy a Jamal Murray signed jersey. Yeah. That is not true.
I don't know.
That is definitely not true. You want me to go on eBay right now? I promise you I can find about 150 different options for you.
Well, you could do the same thing with a Traeger.
I know. I know that.
I think that's harder to get than a Traeger for matching jerseys. I don't know.
No, but I'm an experienced kind of guy, and you get all the experiences with the Traeger. What am I getting out of a signed jersey on my wall?
Well, when your boys come over to eat the meat that you smoked in the Traeger, you can show them your wall full
there you
of
go.
Nuggets jerseys.
Yeah, no, but that's where my shrine to myself goes.
What do you got?
I do have 3 paintings of myself.
Oh.
Yeah, all done by my strength coach, Luke Richardson, with the Denver Broncos. His brother Gabe was an insane artist, or is an insane artist. And the year before I got there, Peyton Manning had gotten paintings done for all the offensive linemen. And I saw those paintings. I was like, those are badass. I want some of those. So I actually paid my strength coach's brother to do one painting of each team I was on.
Is it like an action shot?
Yeah. And they are sick, dude. Like
I kind of
really
want to see
sick.
these.
I'll send you a photo. They're in my background of all the podcasts I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was expecting you to say like jersey swaps maybe, or like your jerseys.
No, I didn't do a lot of jersey swaps because you had to pay for your jersey every time you gave it away.
Really?
Yeah. Every time you gave away your jersey, it was like $500.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah.
So you never did a jersey swap? Even with like players that you played with in college?
I think I did 1 or 2 with some buddies that, they were real close dudes, but no, I was not a big jersey swap guy.
Interesting.
I do have a bin full of signed jerseys that it's just in my basement, and a bunch of jerseys that are signed there in a bin.
Why just in a bin? Why aren't we?
I don't know. I've just never done anything with them.
I mean, I feel like that is what you would put on the wall.
I guess but the shrine to myself, you know.
Okay. All right.
Feeling bad about yourself? Go look at your shrine.
Well, if you do that, wasn't it Antonio Brown that had a bunch of them and then he sold them all because he's broke now?
I don't know. I can't figure out if that dude's broke or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's broke. But all right. So the big news of the day in the NFL was the trade that went down between the Dolphins and the Steelers. And everybody's talking about the Steelers' end of this, and I don't even think they got the best player in the trade. Jalen Ramsey goes to the Steelers. Jonnu Smith goes to the Steelers. Minkah Fitzpatrick comes back, and I think he might be the best player in the deal. And it's interesting to me the way I've heard people talk about it so far is from a Steelers point of view. No doubt they are the more interesting of the two teams with everything that they've done this offseason to try to be a contender. But I feel like Jalen Ramsey's on the downside of his career. He's still grasping at getting as much money as he can. I like Jonnu Smith, but I don't think he's like a game changer, and I think they have a better tight end already on the roster in Pat Freiermuth. So I don't know, Tyler. Give me your initial thoughts on the trade, and then we can kind of break down what it means for the AFC.
Well, Jalen Ramsey's still getting paid at 30 years old as a corner, which good for him, man. I mean, he's gotten paid 2 or 3 times already, and he's going to get a little bit of a little bit of a bump when he goes to the Steelers. So he gets what he wants. I guess it all just depends on the depth of the team and what you got at the other positions, right? Because you give up Minka, who's a safety, and you go get a corner. Maybe it's just about the depth of your team, what you've got there. I don't know who are the other safeties with the Steelers.
The other safeties, I'm not sure. The other corners they have are Joey Porter and
well, that's a hell of a duo. That's a hell of a trio.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
That's like a Denver Broncos trio right there. That's an impressive trio to me. The Steelers are now making a late push here in the AFC arms race, and there has been an AFC arms race that's been going on. I don't know, dude. Jalen Ramsey, I guess my bigger concern if I'm Pittsburgh, that dude can be happy playing in Pittsburgh. He doesn't seem like the type of dude that's going to be happy in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I mean, unless they're competing, right? The winning solves all kind of, but he's always been a little bit cranky. He's a 30-year-old corner. So Fitzpatrick is 2 years younger and at a position that ages more gracefully than cornerback does. I just feel like the Dolphins got the better end of the deal there. Now,
Jalen Ramsey's still a top 3 corner in the NFL.
Do you really believe that?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, where would you put him?
Probably top 10.
Top 10?
Yeah.
Jeez.
And like I would say like 6 or 7.
I would say it's more or less interchangeable between Sauce, Pat, Trent McDuffie, and Jalen Ramsey. I would say those 3 or 4 guys are more or less interchangeable.
Okay. I think, and I'm gonna get heat for this because I'm a Bills guy, but I think Christian Bedford's on that list.
Oh, top 3 or 4?
Yeah, I think he's a top 5 corner in the league.
Wow. Okay.
So as far as that goes, like, I don't know. It's a position that does not age well.
Well,
And
listen,
I don't think he's
don't
moving to safety or something like that anytime soon.
I don't disagree with you that for Miami, a team that whenever anybody knows that you're trying to trade a guy, generally speaking, you lose your leverage. So I do agree with you that in the big picture, it does feel like they got pretty solid return back.
All right, so we're looking at the PFF list. Dan pulled it up for us. Denzel Ward's a good name that we didn't mention. Jair Alexander, I feel like 9's a little high for him. 8, Christian Benford of the Bills. 7, Marlon Humphrey. Again, feel like maybe that's a little bit high for him, but I think he's a top 10 guy. DJ Reed of the Detroit Lions is 6. Stingley Jr., we didn't even mention, and he's top 3 paid.
Yeah.
Jalen Johnson for the Bears at 4, Trent McDuffie at 3, and then, of course, you've got Pat Surtain and Sauce Gardner at 1 and 2. So, I mean, as far as PFF goes, he's not even top 10.
Yep.
And it's one of those things where, like, I think you get caught on names a little bit because you know him and he's been around for so long, but as he ages, I mean, it's a young man's game. And so I honestly,
yeah, but the Pittsburgh Steelers ain't looking at it that way.
That's well,
they're not worried about it being a young man's game. They're trying to load up right here, right now. They got 1 year with Aaron Rodgers. They're trying to make it work.
And let me ask you this: do you think Joey Porter Jr. is a better corner than Jalen Ramsey?
Oh man,
and obviously you haven't pulled tape on these guys and watched it, but just like generally from having watched the Steelers,
I mean, I guess if I had to start from scratch, I'd probably choose Joey Porter just because of age and all that.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think Joey Porter at his best is even scratched Jalen Ramsey at his best.
Sure, at his best, but I just think his best is behind him. So then it begs the question, right? So all this goes down. You add Jonnu Smith to that. So there's a little bit extra value there for giving up Minkah Fitzpatrick. But from each side here, from a Steelers standpoint, we talked about them a little bit last week, especially because the comparison with the Broncos is strong in that both won a similar amount of games last year, ended up as wild card teams. Where do you think this puts them in the AFC? Like, I don't know that this elevates them any more than I thought they were already.
Dude, I don't know. I guess I disagree with you. I think Jonnu Smith is a hell of a football player. I guess you could debate who's better between him and Pat Freiermuth, but listen, Smith, that dude's a baller. I mean, he had 884 yards last year as a tight end. That ain't nothing. That's a dude that can play some football.
Sure.
So you pair that up with another tight end. You've now got DK Metcalf. You've now got 2 incredibly good tight ends on that roster. You've got a trio of corners that you would put up with the Denver Broncos trio of corners. I think the Steelers are looking more and more dangerous.
Okay, so in terms of the AFC, do you think this makes them crack the top 4? Right? Like, can they get to a divisional round?
I don't know how to answer that question because I have no idea who Aaron Rodgers is. If Aaron Rodgers can be the dude of just 2 or 3 years ago, yeah, I think they're immediately there. But I have no clue what to truly predict out of Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron's going to come out and play good football. I think he's in a situation with a coach that's going to know how to handle him. And I think that he's got some weapons around him that are incredibly talented.
Even 3 years ago, though, I mean, he was, 8-8 was that? Or 7-9 his last year with the Packers? Like, it wasn't overwhelmingly good. And we all thought they were going through a rebuild at the time.
His season last year wasn't that bad. Like, I people talk about his season last year like it was hot garbage. It was not hot garbage at all. I mean, the dude threw for almost 4,000 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. That sounds like pretty decent QB to me.
Yeah, it's just not Aaron Rodgers is where my head goes. But you're right.
I mean, it's not
Aaron
Rodgers that's throwing for 35 to 40 touchdowns a season, I guess. But damn, if for a dude that's over 40 years old, I'd take that. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't think it elevates. Does it elevate them above the Bengals for you? Yes, sounds like.
Again, I don't know how to answer the question. No, I wouldn't put them above the Bengals.
Okay, so they're squarely in that wild card group then, because they're definitely not above the Ravens then.
Yeah, I guess if you're asking me, do I think that this trade radically changed the fortune of that team? No, but I think that they've got enough weapons around that team now that they've got a fighting chance to be pretty dangerous.
With the big 3 in the AFC, though, that was kind of my point, is that I don't think it changes the forecast for them all that much. You sound pretty high on it, though.
I would say the Steelers are a better football team today than they were yesterday.
Okay. So are you not a big Minkah Fitzpatrick fan, or you just think the aggregate
it's
matters?
not that, but I think between the addition of what you get offensively and defensively, and now you've got a trio of corners that should be able to play lockdown football.
That's true.
That seems like a pretty dangerous combo to me.
Now, let's flip it and look at it from the Dolphins standpoint. Dolphins are a team that I don't think a lot of people have been talking about during the offseason. They had cap trouble. They had to get rid of some of their defensive players. They bring back Minkah Fitzpatrick, and you hope you get a full year healthy out of Tua. I think it's a bummer of a story that the injuries have plagued him so much. But if you look at his last full year, I mean, the numbers are incredible. And in a season where, McDaniel, he's got to deliver this year or he's going to get fired.
Yeah.
Are they a playoff
Both
team?
those coaches do, for the record.
You think there's the shot they let Tomlin go?
I do. Matter of fact, my prediction before all this went down was that this will be the last year Mike Tomlin ever coaches for the Steelers. These additions might actually save his job.
Ooh, see, okay. That's an interesting take.
All he needs to do now, he's going to get to the playoffs. He does that every single year. He certainly, if he was capable of doing it last year with Russell Wilson, he's certainly capable of doing it with Aaron Rodgers. So now to have a productive season, they really only need to win a playoff game.
It's interesting, though. The point that you make, I think, works in reverse, too. It's like that Coach of the Year award, right? If your expectations are now higher, then it's easier to get fired if you don't meet them. And I don't know. I mean, do they do a full reboot and try to get a young quarterback at some point if this fails in Pittsburgh next year or the year after? And with that, maybe move on from Tomlin and start fresh with somebody new. I could see that, but
it's going to be tough for him to get a young quarterback, though, because they're going to make the playoffs and they're going to be drafted in the 20s, and they're going to take the 5th or 6th QB off the board, just like they've been in the same situation for the last decade.
But if Rodgers retired, maybe you go through a whole we're going to sink to the bottom year next year. I don't know. It's an interesting point. I didn't think about it, how it would affect Tomlin. I was definitely thinking about how it would affect Mike McDaniel, though. And
yeah, Mike McDaniel's he's got to be one of the hottest seats in the NFL.
He's got to make the playoffs this year to save his job,
yes.
doesn't he?
Yes.
And so, they ran into cap hell a little bit. I don't know. You still think Tyreek Hill is one of the top whatever receivers in the league. Jalen Waddle has proven that he's also that. So Devon Achane, it's not like they don't have weapons. Their offensive line has been suspect in years past. They tried to shore that up a little bit, but I don't know where they fit with this AFC. Now we're adding all these teams and saying, I need to make the playoffs. There's not spots for them.
I don't love the Dolphins roster. I don't want to deal with Tyreek Hill anymore. That's a headache. That is a constant frustration that I would not want to deal with anymore. Obviously, Jalen Waddle's a good football player. Defensively, offensive line, I think there are plenty of holes in that football team.
Yeah, and trying to make the playoffs in the AFC is going to be tough. And that's, you can count the Broncos, you can count the Bengals in that. I don't see it happening. And, if you're talking about the teams that maybe fall out of the playoffs from last year, the Steelers were the one that everybody was picking. Maybe Houston, but there's going to be a guaranteed spot for somebody. If it's not Houston, it's Jacksonville.
Dolphins have a gaping hole at tight end now. I don't get why they included him, because now you're relying on Julian Hill, who had 100 yards last season.
Yeah, and they were talking about trading him from the beginning, so I don't know what their mindset was there, but they've been.
Has he been paid? Is he on the verge of getting paid?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the reasoning was. I know they were in a little bit of cap hell, so it might have just been to clear some cap space, but I'm not sure why they decided to do that. They do have plenty of weapons, though. I mean, they've got running backs. Fast running backs everywhere, including Devon Achane. They've got 2 good wide receivers. So, I mean, it's not like they don't have weapons. You just wouldn't maybe run tight end sets as much. But he wasn't doing a lot for you in the blocking department anyway. So it's interesting because there's this, like you said, arms race in the AFC, and it just feels like the Dolphins are so far behind everybody else. It really does. Feels like it is going to be a massive uphill climb. But that said, I think they won the trade today. Robert on the text line says Dolphins won the trade, but both teams got better. I don't know.
I think Steelers won.
That's interesting. All right. Speaking of trades, LeBron James, is he announcing that he wants to be traded? A weird tweet goes out last night. Does it have to do with Lakers ownership? And how does it affect your Denver Nuggets? I don't know. It could be fun, right? But probably don't want to make that trade. We'll talk about it next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You're listening to 1/3 of PhD, minus the ocean pooper and the quarterback lover. This is Altitude 92.5.
Yeah, it's our.
I missed it. What did he say?
You want to play it again?
You're listening to 1/3 of PhD, minus the ocean pooper and the quarterback lover. This is Altitude 92.5.
Yeah, he is an ocean pooper, and he is a quarterback lover.
That's an interesting descriptor for Scotty, at least.
Yeah. You ever pooped in the ocean?
Draft a quarterback.
I have never pooped in the ocean.
Yeah.
I guess I would in an was it an emergency case?
I hate
Knowing
to.
Scott, yes.
Well,
Yeah,
I
right.
hate to be anything like Scott, but I have pooped in an ocean.
Wow.
Yeah. It was Montezuma's revenge. It was hardcore.
Okay.
I was down in Mexico. There was no choice. I also wanted to see some colorful fish that showed up immediately, and it was quite liberating. But I had no choice in the matter.
Mexico, pretty clear water, depending on what side you're on. Were you on the Pacific side or the Gulf side?
Well, I don't recall seeing it, if that's the question.
Part of it was also, did you drop the trousers? I hope.
Yeah, I did. I did. So who knows who got a beautiful show out of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So dropping the trousers to poop in the ocean. But you're the 1/3 that's here. So good for you. So that is our Star Stripes and Big Pipes contest. It's sponsored by Ace Hardware. We got a Traeger grill that you can have in your house by July 4th, which is kind of cool. All you have to do is record one of those rejoins, go to the Altitude Sports Radio app, click on the Voice of the People, and record a rejoin that you can make fun of Scotty and DMac for not being here. Tyler, of course, here, and do a rejoin for PhD. If you need a script, you can text 303-504-0925. Text script there, and it'll give you a little, sentence or two that you can say. But keep it short, have a little bit of fun, and we'll play those rejoiners throughout the week here. And
Just put
to
it
get
in
you a
AI.
Traeger.
Come on, just put it in AI.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah.
But I don't think, AI doesn't know things like ocean pooper. You know what I mean?
That's true.
So that's, a little bit of extra flavor. Maybe not the best.
Tasty flavor.
Maybe not the best choice of words. A little bit of extra flavor you can put in there. So, all right. So let's talk about LeBron James a little bit. A weird tweet goes out about how he's thanking the organization and so on and so forth. It's essentially like he's requesting a trade is what it sounds like. And that's what the talks have all been since then, and the reports have been since then. I know he was close with.
Hold on. Do you have the exact verbiage? Because I'd be very curious to hear I haven't heard about this, but I'd be very curious to hear the exact verbiage.
It was okay. Let's get Dan. Do you mind pulling that up? The tweet that got sent out. He's looking for it now. We'll get the exact verbiage.
Okay.
I know he's always been close with Jeannie Buss. I know he always liked her. You remember that video comes out of him talking to her and I think one of her friends or something like that. It's all, how much aura he has and all that kind of stuff. You wonder if them selling the team has anything to do with the thought that he doesn't want to be there anymore. It seems strange to me for him to want out when Luka's he actually has help now.
Well, didn't he just opt in to his $53 million deal or whatever it was?
Yeah, but in the NBA, they opt in and get traded all the time.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if you really wanted out, you didn't have to opt into that.
Dan made an excellent point when we were talking pre-show that to trade for a guy making that much money and who is 41 years old is kind of crazy. Who's going to do that? It would have to be somebody who thinks they have a chance to win it this year. I'm sure there are teams in the Eastern Conference that feel like that conference is vulnerable next year with Tatum out and Halliburton out. And I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but I find it hard to believe somebody is going to pony up a large trade package for him. And so does he get bought out? Maybe would be the next question if he doesn't want to be there. Understanding that this is all
no chance he bought out. I mean, the Lakers aren't going to want to get rid of him. That's not happening.
Okay.
You think the Lakers would buy out LeBron James?
I don't know. I hope Dan can find this tweet. I don't know. I don't know. If he doesn't really want to be there, if he doesn't like that it's Luka's team.
What's he bringing Bronny with him?
Maybe.
No.
Listen, he's an LA
package deal. You got to pay LeBron James 53, and you got to take Bronny. Yeah, no thanks.
He's an LA guy. Like, I feel like he would want to be in LA, but I don't know. The whole thing was just weird. And of course, it's sparked shows like us and all the morning shows talking about what is going to happen with him. Do you have it there? It's okay. So it's a statement from Rich Paul sent out by Shams.
Oh, it's not a tweet. It's a statement.
So
okay.
Let me read it here. LeBron wants to compete for a championship. He knows the Lakers are building for the future. He understands that, but he values a realistic chance at winning it all. We are very appreciative of the partnership that we've had the last 8 years with Governor Jeannie Buss and General Manager Rob Pelinka, and consider the Lakers as a critical part of his career. We understand the difficulty in winning now while preparing for the future. We do want to evaluate what's best for LeBron at this stage of his life and career. He wants to make every season he has left count, and the Lakers understand that are supportive of what he wants and wants what's best for him. So,
wow.
Right? I mean, it's like sounds so strange.
It seems pretty simple. He wants out. Yeah. It seems pretty simple. I don't agree with the vision of the team. I don't have time to build a basketball team. I need to win right now.
But what's strange about it is for all this time we've been saying he doesn't really Anthony Davis was great, but always injured and wasn't really able to help. Now you've got a second star there. Like you feel like
it's probably the problem.
If he stayed and they signed a guy, really they just needed a center last year, but you feel like they'd be competitive in the Western Conference, not scraping the bottom of the barrel. You know what I mean? And it's
weird. Well, if we're being honest, it's probably not so much about not feeling like they could win as it is I'm not Luka, and I don't want to deal with Luka. I want to be LeBron James, and I want to be the only big dog that's in town.
Well, and Scotty on this show has said, he has his own questions about Luka and was Nico right and all that kind of stuff. You wonder if after a half season, LeBron saw something and was just kind of like, I don't know if you've got the drive that I need you to have to win a championship in the next year or two.
No, I think it's just pride. I think he just doesn't want to play with them.
He just doesn't want another big dog there.
Yeah, I think he just wants to be LeBron James.
Well, but anywhere he goes, if he's going to have a legit shot to contend, anywhere he goes, he's not going to be the guy.
Well, we got a bunch of people saying he's going to go back to Cleveland on the text line.
So it's an interesting option. Does he do a third stint in Cleveland? But even there, he's not the guy.
Yeah, but that's a team that's pretty damn close.
But it's Donovan Mitchell's team. You know what I mean? And so, I don't know. I mean, he would help any team. He played well enough last year. If he plays like that again next year, he will help any team. But I just don't know what the difference between Cleveland and LA is in that case. And that's why I thought maybe it had something to do with the ownership.
Maybe as much as anything, maybe it's just a power play with the organization trying to get them to do what he wants them to do. And I could see that being a LeBron James move as well. Maybe he really doesn't want to be traded. Maybe he really doesn't want to move on. But he's got specific ideas. And now they've got two people that they're listening to. They used to only listen to LeBron. Now maybe they're listening to Luka as well. And they're saying, and LeBron's saying, boys, if you don't do what I say here, get me the guys that I want, well, then I'll leave. So maybe it's just a big power play to get the Lakers to do what he wants.
Maybe. I don't know. Practically, and back to the point that DT made, I don't know who's ponying up a big trade for the 41-year-old. Maybe Cleveland, that would make sense if they threw a couple picks in and maybe, a young player. But it's interesting to think about if he got bought out, what he would do and where he would want to go. You have to assume it would be the Eastern Conference.
Wait, when's the soonest you can buy a player out?
I think you can if the contract was signed. So you have to wait a year before you can trade him or buy him out. But that contract was signed a while ago. He just opted into an extra year.
I just think of buyouts as in the middle of the season. I never think about buyouts in the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, listen, with the way that the NBA cap works now, I don't want to speak too confidently on it, but I think they can buy him out at any time. And so, like, DeAndre Ayton just got bought out, and people have been talking about him to the Nuggets. So,
good example.
You know, and maybe there's something different with max contracts and so on and so forth. Like I said, I don't know what all the rules are. I don't want to purport like I do, but I do feel like if he doesn't get traded to where he wants to go, that a buyout isn't at least plausible based on that statement. Don't you?
I don't think a buyout's plausible at all. No.
Okay.
I think the Lakers will milk LeBron James for every last year that they've got out of him. He's a revenue maker. He's a money maker. And they know exactly what they got in him. So I find it very unplausible that the Lakers would buy him out.
That's interesting. And part of it is what new ownership wants to do with it, of course. They are the ones who would have to pony up the money.
That does complicate things. And you never know what new ownership's going to think.
But I don't think that comes through until later in the year. Doesn't that not go
sale? I have no idea.
So there was something I saw about the sale not going official till maybe December or something like that. So maybe he went to Genie and said, "Hey, I want out." You know what I mean?
How much are they selling for again?
Like
$8 billion or something.
10. I was gonna say $10 billion. Yeah,
$10 billion. Yeah, I'd imagine a $10 billion deal takes a few months to get done.
If he was so if the trade package was small,
how do you send that? You send that in Bitcoin? How do you send $10 billion?
It's probably the safest way.
Yeah.
Wire transfer.
I don't. You can put it on your Chime card. You know those little.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
If the trade is reasonable, small, right? Like it's really just to get LeBron to where he wants to go and not really about the return, or he gets bought out. Just hypothetically, would you want to see him in Denver?
I mean, hypothetically, we can't even play the game because we don't have the financial situation to pay $53 million. It's
play
literally an impossible game to play.
I understand.
The only
It's
way to pay
very
for the only way to pay for LeBron James would be to get rid of Nikola Jokic's contract, or get rid of Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray.
Yeah, you could you could get rid of like MPJ and then go into the second apron, giving him a contract.
Oh, but the second apron, now we got to think about crazy things.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right, but just hypothetically, would you like the idea of it, even though acknowledging that it's really unlikely that it could ever happen?
I could think of worse situations.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I kind of like it. It's the same style of player as Russell Westbrook and just like 10 times better. You know what I mean?
Right.
Really smart, really heady, can actually make a layup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Decent shooter.
I mean, if he was willing to come in and truly be second fiddle, which would be my biggest question.
Yeah.
Then I guess in theory, I could think of worse situations.
Yeah. A couple of no's on the text line already, which is interesting.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I'm sure there's a lot of people with very passionate feelings about LeBron James, and it's probably a hell no.
Coach called him the most punchable face in Denver sports. Do you agree with that? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's close to true.
I would say Jordan Binnington.
Yeah, Jordan Binnington, Jamie Benn.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce.
I don't want to punch Patrick. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want to punch him.
Oh, I would love to. Anyway.
No.
All right, make sure you get your rejoiner in for our Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes. That's on the Altitude Sports Radio app. If you do, maybe we'll play it coming up here next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
6'8", 6'10", 4 foot nothing with the biggest mouth. Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. 92.5 Altitude Sports Radio.
He's got the biggest mouth on the station, right? And I say that lovingly because DMac's an old family friend of mine. Him and I go way back. But he's got the biggest mouth on the station, right? I don't think there's any, like Andy maybe puts up against him.
Andy's the loudest, but DMac dominates.
So
like
metrics
Andy
for biggest
might speak
mouth.
louder,
Yeah.
but DMac dominates the conversation.
Okay.
If you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. Did you see he did another podcast? I know you guys have been keeping up with that.
I did not. No.
He's been going live from somewhere. I don't know. He's on vacation right now.
Where in the world is DMac?
I don't know, but he had his bike behind him. I didn't watch the whole thing. I just saw the little clip that plays when you mouse over it on YouTube. Go follow our YouTube page. But that's our Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes competition. Ace Hardware is sponsoring a Traeger grill giveaway, and all you have to do is record a rejoin like that, and we'll get you entered to win that Traeger grill that you can have at your house before July 4th. So you can enter once per show during this week. Make fun of DMac for not being here, or make fun of Scotty for not being here. Or for
when we had Berto in, he just said that DMac was dead. So that they asked where DMac was. He said he's dead.
Do I need to perpetuate that? Do I need to continue that?
No, I mean, you can say whatever you want. I'm just saying what Berto said, and he just said he's dead.
He mountain biked off the side of a cliff.
Yeah.
Dunzo.
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like that would make the news.
Maybe. I mean,
local radio host bikes off cliff.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I feel like he's a big enough deal that people will be like, oh yeah, I know who that guy is.
Westwood or something.
Yeah. All right, so Aaron Schatz, who I like a lot, used to be Football Outsiders, now works for ESPN, heavy analytics guy. He wrote an article that was one more offseason move for each team.
Okay.
Before I tell you what he wrote, did you see this?
No.
Okay, before I tell you what he wrote, one more move, and it could be anything. It could be signing a guy, doing a contract, making a trade, whatever. If you had to pick one more move before training camp started, what would you pick?
Oh, boy. So I guess we're including a potential Cortland Sutton deal, a Zach Allen deal, Jonathan Franklin Myers. Why am I missing? There's one more in there.
Nick Benito.
Nick Benito. Thank you. Well, I think Cortland Sutton is an easy one to get done, but that's a little bit boring, so I'm not going to choose that. I do think they should get a Cortland Sutton deal done. I don't think it's going to be overcomplicated. I think you can pay him $23 million, and he'd be happy with it. And that's not even going to put him in the top 15 highest paid wide receivers in the NFL.
Quickly, would you tack a couple years on that?
Yeah,
too?
for sure.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, that's the whole idea of doing it. Yeah.
Well, they redid his contract last year and didn't add any extra time, which I thought was strange. I thought they were going to, but they really just gave him a little bit extra money.
Yeah, they just gave him a little thank you, I guess.
Yeah.
I would not do that again. I would say, gosh, is there any wide receiver help out there? I don't think there is. If there was a way to get a true number 2 wide receiver on this team, that would probably be my preference.
Okay, that's an interesting pick.
I wish I had a more specific player, a specific name for you.
No, but that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
So when he went into detail, he said, get the Zach Allen deal done.
Okay.
He said he's at an age where the next couple of years, especially for a defensive lineman, are all going to be prime years. He thinks that he can replicate the statistics that he put up last year, both analytically and just hard numbers of pressures. And he thinks that you should get that deal done now. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. If I had to pick one of the 3 to sign, though, I think I'd pick Benito. Because Allen, he's kind of reached the top of his market. I don't think his number goes any higher if you wait and do it next year. Whereas Benito, if he comes back and has an even bigger year than he had last year, that number I think can still go up.
Okay, it's a fair thought process, but I disagree. I totally understand what you're saying because you're running the risk of just paying a whole lot more money. With Nick Benito, if I had to prioritize the 4 guys that we've got right now in terms of giving them deals, Zach Allen would be number one on my priority list, but I think Cortland Sutton gets done first because I think it's an easier deal to get done.
Okay.
But I'd put Zach Allen number one on the priority list. I'd put Cortland Sutton number two on the priority list. I'd put Nick Benito at 3 and then Jonathan Franklin Myers at 4. And for me with Nick Benito, I am A-okay with making this dude prove it. He had one really fantastic season.
Yep.
He's still a young football player. I would like to see him earn it. If I'm going to pay that type of money, the way I view it, I would rather go into paying elite pass rusher money on a dude that I am confident has proven it again and pay a little bit more than I would rather give the deal up front at the risk of him not being the dude that we think he might be.
It's an interesting conversation because you also have to have the conversation of how do they affect one another, right? So if you don't give a deal to JFM at all and you let him walk, and you give Zach Allen a big deal and Benito a big deal, is Benito still as effective? Is Benito more effective because of Allen? I think the answer is obviously yes. Is Allen more effective because of Benito? I think the answer is obviously yes. So in my mind, you have to pay both of them. And so if you're going to do that and spread it out, I don't know. I'd kind of go after the younger guy first. Is my head.
Well, I think you could probably get 2 of these guys done before the season. You probably can't get 3 or 4 done. So I would prioritize the ones that I think I can get done. I think I can get Cortland Sutton done. And Zach Allen's just the number one priority. He's just that good of a football player. Zach Allen was leading the NFL in pressures and rushes, playing an interior 4-eye position in a 3-4 scheme that historically does not get after the quarterback.
Yeah.
And that was late in the season that he was leading the NFL. So that's how good that dude is. Yes, there's those guys play off one another. Derek Wolf, Von Miller played off each other extremely well. Nick Benito, the other part about it for me is that I would say, okay, I would get about halfway into the season. I would hope I can get it redone. And then you know what? If the numbers are just getting too big, they're getting too out of control, guess what I got? I got the franchise tag. So I can always tag this guy.
But you watched firsthand how that happened in Washington and soured a quarterback. I mean, I feel like with a pass rusher, same thing. You're going to get a guy who wants to lock in a contract for fear of injury. And I think you're going to have a real unhappy camper if you try to franchise tag him.
Fine. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. No player wants to play on the franchise tag. There's a reason why it exists. It exists for players like Nick Benito. It exists for players that you are not that confident that you're going to give them that long-term deal, but yet they've proven that they're worth that money. And so there's a reason why they're going to get overpaid. You actually, when a player gets franchise tagged in the short term, it's a good thing because you're going to get overpaid in 1 year. In the long term, it's a bad thing because you're not going to get the upfront money that's guaranteed on a 4 or 5 year deal.
That's interesting too. I wonder what I don't know how they split it up as well as I used to know. I assume that Benito would get paid as an edge. And
of course he will.
That Allen would get paid as a tackle.
Yes.
And so, but I don't know if he can be considered a defensive end because I don't know.
No, he plays in a 3-4 scheme. He's an interior defensive lineman.
So, but then wouldn't his franchise tag be way lower than Benito's would be?
Yeah, but I'm way more confident in Zach Allen. So I'm much more comfortable in giving him a long-term deal.
Let's talk about.
I mean, if Nick Benito is going to get top pass rusher money, you're talking about $37 to $40 million a year.
Yeah.
I ain't comfortable with that.
But if you could sign, so, guys don't always reset the market, right? Which is part of why I'm saying if you want to sign him, do it now, and maybe you can get him for $25 a year or $30 a year and not have to worry about going up to that $40 million a year range.
Well, which guy is he? Is he the guy that was in year 1 and year 2, which is a pretty good football player? You got 7 and 8 sacks out of them, respectively, in those 2 seasons. Or is he the dude that exploded for 15 in his 3rd season?
I think with the way that your defensive backfield has evolved over those 3 years, that you're more likely to get the 15 than you are one of his first 2 years, one of the totals from his first 2 years.
And that's fine. And if he does, cool. I'll overpay him. I'm just at a point where I'd rather overpay him later than than pay him a lot of money that I regret early.
Let's talk about the guy who often gets left out of this conversation real quickly, JFM.
Yeah.
He has been the most malcontent of any of them, of the four that you mentioned, at least I should say, and has put out on Twitter that he, little eyes looking at pay people and all that kind of stuff. I think it's more likely that they just let him walk at some point.
I agree.
And how do you feel about that? He was an important part of that defensive line.
I don't want to lose him. I like him. He was a very nice addition to this football team that we got on the dirt cheap from the Jets because they were idiots with Hassan Reddick.
That trade is still crazy.
And they thought that they couldn't afford to keep Jonathan Franklin Myers because they traded for Hassan. They're planning on paying him. They never did, and they never got to keep the player. So we benefited greatly from that. I'm grateful for Jonathan Franklin Myers. But if we're talking about impact to this defense of the guys we've talked about, he's easily the one that you would say we could live without.
But also the cheapest.
Yeah.
Right? Like you could probably get him on a much more reasonable deal. And so...
Well, what's cheap? I mean, he's making about 7.5 right now, and he's going to want to double that.
Oh, you think? I was going to say 12 was what I was going to say.
I don't know. I bet he'd want to double it.
Yeah. What was in my head was like 3 for 36 kind of thing.
Okay.
But, much like the Cortland portion of that.
If I don't have to worry about balancing the book, I want all these guys.
Yeah.
I want all of them. But that's just not the reality of the league that we play in. And you're not going to be able to retain all four of these guys.
Yeah. Well, before Bo's contract hits, you're not going to be able to?
It's very, very unlikely, dude. 4 guys that are all going to want very legitimate money in one offseason? No.
I hear you.
No.
This is the time that you do that, right, though? Like, this is the time.
You're going to have to pick, and you're going to have to make some hard decisions.
And this is what DMac was talking about when he talks about, I want to have them in a conference championship in next year. Isn't that his timeline? Next year?
Yeah. No, I think next year he's got him a Super Bowl.
Oh, is it Super Bowl?
I think this year it's conference championship.
Yeah.
Dan, is that right?
This year is get a playoff win. Next year, he said they should be legitimate Super Bowl contenders.
Okay. Well, if you're a legitimate Super Bowl contender, you pay all those guys, right? Right? And you just take a run.
I disagree. I think financially it's nearly impossible to sign all those guys.
Okay.
4 dudes in one season on one side of the ball?
Yeah.
and you got to get Cortland Sutton done?
The question is
5 dudes?
Do you ruin your cap for after you pay Bo, right? And that's probably what happens. Some of these guys turn into cap casualties after that big quarterback contract comes through, if it does. That's still a big if. We're not all the way there yet. I like Bo a lot, but I know Scotty has his questions, and I think that's fair. Mac Jones had a big rookie year too. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. So. All right, make sure you get your rejoin in for Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes. You do that on the Altitude Sports Radio app through the voice of the people, and maybe we'll play it coming back. On the other side, an interesting conversation from Colin Cowherd and John Middlecoff that we want to dive into about if Sean Payton's kind of under the radar right now. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm Rob Trujillo, filling in for DMac. Well, I guess I have my choice who I'm filling in for today. It could be for Scotty or for DMac. I think I'd rather fill in for DMac. Just not as intimidating height-wise, probably.
Sure.
You know?
I'm the only one that's never sat in that seat of power, so you can pick either one of those guys.
Would you like to?
No, I've done the seat of the power deal. I've done the driving shows deal.
Yeah.
I'm not like I can handle it. I had to do a 2-hour show by myself one time. That sucked.
Yeah.
No desire to ever do that one again.
Yeah. I feel the same way. I do not like doing shows by myself.
Yeah, no thank you.
But when I fill in on the morning show, Kaner does that hour by himself every morning.
Yeah.
And
an hour you can get by.
You can get by, but especially like right off the top, you're all tired. It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
You know
You're a night owl. You stay up till the middle of the night.
Yep. So having to wake up at 5 o'clock to get here, which traffic's nice.
So if you know you have to wake up at 5 in the morning, can you force yourself to go to bed earlier, or is that just an impossibility?
No. So I actually did a morning show for a long time on a pop station.
Yeah.
And I found out you have like sleep cycles, and if I sleep for 3 hours, that's like one of my best sleep cycles. So I will stay up longer and try to sleep 3 hours.
What are you talking about? A 3-hour sleep cycle?
Yeah, you have REM cycles.
Right.
And so when you're sleeping...
Are you trying to convince me of some science that it's more effective to get 3 hours of sleep than 8?
No, but it's more effective to get 3 hours of sleep than 4.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that right?
So the cycles, and everybody's a little bit different, like it changes a little bit, but if you're napping, they say less than 30 minutes or 90 minutes. That's one cycle. Then the next cycle is 3 hours. Then the next cycle is 5 hours, and the next cycle is 7 or more. And that's how your REM sleep works.
So if you can't get 5 hours, you're better off getting 3.
Yes.
I'm calling BS. If you can't get 7 hours, you're better off getting 5.
Whoever you trust in terms of medicine.
Who's
go
that?
Check it. Well, that's what I'm saying. I was gonna say go to the National Sleep Center, and it's right on there. But,
okay.
But whoever you trust in terms of your medical advice, you can. But that's how REM cycles work.
So when you did your morning show, you would operate off 3 hours of sleep.
So the trick that I had was if I knew I wasn't going to be able to get, and 5 is a nightmare for me. That REM cycle does not work for me. So it's either 7 or 3. And so I knew if I was going to get less than 7, I would actually set an alarm to go off 3 hours before my alarm went off.
No, you sound like an idiot.
I'm dead serious. It works great.
So I'm not buying that.
I set an alarm that goes off 3 hours before my alarm goes off. I wake up, I turn it off, and it's so easy for me anyway. I know some people it's not.
KJ's clapping you on in there, acting like you know what you're talking about.
For me, it's so easy to then fall right back asleep, and then I get exactly 3 hours. And I'm like 2 hours and 50 minutes to 3 hours. So it's so easy for me to fall right back asleep, and then I wake up 3 hours later, I feel great.
Wow.
You should.
I'm so jealous of people who can just fall asleep.
You should You should start messing with it and see if you can. Because I've turned a lot of people on.
My sleep schedule right now is actually as good as it's ever been.
Well, probably because you're working out so much.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, when I was in the NFL, they passed out Ambien like candy, and it started out as like, hey, you'll take it on a Saturday night before you go to before the game. There'd literally be like this is back in the old days before everything changed, but there'd be a trainer in the back of the room that as you're walking out of your team meeting on Saturday night, they just form a line. You want Ambien? Here, come take an Ambien. And then it turned into, well, Sunday after the game, I keep replaying the game. Can't really sleep on Sunday either.
Ambien and Toradol.
Have an Ambien on the plane. Yeah, so now it's Saturday and Sunday, and then before you know it, I'm taking Ambien every single night of the week. Long story short, I finally kicked Ambien after like 12 or 15 years. So like it was a long-ass time that I was taking Ambien. But it took me forever to learn how to sleep again. I mean, forever.
You should try this out, man.
No.
I have especially turned on a couple because like my friends are having kids, of course. And so I turned on a couple of people to it who had to deal with babies waking up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And I was like, if you can get a time that they wake up, even if you have to get up in the middle of the night, if you can back time it and give yourself that 3 hours, you're going to feel better. And they all swear by it. I'm telling you, it's the way to go. You don't look like you believe me.
Well, you look like you look like you're just properly rested.
Listen, me being a terrible person and taking care of myself doesn't mean that
I didn't say anything about that. I didn't say anything about that. No. I was just talking about the bags under your eyes.
Right, okay. So great to come in and hang out with you. No, okay.
Yeah. Listen, nobody's got more gray hair and bags than me.
just didn't sound right. I don't know why. Everything was above board, but it sounded like it needed a pause.
Yeah.
All right. So Colin Cowherd and John Middlecoff had an interesting discussion, and I think made a point that is kind of valid. Talking about our head coach here in Denver and what we've seen from him in his first 2 years plus. And we have this cut up, Dan. Dan's got it. All right, Dan, play this for us.
I don't think he's quite getting enough credit for what he's done in Denver. And some of that is Harbaugh soaks up so much of the glare because he's such a character. And then there's the reigning dynasty in the division. And now you got Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly. So Denver sort of gets lost from a publicity standpoint. So he goes into an organization and the culture's broken, the quarterback's a mess, and there's impending new ownership. So he goes in the first year. I think they win 3 more games. He makes Russ functional. He cleans up the offensive line from like 21st to like 7th. It just got ranked 2nd, by the way. PFF's grade starting the season. It's now 2nd. Last year, with Herbert, Mahomes, Harbaugh, Reed, he has a rookie quarterback. They end up leading the league in sacks. It is now a bona fide top offensive line with really one, Cortland Sutton, one dependable weapon. I mean, I looked at them last year and I thought they'd be good with Bo Nix. I don't think we understand. You start looking at that division, and in almost every other division, with a number 2 O-line, Sean Payton, a very capable young quarterback, leader in sacks, they get Greenlaw and Hufanga. I think what he's done there, last year they make the playoffs with $89 million, I think it was, in dead cap money. Are we undervaluing, because of the glare with everybody else, what he's done in Denver?
I think that's a terrific point. I really do. And when you think about where this team, now listen, I think ownership has a lot to do with it. The fact that the Penners came in and it was, I mean, they paid to replace the turf for 1 game kind of thing. Like it was whatever you need for this organization to function at a high level, we'll get it done. It was last year that they had the family center thing come out where there wasn't good family services for the players. And they rebuilt that thing in a month before the season started. That kind of stuff I think does matter. And when you have it, it makes the coach's job easier. But make no mistake about it, Peyton has come in and think about where they were 2 years ago with Hackett and Wilson and where they are now, which, you know, maybe he's right. In a different division, maybe it would get more shine than it would anywhere else in the NFL.
Yeah, you know, I think I'm uncomfortable with the amount of glazing going on with the Broncos right now because it just feels like everywhere you look, left, right, and center, somebody's talking about the Denver Broncos should have the best defense in the NFL. And you look at it on paper and you're like, I don't know that they're wrong. I mean, it's a hell of a defense. They were really good last year, and you only added good football players to it. So it's not like I'm not saying like the analysis is entirely wrong, but then I do flash back and I'm like, man, in the month of December, they went from the best defense in the NFL to the worst defense in the NFL. They still finished in the big picture on the season really, really well. But they were terrible in the month of December when Riley Moss went out. And I've got flashbacks of all that. And then they talk about the offense and they talk about Bo Nix. And I'm like, you know, there's a lot of compliments going on about Bo Nix right now. I don't know that they're wrong. I don't know that any of this analysis is wrong, but I just don't feel like the amount of compliments that are coming the Denver Broncos' way right now matches where this program really is at. We are on the rise. We have not arrived. We are on the rise. And there's nothing wrong with being on the rise.
It's interesting. And it gets me back to the expectations versus reality portion of it, right? I don't think anybody expected them to make the playoffs last year. They did. Yeah. And that makes you feel like, oh, okay, they're better than we thought they were.
Yeah, the reality is the Broncos were a surprise football team last year.
Right.
That's what they were.
Now they have expectations.
Exactly. And now how do you handle those expectations?
I still think, though, even with that being true, to hit on a franchise quarterback, even if that was the only thing that he had done in his first couple of years, to get out from underneath that Russell Wilson contract and hit on a franchise quarterback is
especially with the fifth quarterback out the board,
sixth, and he was drafted 12th, and everybody, I thought he was crazy. If he does land, and I'm not saying he is a franchise quarterback yet, we don't know that, like you're saying, Tyler, but if he did do that turns the franchise around.
We don't know that he's a franchise quarterback, but it also doesn't look like they missed.
Right. And then you add in the other stuff to it. The offensive line conversation, I think, is a little bit overdone there by Colin. And part of the reason for that is they spent a lot of money to rebuild that offensive line. Now, it was important because that offensive line was not good.
That doesn't mean they're not good, though. I mean, just because they spent the money doesn't mean that they're not a good group.
I think they're a good group. I don't think they're a great group. Do you think they're a great group?
I do. Yeah. I think it's a great group.
That's, to me, some of the glazing that's going on. PFF having them at number 2. I would call them more of like a top 10 offensive line, which they're still very good. But I got absolutely slaughtered when Bowles signed the contract, and I just said, the terms ended up being friendlier than we thought they were going to be. But I just said, is he a great left tackle? No, he's a good left tackle. And I think McGlinchey's good. I think Meinertz is great.
So, okay,
what I mean?
I think that's all fair. If you wanted to say, is Garrett Bowles a top 5 tackle? No, but he's probably top 10. Is Mike McGlinchey a top 10 tackle? No, but he's probably 11 or 12. On the outside looking in.
Sure.
Quinn Miners. Well, that's a top 5 at the worst guard in the NFL.
Sure, maybe top 3.
Arguably 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Ben Powers, top 10, maybe, somewhere in that category, okay? Center, who knows? I don't even want to try to rank where we're at center, but it's not bad. It's not bad. My point here, it's not that you've got a bunch of the elite of the elites, but how many offensive lines out there can you find me where at least 4 out of the 5 guys are at least on the fringe of a top 10 player in the league at their position?
That's fair, but I don't think I don't know. I don't think it makes them the second best offensive line.
Well, here's what I know about offensive line play. If you combine 5 good football players, you're probably going to have a borderline great offensive line. If you've got the best left tackle in the NFL and you've got 3 or 4 other bad football players, well, you're going to have a bad offensive line. It's the only position in all of sports, maybe all of sports, for sure in football, where it takes 5 guys working as one, or else the group as a whole is going to suck. So I think that there is going to be plenty of other players at left tackle, plenty of other players at right tackle, so on and so forth, that you're going to point to and yeah, Garrett Bowles isn't as good as that dude. You're right. But how many of those dudes can combine 4 of the 5 guys?
So let me just ask it like this, because I do understand what you're saying, and I don't think you're necessarily wrong. Did you feel like there was a game that they won you last year, that they took over?
See, the argument that I'm going to have a really hard time winning is how could the running game be so bad with such a good offensive line?
That's what I was going to get to.
And I can't really win that argument. You look at the PFF metrics, and I'm not a big believer in all that BS, but you look at the metrics, and they're going to tell you had the number 1 win rate in the running game of any offensive line in the NFL. So despite the fact that our running game sucked, they're telling you that the offensive line did their job. I think that there's a lot of nuance to that, and I guess we're fixing to find out just how bad Javonte Williams was, but that's the one area that I can't win the argument.
But even just from feel, right? That's why I didn't go to the analytics, because I know especially offensive line analytics are not stellar. They're not great. But just from feel, can you remember, if you think back to a game, even with pass blocking, where they shut down maybe somebody great as a great defensive line or something like that, can you think of a game that you felt like, man, the offensive line really dominated that game and that's why we won?
Well, I think that's going to be really hard to do with any offensive line in any season. But I would turn it on you, and I would say, how many games can you point to the offensive line being a disaster in pass protection? How many games can you turn to and be like, yeah, they lost us that game?
Okay. All right. I mean, that's fair. If the running game's not there, for them to be a top 2 offensive line, I'd say you would expect. I mean, when you talked about like the Cowboys offensive line a few years back, right? Like there were games that they ran the ball down people's throats, and it was this Ezekiel Elliott, right? Oh, he's the greatest. Maybe not. Maybe he's not the greatest. Maybe that offensive line was incredible and Zach Martin's ridiculous. You know what I mean? And you could feel them when you take control of games. There were games like, I don't know, the games that come to mind are like the Chargers game here. And it's like, you could have taken over that game and won it if you had just run the ball. You know what I mean? And I think part of that goes to the play caller. If you want to blame Sean Payton for some of that, I'm okay with that. But that's where the glazing for me comes from.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
I
think it's fair. And if you wanted to tell me they're not the number 1 or number 2 offensive line in the NFL, I'm not going to fight it too hard.
Yeah.
But I probably would fight it if you got much further than 5 or 6.
Okay. Is the money that they're paying it worth that?
Is Garrett Bowles worth the money he's being paid? Yes. Is Quinn Miners worth the money he's being paid? Yes. Is Mike McGlinchey worth the money? Yes. Ben Powers might be the one that I would argue a little bit with you on. Is he worth the money he's being paid? But I would say as a whole, the sum is pretty damn good.
Okay. All right. The percentage of your cap headed towards it you're comfortable with.
Well, that's how I'd build a football team.
Listen, if you're going to spend anywhere, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that is the spot.
I'm building from inside out. That goes O-line and D-line.
Okay. All right. Well, it's an interesting conversation. I do think Sean Payton deserves a little bit more credit than he's gotten. But are we too high on the Broncos going into next season is an interesting conversation. Coming up next, we've got no dumb questions. You can send them in now on the Twitch feed or on the text line 303-504-0925. And don't forget, Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes. Send in your rejoins. Hit the voice of the people in the Altitude Sports Radio app, and you can get qualified for a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. Pretty nice. We'll do that all next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler here for the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best inventory, they've got the best prices, they've got the best customer service, and once you buy that first vehicle, you will become a customer for life. Guys, no reason to drive all over the state of Colorado. Just go to Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find your vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to find the best price. They'll get you in, they'll get you out, they'll respect your time. And remember that once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time because they've got an award-winning service department. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm Rob, filling in for Hastings. I said DMac a lot. Now I'm filling in for Hastings.
Sure.
Hanging out with
you're filling 4 shoes.
Yeah, that's right. 2 are significantly bigger than the other 2, so
Yeah.
I think I can put them inside the other ones. We actually kind of started our show off with a no dumb question. We've had 2 incredible giveaways these last 2 weeks. The Core 4 score, which Eli did win. Congratulations to him. And we have right now the Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes going on. And we kind of asked you guys, which prize would you rather if you got to pick?
Yeah.
And Tyler, you were pretty succinct about it. I mean, you were hard on one, so we did a quick little poll. It was about 50-50, but you said it was an obvious answer.
Oh, this one's easy for me. I mean, this is the Core 4 is one hell of a giveaway. I thought it was the coolest giveaway we'd ever done, and it was. Now we're doing a Traeger, and I own a Traeger. The way that it changed my life grilling. I mean, it literally
changed your life.
Yeah.
Come on.
I would say it changed my life. I mean, it is impossible to mess it up. Anybody can become a pit master using a smoker. I mean, it is, or using a Traeger in particular. They are so cool. They're so good. You can put a thermostat in it. It automatically shuts it off. They're unbelievable. So for me, I'm going to get so much further future enjoyment out of a good smoker that I can use for years. And mine's like 8 years old, and it's like perfect. So the amount of joy I've gotten out of that versus a jersey that would hang on my wall, that's a no-brainer.
That's interesting. You do want to break them in a little bit, right? Isn't that why you're saying you want to keep it for a long time?
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, they break in pretty quick, but
okay.
I'm not saying you need to keep it for a long time. I'm just saying that it runs forever.
Okay.
I've had mine for 7 or 8 years, and the thing's like perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think I would pick the jerseys. Now, I do have a condo, so using the smoker, I'd have to get a little creative with. I do have like a little outdoor patio I could put it on. Probably piss off some neighbors. But.
Oh, they would love it. I'm serious. My neighbor's got one too, and when he runs that thing, I love the smell of it.
I mean, if I bring him a plate, maybe, but if I just make him smell it and not let him eat it, that would probably be bad for me.
All right, what was the last movie that you saw that was like so hyped that you were like, yeah, it lived up to it?
What was the last movie I saw that was so hyped that lived up to it? I'm gonna say though. Oh, even these are old though now. I'm trying to think of a more recent example.
No, that's all right.
When they ended the Avengers series, I wasn't even expecting it to be great, but like that Marvel Cinematic Universe, I was like kind of into whatever. I went and watched Infinity War, not knowing what the story was. Like I'm a nerd, but I was never a comic book guy.
Okay. So
I went and watched Infinity War, not knowing what the story was. And one of my big complaints about movies and series is I hate that the good guys always win. Like, it drives me kind of crazy. It's just not realistic. But of course, that's why people go see movies. It's part of the reason that I like Game of Thrones so much, right? Like the people that you love they don't make it.
Yeah.
let's put it lightly. And so when I went and saw Infinity War, we're getting a couple hours into the movie, and I'm like, okay, when's the thing going to happen where they win? Not realizing that there was a whole nother movie. They don't.
Oh, they don't.
If you go watch Infinity War, the good guys don't win.
Is that right?
Yeah. Now there's a second movie called Endgame.
I bet you they win that one.
They definitely come back and win. But it was so refreshing to not know what was going to happen and watch the movie and this sounds terrible. Watch the good guys lose. So,
okay.
What about you? What made you think of that?
Well, I saw the new F1 movie over the weekend, and I thought it was tremendous. I really
did.
Saw it in the big old IMAX. Got the Dolby, all that stuff that was going on. I mean, did it the right way. I thought it was really, really well done. Is it like the most creative movie in the world? No, but there are just certain formulas that if you do it right, you get good visuals, you get good audio, you get a good little love story in there, Brad Pitt.
Get a good-looking Brad Pitt in there.
You get a couple emotional crashes. Borderline puts a couple tears in your eyes.
Okay, all right.
Like I just thought it was really, really well done. Like, and I'm not a type of dude that likes to see movies more than once.
Yeah.
Once I see it, like I don't ever have to see it again.
Okay.
Not at home, not ever again. I actually think I would see this one again.
I guess I don't want to be too cynical. Was the movie theater experience important for that?
I think so. Yeah,
because it feels like
if I saw it at just like the average old theater,
yeah,
I don't know if it'd be the same experience.
Or just watched it at home,
right?
So you're encouraging people to go.
The visuals and the audio on it were important.
Yeah. So you're encouraging people to go to IMAX and see it.
I would for sure. For sure.
Recommendation from Tyler there.
Thought it was really well done
and a great time of year. I mean, one of these hot days.
I went to an 11 a.m. movie. 11 a.m.
That is.
Yeah. You weren't even up yet.
I probably wasn't. But you're trending on old man territory.
Oh, I've been an old man. I stayed an old man.
All right, so there's a couple of NDQs that are actually pretty good on the text line here. So let's run through some of them. One is, does LeBron finish his career as a Laker? And if he's gone next season, then what happens to Bronny?
I'm going to say yes, he does finish his career as a Laker.
You think he does?
I think what's going on right now is a giant power play by LeBron James to get them to listen to him more than they're going to listen to Luka. And he's threatening, hey, I want to leave town. I mean, look, man, you got Luka on your team. You're a piece or two away from being a very good basketball team.
Yeah, I totally.
Where the hell is LeBron James going to go where he's needed and wanted that is going to be a far superior destination than the Lakers right now?
And will pony up the assets to get him there, right? Like Oklahoma City is who comes to mind, right?
Yeah.
And I hate to say why would they want him, but I mean, why would they want him?
I don't know. Everybody keeps bringing up Cleveland. I don't even know if he fits what they're trying to do out there.
Yeah.
Like as much of a 3-point shooting team as that is, I know he would bring a different element that maybe they could need and want. I'm trying to figure out what team that is ready for a championship wants to risk their current core for a year of LeBron James.
I mean, Cleveland just for the story, maybe.
And
right?
I don't mean to say that in a way that I'm demeaning LeBron James. The dude is still damn good at basketball. Let's not get it twisted.
Yeah, he was great last year.
He's still really good at basketball.
He did not get an all-star nod because he's LeBron James and it's year whatever, right? Like, he was a good basketball player last year. All right, I like this one. Will any of the Rockies pitchers lose 20 games in this banner year of baseball? So I think Senza's leading them in losses right now. You guys had talked about it. He was like 1-10 or 1-11 or something like that. I don't know what his numbers are now. I think he got a second win. But I don't know. Losing.
How do you not lose your job before then?
Right.
How do you not get sit down?
Fake an injury. I mean, good Lord. If you're going out there for your 20th loss, like, my elbow's a little tight today, boss.
Give me Rockies update. I don't even know what's been going on over the last 4 or 5 games.
They avoided the sweep.
They got swept by the Dodgers.
You know, you need to give your partner DMac some more credit here because he will actually sit and watch them play baseball, and I will not do that. They avoided a sweep with the Brewers on Sunday, and he said, I think you guys did the math. It was like 1 out of every 3 they had to win to avoid.
Right.
And they got 1 out of 3 versus the Brewers. So
okay.
There you go.
So they still got a fighting chance.
Staying on track. But I don't really know. It would be, losing 20 games is crazy. Let's see. What was the other one here? There was one more. Oh, have you ever gone kayaking? No dumb question.
No, I've not. Do I fit in a kayak?
Sure.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of your height is in your torso. You do have long legs, but so there are different types. But I think you could.
I am not buying that I fit in a kayak.
I think that might be fun to take you and Scotty and see if we can get you to fit in.
Like a solo kayak?
Yeah.
No, I do not think I fit in a kayak.
Not like one of the compact, because there are like the compact ones. Those are for like rapids and stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean? But they have longer ones that are for like
fishing and stuff?
Yeah, like on a lake.
Oh, well, yeah, I have done that.
But they're still kayaks. Like you still get into them, and it's just you.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a multi-person kayak to fish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Multi-person. I don't know that I've ever been in a multi-person kayak. I kayaked a little bit when I was younger. I'm too fat for that now. I can't fit in a kayak. I can't fit. You're vertically. I'm horizontally. I can't.
What do you mean? It's just buoyancy. You'd be good.
Did you ever flip over in it?
No.
Okay.
No.
So some of them.
we were in like a reservoir. It wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some of them, like especially the rapids ones, you like strap yourself in.
Yeah, those people are crazy.
They're crazy because then if you flip over, there's like this roll that you have to learn how to do.
Right.
Where you put the paddle underneath the kayak.
It is
and
pretty
you flip yourself back
Those
over.
competitions are actually pretty fun to watch.
It's in the Olympics now.
Yeah.
I found myself watching some like
I think they're pretty cool.
Down a street river rafting or river kayaking in the Olympics this last time around. But hey, listen, I think it's a great way to get out to. No, it's not a canoe. There's kayaks that are for like lakes.
Maybe I'm thinking of a canoe. Am I thinking of a canoe?
That's why I'm saying I've never heard of
what's the separation between a canoe and a kayak?
You get into it rather like a canoe is
is open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A kayak you like.
Okay, no, I've never done a kayak then.
Okay. Yeah. That's a canoe. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about it. I'm like, I've never seen a multi-person kayak.
No,
I guess you could do it theoretically. But yeah, the text line coming in saying canoe, not kayak. That might be right.
Listen, I never claimed to be a canoe specialist.
We're gonna put you in, and oh my God, could you imagine him and Scotty in a dual kayak? We're gonna invent this, and we're gonna put the two of you into it.
There's got to be dual person kayaks. I bet they're out there.
We need a kayak specialist. Whoever sent in that no dumb question, tell us if there's multi-person kayaks. All right. Don't forget Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes. You can send in those rejoiners by logging on to the Altitude Sports Radio app, tapping the voice of the people. If you need a script, you can text script to 303-504-0925. You have just an hour left to get entered for this show. You can only enter once per show, so get your entry in, and maybe we'll get you a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. When we come back, we'll reset the top story of the day. Big trade with the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers' team. They're getting the arms race. They're going through it a little bit. We'll talk about that on the way back.
Hey, this is Brandon from Denver, and you're listening to PhD on Altitude Sports Radio. Well, I guess you're just getting P this week.
You are just getting the P this week. That's it.
That's all you need.
I am Rob Trujillo filling in for the H and the D. But thank you. Was that Brandon? Did I have that right? Thank you, Brandon, for sending in your rejoiner. Remember, you can do that with each show throughout the first couple days of this week. And we will get you entered to win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware, thanks to our stars, stripes, and big pipes. So, we're here to talk about the big story of the day, which is obviously Aaron Ekblad re-signing with the Florida Panthers. 100% that is.
Got it.
No? That's not it? Okay.
What about Sam Malinsky?
He's not, listen, there's all kinds of big news today. Sam is second on the list. We're going to spend an hour talking about that as well. No, I'm kidding.
By the way, did you guys see Nathan McKinnon shut down the Sidney Crosby rumors?
I did see that.
I did not.
Did you see that, Tyler?
No.
So there was a lot of the cap room that the Avs had was very similar, if not the exact same number as the cap hit Sidney Crosby has, right?
Ah, convenient.
So somebody on Instagram posted about that, and McKinnon actually chimed in saying it was fake news.
Yeah, he just dropped a fake news on him.
well, thanks a lot, Nate Dogg.
Just
could let us dream for a minute.
Yeah, it was Saturday too, wasn't it, DT?
Yeah,
I think it was Saturday. Yeah. So
Nate's got nothing going on in his life other than rain on our dreams and parades.
We couldn't even get a day with it on air. Just give us one day.
Nate, do you not realize there's nothing to talk about in the summer?
Summer radio, my guy. We're just looking to talk about it for a day, about how much fun Sidney Crosby would be to team up with you.
Nate's a real a-hole.
Sometimes. But, that's the drive we love him for.
By the way, there are tandem kayaks.
Yeah, thank you. On the Champ Mazda text line, we had
all those people calling me an
idiot
idiot saying it's called a canoe. What do you know about a tandem kayak, idiots?
Which begs the question, can we get you and Scotty into the same? Which one of your partners do you think you would murder faster in a tandem kayak? Scotty or DMac?
Definitely DMac. Yeah. DMac would try to take control. He'd try to have a power play. Me and Scott,
but you would fit better.
No,
so
me and Scott would go out there and chillax, and I don't think there'd be any power dynamics going on. We more or less get along just fine.
Yeah.
DMac is just he's gonna want to. He's got something to prove at all times.
We want to go all the way over to the other side, and
every moment he's got something to prove to somebody.
Yeah,
that's when you know you haven't really proven anything to anybody. When you've always got something to prove to everybody, what have you proven to anybody?
I felt like your answer was going to be Darren McKee, but I wasn't sure. I thought maybe we should talk about it. Because, listen, the being crammed in a tandem kayak with you and Scotty, it's going to make tensions rise a little bit just because you're uncomfortable.
No, but he'd be farting. The only thing I'd get mad about, he'd be farting on me and stuff. And that would.
Yeah. Who's the big spoon? Who's the little spoon?
But at least it's open air. And so the key is I got to go in front. Because then
you want to be the little spoon?
Yeah, I'd rather be the little spoon because then his fart's going to escape out the backside.
I hope that was clean so you could probably pull
you don't want to go in there with guns blazing hot on you.
I tried to leave that clean so we could pull that as a drop for later.
My bad.
I want to be the little spoon.
Stepped all over it.
No, it was fine. Pretty sure DT can get that cut. So, all right. No, the big story of the day, of course, is a trade that went down in the NFL. It is the Steelers and the Dolphins. And it's an interesting trade. Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, and a 7th-round pick for the Steelers. Dolphins get Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 5th-round pick. And I think the conversation for me centers around how much you think Jalen Ramsey has left in the tank.
Yeah.
Because I think there's no question that Minkah Fitzpatrick has at least a few good years left at an all-pro, Pro Bowl level. So if you think you can get that out of Jalen Ramsey too, then great. But you made the point, and I don't think it was a bad one, that, Jonnu Smith is not a throw-in here.
Hell no. I mean, Jonnu Smith is arguably you think Pat Fryermuth's better, whatever, fine. I mean, semantics. They're both damn good tight ends at what they do.
Yeah.
I think there's about 30 teams in the NFL that would all love to have Smith on their football team. And you look at what the Steelers have now got offensively. Shoot, it all comes down to who's Aaron Rodgers. Look, they are the all geriatric team. There's no question about it. They've got 5 dudes over 33 years old. So Aaron Rodgers is 41. Cam Hayward is 36. Darius Slay, 34. My phone just turned off. 1 second.
Smith, by the way, gets a 1-year, $12 million contract extension.
Okay. Okay, Darius Slay is 34. Robert Woods, 33. Cam Johnson, 33 years old. And then you've got 3 dudes that are 30. You got Jalen Ramsey, who's 30, TJ Watt, who's 30, and Jonnu Smith, who's 30 years old as well. So they are the all-geriatric team, but it don't matter. They know exactly what they are. By the way, the Commanders did the same thing last year. It worked out pretty decently for the Commanders last year. They were the all-geriatric team. They went and signed
Bobby Wagner, Zach Ertz.
Yeah. I mean, they signed all the old dudes. The Steelers know exactly what they got. They got a 1-year run. I think that either team could make a fair argument of who won the trade between the Dolphins and the Steelers. But in the big picture, I think this trade helps the Steelers far more than it helps the Dolphins, meaning I think the Steelers have got an outside chance of being really special if Aaron Rodgers can be good. I don't think the Dolphins can be special even after the trade, no matter what.
Interesting. And the special means what? Just for each of those teams, what is special?
Okay, special might be strong. Maybe that's too strong.
Contender?
Yeah.
Can we give them contender now for the Steelers?
I think people are afraid to do that.
Yeah, I'm definitely afraid.
Well, they're afraid. They're afraid to use the word contender because everybody used that with the Jets, and we know how that worked out.
Yeah. It's also because of the teams they have to go against.
The Steelers ain't the Jets as an organization.
That's true.
Mike Tomlin.
It's not Robert Saleh.
Robert Saleh wasn't. Yes, Robert Saleh. Sorry, I was thinking about Aaron Glenn. Yeah, you're right. He's not Robert Saleh. I like Robert Saleh as a defensive coordinator, not as a head coach. And I think the Steelers will be, for sure, a playoff football team. And if these guys can stay healthy, if Aaron Rodgers could play really even as good of football as he played last year, that team's got a chance to make it to a championship game.
Okay. Well, that makes them a contender, right? If you're 1 win away.
Whereas if you looked at the trade, and I know you feel like the Dolphins definitely won this trade, do you feel like the Dolphins feel like a team that can make it to the championship? And maybe you don't. Maybe you don't agree with me on the Steelers. That's fine.
It's just the top 3, the big 3 in the AFC are so formidable that I think cracking that tier is as hard as it's ever been. Maybe like early 90s AFC, but even then, like the NFC was dominating them in the Super Bowl. I just think cracking that top tier of Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, and if you want, you can start talking about then that next tier, which is Bengals, Chargers, Broncos, cracking that contender status, I think is real tough. I think the Bengals have fallen out of it because it's so hard year after year to do that. An interesting little thing came out while we were on air as well. I'm going to preface with the later tweet, which says, the Steelers have been adamant they do not want this to happen. But an interesting tweet from Adam Schefter as we got on air. Sources: in recent weeks, multiple teams have been discussing whether they can trade for the Steelers' standout TJ Watt, who skipped the team's most recent minicamp. Pittsburgh hasn't shown any willingness to deal Watt so far, but he's unhappy with his contract situation, and sources believe outside team interest is likely to increase given today's trade.
Well, yeah, no, Sherlock. Like you're telling me the teams would covet TJ Watt? Yeah, no blank. But of course, there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to covet TJ Watt.
But is he more unhappy because people like Jalen Ramsey are getting restructured contracts, and because he's been a good soldier and been there, he has not been able to get a deal?
What's his situation?
I think he's a year or 2 out. I've seen a lot of talk about it. I know McAfee talked a lot about it because his brother was on, JJ was on, and so they've discussed it. I know he was looking for a Myles Garrett type number.
So this is the final year of a 4-year deal that he signed.
Yeah,
which was a $112 million deal, by the way. So he's going to make all $112 million of that. He's scheduled to make $21 million this year with a $30 million cap hit. So,
It's not a lot.
Well, it's not. You're right. I mean, when you look at what Myles Garrett just signed for $40 million and, what Micah Parsons and all these guys are going to be doing, it's about half of what his true value is. So I get that. I would be willing to bet 10 out of 10 times the Steelers are going to get that deal done. So you're going to tell me the Steelers are going to go all in on these trades. They're going to go get DK Metcalf. They're going to go get Jonah. They're going to go get Jalen Ramsey. And yet they're going to let the best player on the team walk? That ain't going to happen.
I don't think they're going to let him walk. But it does beg the question.
Well, they're going to trade him.
You kind of
semantics.
You kind of painted the scenario for me, which I thought was interesting and hadn't even thought of what does this mean if it doesn't work? Right. So they go all in for 1 year, and then Rodgers retires, Slay retires, Cam Hayward retires. They're minus Minkah Fitzpatrick. Maybe Ramsey retires, and I don't think he's quite to that age yet. Do you think about sinking and trading TJ Watt for a boatload of picks and trying to go get that quarterback by having a really bad 2026 and reset for 2027?
No, it don't matter what your situation is. You don't let guys like TJ Watt go. And if you're going to try to make an argument, well, maybe TJ's not happy because he sees that he doesn't want to be on a bad football team. Hey, I'm old enough to remember when Myles Garrett said it wasn't about the money.
Yeah.
I'm old enough to remember when Myles Garrett literally demanded a trade and said there was nothing the Cleveland Browns could do to bring him back. And then all of a sudden $40 million a year was passed out to him. And hey, I love being a Cleveland Brown. So I don't see that scenario unfolding at all. TJ Watt's the best football player on that team. They ain't going to let him walk.
Yeah, I don't think they let him walk.
Well, I guess we're getting caught up in semantics of the term walk. I guess walk versus trade him, to me, are the same thing.
Okay. I do think it's a possibility that they could trade him at some point. I don't think it's going to be before
definitely
the
not
year.
Before the season.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be before this year.
Yeah.
But if he's that unhappy
and TJ Watt won't play the year. So that's why he's going to get a new deal. Because I bet you he would be willing to sit out. And I mean, when I say sit out, I mean miss a football season. He's not going to play another year making $20 million when guys are making twice as much as him, and he's one of the best pass rushers in the NFL.
I think it makes it a really interesting conversation because, I mean, if they're not willing, they have notoriously not been willing to give third contracts. Now, that's changed a little bit with
Come
everything.
on. There's always exceptions to the rule. You got a freaking unicorn. You got a unicorn.
I'm just saying it is notorious.
Are you saying it or do you believe it?
The Steelers don't give third contracts. That I believe. That the Steelers don't give
and that applies to TJ Watt.
I don't think it necessarily applies to TJ Watt, but if they're not willing to get to his number, if they're not willing to pay him like the best pass rusher in the NFL, which he may not be, but they're going to have to pay him like it, right? Because it's his turn.
Yeah.
So if they're not willing to pay him like the best pass rusher in the NFL, do they have to orchestrate some sort of sign and trade and maybe move on from him if this Aaron Rodgers experience doesn't work out?
Well, I mean, they're all in on this year.
Yeah.
So they're definitely not doing it this year.
I agree with that.
I mean,
unless TJ's not going to show up.
If anything, they pay the dude, they get through the season. The season was an outright disaster, and then maybe they try to trade him next year.
Yeah. Unless he's not going to show up, right? Like, that's the only caveat. Like
and then you know what they're going to do? They're going to pay the man.
Oh. Okay.
Wait, are you hesitating on if you would want to pay TJ Watt?
No, I'm hesitating on if they're going to. I think you should pay TJ Watt. I'm 100% with you. I don't think there should be any world where you let him go. But I can see him being unhappy because guys like Jalen Ramsey are getting a restructure to get extra money into their contract, so he makes it into the top two highest paid cornerbacks.
Yeah,
and here I am making $20 million, and I'm number 50 on the list. You know what I mean?
Don't get it twisted. Nobody's arguing whether he's unhappy, and
right.
he's got justified reasons to be unhappy.
Yeah. So I just think it's an interesting situation to keep an eye on. God, could you imagine him on the Broncos? That would be crazy. But much like LeBron James, this is a fantasy world that isn't really possible and won't likely happen. All right, we got Let's Football Go coming up next. Don't forget to send in your stars, stripes, and big pipes, and we'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, man. Summer is here. Longer days, warm nights, vacations, date nights. But erectile dysfunction can ruin all of that. Look, if intimacy feels stressful because of performance issues, you're not alone. And more importantly, there's help. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Think about what summer should be: relaxed, romantic, unforgettable. Don't let ED get in the way. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments, they work when the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. This is amazing. Your initial visit's only $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. But I want you to call and get yourself set up for success. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I just think that 20 years, 30 years from now, whenever Scott leaves us, that should go in his eulogy.
Hey, he's got a lot of gems.
Ocean Pooper is I think, top tier. What shocked me more, though, was to find out that you had joined him.
Yeah, I have. I think the difference was Scott did it out for enjoyment. I did it out of necessity.
Scott did it just to say he did it.
Yeah. Mine was an outright emergency.
Okay, but knowing Scott's emergencies, it feels like he might say he did it just to do it, but he also might have thought to himself, like, there's no way.
That's true. I mean, and if we're being honest, Scott is on the verge of an outright emergency every single day of his life.
All the time.
Yeah.
You wonder if he's got some sort of issue, because... All right, well, keep sending in your rejoins to us. You can get a script by texting 303-504-0925. It'll give you the script of what to say. Then open your Altitude Sports Radio app, hit the voice of the people, and you can record your own rejoin. If you do, you'll be entered to win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. We appreciate them. You can have that in your house for July 4th, so that's kind of cool. But let's start off. Let's football go.
All right, let's start with the Denver Broncos, fellas. ESPN has their biggest surprise players for every team heading into the 2025 NFL season. For the Denver Broncos, they picked wide receiver Pat Bryant, who was taken in the 3rd round by the Broncos, wide receiver out of Illinois. Leggy wrote this. He says, perhaps it's difficult to be under the radar when your head coach compares you to Michael Thomas before you've set foot in the team's facility, but the rookie showed he will do his part to carve out some playing time. The 3rd round pick ran a 4.6 140 at the combine, which deterred some in the league, but the Broncos saw a precise route runner who consistently created space with explosive release at the line of scrimmage. So a couple of things here. Do you guys think Pat Bryant could be a quote-unquote surprise player for the Broncos in his rookie season? And do you guys like that Sean Payton so early on always has like some sort of Saints player comparison with Bo Nix? It was Drew Brees, and now he's comparing 3rd round wide receiver Pat Bryant to Michael Thomas.
No, I don't know why he does it. It puts really a lot of unfair expectations on these young players. Now, fortunately for Bo Nix, he had a good rookie season. Here's my question with Pat Bryant. Where's he getting the playing time?
Right.
Who's he playing over? You playing over Devon Vele? Is he playing over Cortland Sutton? Because those are the two body types that you would compare him to. He doesn't fit in the same role as a Marvin Mims or a Troy Franklin. I guess he's competing with Devon Vele. Cortland Sutton, your number one wide receiver on this football team, so he's not competing with Cortland Sutton. Everybody I know and their mother seems to be obsessed with Devon Vele right now. So where's all this playing time going to come from?
And you've got Evan Ingram, who's going to take up a spot of your receivers, of your eligibles, I should say. And he likes to have a back in the backfield for pass blocking. So,
yeah,
it's not like you're going 5 wide or something like that. I agree with you. I don't know where he's going to find the time per se. But I will say this. He does have a knack for finding players of that body type and turning them into great wide receivers. Marcus Colston, Michael Thomas, Cortland Sutton, Vele last year. He has had an eye for it.
Yeah, he loves tall, physical wide receivers.
And knows how to use them and make them successful. You know what I mean? So I just feel like if he's saying it, do you believe it a little bit more than if somebody else was too?
I genuinely believe that he likes him. Yeah. I genuinely believe that he has got a plan to try to utilize him, but I guess unless Devon Vele is just not the football player that I think he is, I don't see where Pat Bryant gets all this time. Look, he's going to have to make his money in the run game, and nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with a wide receiver that is his skill set is being a blocking wide receiver. But he's not a burner. He runs a 4.6 140, which actually, it's not just not a burner. Like, on paper, he's borderline slow.
Right.
Now, football speed versus 40 speed is a different thing, and everybody will tell you he plays much faster than a 4.6 140. But on paper, he's a borderline slow wide receiver.
Well, and Leggy's description of him was that he can separate immediately, right? Like at the line of scrimmage. So really, I hate to steal the Mike Mayock term, but quicker than fast.
Yeah.
And so, if he can do that, if he can create separation at the line of scrimmage with his route running, then he doesn't need to be a blazer per se. It also makes me wonder, you talked a lot about Cortland and his contract. We talked last year about how they didn't tack years on, how they just gave him more money. Is it maybe because they like these young guys so much?
Well, I am not 100% positive that they're going to give Cortland Sutton a new deal. I think they could. I think they should. And I would. I think that the chemistry that he's got with Bo Nix is something that's special. I think it's important for a young QB to have a whoopee. Cortland Sutton is Bo Nix's whoopee. I don't think it's a no-brainer, though, that they're going to give him a new deal, because who knows? Maybe Cortland Sutton, I threw out the number $23 million per year for Cortland Sutton. And I'm assuming that would make Cortland Sutton happy. But, hey, that's not a top 15 paid wide receiver. Yeah. And who knows? Maybe it gets contentious. Maybe he's like, no, I'm a top 15 wide receiver. I want $30 million a year.
Would you pay that?
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah. And at that point, you probably would just say, same thing you did last year. He was a little bit extra. Come on in, and then maybe we let you walk the year after.
But they keep saying that they're going to get it done. I mean, everybody that talks to anybody behind the scenes, they all say, hey, this isn't contentious. Both parties are working towards a deal. They're going to get something done. But who knows? Maybe it's not a no-brainer.
That's interesting. All right, DT, what's next?
Oh, by the way, RJ Harvey was Darren Sproles, according to Sean as well. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Great.
All right, fellas. Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson is apparently taking on an additional role this offseason as he recovers from a re-aggravated Achilles injury, mentoring the quarterback room. Now, according to Mary Kay Cabot, who covers the Browns, he is taking on this role of being a resource for all four of the other quarterbacks on the Browns roster. But specifically, she's reporting that Deshaun Watson is taking Shedeur Sanders under his wing. So big deal, not a big deal. Is that the guy you want Shedeur Sanders to be mentored by, Deshaun Watson?
I mean, that was the first thing that crossed my mind. Is this the guy really that you want?
If you're Dion and you see this, what are you telling Shedeur?
That I gave you Tom Brady's phone number and you've used it before. Use that one instead. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure that I would want him in the building much less, but I don't know. I mean, Tyler, as an ex-athlete, did you care who the teaching was coming from, if it was good teaching?
That's a tough question. I mean, generally speaking, I want to just say no. But Deshaun feels different.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel like your normal case.
Right.
And I mean, despite all the off-the-field stuff, which I'm not dismissing at all, just from a pure football perspective, like, hey, it's been a minute since this dude has played good football, you know?
That's true.
So,
yeah.
But you can see how this could happen in that room, can't you? Can't you see how, like, maybe Joe Flacco picks Kenny Pickett as his guy? Maybe Deshaun Watson picks Shedeur Sanders his guy.
And you put the two short guys together? Gabriel and Pickett?
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, you can kind of see how these little pairings, it's just so many bodies that are in that room.
Well, but so you had, when you're in an offensive lineman room, there's 10 guys in there. I mean, did you guys pair off like that, or was it a unit, right? Like,
well, sort of. I mean, it definitely is a unit, but tackles were with tackles, guards were with guards, and you found your mentor that played your same position.
And you kind of stuck, sat next to him in meetings, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Interesting. I mean, listen, if
I'm the Browns, I'm telling Deshaun Watson not come in the building.
Right. That's what I was just going to say. If I'm Jimmy Haslam, whatever you think of Jimmy Haslam, but if I'm him, I'm saying I'm paying you to stay away. Like, I do not want your name mentioned alongside my franchise anymore. You know what I mean? All that.
When I was playing, and I think this is still commonplace, but when I was playing, if you went on the IR and you were not like a dude, you weren't like a top 4 or 5 guy on the team, they literally told you to go home. They didn't want you in the building because they didn't have space on the rehab tables for you. The guys that they were doing physical therapy on, they needed to get those guys ready for that week. So it wasn't they were trying to be jerks, but they would just say, look, you're going to be better served. Go home, get your own physical therapist who can focus on you full time. But they
pay for it too, right?
Yeah,
So
of course. Of course. But they send you out of the building and you're just done for the year.
Yeah. And that's part of why they say it's so hard to get injured because you're away from the team
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I would. I mean, if I was the owner, I would say I'm paying you that much money to go away.
Yep.
And not have this conversation pop up on a radio station in Denver because your name is once again associated with my quarterback room. So, DT, what's next?
All right. Arch Manning addresses his NFL draft speculation. So, despite projections as a potential top pick in next year's NFL draft, Manning says he's remaining focused on his collegiate career. No surprise there. He emphasized controlling what he can control rather than external expectations. He said, I'm not really worried about what other people think. Just get my job prepared. And when it's time to go play. So let me ask you guys this question. If Arch Manning has a Heisman-worthy type of season for the Texas Longhorns, and he is the consensus number 1 overall projected pick in next year's NFL draft, if you were advising Arch, would you tell him to go back for an extra year in college as a starter, so 2-year starter, or would you tell him to enter the NFL draft?
He's the consensus number 1 overall pick.
If he was the consensus number 1 overall pick in next year's draft, which by the way, every mock draft I'm seeing that he is in it, he's the consensus top pick.
Yeah, no, I mean that would be we'll see what happens at the end of the year. I mean, we're way far away from knowing whether he'll actually be the consensus.
The caveat was that he has a
let's play the game. I got you.
Top 5 Heisman type of season this year.
I got you. We played the game. He had a phenomenal year. He's the consensus number 1. It's a no-brainer. It would be insanely irresponsible advice to tell him to go back to school. Insanely irresponsible. There's literally no way to improve your draft stock. I don't care how much money you are making right now in college football. The real goal is to get to that second contract. The sooner you can start that deal in the NFL, the sooner you are getting to the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. For him, it could be $500 million, like a $500 million deal, right? So if you are literally the consensus number 1 pick, it would be really poor advice to tell him to go back to school.
Now, let me throw one caveat in there.
Yeah.
Does the team who has the number 1 pick matter to you? Because this is a family that has shown in the past that they will say, we don't want to go there.
Well, Rob, who's going to have the number 1 pick next year?
Well, it's interesting because it's probably the Saints. And then you end up in a situation where I think they love that story.
That is interesting. That's actually not what I meant. I mean, but you're right. That is interesting. Why would he not want to go to the Saints?
No, I think that would be
what I meant is, okay, say the Saints are the consensus this year. Well, who's going to be the consensus the year after that? It's going to be another terrible football team. So I don't know what holding out for another year just to go to a different terrible football team does.
But the Giants were a terrible football team when they made Eli hold out and say he wasn't going to go to the Chargers. Yeah. It was just because the Maras were at least a stable ownership and a stable franchise and a stable city.
Well, odds are the number 1 pick's not going to be stable.
And so you don't think there's any bit of that in there?
I'm not saying they wouldn't play the game, but I think if anything, you might be better served to say, I'm coming out, but I won't play for the number 1 team. I'll play for the number 5 team. I actually want to be the 5th overall pick, you know?
And you think, I mean, they probably do what the Colts and the Chargers did and draft him anyway, right? And then try to work out a trade, right? Like then you're kind of banking on that you can work out a trade. And I don't know that you can force your way.
We talk about this all the time in the NFL like it's commonplace. There's literally 2 examples in the history of the NFL. One of them happens to be in his family.
Right. So. Yeah, right. And with a quarterback that had the same kind of hype. Now, Eli Manning's career didn't turn out as good as Peyton, but a quarterback that had the same kind of hype as Arch will. Right. You know what I mean? So this is one of the few that I think could do something like this, where they really try to sway where they land. I don't know.
I thought Shedeur was going to do that.
Yeah. Well, he did sway where he landed.
True.
It was in the 5th round.
Yeah.
By the way, Andrew Luck is kind of the other quarterback where you look at him in college. If he would have gone out his junior year, he would have been the top pick. He stays an extra year at Stanford, still ends up being the top pick. So we could see a scenario with Arch like we did with Andrew Luck.
Yeah, but there are guys that drop down too. Like Carson Beck was supposed to be at the top of boards last year and ended up staying in college because he hurt his draft stock so much. So, it happens the reverse way a lot too. So
you guys remember Jake Locker from Washington?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he was another one of those guys. He would have been a top 5 pick, and he stayed back in school. And God, he ended up falling. I forget how far, but it was a lot.
Do you guys remember Christian Hackenberg at Penn State? He was a consensus top pick. He stayed, and
I mean, it happens the other way a lot too, and that's why you're saying it. If he's surefire first, then it's bad advice to tell him not to go back. But I don't know. That family has done some crazy stuff in the past, so we'll see. All right, coming up next, I've got a question for Tyler about entertainment value around sports, and then we'll do our crossover with Nate and Andy as well on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, this is Stephen Loveland, listening to the PhD. Currently in my backyard picking up all the dog poop. It's a trash day type of day. But that always brings me back to listening to the PhD. That's Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. Except Hastings and DMac aren't there. But again, they're probably rewriting and re-recording the ED commercials. So keep listening to PhD on 92.5 Altitude Radio.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll have chances for you to get in on Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes for the next couple days as well. Some personal things coming up in the Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes rejoins, but that's okay. That's what makes it fun. We put your own flair on.
I mean, all I got to do is put on a shirt with some stars and some stripes because I already got them big pipes.
Sexy.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm just going to let that float on down the river. I'm not even going to touch that one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I wanted to ask you a question as, we get into summer here and we go through some exercises. I wanted to ask you, so Shohei Ohtani was in town last week, and I had a friend who literally went just to see Shohei play.
Yeah.
And I think that's legit.
I get that.
Yeah, I think that's legit. He's doing stuff that we've never seen done in baseball before. He's incredible. He's already won multiple MVPs. Stars do bring people to the games. But he was also playing against his team, which I found kind of interesting. He's a Rockies fan. But he literally told me he went to watch Shohei.
Yeah.
And so it begged the question for me, in sports, do you just love watching so much that even though they're not on your team, it's appointment television for you to tune in when, you have the opportunity to watch them play?
Nobody's going to like my answer. Everybody's going to hate my answer.
I already hate it. I know who you're going to say.
Yeah. I will not miss a Kansas City Chiefs football game because I love watching Patrick Mahomes play football. Just plain and simple. And you know what? I felt the same way about Tom Brady. And it was radically different style of football.
Yeah.
And it was for different reasons. Like when you watch the Chiefs, you're there to watch all the crazy things, the behind the back passes, all the creativity of Andy Reid. But I love dominance. I love greatness. And if Tom Brady was playing in a football game, I was watching it. If Patrick Mahomes is playing in a football game, I'm watching it. Because you know what? It's fun. It's fun to watch people that are on top of the world. So as much as I hate the Chiefs, and I do, don't get it twisted. I hate the Chiefs. I can't hate Patrick Mahomes. I cannot hate the dude. I can't hate the dude. He's just.
I hate his helmet. I hate his chin strap. I hate his everything
voice.
About that.
I hate
guy.
it. I hate his voice. I get it. I understand that.
Have you ever seen his helmet?
Yeah.
It looks like the kazoo helmet. It's huge. It drives me freaking crazy. And then his chin strap is like a mile long and stretches to the back. I can't do it. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, but you don't enjoy watching that dude play football?
No, I don't.
Well, you're nuts.
I am nuts.
That's got to be.
I have the Peyton Manning to your Tom Brady, right? So he's hurt me in ways that he might not have hurt you quite yet.
But listen, man, I felt the same way about Tom Brady when I had Peyton Manning. I did. I wanted to watch Tom Brady play every football game I could ever see because that was greatness.
Have you ever talked to Peyton about that?
About what?
About Tom, just in general?
No,
never came up.
That never came up. Hey, Peyton, how do you feel about Tom Brady?
You played them in the AFC title game. It's not like it was weird that he would come up.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Why?
What am I going to say?
Do you hate
him? Hey, Peyton, how do you feel about Tom?
Yeah. Do you hate him?
No, I've never had that conversation. I mean, I know the answer to it.
They get along pretty well, don't they?
Yeah, famously.
Yeah.
I remember they would do those off-season workouts, and they would throw to high school kids, and they would make the high school kids sign NDAs or non-disclosures. Excuse me, is that the same thing?
Yeah,
same thing.
non-disclosure
Thank you.
agreement.
Yeah, I'm not as dumb as I think. I'm just as dumb as I think I am. They would make these kids sign these NDAs because they didn't want anybody to know that the two of them were working out together. One time they were going to a camp. Maybe it was the Manning passing. I can't remember, but they were going to a camp that they were working together. They were flying from the same city. They chose to fly in on different jets simply because they didn't want people to think that they were friends. Which I can respect that because those two at least understood that they weren't supposed to like one another.
Yeah, it's a show. It's part of the entertainment factor.
Yeah.
I wonder what Josh and Patrick would say about each other. Now, Josh hasn't gotten to the level that Peyton did. He's got to go, win one.
Yeah,
but
he's Dan Marino right now.
Yeah, that's true. But I wonder if you ask them about each other. I mean, they've done the golf. What was the golf thing? God, I can't.
The
what's
match.
That? The match. Thank you.
Yeah.
They've done that together, and they seem to get along pretty well. But it's coming in on the text line. No, not at all. I'm watching Mahomes every time. No, I'm not watching Mahomes because I can't stand all the calls he gets from the refs.
I told you people were going to hate me for the answer. I'm just being honest here.
You got one Vikings fan who's saying they felt the same exact way watching Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
God, man, I cannot stand the man. I really, DT, what about you? Do you have a player right now in sports that is just appointment television you have to watch?
Well, honestly, it was Travis Hunter when he was at CU.
Yeah, that's a great answer.
That was can't miss.
Yeah.
I mean, and now it's transferring to the NFL. Like, I can't wait to watch Jaguars games on Sundays.
Do you think
to watch what Travis Hunter does?
Just listen to that statement.
I know.
Do you
That's
think
what he's
that
done.
I don't disagree with you, Dan, but I wonder if that's just because we're so close to it. Do you think that the Jags TV ratings will look different because of Travis Hunter?
Nationally, I don't know, but I'm more interested. I can only speak for myself. I can't wait to watch the Jags play to just see I just want to see what it looks like. Victor Wembanyama was also another player where I'm like, I cannot wait to just see what it looks like when he gets to the professional level. That's kind of how I feel with Travis Hunter right now.
So what's interesting about that? The number, you guys, something that I don't think I've heard on this station once, which, I don't think we would talk about it, but it just goes to the star power level. You realize Cam Ward's first game, the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft's first game is going to be here versus the Broncos.
Against the top defense in the NFL.
Right. And not nary a word about it. You know what I mean? And if you told me so, it turns out that the Panthers are playing the Jaguars on September 7th at 11 a.m. Hey, listen, the Broncos don't play till the afternoon. Bills play late. 11 o'clock, I might be watching a Jaguars game, which is crazy to say.
I guess I'd be surprised if the Jags TV ratings changed at all because of Travis Hunter, but I agree. They feel like can't miss TV for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you're sitting there watching Travis Hunter play, whether it's the catch he makes when he can't see anybody, or the fumble for Baylor, it was always like a big play is coming, and I don't know. I mean, I just feel like that's going to carry over to the NFL.
Let's hope. See, and those are the things that when we talk about what's going to translate for Travis Hunter's game, will he be a better wide receiver? Will he be a better defensive back? The one thing that transfers all the time is playmaking ability, right? And the ability to make the one-handed grabs, the ability to make the spectacular stuff. I think that stuff is going to translate. I think we're going to have some moments of that. I'll be really, really fascinated to see what the game plan is for Travis Hunter early on in the season. I do think he's going to play both ways. I don't think he's going to play a lot going both ways, at least early on. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. That GM out there, what's his name, Gladstone? He's young. If there was ever going to be a GM that was going to push for innovation, it does feel like that dude might be it.
So this is interesting because we've tagged a young guy and a more of a veteran guy. Is there somebody who was like this for you 5-10 years ago? Is there somebody that transcended like that? Because I do want to throw, for me, Steph Curry was one of them.
Yeah, I agree.
Watching that Golden State team,
it feels like
I didn't get tired of it. You know what I mean?
It feels like basketball, it's easier to identify these guys. Generally speaking, I've felt that way about LeBron James. I certainly felt that way about Kobe. I agree. I felt that way about Steph Curry games. I'm not the type of dude that's just going to watch a random basketball game, but the NBA is so good at making stars that they do make you tune into games that typically you would not.
Here's the other one for me that I wanted to throw out there. Again, now it's like a decade old. Johnny Manziel.
Johnny.
Dude, when he was at Texas A&M, I watched Texas A&M games every freaking weekend. And it was incredible. I couldn't believe the stuff the kid was doing.
Yeah.
And when you watch, have you seen The Untold?
I have. It was phenomenal.
It was so good.
That thing could have been like 12 episodes.
Yeah.
I
wish it was.
My only beef with it was that it felt like they left out so much stuff.
Yeah.
And it was like 3 episodes still already, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That was really, really good.
It was so good. But he really did. Like, he sparked. I looked up what time the Texas A&M game was on just because I wanted to watch him play football.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. And then, I didn't know how he would translate to the NFL. You find out afterwards all the stuff going on in his life behind the scenes that really made it unlikely that he was going to be interesting. But I hoped he had worked out in Cleveland. Like, I didn't think he was going to, but he was just so much fun to watch play that Texas A&M became appointment viewing for me. Did you have anybody else, DT?
Well, people on the text line are saying Tebow at Florida was appointment television.
I don't know.
In college.
Was he appointment television for you, Tyler?
It was pretty close. Yeah.
See, he was not for me. I just didn't.
I mean, the greatest example of all time that we didn't mention that someone on the text line does, Brian, Tiger is the greatest example of all time.
Yeah.
Because he literally created fans of a sport that did not exist.
Yeah. It's a great answer.
With the golf, what he did for golf, I don't think we could think of an example in basketball. I don't think we could think of an example in football.
Well, I mean, Bird and Magic, and like, I'm not old enough to know, but I think if you talk to some old hoop heads, they would say like the NBA was dying. And when they came in, they made it must-watch television.
I got another, I don't know how to phrase this, but like guys that would drive you nuts, but you couldn't take your eyes off of it, like the train wreck. I'll give you my best example of all time. Anytime J.R. Smith gets on a basketball court, I am watching every second of that.
It's a little bit like the Russell Westbrook experience, if you ask me.
Yeah, but I mean, like as much as that dude made you want to bang your head against the wall, I loved every single second of the J.R. Smith experience.
How did you feel about the Will Barton experience?
I guess it was similar.
I couldn't stand him. So
did Will Barton? Was Will Barton as exciting as J.R. Smith? No.
This conversation has devolved to a place I'm not totally comfortable speaking about because Will Barton drove me nuts. And I don't know, the conversation started with, who makes you turn on the TV? I don't even know that I would hate watch. But I did like watching JR, but maybe it was because that Nuggets team was more like run and gun.
Dude, I don't know what it is about J.R. Smith, but I'm like the world's biggest J.R. Smith fan.
Really?
Yeah.
That's quite a statement.
Yeah. Dude, he was just fun.
Andy, we're talking about who is like appointment television for you. Someone who's not on your team, who you have to tune in and watch when they play. And I threw out names that are as iconic as like Tiger or Patrick Mahomes, or names that are...
Right now, it's Joe Burrow. You don't need to explain any further.
That's a great
I love
answer.
watching Joe Burrow play. I like that offense.
And you make Bengals games appointment television.
For the first time in my life. I never thought we'd get here.
Well,
here we are.
We just had that conversation about the Jaguars, and if Travis Hunter, because he was that at Colorado, is he going to do that for Jaguars games in the NFL?
If he plays both ways, I think he will.
Yeah.
Because, again, if he's just a corner, no one's going to throw at him, and he won't be on the TV.
Right.
So you won't be watching anything. It's called the Champ Bailey experience at that point.
Yeah.
So...
I don't know. Crack, did you have one that you felt like was...
I would bet his is Shohei right now.
That's what started. My friend...
That's how the conversation began with Shohei.
Yeah, my friend went to see Shohei.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're a Rockies fan. He's like, I'm not going to watch the Rockies. You know what I mean?
Who's your basketball guy? Obviously Nikola. Like for Nate, here's the fun thing for Nate, because Nate has just divorced himself of all fandom.
I have no soul.
He has stated that. He still has his Cubs, but that's it.
There's some high school team that you still.
But he loves Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic is his appointment television, so it's good for him that he lives in this city.
Yeah. It is nice. Yes, But those dudes are all over sports, though, right? Like if Paul Skeens is pitching, it's like I will go
That's
back.
A good answer.
I will rewatch a condensed game, or I will watch especially like MLB.com will do like StatCast highlights of just showing movement on his pitches and stuff like that. I can nerd out on that stuff absolutely all day long. I mean, the NBA is they're loaded with them. It's so funny. Like today, I was going over dudes that like the Nuggets could like. Target in a low stakes trade, or like Target with the taxpayer MLE, and I'm just like, oh, I remember that guy. I watched him in college. I love that dude. You know,
But it is remember that guy.
it is. But like,
It's not a headliner.
it's no, not really.
Yeah, there's one headliner out there.
There's a big headliner out there, and I do love that guy too. But yeah, like I can talk myself into Cody Martin. Sure, I can get excited about that.
Yeah, that wasn't quite what the question was.
Yeah, how about some Jordan Clarkson in your life?
I love Jordan Clarkson.
I know you do.
I do. I've always had a thing
No,
for
your
Jordan
guy,
Clarkson.
his guy Nick Batoon, we thought was going to be on the market for about 10 minutes,
I
and now he's
know.
going back
It's
to
a
the
great
Clippers.
name, though, Batoon.
Yeah, Nick Batoon.
Yeah.
How old is he now?
That's a good name.
Who cares?
Nick Batoon's 1,000.
Yeah, I was going to say. Is
He can hit a three.
Who's older, him or Al
Not
Horford?
many on their bench can hit a three.
All right, I'm
I
just
will
saying.
still want Nick Batum on my team when he's 45.
Even
like,
with that weird shot he's
oh
got.
God, yeah, that is
That's what you love.
the speed of that release. I don't think that's going anywhere, is it? Or I suppose it does get a little bit
suppose when you
slower
get
as
older,
we age.
yeah.
Mhm. But you know what I'm saying? Like that dude, Nick Batum's
My release is still pretty quick.
game will age like a fine wine. You know, it's not as though he is dependent upon his athleticism. He's just giant and he makes threes.
All
I
right.
love dudes
Do you,
like that.
do you guys hate Patrick Mahomes enough that you can't enjoy the greatness that you watch?
No,
A
I
little
love
bit.
him.
That's what I said.
Who are
I
you
said,
talking to, and who are you working with?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I said. I mean, for me, Patrick Mahomes is the answer, and everybody's going to hate that answer. But I can't miss a Patrick Mahomes football game. I couldn't miss a Tom Brady football game. I love greatness too much. You know, it's just that fun to watch. And Patrick Mahomes takes it to the next level because it's innovation along with it.
But see, I've had that. It was Favre. It was Aikman.
True.
There's a lot of out-of-town QBs that I used to enjoy it, but they, you know, it's funny though. They were in the NFC. I don't think
makes
it was
it
by
easier.
coincidence, right?
I mean, Lamar is still. I think
Lamar
Lamar's
is
a
a ton
great
of fun.
show. He's the thing about Lamar is like, yes, he's so insanely athletic. I love watching what he does in the pocket.
Yeah.
Like he is a dissector in there, and he is so friggin' patient because he knows he can always escape trouble. So like he will hang in extra long and really go through his progressions. He's a dude that I love to watch play. I like watching Herbert. I think he's fun as hell because the fast processing that guy does, like they can slow that down and they show him, and he's just like boom, 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 like through the progressions. I think stuff like that's super cool.
The guy that amazed me was Aaron Rodgers, and that's why I think it's funny. I get his opinions are going to strike a nerve with people, and I completely understand. But if the Steelers get a third of that Aaron Rodgers, because I heard you guys talking about it, then you asked Tyler if he's ready to put them. See, I think they're low key interesting. That could blow up sensationally.
Okay,
We've
but
seen the super teams try to get put into the. Well, hey man, they've got a good defense. They've got a good run game. And now you've got a competent
they got some
quarterback.
weapons on offense. They got two really good tight ends. You got DK Metcalf. Who's the running back right now?
Najee left. Didn't they draft a guy? I thought
Warren.
they drafted one.
Yeah, I think they drafted
Anyways,
him. But
well,
Jalen
maybe
Warren's
they don't have a
still
running
there,
back.
too.
I don't know. But they got some playmakers on that offense now.
Yeah, and so that's why. I understand you don't have to like the guy. I would not take them out of the conversation for the playoffs.
For not for playoffs. What, for contender?
They are the all geriatric team.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got 5 dudes that are over 33 years old on that football team, and they got 3 other dudes that are over 30. But the Commanders did that last year. Worked out pretty decent for them.
My read on this, or I don't know if it's my read or if it's my question, is like, is this it for Tomlin? Is
Feels
this
that
like
way, doesn't it?
like let me just load up this weird old football team right now, but if all these guys recapture their past glory, we could do something really cool. Like,
Here's your grand finale cast.
Yeah.
Go have some fun.
I absolutely agree. Before the season, like maybe a month ago, I said this was going to be the last season Mike Tomlin ever coached because I thought he was going to get fired.
Yeah.
It might be the last season he coaches either way, whether he has success or not.
Also, did you guys realize their secondary is insane right now?
Oh my God, it's nuts! It's Denver Broncos style.
They they paid to bring in Juan Thornhill, who I like that dude, and then they paid Darius Slay, so he is already there across from Joey Porter Jr., who's awesome, and then you put Jalen in there. Like, who's the nickel, or is Jalen a safety corner hybrid or whatever he is? Like, they're freaking good, man. That's a really good secondary. The other thing I don't know about that all is how is TJ Watt going to feel about it?
Well, did you see the tweet that came out from Adam Schefter?
What's the latest?
Oh, so at the beginning of our show, Schefter put out a tweet that he's unhappy, which clearly came from his cat.
Well, they gave Jalen more money.
And Right. That's the thing. All these guys, Johnny Smith got an extension and more money as well.
Yeah.
And so we looked it up. He's making what, Tyler? It was
$21 million. So he's literally making half as much as Myles Garrett.
And it expires after next year.
Mm-hmm.
So, Schefter puts out a tweet that people are calling the Steelers, and the Steelers aren't interested in trading him. Of course not. But he's not happy. Clearly, there's a problem. And I don't know. I mean, if you're the Steelers, are you willing to risk the unhappiness of TJ Watt and just let it run out for 1 year and see if you can make this run that you're talking about with your grand finale cast?
No, they're just going to pay him. That's what they're going to do. They're just going to pay him. It's as simple as that.
Then why haven't they done it all?
Or they could do the grand finale cast and trade him.
That's
and just break
what
it
I was
all
saying.
down. Rodgers can retire.
Yeah,
Goodbye
but the problem
to everybody.
is I think TJ Watt is so grossly underpaid right now. He literally might not play football this year. So if you want him to play football, you're going to have to pay him.
So it gets done the couple of days before camp, because that's how it always works?
That's what I would guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a familiar playbook here.
Yeah.
I think that's probably very true. You guys, you excited for LeBron James to get traded to the Nuggets or what?
Before we talk about that, can we talk about your hat?
My sausage hat.
It's from a promotion.
It is.
We got to do our legal ID. What is it? KKSE Denver Broomfield?
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 KKSE.
Does anyone know it?
I think that was it. I think that was how you. I think you just
DMac.
have to do the cities and the call letters.
I don't actually know what it is.
I think
when I
that's
was in
it.
college, they taught me cities and call letters. But I do want to talk about the sausage hat.
Okay.
Do they pay you to wear that?
No.
Oh, it's a free promotional hat.
Is it
The
because
Palladori guys came in. He was wearing it, and it was completely by happenstance.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I mean, you had
It's complete
the
coincidence.
rally sausage, was it?
Well, the
we did.
Yeah,
it got gross.
We did have the rally summer sausage. I had to throw it away.
Dude, it started sweating in its packaging. None of us had opened it up. And some condensation started he said it stunk. It was like hockey gear
And you
in
had
the
it.
summer.
You had it in your bag when you went to the press room, right?
So the Twins, they had the rally sausage, and we got enamored with the rally sausage. Yeah. So did you purchase it, or did you mail order?
Yeah, I bought it off Amazon for $6 out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, so we got
and
a
they're
summer
like,
sausage
it's a top quality sausage
delivered,
and it stunk as bad as the Nuggets Game 7 performance a couple years ago against Minnesota.
It was starting to sweat. It was fun in the playoffs, and then and like I was like tweeting pictures of it.
People were into it.
Yeah. People were excited, and the Nuggets were up 20 points in the third quarter against
like
the Timberwolves.
That goldfish, he tweeted the throw into the trash can.
So you're saying nobody ate the sausage?
Hell
no, I chucked it.
We could not figure out what was forming on the inside. But it went from a sealed, dried package to like a sweating sausage.
Isn't it supposed to last a long time like that too?
That's what we
Probably
thought.
in a fridge.
Yeah, you don't want to just like carry it in a hot backpack, like leave it in a car. All those things I was doing.
Everything
with it.
we did.
Yeah.
So it made me
was
wonder.
not open though.
It made me
and
wonder
the
if you got the
packaging was
hat.
not damaged.
If you got the hat and the sausage at the same time.
The hat was just happenstance. We were in a remote, and they had sausage hats, and I was like, sick. Give me one.
Yeah,
Why not?
buddy.
That might be the most Midwestern thing you've ever said.
Thank you very much. It's a Polidori, Colorado company.
Yeah,
so
100%.
I'm proud to support some Rocky Mountain sausage, folks. The great Tyler Polumbus, everybody. I am Nate Kreckman. That's Andy Lindahl. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Rob Trigilio, excellent work today, fellas.
Thank you,
nice
fellas.
job in there. It is stars, stripes, and big pipes. We're giving our voice guy a break and asking you, the listener, to do our rejoins this week. One listener who enters will win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. You could grill some sausage on that sucker. To enter, go to the Voice of the People tab on Altitude Sports Radio on the app and send us your best rejoin for our show. Something like, "Hi, this is First Name from town. You're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Be creative, have fun, keep it short, and you might hear your rejoin on air. All valid entries are entered for the prize, whether they make it on air or not. Entries only count if they are sent for the show during the show. Oh, so you got to do it between 3 and 6. You have a time window. So go to the Altitude Sports Radio app, tap the mic, do a rejoin, send it in, and then you could win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. Got all that? Good. Anyway, Andy, do you want to talk about Trey Mann and Cam Whitmore and Josh Green, or do you want to talk? Or do you want to talk about LeBron James?
And now I need to find my earphones. But yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
What do you think's more realistic? Because Windhorse is out there trying to shoot everything down, which
Hey, we're not here for realistic, okay?
Again, it's summer radio.
It's
folks.
June 30th. It's dream, you dreamers. You're allowed to. Okay, let me tell you why I love it. I think LeBron James is an instant upgrade over everybody else on the roster that is not Nikola Jokic. So that's reason number one. Reason number two, LeBron James just opted into his contract for $52.6 million. What's cool about this contract? At the end of the year, it blows up. It expires. It dies. Andy, instantaneous death. And what happens then? Whatever team he's on suddenly sees their cap number plummet by $52 million. Not bad, right? It's a pretty good way to do business. If you could take a member of the core, we did the core 4 score last week, and obviously somebody not named Nikola Jokic, and say, hey, do you want Michael Porter Jr. and Zeke Naji and something else? Hey, Porter could knock down shots and catch passes from Luka Doncic. He could do that all day long. And LeBron James could have his swan song in Denver playing with the best player in the world and giving himself the best opportunity to be able to win a championship right this moment. Who says no? Besides the Lakers. Who says no, Andy?
Yeah, you got me with cap room.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Look, it would be a fun year. There's no doubt about it.
Damn
I think
right.
it'd be a fun year. Now, how much does this do for your bench? Probably not much. You're probably still in the same situation, but in your scenario, if it really is just MPJ and a couple of bench pieces, then fine.
Yeah.
Okay. If you still have, so who did you say? You said it'd be MPJ, it'd be Najee, and who else? Is that it?
Strother
or Brown get tossed in?
Watson or one of those dudes, because you got to get somebody to make the Lakers want to say yes.
Would Christian Brown help?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Because, again, I hate throwing Christian Brown out there, but you and I have talked about the possibility if David Adelman sticks to his guns and they're going to be more of a half-set team and not run quite as much.
He could be slightly less effective.
That could be
here.
not the same Christian Brown we're used to seeing. So
Yeah.
there you go. I like it. Give it a run for a year, and then if you actually somehow, some way, in my perfect world, you reset your cap situation.
Right.
That's what I would like to see.
And
I'm not throwing out names of any of these guys, whether it's Murray, whether it's Gordon, whether if it's MPJ. I don't really want to see any of them leave, but the new cap rules have just screwed what you're trying to do.
Also, while resetting your cap situation, because you're not getting LeBron for 3 years, you're not paying him into his 50s or anything like that. You're trading for an expiring contract, and oh, by the way, I just want everybody to remember, dude was second team All-NBA this year. He's still really good. He would immediately, even at 1,000 years of age, like he currently is, be the best player Nikola Jokic has ever played with. And you do that for a year? And then you reset your cap situation? Like, yes. Again, I don't think the Lakers would say yes to that. I think that would be stupid of them. But I'm going to make that phone call.
Yeah, well, but the new owner doesn't seem terribly thrilled about his cap situation. And with this LeBron pickup, they are healthily into the second apron.
They are.
So they need to reset their cap situation as well.
You know, you get Porter, I suppose you could get a Dario Saric and immediately axe him or whatever and save a couple of bucks in there somehow. Again, I'm not Ben Tenzer over here. I don't have a law degree putting together trades. I'm just throwing names out there.
All right. What if it required Maul and MPJ?
Yeah.
Then how are you feeling?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Now you're really reshaping the cap situation. I don't think it would take them both. I think it would take...
What about Gordon and MPJ? What if two of the core four are gone?
I mean, here's the thing. If I'm the Lakers, I'm going to be like, okay, give me Jamal Murray.
Right.
Give me Zeke Najee to make the money work.
Sure.
And
then we'll be done.
And then Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, Julian Strother. Take your pick of one of them.
Sure.
I don't know who the Nuggets starting point guard is then. He's probably not on the team yet. You find a mid-level exception point guard. But how does it reshape the attractiveness of that mid-level offer if you could tell a veteran player you can play with Nikola Jokic and LeBron James?
Yeah, you got two all-time.
Yeah.
Where's Jokic going to end up? They'll both be top 25 in league history when we're done, right?
I mean, LeBron's top 5.
Well, so where's
Jokic
Jokic going to end up? Top 10?
I think he's already in the top 10 conversation.
Hey, I'm with you,
Yeah.
but if we live in Denver, I think he's top 5. The guy's incredible.
He's a 3-time MVP.
Yeah, and who just keeps getting better.
There's only 9 of them ever.
My point being, the new pitch to all these players now is not only, we're not talking about top 5 currently, we're talking top 5 all time. You want to come play with that?
Yeah, that's not bad. That's a pretty good setup right there. Yeah, we're dreaming. We're dreaming dreamers here today on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're with you today until 6 p.m. We have so much to do on this fine radio show. Enter the Stars and Stripes and Big Pipes contest. Do it. It's going to be awesome. Keep it here.
Welcome to Kreckman and Lindahl, where you understand about a third of the references if you're under 30, but I still continue to listen every day for God knows what reason.
That all tracks.
That's a strong open.
Uh-huh.
That's a strong starter right there.
That's pretty good. Well done.
We're still here for God knows what reason.
We are. We don't know why.
A third of the references. We try to explain. We do our best.
Sometimes we give context. Other times we just fly through things. Other times they're not references. They're just dumb things we say.
Yeah, you go to the bar. People have their things.
You never know.
You do never know. But that was, I don't know who that was. Tip of the cap.
Well done,
That's
sir.
how we start this off.
Yes. Although you are supposed to say, hi, this is first name from town.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Get that in. That one's got to count regardless, but we do need to know who you are.
It was good. Yes, it is the Star Stripes and Big Pipes contest. We're giving our voice guy a break, and we're asking you, the listener, to do our rejoins this week, just like that one. One listener who enters will win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. So that guy right there,
in the running,
that doesn't get our references, he's in the running for a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. You just got to go to the Altitude Sports Radio app, tap on Voice of the People, and then just talk.
Yeah, if you enter and give us one the proper way, then you're in.
You're in.
You don't have to be heard on air. Just the guys heard on air, or gals, the people heard on air. It's just for our own entertainment.
Just the ones that we chuckled at.
Sure.
Yes.
So
So
Mark
send it
Springer
in.
more in particular.
Yes, because it's actually Spring's job
Yeah,
to
he's
track
the one
these.
listening.
Yes.
But you don't have to make it to the air to be entered. So
No.
don't be intimidated by the task.
Yes.
Because Traegers are awesome, and I love them.
I
I have one.
Yes. Do you cook sausage on it?
Yeah, I do, but I'm not a big sausage guy. I
You're not-
usually just go to the. You know what I do? I do like charcoal for the brats.
Keep that drop, by the way.
Well,
Uh-huh.
yeah, you can keep that drop. I'm not the encased meat kind of dude like
No.
you are.
Yeah, I very much am.
I
Mhm.
did a pork butt. You know what's funny? It's called pork butt, but it's the shoulder.
Why
Explain
is
that to me. I don't know. I guess they're worried nobody will eat it if it's butt, so they should make sure they explain it's actually shoulder.
I'll eat the butt.
But either way,
Another
all
drop to
there,
save.
There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna Traeger up some pork shoulder when we all go on vacation.
All right.
Aaron's asking, how do you record your? It's a rejoiner is what we're calling it, Aaron. Now, first off, if you text us, you'll get the script sent to you, right? Then you go to the Voice of the People and you read the rejoiner.
All right, Andy. I've got further detail.
And the Voice of the People's on the app and the website.
Pork shoulder.
Yes.
And pork butt are both cuts from the shoulder, but they are distinct.
One's in front, one's in back.
Pork butt, also known as Boston butt.
All right.
Yeah, that tracks. Is the upper part of the shoulder closer to the neck and generally has more marbling and fat, making it ideal for pulled pork.
Yes.
So if you're going to pull the pork, you want butt.
That's what I did.
Again,
Both.
another drop to save.
That's
pork
a lot
shoulder.
going on.
Also called picnic shoulder, is the lower portion of the shoulder and often includes the skin. It tends to be leaner and maybe tougher, but the skin can be rendered for crispy crackling.
Yeah, now I know I'm going with the butt, not the
Ooh,
shoulder.
I like the sound of that crispy crackling, though. I like that.
Yeah, but if it's tougher, do you really want to do that? So anyway.
Crispy crackling.
Yeah.
Crispy and crackling.
Hey,
I like
speaking
that.
of big butts that people are into,
Uh-huh.
the big dumper was on Pat McAfee today.
Cal Raleigh?
And we learned,
Uh-huh.
Cal Raleigh, catcher for the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah.
It could be an MVP candidate. I don't remember a lot of catcher MVP. You roll your eyes.
I mean,
but some are pushing him out there as an MVP
Oh,
candidate.
I think he's number 2 in the American League right now. The problem is he's going to need Aaron Judge to fall
Cool
down
off.
a subway, track or
Hey,
something.
They do play each other.
Yes.
But anyway, turns out his mom hates the nickname Big Dumper.
I remember that.
And he does not appear to be too fond of it either because Pat McAfee could not quit calling him Big Dumper.
Mm-hmm.
And I think after a while, he just wanted to be called Cal. But he said he's just got to roll with it.
Okay.
So he doesn't. I guess my question to you is, how does anybody, but in particular a famous athlete like that, how do you undo the nickname?
You don't.
You can't, right?
No, you don't. Well, and you shouldn't. Because, like,
it's marketing opportunities abound.
Cal Raleigh is way more interesting because he's Big Dumper.
But if I say Big Dumper in baseball circles, people know who you're talking about.
Yes.
If I say Cal Raleigh, I'm not. I told you I almost had to. I struggled for a second to remember his actual name because we all just know him as the Big Dumper.
As Big Dumper.
It's too far down the road. There's no changing it now.
It's a perfect nickname.
And if he wins the home run derby, for instance, under that thing, or the AL MVP, there is truly no going back, even though I think it's already too late.
By the way, if anybody doesn't recall, he got the nickname, I believe, like right as he was just about to be promoted to the bigs with the Mariners organization from a teammate who pointed out that he has a big dumper.
He does have a big backside.
Yes. Are you going to start calling it pork dumper?
Well, you could.
You could if you wanted to.
You wanted. That'd be one way to get in with the pork industry.
Raleigh's mother said she thinks the nickname stinks but appreciates fans' support for her son. That's according to Wikipedia. Yeah, so we know that the mom doesn't like the nickname, which, okay, like you came up with Cal. His mama named him Clay. I'm going to call him Clay. Okay, I get you want to Cal Raleigh, all right. Is that a reference, by the way, that people under 30 wouldn't get?
It probably.
Coming to America?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well.
All right. I don't know.
Probably.
I
don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe, though.
Spring, did you get that one? You're north of 30, but did you get that one?
Here's another.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
here's another
Thank
reason why they wouldn't get it. I was going to say, Coming to America has been on some of the cable channels lately, but the young people don't have cable. They've got YouTube.
So no. Again.
They're not going to run across the movie by accident.
If you kids haven't seen Coming to America, go
and check it out.
Yes, watch it. It's an American comedy classic.
Eddie Murphy, Arsenio Hall.
At their very best.
Oh, yeah.
Peak of their powers right there, I would say, Coming to America. James Earl Jones.
Yeah.
As the dad. Very strong.
The king, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, King Joffrey Joffer or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you asked an interesting question.
Did I?
You did.
Was it about dumpers?
Well, you wanted to know has any band ever hated their name but been unable to change it?
Sure.
Now, I don't. If anybody knows the story, that I need to know. 303-504-0925. But I know of 1,000 bands, frankly, including Tom DeLonge of Blink-182, that hate the big hit.
Well, that's a common thing, yes.
That are either they're sick of playing it, they didn't know this was going to be the song. I've heard of some singles being thrown on as kind of a bleep you. You don't like this here. Matter of fact, because I just got done reading Mark Hoppus's book, The Rock Show off Take Off Your Pants and Jacket was not in their original deal. They were trying to be all cool, or maybe he was feeling this. I think I might be wrong. I might be feeling this. But one of those albums, they were trying to be artsy and dark and something different.
Yeah.
And didn't want the radio hit. And of course, the record company was like, no, we need the hit. So they just kind of slopped through and like, here you go. And now it's one of their big hits. They barely tried on it.
I believe Dave Grohl doesn't like the name Foo Fighters.
Really?
I believe it was just like something he came up with. Because remember, he made that first record and it was just him. And so he made the record, but he didn't want the record to be the guy from Nirvana, which it would have been if I suppose it would have just been Dave Grohl, the guy from Nirvana.
Guy from Nirvana.
Exactly.
That's a pretty good band name.
Uh-huh. So he just came up with Foo Fighters, and like I don't think at the time he thought that his band was going to turn into a global sensation the way that they did. So I don't think he likes the name of that band.
Interesting. So I did Google it because I don't know, but here's AI again for whatever it's worth.
Sure.
No, it's American songwriters. 7 bands that hate their name.
Okay.
Lady Antebellum, Mumford & Sons, the Dixie Chicks, Death Cab for Cutie. I'm seeing Smashing Pumpkins regret their name.
The thing about Mumford & Sons is like I'm sure Marcus Mumford likes the name. I don't think the Sons like it that much. They're just like, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We're the Sons.
Sweet. Thanks, bro.
Yeah. Radiohead, I guess, was originally called On a Friday.
Radiohead. Do you know the Radiohead? It was taken from a Talking Heads song. I'm scraping my memory bank right now. Okay, do you know the guy from Groundhog's Day that played Ned Ryerson, the insurance salesman? Needle-nosed Ned the Head. So apparently, one night he was explaining to David Byrne about how like he could. It was like he could like see radio frequencies or something like that. It was some like weird talent that he had. I'm sure they were coked out of their minds. It was
Sounds
the
like
80s.
the Matrix, but yes.
Exactly. And so David Byrne wrote the song Radiohead. There was a Talking Heads song about that guy, and then the band Radiohead took their name from that Talking Heads song.
Okay.
So there's that's the genesis of how all that happened. I don't know if Genesis liked their name or not.
Well, let's hope Genesis did. Hey, look, I've
Sure
done
they
the
did.
stupid let's name a band thing. It is kind of a pain because nobody agrees on anything.
Don't you
and
have to like
everyone's-
Google it and figure it out then?
I'm sure there's going to be an AI band namer before we get
You got to
too
make
far
sure
down
you
the
don't
road.
get sued or
yeah,
anything
well, yeah,
like that.
I told you. Yeah, there's the other thing. Blink 182 was just Blink.
Yeah.
And they kept getting some Euro dance club band kept trying to sue them as they played their little shows, so they just literally threw the 182 on the end.
Yeah, you don't want to get
Papa
sued.
said it doesn't mean anything. We just slapped it on there so they'd leave us alone.
You don't want to get sued.
Is there a sports team that should change their name? If you could force a name change in sports,
Yeah.
as it is summer radio, baby.
The Dallas Stars. It's the
We've
first
been
one
through
I
that.
get
You
into.
hate that.
I hate the name Dallas Stars.
Because they all have stars playing for
Because
them. You
if
were
there's-
okay with North Stars.
If you have it, North Stars was cool.
Right.
Because you were in Minnesota
Sure.
and it was an original thing. But if you play for the Dallas Stars and you're Mikko Rantanen and you're the star, so you're, or if you're like Mikko Rantanen and, I don't know, give me one of the other yutzes from that team that we all hate.
Heiskanen or
there
whatever.
you go. Miro Heiskanen.
Miro Heiskanen, yeah.
They're the Stars?
Yeah.
I don't like it.
What if they
Too
were
confusing.
just the star, the Dallas Star?
The Dallas Star.
And it wasn't plural, and it referred to the single star in the Texas flag, then would you have less beef with it?
It would still be confusing, though, because then they would be the Stars, and it would just be star apostrophe S. Stars. I still hate it.
Okay.
Doesn't work.
So there's no winning. I would like to force Utah to give Jazz back to somebody else. Is that fair? They were the New Orleans Jazz.
They were the New Orleans Jazz.
I don't think of great jazz when I think of Utah. I
No?
think of skiing.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Think of...
Not being able to get a beer.
Yep. Keep going. What else you got for me?
Yeah. I think of the Tabernacle we stayed by a couple times when we were there.
Uh-huh.
But that, yeah, I'm not thinking of jazz.
No.
I'm not,
If there was a
not
least...
thinking of Louis Armstrong.
There's a
or-
least jazzy city in America, it is
Yeah.
Salt Lake City.
Miles Davis was like, I got to get to Utah. There wasn't any song called Get to Utah.
I do like,
Although
though...
there might have been. I don't know.
I guess I like it because it's so out of place.
You like how unique it is?
I like that, like, Los Angeles is still the Lakers, even though it was from Minneapolis, the land of 10,000 lakes, and then you go to California and there's like 3 lakes. Why the hell are you the Lakers? That doesn't make any sense.
There's a lot of places with well, they got a big one.
Yeah. Well, if they were the Oceaners, I suppose it would have worked.
Hey, I got one for you, though. What, like Commanders.
Yeah.
Of all, you had so
Yeah.
long to figure this out.
You were
and you
football
fall
team.
on Commanders.
Right.
I don't know why the Commanders bothers me.
The only reason I like it is because I can call them the Manders.
Right. Which
And-
then everybody gets annoyed with.
Which I only got from, like, when they first changed the name, and then, like, Kevin Durant, who is from D.C., and was a fan of the franchise. He referred to him as the Manders one time in a tweet, and I just latched onto it of like, I'm calling him
That's
that
your
forever.
deal. You and Durant.
Yeah, they're now the Manders from here on out. That's a good name right there. Yeah, Smashing Pumpkins didn't like their name either, Andy. I could see that.
Well, they didn't like each other. So
that too. Mm-hmm.
Smashing Pumpkins really is just Billy Corrigan, right?
Now, yeah.
And then he
yeah.
dated the girl and
Although Jimmy Chamberlain is one of the sickest rock drummers ever.
Right.
That dude rules.
But didn't he ultimately even leave too?
He did for a while, and then he was back, and then I think Iha was gone, and then he was back. They never let Darcy back. I don't think she could play more than 3 notes, so they never let her back in the band. No, I don't believe so. Changing sports teams' names. Ooh, our friend Dan Hyatt has got some strong entries. You ready for this one?
Yeah.
Here we go. Brooklyn Nets. Nets is stupid and unoriginal.
But they play in the NBA. But I mean, it could
They use
refer to
nets.
hockey.
Yes.
It's fair enough.
Could refer to any number of different sports
Sure.
that have nets.
But yes.
Yes. The Houston Texans. That's a little lazy.
It is. I'll give him that one.
The
Really?
Denver
I mean,
Coloradans.
yeah. I don't think we're letting the Commanders catch some strays. The Texans really should step up because the Oilers was so cool.
Yes.
You had the cool oil derrick.
Good uniforms.
Warren strong
Moon.
players.
Yes.
Earl Campbell.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then you went to the Houston Texans with your weird dead bull skull that hangs on every bar in Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, it's one of those
and you're in
logos.
Houston.
Yeah, I don't care for it. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, Houston Texans, also a bad sports team name. Agreed.
By the way, I guess combining music and sports, you see Metallica broke Swift's record. Is Taylor going to have to come back here now?
Wait, what was the record?
So Empower Field announced, because Metallica played Friday and Sunday, they broke the record for back-to-back shows at a venue at Empower Field with over 150,000 fans or something.
Not bad.
So, yeah.
Way to go, Metallica.
They're the new record holder.
Okay.
I'm going to say, hot take alert.
Yeah.
I saw the set list for both Friday and Sunday.
Oh, you didn't go?
No.
Oh, okay.
I told you. Look, man, have you seen all the stuff coming out of Glastonbury? Rod Stewart's trying to hop around the stage. It's like, all right.
You're such an ageist.
You're a Hall of Famer. But dude, I saw you at the prime. I want to clutch onto that memory.
I see. Okay.
But yeah, the Friday night set list I thought sucked.
Oh, wow.
If I'd gone to the Friday night Metallica show, I'd been pissed.
You'd have left.
I'd have not been happy.
You'd have thrown your drink on the way
For
out.
Whom the Bell Tolls and Whiskey in the Jar last night. The only one that I really had to hear, Master of Puppets, was the closer the other night. They played because they called it a no-repeat weekend.
Okay.
So they played two complete separate lists, and
Hell
they got 5,000 albums, so they can do it, right?
Sure.
Widespread Panic was up at Red Rocks. They probably are doing the same.
Yeah, they don't repeat songs.
No.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it all just one long one?
Basically, yes.
It's sort
Let's
of
be
hippie.
honest.
Widespread Panic is sort of hippie EDM, is that?
Yeah, well put.
Where, it's changed a bit. But I still feel like we're in the same realm.
Hey, you can change the arrangement a little bit, but yeah.
But
basically.
yeah, Enter Sandman, Lux Etern, all that was last night. Had I gone to Fridays, and I was the only one who had the tickets for it, I'd been a little annoyed.
Oh.
You also find out who you don't expect to be at a Metallica show on social media when they're there.
Such as?
There are a few salespeople from the old spot.
Was Walker Monfort there?
Probably could have been.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Team
Is that
president.
a band you go see to just say you
Walker
see?
Monfort?
No.
Oh.
There could be your new band name, though. There you go. You don't need the AI. Do you have a band you'd go see that you weren't totally into, but you wanted to see them? Just to say you saw them because of the greatness of the reputation?
I've had many low over the years. Again, like bands that, I wasn't the biggest fan of, but like I went to see The Who when they came through. Like, Daltrey and Townsend were old as hell. I've never gone to Roger Waters. I've been told by people that have seen him live that he's incredible. Like, still, and the stage set is amazing. Like, I saw Springsteen, unbelievable.
Would you go see Aerosmith?
No, don't care enough to go see Aerosmith. Unless they played the song from Armageddon and I could just laugh my way through it, I'd have a good time with that. Don't want to close my eyes.
Yeah, the weird look at his daughter in the video. You're like, all right, bro. Creep me out a little bit.
But yeah, I've seen plenty of those such
Do you have a team you'd love that you would have seen just because of their greatness?
Yeah, of course. Like in what context? What do you mean?
A team that like again, the Kansas City Chiefs come to town. Would you just go see them because they were like last year? They're going for 3 in a row.
Well, I'm watching the game anyway.
I know you're the wrong person. Well, I mean, the Dodgers showed up at town. I thought everybody hated the Dodgers. It looks like plenty of people love the Dodgers, judging by attendance a week ago.
Why wouldn't you go see the Dodgers?
You don't want to miss the show, right?
Hey, Rocks got win number 19 yesterday.
Hey, woo!
Win number 19.
Woo! When they finally get that first run for the first time in 2 games, 8th inning, was that it? When they finally cracked that goose egg?
That was first time in 17 innings.
That's pretty good.
That they scored,
and then they ended up winning. I hate the
game.
Ghost Runner, by the way. Can we get rid of the Ghost Runner?
I love the Ghost Runner.
Oh my god!
I don't have time to watch that much extra inning
bad
baseball.
Fair enough, but I'm like, it just feels like everybody just scores the Ghost Runner.
Exactly. Get it over with.
All right, but if we both are scoring it, what's it doing? It's not doing anything.
It ended in 11. It did. It ended eventually. Yes, I can't watch 14-inning baseball games anymore. I don't have it in me. No.
Do you remember pre-pitch clock? What happened to your stamina?
I know. I can't live with it. No, if they ever went away from the pitch clock now, I would never watch baseball again.
Wow, really?
I swear to God, like Dave Parker, the great Dave Parker, the Cobra, passed away over the weekend. And MLB Network, I had a bad night's sleep. And MLB Network was just like playing like some old like Pirates from the 80s with Dave Parker on there. Just throw the ball. My God, how did I watch this sport my entire life? What are you guys doing? Throw your 83-mile-an-hour fastball and let's get this thing over with.
Quit checking on the guy at first.
Oh, my God.
Remember that, too?
I know you guys are all either currently coked out of your mind or hungover, but just do something.
The greenies ain't working,
Oh, for the love of God, go.
Throw the pitch.
Jesus. Yeah. Old baseball is the most boring thing in the world now. The pitch clock has ruined me for the sport. It's incredible, but I can't. I watched the game my entire life, and now I can never go back. It's just throw the ball for the love of God. Anyway, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, I got a name for you. I got another free agency name for you.
Yeah, let's do it.
We need a name sounder for free agency.
Okay.
All right. Let's see what Spring can come up with here in the break. Work your magic. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and it's Monday. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Hopefully you got to go out for a little date action on the weekend, but if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, this may be a problem for you. Don't let ED take you out of the game, especially with the longer days, the warmer nights. Summer's built for romance, and you should be too. And if you're having a problem because you're worried about performance, then get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you. Don't let this take away one of the great joys in life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments that work when the pills and herbals fail. Sometimes they can combine those treatments. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments will have you lasting an hour or more if you so desire. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. You can do it right there on the website. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TINA PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, well, then your visit is free, so no risk here. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including up north in Fort Collins and in the Springs. And I thought about this the other day. I always say down in the Springs, even though it's up. But either way, it's south. Call them today. Find out where the location nearest you is located. 720-440-7900. You can schedule the appointment there as well. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yo, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Machado?
All right, I got that one. That's a good texter right there. Well played.
Hey, speaking of which, congrats to Eli Farkas, who won the Core 4 score.
Farkas?
Well, he texts all the time. Like
Yes.
all the shows. He's a loyal listener.
Well
so
done,
good to
Eli.
I guess I saw the morning show text about it. Apparently, he only missed 8 of the keywords all week. So good for him.
That's strong.
That's how you do it.
Well done, Farkas.
Congratulations, Eli. Now that I know it's you, I'm putting on all the jerseys.
Eli Farkas. Andy, that's a good name, but I think I can one up you.
Did we figure out? Did you get a little sounder? We're gonna do some magical for your name? No.
Oh, you want one?
What'd you come up with, Spring?
Now, say my name.
We shall call it the Alan Parsons Project.
With the Bulls starting intro
Anytime
song.
You can put a Dr. Evil clip in, I'm in.
Well done. Luke Kennard. What's Luke Kennard do for you,
You
Andy?
got to help me out. Who is that?
Luke Kennard?
Yeah.
Good NBA white guy.
Okay.
Luke Kennard, one of the better three-point shooters in the league.
Then I'm in.
He was in Memphis last year. Good floor spacers, got a little shimmy, can score. He could be a taxpayer MLE candidate, according to Michael Scotto of Hoops Hype. Houston is very interested in Luke Kennard, but also Atlanta and Denver have interest in Kennard. So that could be good.
3-point shooting.
Yes.
That you can get to come off the bench. I am in. I don't care.
As our buddy Ryan Blackbird points out, Kennard, one of the better three-point shooters and spacers in the league. 5 straight seasons of 100 or more made threes, making 43%.
Okay.
Here's the thing you got to know about Luke Kennard. Non-existent defensively.
Sure. Which every free agent they're going to look at is going to have some major flaw in the game when you're looking at about a $6 million MLE.
Nobody's nerfed at this point, so let's just go with it. Luke Kennard. Okay.
Say that again.
What's that?
Po buddies.
Po buddies nerfed.
Yeah, you said it.
I did.
Smooth.
Yes, thank you. I don't think that's actually a saying, but I
like it.
I've rolled with it for a while now.
You didn't stumble.
So, Cam Whitmore is also a possibility.
No. You got to save some of these names now. We won't be able to hear the open again.
Cam Whitmore, give me the open one more time.
Now, say my name.
We shall call it the Alan Parsons Project.
Yeah, Cam Whitmore. High ceiling wing, 6'7", 2 years in the league in Houston. He hasn't really found his footing with that team. There's attitude questions. It's a part of why he slipped a little bit in the draft. But, I mean, a dynamic scorer and a hell of an athlete, Andy. Cam Whitmore could be really interesting. It would be probably a trade situation, and I'm sure that Houston would be asking for one of Strother or Peyton Watson. But I'll give you a world where you sign Luke Kennard and his three-point shooting to the TPMLE, taxpayer mid-level exception, and you swap a bench guy for a Cam Whitmore, who is young and freakishly athletic and just needs to, again, find a good situation in the NBA, but I could see a guy like that being a pretty fun cutter in minutes that he plays with Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, okay. You've got my interest. Again, I think of those two, I'm taking the 3-point shooter.
Mm-hmm.
What would you, if
Whitmore would be a trade. That would be a trade.
If you're, okay, so you could technically do both.
Yeah.
Right?
You could.
Okay.
And you don't have to move a core 4, I think, to do it.
If you're being asked by John Wallace, hey, Nate Kreckman, I like the cut of your jib.
It's a nice
What
jib.
should I focus on?
Yeah.
Would you say front court or back court? Big man? Do you need a big man to come in and actually relieve Nikola Jokic from time to time? A guy you're willing to play. Not Sarge that only exists in a concept on a roster, a piece of paper, who never shows up in the game. I'm talking an actual dude that you are comfortable playing at least 10 minutes a night, or would you worry about three-point shooting or some kind of scoring off the bench? What would be your focus?
I don't discount their need for a backup big, but when we get to these places, and particularly with the complete and utter lack of resources that the Nuggets have, I'm thinking more about playoff basketball.
Sure.
But also, what's the last thing that I watched was playoff basketball. Those December and January games matter. And you need to win them for seeding. You can't be 11-10 again this year. You cannot have that crappy of a start. That's how you end up battling to get home court advantage. Like, you would like to have a top 2 seed in the Western Conference, and I think you increase your likelihood of being able to do that by having a backup big. Then you get into the postseason, and suddenly that backup big's necessity is not nearly as great. That's when I start thinking about how can this team add shooting and wings that are going to be more dangerous so you're not getting crushed in the non-Jokic minutes, which are inherently shorter, shrunken when you're in the postseason.
See, when we kind of got into this a little bit last week, people had written in and said, had texted in and said, what about De'Ron Holmes? I thought that was his role to take minutes from. I guess I thought Holmes was supposed to be more the Gordon replacement. Mm-hmm. And in my ideal world, and again, look, I'm not saying you could maybe do that $3 million slot that Russ left. I don't need the most dynamic backup big you can find. I am just simply asking for a player that, because Zeke Naji have been comfortable playing, DeAndre Jordan they've been hesitant to play at times. And at least I'm talking about a guy that every game I know he can come in and give me 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes. How about that?
Yeah.
Because you haven't had one since what, Hartenstein? How about the interest?
They didn't even trust him.
Hey, can I get the?
You haven't had one since Mason Plumlee.
I got one more. How about a little open?
Now, say my name.
We shall call it the Alan Parsons Project.
I love Dr. Evil. Now I think this was a tweet that Spring sent us. A little interest in a reunion.
All right.
Do you like a reunion? Do you remember the reunion name that was floated out there this weekend?
Bruce Brown.
Little Bull Bull.
Oh.
Would you take Bull Bull back in action? Coming in, long, lengthy, learned a few things since he was last in here? Is that the guy that... Did you send us a tweet? Yeah.
Yeah.
Not feeling a Bull Bull? What if he's $3.5 million? He takes the Russ slot. Can I offer him to you for $3.5 million?
Tell you what, I'll take
little rebounding, seriously, since he left the Nuggets, he was like a fun thing in Orlando for what, 5 minutes?
5 minutes. He's fun everywhere for 5 minutes.
But has he learned enough that he could be the 8 to 10 minute night a game guy? Has he developed at least to that?
Do they want him back?
I don't know.
But
you don't have a lot of money to play with.
No,
I don't know what you want.
But I mean it in this way. Like, do they want him back? Looking at the guys in the locker room.
Wow.
Do they want him back?
God knows it hasn't changed too much since he left, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Who do you think they'd take first? Him or who's the point guard? Bones Highland. Who do you think they'd take back first attitude-wise?
Probably take Bull first.
All right.
Yeah. Bones. Bones. The moment he steps off a plane in Denver, they're just like, nope, turn around, get right back on it.
It's kind of funny. A guy whose nickname is Bones is too big for his britches.
It's a shame too, man. He was on his way. Like I
he
was
had
like,
a role defined.
This guy's developing into he's got an NBA role, and then he just blew it up. And how's it worked out for him?
Not good at all. What's he on his third team, fourth team, whenever this is done?
He doesn't play anymore. Luke Kennard and Cam Whitmore, everybody. Next hour, more on acquiring LeBron James. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Welcome back to the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And don't forget to put in for the contest to win that Traeger grill. I guarantee they'll come and help you put your rally sausage on that Traeger grill. You're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It's a little different when they're that grunty when they say rally sausage, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice job.
That sounded like Sean Brennan.
Stars, stripes, and big pipes. That's right. We're giving the voice guy a break and asking you, the listener, to do our rejoins. One listener who enters will win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. Score. To enter, go to the Altitude Sports Radio app, which you should have anyway. Go to the Voice of the People. It's one of the tabs on there. Send us your best rejoin for our show. Something like, hi, this is First Name from Town. You're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I know I'm probably supposed to fill in those blanks. I think it's more fun to say First Name from Town. Be creative, have fun, keep it short. You might hear your rejoin on air. All valid entries are entered for the prize, whether they make it on air or not. Entries only count if they are sent for the show during the show. Rally sausages. So head over to the Altitude Sports Radio app, tap the mic, and you could win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. Andy, tell me this hockey news that you just shared with me in the break.
First off, I got my Traeger from Ace. They'll put it together for you. So
Score.
Go there. I can't believe this. I like, if it weren't from The Athletic and it came from their app,
okay,
I wouldn't believe it. Spring, let me lay this on you. So Brad Marchand has decided to stay in Florida. I wouldn't say that's a surprise. He looks like he's having a pretty good time down here. He got a 6-year extension. He's 37. A 6-year extension.
37. And they're signing him through his age 43 season?
What?
Good for him.
Is Gordie Howe here? And I didn't know. How old's Ovechkin right now? Has Ovechkin hit 40?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's you know what, though? This happens in hockey. Dudes can play like weirdly long. Ovechkin's 39, by the way.
Okay.
But like, I feel like hockey is the sport where you can kind of pull this off. All right, oldest players in NHL history. Let's see. Gordie Howe played at the age of 52. Chris Chelios played till he was 48. Jaromir Jagr played till he was 45, as did Zdeno Chara. Doug Harvey played till he was 44. Tim Horton played till he was 44. Annie. Teemu Solane played till he was 43. Claude Lemieux played till he was 43.
This is all in the NHL and not some other league in Europe or something like that?
This is guys that played in the NHL.
All right.
Messier was 43. Did he earn the Messier?
That year?
Joe Thornton played till he was 42. Guys do it in this sport. You can weirdly age gracefully in hockey. And this is my theory on it, Andy. I could be dead wrong.
Okay.
Is it because hockey is easier on the soft tissue stuff? Because you're not running and jumping. So like I'm sure playing hockey into your 40s hurts. There's no doubt about that. But like the hips, knees, ankles stuff that destroys basketball players, you know, the kind of wear and tear that like swinging a baseball bat a million times in your life will have on a baseball player. Like hockey, again, because it's a lower impact sport because you're skating.
Not the game that Marchand plays. He's always in the middle of all that stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Pounded into the ground.
But that's just it. Like, I mean,
you know what I'd give you? I understand what you're saying.
Chara and Chelios played with a physicality their entire career. Claude Lemieux played with a physicality his entire career. But again, it's just like the body can hold up for it. Yes, you're going to have the big impacts. And I'm not saying that those are like easy or anything like that. But it's just like my knees aren't sawdust because ice skating's easier on the body.
I am curious, is it just because you need the money? Not that you need the money. I'm not saying that he's on his way to homeless. But hockey players do not cash in the way the other sports do.
I don't.
Is there a financial motivation still at some points?
I mean, if you can keep playing professional hockey,
or
just not, like why does he need to quit? Brad Marchand is a hockey lifer. He's a psycho. He loves the game. He plays it with his hair on fire at all times. Probably loves being around the dudes. Loves going to practice every single day. Loves the life. Doesn't want to go play golf. Doesn't want to have to go pick up the kids from soccer or whatever. Why not?
Maybe he picked up a few too many tabs on the old Cup tour in Florida. I don't know. There's no dollar amount attached to the deal. So I also wonder, is it just it's an affordable deal for Florida and they just know a few of these years won't be worth it? Or
obviously you would have to look at the guy and say, like, what does he do? Does he take care of his body in such a way that we can see him? Again, there's a long track record of NHL players playing till that late in life. We clearly see him taking care of his body. We trust him. We will give him a 6-year deal.
Yeah.
There's got to be. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it.
Well, in order to get to the dollar amount he wanted, they might have had to go that far out because they've inked everybody.
Yeah.
They kept Sam Bennett. They kept Ekblad today. I believe it was Ekblad, right? Spring, who was their other big free agent?
Yeah, they re-signed him.
So, yeah. And
there's a ton of hockey players that have played till they were over 40. Yeah, he could do it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's weird. I don't know why that sport is like that. But they pull it off.
How many NBA players want to play past 40 is what I'm saying. How many baseball players want to play past 40?
That's just it, though. You like in the NBA, you can't.
Well, if you
Vince Carter was 41 and like he couldn't move anymore.
No, I'm with you. Do you think Nikola could? We talk about Nikola's game.
If he you know what? He's probably the rare exception. And if he wanted to, I don't think there's a planet Nikola Jokic wants to play in the NBA till he's 40.
Yeah,
but I think he's one of the few.
Doubt. He wants to race horses.
Yeah, exactly.
We're hoping he wants to play till he's 35 right now.
Right, exactly. Yeah, just physically, a lot of guys can't do that. I'm sure Marchand will have his injuries and miss some time. Did you check out that Avalanche draft, Andy?
I didn't fully lock in, I'll be honest with you, Nate. I know they took a couple defensemen, or at least the first pick was a defenseman.
They got a dude from UMass.
Yeah.
You ready for this name?
Give it to me.
Francesco Dell'Elce.
You like that, don't you?
Francesco Dell'Elce.
You're hoping he makes the big club.
Yep. From UMass Amherst, 20 years of age, 24 points in 40 games for the Minutemen this past season. So Francesco Dell'Elce. That's where Kale went, right? UMass Amherst?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
No, he went to UMass. I don't know about the Amherst part. Is that where the big UMass is?
Sounds good to me. In the fourth round with number 118 overall. All right, Andy, I'm gonna
Now, hold on. Is that gonna be Frenchie?
Francesco Dell'Elce.
Will he be Frenchie or Frankie?
Great question. Not sure. I would think he'd be Frankie. I think Francesco goes Frankie. With the next pick, the Avalanche chose defenseman. Did you read this name?
No.
Okay.
I did not.
Okay. I'm going to spell the first name.
Okay.
Linus.
Linus.
Okay. I'm going to spell the last name. FuNck.
Yeah. You better really make sure.
Okay, but how would you say it?
I'm going with the last name?
Yeah.
Funk.
Okay.
We want the funk. Got to have that funk.
He
should come into the arena to that song.
Upon having read the name, I also read it as Linus Funk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Incorrect. You ready?
There's not an American way to say it, Nate.
Linus Funsk.
What?
Linus Funsk.
Okay. Hey, you saved it.
Funsk.
That's all I can tell you is that you saved it.
39th, drafted 39th amongst European skaters, or ranked 39th amongst European skaters by Central Scouting. Played for Luleå HF's under-20 club in 24-25. Linus Funsk. I would have thought it was Linus Funk. Nope. Linus Funsk.
That's one of those names as a play-by-play guy. You better write it down phonetically.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever had one of those names where you practice it before the game and then you get done and you're in-game action and you look at it, it just locks you up?
Francesco Dell'Elce and Linus Funsk.
Funsk.
Are the two guys. In the seventh rounder, they took a guy named Nolan Rode. I think it's Rode. R-O-E-D.
Yeah, but hey,
sounds good.
That's
to me.
easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple.
Nolan Road. Yes, Francesco Dell'Elche and Linus Funsk. Couple of defensemen for you right there. Mm-hmm. Fun names.
If they get to the Eagles, you need to go call an Eagles game. I'm sure.
Kevin McGlue, he'll give up their seat for a game. I'm sure he'd have no problem with that. Just let me do color one game. I don't need the play-by-play. Just let me do color for one game. I'll sit next to you. I'll say a couple of things each period. They won't be helpful at all, but I could at least talk about Dell'Elche and Funk.
You could be the Dennis Miller from the remember when Monday Night Football had him for a year? And I thought Dan Fouts, I thought he and our boy Fouts were just going to fight every night at the end of it. And now Michaels is just oblivious to everything going on in the booth.
Schottenheimer like Winston Churchill over there. Am I right? So yes, that's what the Avalanche have done in the draft. They also made a signing today, Andy. They signed
your favorite name,
Trent Miner, to a 2-year contract extension through the 26-27 season. Goaltender Trent Miner.
That's not your favorite name.
It's
Who else
not.
did they sign? Sam Mayday Malinsky.
Oh, Sam Mayday Malinsky was also re-signed. But Trent Miner, thank you, Mr. Miner, and Sam Mayday Malinsky have all been signed by the Avalanche. So a lot of moves around the periphery.
So I'm assuming Malinsky takes the 6th spot in the needed defenseman category that they had on the roster.
I believe so, yes.
Because even with the trade the other day, I believe they still only had 5 defensemen under contract. That should make 6.
Yes. Linus Funsk. Francesco Dell'Elche. Good names all over the place. Well done. Connor McGahee's got to be the happiest guy seeing that draft right there. He's going to have a good time with Funsk.
Well, they got to make it there. I asked you this earlier. If you had to guess, like, I like what it feels like in the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft. Anyway, you expect those dudes to at least play on your team, right? From the 4th round on, it's sort of a crapshoot. Or maybe I'm just used to. Although funny enough, Denver's actually had more hits in the later rounds sometimes than in rounds 3-4.
Yeah, but I believe. There's all kinds of different versions of it. Like first round, you're supposed to be a star. 2nd through the 4th, you're supposed to be a starter. 2nd, you're supposed to be a really good starter. 5th round on, if you hit, that's a bonus for everybody.
So I'm just wondering, like, do you know, Spring, how late in the draft are we? Because I was asking, and I feel like baseball's a crapshoot. They could come from all over. We talked about how few
Mike Piazza
Hall
was
of
a
Famers
49th round pick or whatever he was. Yeah.
So, but in hockey, where's the cutoff for, like, do you expect a 3rd rounder to make the NHL at some point, or is that just a hoper?
These guys are going to get traded by the deadline.
Oh, there you go.
Because the Avs are win now.
So Funsk is out of here. No more Dell'Elche for you, Spring.
They gone.
Let's see. Pavel Datsyuk and Luke Robitaille were both selected at pick number 171.
Okay.
Henrik Lundqvist and Joe Pavelski both picked at number 205. And these are just good NHL players. Henrik Zetterberg was number 210. Brett Hull was number 117. Generally, if you're going to turn into a star, you get picked in the top 100.
All right.
So Dell'Elche is our guy.
So that's what, first 3 rounds?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. You get taken in the top 100, and you, I think, have a chance.
Still looking. Scrolling.
There's some late rounders. Yeah. So there's some late rounders that have become stars. Again, how about that? Dominik Hasek, number 199 overall.
It's pretty good.
Where he was drafted. That's strong right there. Yeah.
It sounds like, though, if you're going to get a surprise, sometimes it is a European player that maybe you haven't scouted as much.
If you were drafted number 199, would you tell people you went top 200?
Sure.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hype yourself. At least if you're the agent, you should say that to people. Mm-hmm.
Would you like to be an NHL agent?
I would. Again, I don't think I'd be a good color guy. I don't think I'd be a good agent.
Now I got to hear it.
Yes.
Now we got to make it happen.
Yes.
Can we get you on the big club one night?
We'll see.
I mean, there's got to be a random November night where Connor's just like, can I get a little help?
What do you think,
Connor? You can go help.
What do you think Connor would say to that offer of let me go do color with you for one game? Here's the thing. This is all I would need. Give me one line, a period. That's all I need.
Here's what we'll do.
Other than that, I'm out of the way.
Now I'm jealous, so I'm going to shoehorn my way into.
Okay.
You and me get to be color one game with him.
3-man
And
booth?
we'll be like the old man Muppet guys that just sit in the balcony. You and me will, while he tries to do his job.
Greatest calls. Yeah, you might want to rethink that one. Yeah.
I don't like that nickname.
That's technically a 2-line
You're trying too hard
pass.
on that nickname.
Don't be lying to these people just because they can't see the game.
Here's what I want. Do we have the Connor? Yeah, that one drop of the year. Can we get a little of that? Yeah! And Nate with a calm down, fella. It's not the greatest play I've ever seen.
Call me back when you get your pubes, guy.
I don't know. That might kill the experiment.
No, that one wouldn't be good. You don't think Connor would like that in the middle of the call?
I don't know that NHL radio wants to post that highlight.
That would make it unpostable, possibly. Did you happen to see, Andy, over the weekend? So the Mets got swept by the Pirates.
Yeah.
Did you see what the aggregate score of this series was?
Yes.
30-4.
Who, when you think of the Pirates, and I guess with Skeens, I got to get it out of my head. I feel like the Pirates are living on the block of the Rockies.
No, they still suck.
Then what happened this weekend? I could not believe it.
The Mets are like, okay, the Mets' entire rotation is hurt. So that's not helping.
Let's go, Mets.
Okay. But they're 3-13 over their last 16 ball games. So, like, they had a 6-game win streak. They swept the Rockies, they swept the Nationals, and now they can't win at all. But they lost 9-1 on Friday, 9-2 on Saturday, 12-1 yesterday, 30-4 in aggregate over the weekend. And I'm trying to think, like, is that the baseball equivalent of the Nuggets getting swept by the Wizards?
Yes.
Last year?
Yes.
Of just, what the hell are we doing here? How in the world did that happen?
All right. Okay, is it the Nuggets equivalent of the Wizards or the Bulls?
Oh, yeah.
Because wouldn't the Rockies sweeping the Mets be the Wizards?
The Rockies are the Wizards.
Sorry.
In this equation. Uh-huh.
Or the Rockies the Generals.
Unbelievable, man. You got swept by the Pirates. You got killed by the Pirates.
Killed. Not competitive.
No, you weren't even in those games in the slightest bit. Like, Lindor didn't do anything all weekend long. Like, obviously they didn't hit. They scored 4 runs all weekend long, and their entire rotation is hurt. But my God, 30-4. They got swept by the Pirates over the weekend. That is something else, man. I have another great baseball story that we got to get to. We got to talk about Luis Severino today on the show, who I think might be my favorite new baseball player. We're going to dive into that. But it's Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes. We're giving the voice guy a break. You can record liners for us here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And one lucky listener who enters the contest is going to win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. To enter, go to the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Send us your best rejoin for our show. Hi, my name is...
What?
Steve.
My name is who?
I'm from...
Slim Shady.
Denver and or that. And you're listening to...
Come on, Denver? Now give me an alt. I'm from alt. I'm from Tiny Town.
I'm from No Name, Colorado.
I'm from Widefield.
You're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, or add a little bit of flavor
Give
to
us
it.
a Las Vegas, New Mexico. Let's really, come on now.
That's a rarity right there. That's a good one. Be creative, have fun, keep it short, and you might hear your rejoin on air. All valid entries, you get entered to win the Traeger grill, whether they make it on air or not. Entries only count if they are sent for the show during the show, so you got to do it right now. You go to the Altitude Sports Radio app, you tap the mic for the Voice of the People, and then you just talk, and then you hit stop, and then you can win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware.
This is Cuban Benny telling all you Kreck heads to pause boogie nights, put on your favorite Triple X jersey, and enjoy a glizzy, because Nate and Andy are back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 FM. Thanks, Spring.
Bonus points for thanking the producer.
Well, I got
Kreckman
my
and Lindahl.
triple X shirt. I had to dry one of them this weekend.
A little too big.
A little too big.
Bruce Brown, Andy.
Oh, wait, are we getting a name? Hold on, is that a name?
Bruce Brown's out there. I think I got a name for you here, Spring. Give me a name.
Now, say my name.
We shall call it the Alan Parsons Project.
Yeah, Bruce Brown. Mm-hmm. It's worked out pretty well for him. He's had himself a nice NBA career, and I think a reunion with the Nuggets could make an awful lot of sense right now. You would get a scorer, you would get a defender, you would get somebody that can play backup point guard if they need to. Cheap, veteran reliability off the bench, Andy.
Well, and you know he fits the culture, if you will.
No, he does. He's beloved here.
Are you almost... Look, I don't want you to be afraid to try new things.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I feel like I spent the whole weekend talking to my kids about that. But, man, some of the new things have not worked out the last couple of years.
Right.
You know what I mean? The Reggie Jackson thing just wasn't what you hoped. Seemed like an all right trade at the time.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, I was kind of excited they signed Dario Saric last year because I honestly thought the guy would play. Then turned out he didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't risk the new things with the unique, because they are a unique team. And we know Bruce Brown fits in. We know what he could do, what he could play. He could still be a 3-and-D guy for you and be the guy that just kind of goes at the hoop off the bench if you need, right? Or
the word is unorthodox, Andy. They're an unorthodox team. Yeah.
How has he been, though, post-knee injury? Is he still the Bruce Brown? Remember how much of the fastball's lost some mileage?
I'm sure it has a little bit. There's no doubt about that. I think he peaked in Denver and he got paid. He got his $45 million. He got his generational wealth, and now he can sort of settle back into probably sort of what he is as an NBA player. I think he'd be a perfect fit here. I love his how switchy he is defensively, his versatility. Like I would love to have Bruce Brown here. I'm not saying that that's exactly the best answer. I like Luke Kennard too. I like his shooting. I think that he'd be a good fit here. This is one though where the Nuggets, they can't miss on this. And Bruce Brown is safe because you know exactly what you're getting and you know exactly what the fit is. Like Reggie was a miss. Dario was a miss.
What would you call Westbrook?
I'd call Westbrook a hit. I would. It was mostly good.
See, I'd go push. Fair?
It was the Westbrook experience, though.
Yeah. If he were to come back, Westbrook's the guy where if he were to come back, I wouldn't be upset. But it wouldn't be all,
I mean, the reason why I would put it, I'd call it a success. I don't know about overwhelming success, but I'd call it a success is that you spent sub $5 million and you got the sixth best player on your team.
And he did factor into wins.
Absolutely.
Last year.
Absolutely.
Which is more you could say for half these
There
guys.
were some loud losses, but also there was a lot of games that they won. And they don't win the Clippers series without him.
No, they don't, because Julian Strawther was largely invisible that series.
He was terrific in that series. That's well, Julian was still hurt during that series, but a lot of other guys were invisible. I guess being hurt is one form of invisible. Absolutely.
What was Peyton Watson? I'm trying to remember. Was he good?
He was fine. He was fine. He did. I wouldn't rate Peyton as having had a great postseason.
Are you going to be upset if they find a trade partner for Peyton Watson?
I was thinking about that earlier today. I'm glad you asked that question, because at what point do I need to get over my infatuation with what I think Peyton Watson's ceiling is and just recognize the player that he is right now, which is a dude that is a phenomenal athlete, that I love his length defensively, but a guy whose offensive game is just absolutely hit or miss, and the Nuggets need to go and find somebody that just has a more reliable skill set,
See, so I'm going to ask you this question now. I don't think they're the same caliber of player, but I feel like I'm starting to hear a little, and not just from you. I read things on Twitter. Everybody wants about what could come. And look, even Scotty has said it frankly. what Peyton Watson could be if you could unlock the optimal level of his play.
Right.
We said it a lot about Michael Porter Jr. How much of what you hope to get unlocked do you think MPJ is unlocked?
I think MPJ is fully optimized.
And but was it what you thought it would be? Because I remember when you and I started the show together, some people thought some of the draft. I'm going to try to be more definitive than some people. Some of the draft experts said this could be a Kevin Durant type player. I don't think he's hit that level. Fair enough?
Oh, without a doubt. No, he's not a top 15 player in NBA history. So I would agree he has not hit Kevin Durant level.
Has he been what you thought they were getting? How about I put it that way? Not compare him to a Hall of Famer.
Yes. In some ways, he's more than what I thought they were getting.
Okay.
And I mean it like this. The last 3 seasons, he has played 62, 81, and 77 games. I didn't think he'd ever be able to do that. This guy missed 2 full seasons, essentially, of his NBA career. One of them, he played 9 games. With the amount of surgeries that he has had, the maladies that he has to be able to push himself through, that's a 50, 40, 90 shooter who can play 70, 80 games a year. He's not a creator. He's a floor spacer. He's a dead-eye shooter. And he's tall. He's very tall. And he's one of those guys where we talked about the LeBron James thing earlier in the show.
And we'll visit it again.
Like really quickly, okay? You know exactly what Michael Porter is. Is Michael Porter a max contract NBA player? No. I mean, he is because that's what he's paid to be. But Michael Porter Jr. is. And by the way, and I'm going to say this term, and I think a lot of people hear it and think it's a derisive comment about a basketball player, much like the term game manager is for a quarterback. But I don't think it is. Michael Porter is a role player. Now, his role is making shots. That's an extremely important role. You could go so far as to say it's the most important role you could have. But that's what he is. Like, he's not going to lift up everybody else around him. He's going to space the floor. He's going to catch and he's going to shoot. And hopefully he's going to make. And he does a lot. Again, this is a guy who is a career 50% from the field, 40% from 3, and 80% from the line. Those guys are rare. They don't come along very often. So Michael Porter has become all of that. It's just that, again, Andy, like, fair or not, players are always measured against their contract. And Michael Porter does not do all of the things that his contract would hope would suggest that he would do. But also, it's a contract that was signed in a different CBA, and it was signed to bring him in to fit an exact specific role around Nikola Jokic. And I think I've said this to you in past off seasons. If Michael Porter wasn't on the Nuggets, we would talk about him of being like, that guy'd be perfect to put with Nikola Jokic. In many ways, he is. But that's all that he is. He's just perfect to have with Nikola Jokic. And I don't think that's underachieving because, again, the guy plays all the time and he makes shots.
Okay, but does that kill your trade value for this LeBron James trade you just floated?
But that's just it. Wouldn't a guy like that be great to play with Luka Doncic? Luka Doncic, who sucks all the gravity up around him and then is going to want dudes that space the floor around him. In many ways, Luka Doncic is looking for the same kind of compliments that Nikola Jokic is.
All right.
Now, I don't know. Here's one question I would have. If you're Rob Pelinka or whoever's calling the shots for the Lakers these days and you went to Luka Doncic and were like, do you want Michael Porter on your team? And Luka goes, oh, you mean the guy that I forced to switch onto me to defend me all the time so I can destroy him? Nah, I'm good.
Right.
Right?
Well, but you know you're not getting defense there.
Exactly.
That's why they're looking at other big men.
Yes.
They're trying to get other big men involved
Right.
from the reports today.
Right.
So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, it was funny because I did see, talking about the LeBron James situation, this is where the cap is so wild. I saw a lot of fans grousing, saying he's so selfish. If he wasn't selfish, he wouldn't have opted into this 53 million, 58 million
No,
is the option?
50, I think 52.6. He's more tradable because he
Exactly.
opted in.
But see, that's the wild thing. You
Yeah.
just see he opts in.
Yeah.
And frankly, at first when I saw it, I'm like, well, I guess he's staying as a Laker. And then they pointed out, had he just left, they don't get the money back because
Right.
they're in cap problems too.
Yeah.
Now with him opting in, at least they can try to trade him and then lose the money.
He's desirable because of that.
Right.
He's very desirable because of his contract situation, because it's an expiring deal. So you're adding a second-team All-NBA player, and then his money goes away after a year. Like, if you're the Nuggets, if you could get one fewer year of the current core and get out of it that much quicker, well, it'd be one fewer year if you were to trade Michael Porter for him. It'd be 3 fewer years for Jamal. I doubt that's what the Lakers would want. But it very quickly solves a lot of your problems. And the Nuggets' problems are that they pay too many guys too high a salary.
Okay, but how does recency bias work in these trades? Now, they do have a new owner, but there's plenty of people in that Lakers organization. Jamal's hit, last I checked, some big shots against that team.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
If you remember.
Mm-hmm.
So,
bong.
I don't know, man. That might be a guy that would excite your fan base because they're certainly familiar with the game of Jamal Murray.
Certainly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly it would.
Now, like you said, if you do trade Jamal Murray, you said this last hour, you don't know who the point guard is. But the point guard's kind of Nikola Jokic most of the time anyway.
Yeah, but you got to have a point guard. Right? Jalen Pickett's on your team, and you'll sign somebody.
Is there not a free agent? By the way, you want some names?
You got more names for me?
Well, we got a lot of stuff going on in the
Spring,
NBA.
give me names.
Give me some names.
Now, say my name.
All right.
We shall call it the Alan Parsons Project.
Don't step on Dr.
Sorry,
Evil.
Dr. Evil. That's me. It's my favorite part. We got a lot going on because the NBA's free agency opens tonight at midnight. So these are all Shams Charania, Shams Sharina, Shams help me out here. with
No,
the last name.
I want
Charnia,
you to keep going.
I want to say Charnia. Shams
Kevin
Sharana. His tweets. Shams.
Now I
go with Shams.
I don't want any news. I just want you to keep
Just
trying
keep
to
trying
say
to do
his
it.
name.
See, this is why I told you our guy. Who is our Avs draft pick? I'm even afraid to try to say that again.
Linus Funsk.
Funsk. Yeah, I'm not saying that one quickly. That's coming out wrong. Just glancing and talking. Anyway, from Shams, free agent forward Dorian Finney-Smith has agreed to a 4-year, $53 million deal with the Houston Rockets.
Oh, that's a good deal for them.
My stupid phone wants to keep disappearing.
It's a good player.
Let's see here.
Everybody wants 3-and-D, man.
Do you
DFS.
like B-Ball Paul Reed? He's agreed to return to the Pistons on a 2-year, $11 million deal. But apparently he's B-Ball Paul. I didn't know that.
That's a good name.
Were you aware of B-Ball Paul?
Oh, does he know Big Dumper?
We gotta find out.
Yeah.
And finally, the Grizzlies, who have been very busy today, they've re-signed guard Cam Spencer to a 2-year deal. So, is Cam Spencer one of your guys? Is that one of your names you want to talk about?
No. They paid Jaren big time dough too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, they've re-signed half their roster. Who else do we have? Let's see here. Jaren Jackson got paid.
Yeah.
And Santi Aldama.
Oh, Santi
got paid.
Aldama. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's Santi Aldama is one of those names I only hear in Chris Marlowe's voice. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're rolling with you live from the Bacchus and Shanker studios today. Their passion is justice. Guys, stars, stripes, and big pipes. That's the contest that we've got going on right now. So on our app, it's called The Voice of the People. You click on that, all right? And then you can record a rejoin for the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hi, my name is...
What? My name is...
Shams.
Shams.
Shams Charnia.
My name is My Sharona, reporting that...
Shams Shania.
That comes from the text line. My Sharona is reporting.
And I am from, again, wherever you're from.
Biscayne.
And you're listening to... Biscayne.
Where's Biscayne? I forgot.
Florida, I think. You're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I need a Wakanda, Illinois for Nate.
Let's get one.
Let's get a Wakanda in.
You're from
Wakanda, Illinois.
I recently bumped into somebody from Wakanda. I was very excited about it.
I'm glad the two of you could talk.
Very much so.
Seems nobody likes Wakanda. You're all here.
Just 2 of us, but sure.
There's only 4 of you in the town.
50% of the population.
Had to shut down because you 2 left.
If you include my brother, there's 3 of us now. All valid entries are entered for the prize. But you say it, you do it on the app. Again, if you do it, you can win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. Yes.
That's all you need.
That's all you need.
Smoke some pork butt.
That's right. Smoke the butt. So head over to the Altitude Sports Radio app, tap the mic, and you can win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, I got a new favorite baseball player. This guy is to me just a new innovator in the space, and he also doesn't like playing baseball in West Sacramento. I'll tell you that story coming up next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Roller Auction, guys. They have got a great auction available right now. The Center at Rock Creek Assisted Living Facility, by order of court-appointed receiver, they are required to sell their assets at public auction. Where are they selling them? Roller Auction, of course, where you can go to roller.bid and you can check out this auction right now. The kitchen appliances that are on here are absolutely fantastic. I'm looking at this single door reach-in refrigerator. Phenomenal deal on this thing. Under $250 right now. These things retail for vastly beyond that. This is well-maintained equipment from a former assisted living facility that is selling off of their assets. They have got artwork. They have got furniture if you want to decorate the home. I'm looking at this leather recliner and ottoman. Guys, current bid, $8. $8. Get on it. Go to roller.bid right now. Also, you should sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude, because if you sign up there, you put in your email address, you get the email updates as to when the auctions open, when they close. This one, by the way, doesn't close for a week. The Center at Rock Creek Assisted Living Facility auction. So it's open for another week. Go to roller.bid/altitude. Sign up. You can win sporting event tickets. You can win concert tickets. And most importantly, you can get some sweet stuff from our friends at Roller Auction.
This is Iowa, and this is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. If you like Michelle Branch, this is your show on Altitude Sports Radio.
That's not our jam. This is a deep cut from the catalog, isn't it?
Look at Spring. He saw an opening. He felt some freedom. He took it. You had the shot. I took it. You took it. And
She's
you broke
more
a
than a
major
one-hit
rule of
wonder.
engagement.
Is she what is she, like a 3 or 4 hit wonder?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Really? You sure?
Michelle
She's
Branch.
got an arsenal.
An arsenal. Michelle Branch going to unload her arsenal on you. If you Google Michelle Branch hits, there's more than one for sure. Everywhere is only number 2 on the list. All You Wanted is number 1. Which one was that one, Spring?
That was Are You Happy Now?
Ah, I'm happy now because I want to talk about my new favorite baseball player. Andy, did you happen to see what Luis Severino said over the weekend? So Luis Severino, in the offseason, left the Yankees, signed a 3-year, $67 million deal to go play for the Oakland/West Sacramento Athletics.
It's still.
Did you realize that's the largest contract the A's have ever given out? $67 million.
No.
Could be worse. Could be worse than the Rockies. It could be worse, folks.
What's the record?
67
No, I mean,
mil- Oh, the A's record?
Yeah.
It's not good. It's
Okay.
better than the Rockies,
Okay.
but it's not good.
Yeah.
So, Luis Severino, by the way, the A's had to sign somebody so they wouldn't pay a tax for being below the salary floor. So they paid Severino, gave him the
There
3
you
years.
go. You're 67 million.
$67 million, so we don't have to pay this tax, so we at least get something out of it. So Luis Severino, the season he's had has been very interesting. I want to give you his home road splits, okay? On the road this year, Luis Severino, 2-1, 2.27 ERA. At home, 0-7 with a 6.79. Playing in West Sacramento. Apparently, it's not going well when he is pitching at home. So the other day, he opened up about it because the A's were in New York to play the Yankees. And so a lot of the Yankees reporters that used to cover him, Severino, when he was with the Yankees, went down to talk to him. And they asked him, hey, what's the deal with your home road splits? Why are you so much better on the road than you are at home? And Luis Severino did not hold back talking about how much it sucks playing at a minor league ballpark. He said, it feels like a spring training kind of game every time I pitch, every time other guys pitch. It's the same mentality we have. Go out there and try to do our best, but it's not great for us. When asked why he's been so much better on the road, quote, because we play in a big league stadium on the road, close quote. He says, we don't have that at home right now. It's not the same. It's not the same atmosphere. We don't have a lot of fans. Our clubhouse is in left field. So when we play day games, we just have to sit in the sun. There's no air conditioning. It's really tough. Said you don't feel the same energy at the ballpark, which there's 14,000 capacity. I'd say he's probably right about that. Apparently, this is because the fact of, remember, Andy, their clubhouse is in left field.
Right.
It's not behind the dugout.
You got to run out there to go to the bathroom, right?
So a big part of his routine is going back between innings, sit in the air conditioning, watch film, break down the prior inning. He can't do that now. And because he can't go all the way out to left field and then come back in, and just said there's not really much we can do about it, but it sucks, and basically said we all hate it, is what he said. Well, the A's are mad about it. They aren't pleased about this. And according to Bob Nightingale of USA Today, the A's are open to trading him after he continues to bash the environment in Sacramento, agitating the organization, close quote.
Yeah, it looks like, according to Google, they're averaging about 9,700 fans a game.
Yeah.
Right now. They had a couple big days in May that really boosted. They had a good weekend in May, back May 12th, early in the season, where they had over 12,000 for consecutive days on a weekend.
Said, I can't do anything about if they get mad or not. He was asked about it after he pitched the other day. I just say what it is. I'm not going to lie to you because at the end, you guys are going to figure out if it's a lie or not. My job here is to try and pitch, and every time you ask me a question, be honest with you guys. So that's what I did. I was not trying to hurt anyone's feelings by saying that, but I'm not the only one who feels the same way, close quote. So basically, Severino looked at it in the offseason, said, you're willing to pay me how much? I'll gladly go play baseball there. Then showed up there, said, this place actually sucks. It's terrible. By the way, road players that have gone and played there have, like, I think the first night, they're like, this is kind of quirky and fun. And then they're like, oh, this is awful.
Yeah, because it's a spring training complex.
Right.
Spring training is so different for those that have never been.
Well, no, this is a minor league park. They play 156. This is so the Sacramento River Cats.
But he said feels like a spring training.
But he said, yeah, it feels like a spring training game, minor league park. That's because Tampa's also playing in a spring training facility, in the Yankees spring training facility. There's also been complaints about that. But there's complaints about the mound. There's complaints about the batter's box, about the ground being too hard. Like, guys hate it, basically, which is not surprising. These are big league baseball players that are used to playing in the most pristine facilities humanly possible, and now because they have to play for the A's, they're stuck playing in Sacramento. And oh, by the way, it doesn't sound like the ballpark's going to be ready in Vegas until 28 at the earliest.
Oh.
So this isn't changing anytime soon.
So how do you get players to go there? I mean, you don't. Are they even going to try until they get to Vegas? They got to ramp up somehow to have a good team to roll out in Vegas the first year, don't they?
It's the A's. They haven't tried in
I know. But
and
then
God knows how long.
Why is Vegas going through this for them? Who's building the park? Are the A's putting some of their own money in, or did they
John
finally
Fisher's
get the
putting
city?
some of his money in, but also the state of Nevada is ponying up a bunch of the dough. Yeah. Vegas wanted a baseball team. So
but did they want this team? That's going to be the question.
Well, that's what's funny about it. Like, so my friend Steve Cofield hosts afternoon drives in Vegas, and like I remember I asked him about it. I'm like, you guys talk about the A's? And he's just like, no, everybody hates them. Like, they're not our team. They stink. Nobody cares. You know, like the Raiders do big business because it's the NFL, but also like Vegas is a bigger transplant town than Denver is. Like, everybody's already got their own team. They just like to go see them out there. The Raiders are the NFL, so they're going to be massive no matter what. The Knights are Las Vegas's team.
Yeah, they were a bunch of dudes from other teams that came together to form a first-time team.
Right, and they were good right away. They came right after the horrific events of October 1st. Like, right away they were galvanized and they were beloved in the community. I think Las Vegas wanted baseball. I don't think anybody really wanted the A's.
By the way, speaking of Vegas, Mitch Marner is a Golden Knight.
Is he?
They worked out a
How
trade
much?
with Toronto.
Oh,
$96 million, I think I saw.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last year of the $8 million or 8-year deals you can do.
Yeah.
So he got the 8-year deal. I think 96 is the total value. Also, what do you know about Jake LaRavia?
Jake LaRavia.
From Sacramento.
Yes, from the Kings.
He's a forward.
He can hit shots.
He has agreed to a 2-year, $12 million deal with the Lakers.
That sounds about right. Yeah. 2 at 12. That's roughly the neighborhood the Nuggets are shopping in right now with that taxpayer MLE. Don't you just love a guy, though, that's just like, I'll take all your money, and then I'll show up there and figure out that it sucks, and I'll complain until you trade me.
We know about
Brilliant.
that around here.
It's
I mean, he
genius.
didn't complain until they trade him, but Nolan Arenado only needed to complain once and got traded.
But stuff like that, by the way, like, this isn't new. Like, Tulo flirted with the Yankees forever while he was here. Like, guys, they look around and go, it'd be better to work in that place. I like the money here.
Yeah, the thing I never understood with Tulo, though, was that Tulo got mad that they actually traded him.
Eventually, because they didn't consult with him.
Yeah, I get that.
I think it was. I don't think he was mad about the breakup. It was the classic, like, man, she broke up with me over text. I didn't appreciate it. Just there's a right way to treat people.
Sure.
It's like, what does it matter? She doesn't like you, dude.
Yeah, but I remember the year they traded him, though. Like, his agent had floated out there that if things don't change, we're going to ask for a trade.
Yeah,
I was like, so why are you shocked you got traded, man?
It was that Bridage didn't inform him of anything.
Right.
It was Tulo felt as though I think he had earned, and he would always been told, we'll keep you abreast of the situation. And then they just called him in and were like, you're traded. And it was somewhere where he didn't have any input.
Okay.
Again,
that's what to this day though he doesn't speak on that organization, as he told ESPN, wasn't
yes,
it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I will not speak about that organization. Yeah, it's the Rockies are bat breaker uppers.
Yeah, look, I'm glad this guy's
happened.
calling him out. It's ridiculous that you're playing there. I'm
It's
not quite sure
hilarious.
why baseball's allowing it when you hear about some of these, because again, these are big league players.
Right.
if you know, not that we know it necessarily in this town, but if you've got something on the line in the next series, you don't need your guy getting hurt trying to play in this park.
There are dudes, by the way, that like that like hit the IL like right after pitching either in Tampa or in Sacramento this year, and people are like, yeah, it's because it sucks there.
It's not meant for major league play.
Exactly. So there's been quite a bit of complaining about the whole thing. Man, if Severino could get himself traded to a better club and take that contract with him, which is ultimately what it's going to have to be if they do trade him, that's one of the most brilliant moves I've ever seen.
Need him for business advice.
I know, right? Just show up and complain until they move you and be like, well, got to give me my money. That's how it goes. Tip of the cap there. Game recognizing game right there. Star Stripes and Big Pipes, guys. Go to the Altitude Sports Radio app and record a rejoin for our show. You tap on the voice of the people and record a rejoin. Whatever you want it to say. Okay? Just welcome back to Kreckman and Lindahl. And
I'm Jake from State Farm.
There you go. And they smell of cabbage. Whatever it may be, go to the Altitude Sports Radio app. Put
sausage for you, pal.
That smell of sausage. Yes.
Can I smell like ice cream?
You could, I suppose.
Wouldn't be the most off-putting aroma, would it? You ever walk into a Dolly Madison? Remember those?
Is that another one of those references that the kids under 30 wouldn't get?
Oh, yeah. 30, 40. We're really pushing it. I think there's been one here in years.
31 flavors. Anyway, you record that on the Altitude Sports Radio app, Voice of the People, and you're asking yourself, why would I do this?
Because you want to win a Traeger grill, Nate.
Because we got Traeger grills from Ace Hardware to give away. So go to the Altitude Sports Radio app, tap the mic, and you can win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. We got football news. There's a blockbuster friggin' trade in the NFL today.
That I don't get.
There's parts of it I don't totally get either. Let's dive into it all next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
What's up, Colorado? This is Trevor from Wheat Ridge, and you're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl, where we work hard to bring you the best sports talk in Denver.
McCarr, Gerard.
Look, Cuthbert.
Strong. Well done. Again, extra points right there. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You go to the app. You click on Voice of the People. You record a rejoin just like that, just like Trevor did right there.
That was perfect. That was the
you nailed
blueprint.
It. Beautiful.
Name, city, get after it.
And you're entered to win a Traeger grill.
Look, and you don't have to make the air to win, guys. Just record one, send it in, meet the requirements, boom, you're in.
Stars, stripes, and big pipes, we're calling it. The big pipes, those are the ones that you use when you're talking because you got the big pipes. You're now
They're
the
Mark
voice
Johnson
guy.
Pipes, yeah.
Yes.
I had a guy named Zeus that we had to be. He was out of North Carolina.
Zeus.
When I first got to KOA, he went by Zeus, and he sounded like it. I wanted to hear him and Alan Roach yell at each other for a while. It would have sounded like a couple Greek gods having a disagreement.
Logan O'Connor.
Good to hear from Roach. Yes, we got football news right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And a blockbuster. What do we got, Spring?
Yeah, we got lots of Dolphins and Steelers news here in the High Five. Let's start off with the big trade. The Dolphins are trading three-time All-Pro cornerback Jalen Ramsey and tight end Jonnu Smith, who had been connected to the Steelers in recent weeks, to the Steelers for All-Pro safety Minkah Fitzpatrick and a pick swap. So Minkah goes back to the team that originally drafted him. The Steelers are taking on the bulk of Ramsey's contract for this season.
All right, so my read as to why did this trade go down was because two teams traded veterans that were unhappy being on their team. So the Dolphins looking for a culture reset. They just said, okay, Jalen Ramsey, you go. Addition by subtraction, he goes out. Jalen Ramsey is still awesome. He still plays at an all-pro level, so that's a huge get for Pittsburgh. Minkah Fitzpatrick, there's a sense that his play is declining. Fitzpatrick and his agent, I'm sure their defense of it is, I'm not being used properly in this
Doesn't
defense.
like their system.
Yeah, don't like the system there in Pittsburgh. So Minkah Fitzpatrick goes back to Miami. So you would think it kind of fits the win-win platform right there. Yeah, but, man, like, if Minkah Fitzpatrick really is in decline, I feel like the Steelers win this trade and kind of win it big, Andy.
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey is a good player still. Now, it's funny how he's been a really good player his entire career, and it just feels like he's the guy every 3 or 4. He's the Jim Harbaugh of players. Every 3 or 4 years, they want to get rid of you.
Yep.
And I don't really know why. Nobody seems terribly upset by it, but he just kind of has to move on. So we've hit that point again. I think now you get Jonnu Smith, and they still have a couple of good tight ends out there in Pittsburgh. So,
by the way, they used more 3 tight end personnel, more 13 personnel last year in Arthur Smith's offense than any other team in the NFL.
Yeah, well, it's going to be perfect. This is why I think this becomes a situation now where if Aaron Rodgers is good, he doesn't have to be great good. Pittsburgh's in the mix again. We'll have to have a longer conversation about it. But I want to get to this. Do you know why it's called a blockbuster? We say this all the time, so I looked it up. Do you know why it's called a blockbuster?
Like the video store?
No, but yeah, it's like the video store.
Why was the video store also called Blockbuster?
Well, that's because it's a Hollywood term.
Okay.
But in an analogy to entertainment, it says that now first it was linked to wartime bombs that were called blockbusters that were massive that could affect a whole city block. So the movie was then moved to call a blockbuster because it was considered a, quote, cultural explosion that disrupted the normal flow of entertainment and generated widespread interest and enthusiasm. Would you then, Nate, label this a blockbuster?
Yes. Yes. These are 2 Pro Bowlers that got traded for each other. This is the definition of an NFL blockbuster.
Independence Day.
Armageddon.
Godfather.
Another Armageddon reference today here on the show.
So there you go.
Yes, I'd call this one a blockbuster. This is a huge player-for-player trade, which the NFL doesn't have nearly enough of them. This is a fun one when it goes down. Really, it's 2 good players because Jonnu Smith, I mean, he was just under 1,000 yards last season. Here's the question for Pittsburgh, okay? This is a we're going for it right now kind of trade by the Steelers. They've had a good offseason. DK Metcalf obviously was the biggest thing that they did, but now you add Jalen Ramsey into a secondary. By the way, this is a good secondary that they already went and got Darius Slay. They already went and got Juan Thornhill. Obviously, you still have Joey Porter Jr. That is there. Deshaun Elliott's going to be the other starting safety. Jalen Ramsey's got a lot of positional versatility. I think at this stage of his football life, that's a really, really friggin' good secondary that they have. The question is, are they going to have TJ Watt, their best pass rusher, one of the best pass rushers in the entire NFL? Are they going to have him in their front seven? Let's address that now, Spring.
High five.
Yeah, TJ Watt skipped all of the Steelers' offseason work as he looks for a new contract. He's in the last year of his deal. He'll be 31 in October. Adam Schefter reports that multiple teams have had internal discussions about whether they can make a deal for TJ Watt. Schefter adds that there's a belief that interest from those teams is expected to increase in the wake of the trade that we just talked about. Pro Football Talk writing that there's been no indication from the Steelers that they are looking to trade Watt. And Tom Pelissero of NFL Media reports that the Steelers remain focused on signing him to a contract extension.
So we were talking about this with Tyler during Cross. He's just of the opinion of like this is a classic NFL contract stalemate, and it will wrap itself up right before training camp. TJ Watt wants to be paid at the very top of the market. It makes sense. TJ Watt is a top 5 defensive player in all of football. What do you got for me?
Time to pause. Kill the music. We got our own blockbuster. Give me the breaking news.
Whoa.
From Shams. It has happened. The Denver Nuggets are trading Michael Porter Jr. in an unprotected 2032 first-round pick to Brooklyn for Cam Johnson, according to ESPN. Right there.
Wow.
Just came over.
This
Michael Porter
Shams.
Jr. has been traded.
The Nuggets are trading MPJ and their 2032 first for Cam Johnson. Sources telling ESPN this is the end of the Michael Porter Jr. era here in Denver. Wow. That is absolutely massive to go and get Cam Johnson. Andy played in 57 games last year, averaged 19 points per, 19 and 4, shot 48% from the field, 39% from 3, 89% from the free throw line this past season. MPJ is out in Denver. Wow. Absolutely massive that the Nuggets are making this deal to go and get Cam Johnson right now.
Well, I mean, what's your first reaction? I'm going to see if our guy Hastings can jump on from Oklahoma.
So Cam Johnson, by the way, 2 more years on the deal, substantially less than Michael Porter Jr. So there's got to be some other money that is attached to this thing as we're kind of trying to pursue right now as it happens exactly what the particulars are on this deal. But this is massive. Again, Shams tweeting just in the last few minutes, the Nuggets are trading Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected 2032 first to the Nets for Cam Johnson. Again, there's got to be something else to make the money match up because what was Porter's salary? 30 plus something. And I believe as an apron team, the Nuggets absolutely have to be able to have the salaries match up. So I believe the Nuggets will be getting something else back. But this spells the end of the Michael Porter Jr. era in Denver as they swing that deal to acquire Cam Johnson, who, by the way, same amount of time left on the deal, although Johnson's contract is for considerably less.
Are they allowed? No, you got to have the money. You got to have the money match, right, for the trade to work. One team can't take less to get out of the aprons. Right?
Exactly. There's got to be something else that is attached to this. So we are pursuing that information as it comes right now. But Andy, just initial reaction that MPJ is out. It's a stunner.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about Cam Johnson's game, but I know he was a guy that I felt like was talked about the deadline around last year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I swear this was a guy that we had talked a little bit about.
Sure did. 6'8", 210, vastly more athletic than Mike, not nearly as good of a shooter.
Look, I'd love to go deep dive and give you the the full analysis. I think it's a move that had to be made. I think you had to shake some things up. I'm glad they've shook some things up.
This is a big shake.
This was the tradable contract that we talked about, but you know what? I feel like this is a sign that Josh Kroenke has assigned his new front office and he's getting out of the way with what they want to do. Because there was the reports and the Ramona Shelburne and all this stuff that things were getting stopped at the trade deadline and this, that, the other.
That they didn't want to make a major move.
So this is the new front office is taking a look at things, and away we go.
So Michael Porter Jr., the first member of the core to get dealt, is on the move. Again, like, it's so funny as we're talking about it earlier in the show, and like, how do you swing a deal for LeBron with Michael Porter Jr.? You know, obviously it's including other contracts and everything else like that. I mean, in this situation, Mike due to make, by the way, $38.3 million this upcoming season. Cam Johnson's salary for 25-26 is $21.1. So there has to be another piece attached to this. But obviously, you know, Shams was hot to trot to get this information out there as quickly as he possibly could. But again, breaking news here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. The Denver Nuggets trading Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected 2032 first to the Brooklyn Nets for Cam Johnson. I mean, Andy, right away.
Defense gets better, right?
You improve your team defensively instantly. You do not have a player that is going to get hunted in the way that Porter regularly is by opponents. Cam Johnson is a bigger body. There is no doubt about that. You know, we saw Cam Johnson in the series, the Suns in 4 series a number of years ago, and he had a very good series. Again, this past season, his career best year when he averaged 19 points per game. I mean, honestly, Andy, by counting stats, the production is not all that terribly different from Porter. You give up a little bit of size, obviously, in bringing in a Cam Johnson, but I think you add a little bit more toughness, a little bit more versatility, a little bit more bulk, and you are including a player in Michael Porter Jr. that just, again, we saw exactly what the ceiling looked like with MPJ. He was banged up down the stretch. He was absolutely awful in the Oklahoma City series. Outside of Game 3, you hope that you had a player in Cam Johnson that you're not going to have to ride those kind of waves with nearly as hard.
Do you think the fresh start is good? Okay, I'm trying to.
For Porter?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Do you think it's time where guess what? To make this all the more complicated?
Yeah.
We also have Kevin Porter Jr. He's agreed
signed,
to terms
right?
with Milwaukee, so Shams is tweeting about both of them.
Yeah.
And I got to make sure we got our Porter Juniors right.
Yeah.
Anyway, will this help Mike? Did we get to a point where Mike needed to get traded out of town? Or is this just simply, as you and I talked about all year long, this is really the only contract you could probably move?
I don't think this is good for Mike. No.
Okay, because you think it's good that he plays with Jokic.
Or
Luka.
Yeah, I think playing for the Nuggets is ideal for Michael Porter Jr. Absolutely. Ultimately, do I think this is great for Mike? Not really. Is it better for the Nuggets to have a player who's, whose peak may not necessarily be as high, but can give you more night-to-night consistency and defensive versatility and more switchiness? Absolutely. You're better in that regard. But, you can't get a player like Cam Johnson without taking a little bit of pain. All right, we're going to try and chase down the particulars of this trade. We're going to come back. We're talking about it right now. Michael Porter Jr. traded to Brooklyn for Cam Johnson. More on that next. Oh, it's all happening. Okay. So here's the updates that we can give you because there's a new one, folks. Oh, we got a name. According to the Twitter account of Shams Charania, the Denver Nuggets have traded Michael Porter Jr. and their 2032 first to Brooklyn for Cam Johnson. So they're swapping out small forward for small forward. Cam Johnson is your new starting small forward, Andy. And we've got a new sixth man, according to a tweet that just came across from, what's his name, Andy?
Shams Charania.
Yes, free agent.
Charania.
Bruce Brown has agreed to a 1-year deal with the Denver Nuggets, sources telling ESPN. Come on,
the cowboy
Spring.
hat is on. The buckle is back.
Yeah! Celebrate this thing. That's right. Bruce Brown back. Now is your sixth man. Is that enough?
Is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no.
Kind of did, but he's back.
Yeah, he's back. He's back. It took a minute, but now he's back. Brucey B is back. Cam Johnson is a Nugget. Chris Dempsey joins us right now. Demps, it's coming fast. It's coming furious. Who's hot? Who's heavy? Your initial reaction right now.
Well, look, I think it's overall obviously good. I mean, you added to your depth with Bruce Brown, with a player that can come in and do the job because he did the job when you won the championship. And then what you did with the Cam Johnson, Michael Porter Jr. trade is you get a player backing Cam Johnson who is a similar player, obviously can shoot the three, can space the court, really good cutter in terms of his movement around, which would obviously be around Nikola Jokic. So he'll benefit a lot from that. So it's kind of a seamless fit from that standpoint when you're talking about entering a player offensively into your system, and then defensively, obviously a better defender than what Michael Porter Jr. Has been over the course of his career. So you're upgrading there. And then I think the most important thing for the Nuggets is that they're, Cam Johnson is making considerably less than Michael Porter Jr. And obviously you have to keep contracts in a range for it to be tradable, but the Nuggets are still getting a financial relief from this one as well. So, I think if you're the Nuggets, you have to be very pleased with, your ability to replace a very good offensive player with another similar offensive player, upgrade your defense, and slash your payroll.
All right. How are you feeling about now? Look, you were a guy. You and Nate both have tried to take on those. It's almost like that little meme with the swords all that pointed at the one guy. When everybody gets upset about MPJ or the way that he was playing, you two would always try to bring some reason back to the discussion. And so I did find it interesting when Nate said, "Hey, what's going on? How do you feel?" There was a hesitation. Are you a little disappointed to see MPJ go, or how are you feeling there, Chris?
You know what? I understand. I understand. Like the Nuggets were even if you want to go back to some of the friction that was going on inside of the organization prior to the firings of Michael Malone and Calvin Booth, the finances got really muddy for the Nuggets in a way that really hamstrung how they could do business. And then obviously affected, relationships within that organization. And, they have been pretty clear on the fact that, they're, guys that are not leaving the organization are Nikola Jokic, are Jamal Murray, are Aaron Gordon, who they just extended as well. I believe Jamal Murray's contract essentially kicks in starting this coming season. So these are really big dollar players and core players that they didn't want to let go. And so from the standpoint of, of a tradable contract, it would have been Michael Porter Jr.'s. I think he's down to his last 2 years on his current deal. And obviously is a very productive player. He goes to Brooklyn, and the head coach used to be an assistant coach here in Denver. Yeah. So he's very well-versed on what Michael Porter Jr. can do on the basketball court. So, the more that you dive underneath the layers of this, you understand it, and I understand it. I mean, look, I will die on the hill and have died because now Michael Porter Jr. is gone. But of a player that was, I think, was more productive, and as he continued on in his career, a lot more versatile than I thought he got credit for. And I think we'll see more of that in Brooklyn. He's going to get the ball a lot in Brooklyn and be able to probably have a lot higher usage, a lot more usage. And I think with that, it will come a lot of big scoring. But I think for both teams, this is a really good trade.
All right, real quick, because I asked Nate this earlier, and obviously, like I said, you guys on the same side of the aisle of this thing. Do you think he became ultimately what you thought? Did he develop into all the potential that was talked about when he was drafted, do you think?
I don't think he had the opportunity to do that. Is my answer to that. I think given the opportunity that he had, he grew a lot. I mean, if you look at the stats between these two players, they're really similar. It's 18 points per game. It's Michael Porter Jr. averaged more rebounds than Cam Johnson. Shot a better percentage from the field and from the 3-point line, or I think exactly the same, right around from the 3-point line. I think what people got wrapped up in was two things. One, that Michael Porter Jr. really got typecast as a 3-point shooter only, and so then when he would have some wild swings in how those 3-pointers were going in or not, it was, rubbing people the wrong way. And then obviously the big contract number that went along with that, that Tim Connelly signed him to, try to get out ahead of that early, was a big number. And, I think if you look at the contracts, his per year average, and then look at the players around him who average the same, and then look at the usage rate of those players versus the usage rate of Michael Porter Jr., you'll see what I'm talking about. And he was not afforded the max contract player opportunity, but he carried a number that certainly had people looking at that with a little bit of a side eye.
Okay, so again, the breaking news right now. Michael Porter has been traded to the Brooklyn Nets, along with a future first in exchange for Cam Johnson. That's all the particulars we know on the deal at this time. One other fun little note. We'll get to it in just a moment with Dems before a Cam Johnson question. Bruce Brown has been signed by the Denver Nuggets on a 1-year deal. Hell yes. Amazing. Dems, back to Cam Johnson really quickly. Brooklyn was not a good team last year, and Cam Johnson had to facilitate a lot. He's not going to be asked to do any of that in this Denver offense. You alluded to it earlier. He's going to space the floor, but he's going to now play basketball with Nikola Jokic. Knowing Cam Johnson's game as you do, how is the onboarding process going to be there with him becoming a Jokic guy? What's his ceiling as a Jokic guy?
Yeah, so I think Cam, I think I would look for similar numbers from him. Well, I think I might knock off a couple of points per game, just because he's coming to a situation that has more people handling and scoring and shooting than did the Brooklyn Nets, especially this past season. They had a lot of injuries. Yeah. One of them was to Cam Thomas, who would have been their leading scorer. So I would expect that 18 points per game is not what he's going to average, but it probably should be around 15, 16 points per game. I mean, he's a very productive player, and he's going to get opportunities. I mean, one of the reasons Bruce Brown is back is because he got opportunities around the best player in the world, and I think Nuggets fans will be very pleasantly surprised at just how seamless I think this will go, because Cam isn't the kind of guy that demands a ton of the basketball. He doesn't really even speak in those terms. And so, he just kind of is out there doing whatever the offense is he is asked to do within the offense. So I think because of that, you're not going to get you're not getting the guy that's going to take a bunch of bad shots, play outside the structure of the offense. You're not going to get any of those things. You're going to get all the good stuff. And I think for him, the shots will never come easier than they will with the Nuggets. And he did a good job in a situation last year where a lot of the defenses were trying to make sure he didn't score. So I think it's going to be, quite honestly, seamless. And I think we'll see that within that first month of the season.
Dems, I don't know if there is a bigger kind of almost legend in Denver sports that played a year here than Bruce Brown, but he really did, and yet he is also a legend in these parts. Brucey B is back. He is your sixth man. We know everything he can do. We know about his handles. We know about his scoring. It's been an interesting odyssey for Bruce Brown since he left Denver, but he now returns here. Where should we set our expectations for Brucey B?
Right back where they started.
Hell yeah.
I mean, right where they left off, I should say. Because what he proved to be was just a total Swiss Army knife. And defensively, he gave them a lot more. The area that really improved the most today for the Nuggets was their defense. I mean, that is, I am a big believer in the defensive schemes in any level of basketball don't matter near as much as the players carrying them out. And what Bruce Brown, and when he was here the first time, it was Bruce Brown and Christian Brown, and then you had Aaron Gordon, and you had a lot of guys who were in KCP, and you had a lot of guys who were good defensive players raising the defensive profile of this basketball team. And I think today what they have done, especially when these things start becoming official here in a few days, is they have improved it with the way that you have to, with actual defensive players. And so Cam Johnson is going to come in as an actual defensive player, and Bruce Brown comes in as an actual defensive player. Yeah. And when you look across the landscape of the Western Conference, well, you had better have a bunch of people who can guard some wings, because these teams are loading up. We see what the Houston Rockets are doing. I just see the D'Angelo Russell's going to the Dallas Mavericks, and so they've got a bunch of guys that can run and jump and shoot the basketball, and obviously OKC. So you look, if you're in the Western Conference, you have to be able to guard, and the Nuggets improved markedly in that area today.
Dems, man, great stuff. Thanks for jumping on short notice. We appreciate it.
All right, guys, we'll talk to you.
All right, that's our buddy Chris Dempsey of Altitude jumping aboard right there. Nuggets trading MPJ and a unprotected 2032 first to Brooklyn for Cam Johnson. They have also signed Bruce Brown, according to Shams, to a one-year deal. So Bruce Brown is back. That last key that Dems talked about right there. This team got better defensively, and they got tougher. There is no doubt about that. I mean, one of the things you got to remember with Cam Johnson is again, like, I don't know if his ceiling as a shooter, actually I know this, his ceiling as a shooter is not as high as Michael Porter's. But Cam Johnson now gets to show up here and play with Nikola Jokic, okay? Like, Aaron Gordon made it look seamless, did he not? Showing up here and stepping on the floor and immediately being awesome with Jokic. And he had to do it mid-season. He just had to jump in and make it happen. This is big time that Cam Johnson's going to get a chance to go through camp in a preseason and all of that. All right, we need to we got questions on the financial particulars and everything. Joining us right now, he is on Twitter at the Stats Squatch. Jake Coyne, whose Nuggets offseason guide is just an absolute Bible. Jake, welcome to the show. How you doing, man?
Doing very well, guys. I'm happy to join you, and I'm surprised we got such big news here so quick.
Yeah, very quickly. Jake, explain to us the financial particulars of how this trade can work and does work. Porter to Brooklyn for Cam Johnson.
Yeah, so how it can work is basically under this new CBA, trading is pretty restrictive for a team like Denver, but when you're a team like Brooklyn who has cap space, you could be a lot more flexible. And so Brooklyn is actually taking on, about $15 million more in this deal. And they're able to do that because they're so far below the salary cap. And so that's really the only way Denver could have done this deal. And Brooklyn's one of the few teams that could have done it with Denver.
So there's not any, the Nuggets don't have, or Brooklyn doesn't have to include any other financial pieces, like this deal works as is.
Yep, it does work as is. And that's one of the nice things about having a lot of cap space is that you can take on a ton of money, right? And so, I mean, if Brooklyn wanted to, they could have traded for a $25 million player without sending anybody out. So that's just kind of one of the benefits of being a cap space team.
So what does this now do for Denver as far as their cap situation? Does this get them? I think I saw in your tweet you said this gets them out of that apron now. This puts them in a better chance. They have a more flexibility with the mid-level exception?
Yeah, that's correct. So Denver, all in all, is shaving off about $14 million in this deal when you include incentives, which you do have to factor in. And so what that does is it gets the Nuggets below something called the first tax apron. And teams that are below that and stay below that can use a bigger mid-level exception up to about $14 million. Now, Denver's not so far below it where I think they can use all of that, but they should be able to use more than what they had prior to this trade, which was about $5.7 million. They might not be able to use that full 14.1, but if they wanted to give a guy $10 million, I think they could do that and still field a competitive roster.
But is that Bruce Brown? Do we know? Could that be the Bruce Brown move then, Jake? Or
yeah, I think it could be. I haven't seen any for sure reporting on it. The interesting thing is when it was reported, there wasn't a dollar amount with it. And so the Nuggets might still be figuring out some things. You know, they might be looking at moving a Dario Saric, for example. And if they do, that might affect the number they're able to give Bruce, things like that. So it is interesting. We didn't get a for sure number there, but I do think that could be Bruce's deal. But it could be a minimum contract. That is a possibility, but I do think he probably gets a little bit more than that.
Jake, God bless you, by the way. Your off-season preview, like I read the entire thing the day that it came out. Your willingness to wade into these waters and learn this crap so idiots like me don't have to and just get confused and give it all out wrong is greatly appreciated. So thank you for doing all of that work. Before we let you go, Jake, there is a basketball component to all of this. And when you wrote about Cam Johnson in your preview, you did talk about him being a very good one-for-one replacement for Michael Porter. Give us your breakdown why you like him in Denver's lineup.
Yeah, so I think with Cam Johnson, if you're not talking about a star player like a Kevin Durant or something, I think it would be difficult to come up with a better replacement for what Michael Porter Jr. can do than Cam Johnson. Now, he's not the shooter that Michael Porter is.
Sure.
And he's not the rebounder that Michael Porter is. So Denver might lose a little bit in those aspects, but he's a lot more well-rounded. He can do a lot of different things. I would call him average to slightly above average defender. He's going to hold up his own on that end of the floor, and he's not going to hurt you shooting. So I did say he's not as good as Michael Porter, but he's not going to hurt you. Opposing teams aren't going to just leave him open, and he's a very high IQ guy, and I think Jokic is going to really enjoy playing with him. I think he'll fit in really seamlessly, and I think it'll happen really quick. You know, I don't think this will take him 6 months to figure out how to play next to Jokic. I think this will be a quick, easy fit, and I think Denver did a really good job with this deal.
Jake, man, awesome stuff. Thank you for jumping on with us on short notice. We appreciate it, and enjoy free agency. It's like Christmas for you, man.
It is, and I was happy to get some big news right away, and hope you guys enjoy the rest of this week as well.
All right, Jake Coyne at the Stat Squatch on Twitter, joining us right there, giving us the particulars. So again, this is why we talk to people like Jake, because idiots like us that don't understand the NBA CBA.
Yeah. I'm glad like you said, I'm glad he wants to wade into that. You have a mind for numbers and it numbs you. That tells me how difficult all this is.
There's too many exceptions. There's
right.
too many.
And there's this and the trigger clause and this leads to that. And
because a first apron team is trading with a no apron team,
it doesn't have to match.
The salaries then don't have to match, so Denver can create that much more cap space. So the salary particulars, and Cam Johnson does have, and Jake mentioned this, he has a heavily incentivized contract. So that's something you have to factor in if Cam Johnson hits it. And I bet if you're Cam Johnson, you're thinking, cha-ching, I get to play with Nikola Jokic right now. So something to think about. But his cap hit as of right now, or at least what it was going to be for Brooklyn, $21.1 million. Okay? Which is substantially less than Michael Porter's $38.3. All right? You include that 2032 first. F them picks, baby. and you bring in Cam Johnson right now, do you give away something on the rebounding? Sure. You get a player like Jake talked about right there that is essentially a vastly better defender and generally not as good of a shooter because Michael Porter's world class, okay? But you're not losing much, if anything, in Cam Johnson. He's got to be able to stay healthy. He's had those issues throughout his career, but a smart player and the kind of guy that you think pairs extremely well with Nikola Jokic. Oh, by the way, he's now your starting small forward, and your backup backcourt now includes Bruce Brown.
Yes. So people are asking, and it's a great question. It's a fair text. A lot of texts of what does this do? We're going to have to wait and see when the numbers are all added up.
Yeah.
I am curious to know, as Jake just explained, their mid-level exception did go up because they got out of the first apron that we've been hearing way too much about. You know what? I hope the apron doesn't come back, frankly. I'm sick of hearing about the apron. But
they'll be back in the first apron, I would guess.
Yeah, I'm assuming that. Yes, they've got a little bit more money to spend, but I imagine the Bruce Brown signing is going to suck up a lot of what they had.
I believe, Andy, the Nuggets view the second apron as a
livable device,
as a hard cap. The first apron they'll do.
Right.
Second apron, they're not touching it.
Obviously, with what was said last week, they're not going there.
Yeah.
So we got to wait and see how the numbers all shake out, and ultimately we'll get there. But the bottom line is most Nuggets fans wanted Bruce Brown back. I think you and I never got a chance to talk about it, but I didn't really see a world where Bruce Brown was going to end up taking $6 million to come back here. I just didn't think that was realistic.
Kind of the market he's fallen into. Yeah.
Well, he might have, but I won't be shocked if he did get a little bit more money out of the deal. And look, if
we
not,
shall see.
If we do find out he took a lesser contract, remember the cap goes up next year.
Yep.
So there becomes a guy that maybe you could. And maybe you do with Cam Johnson or whoever else you sign, you could say, sign here now. We'll give you more money next year when the cap goes up. But you know what? The reality is we had a lot of people saying, are they going to do everything today? They did it.
This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're with you until 6. Berto and Springer are going to keep this thing rolling, starting up at 6 o'clock.
So nobody go anywhere.
With the Blitz. So they're going to be talking about nothing but this trade tonight. I assure you of that. MPJ off to Brooklyn. Cam Johnson is a Nugget. And Denver signs Bruce Brown. Huge. By the way, Andy, you know what this trade is? It's a blockbuster.
Boom!
It's a blockbuster.
It busted the block, baby.
The block has been busted, and the core four is now officially done for.
Our guy Eli didn't even get his jerseys.
Well, he's still going to get it.
Hey, they want a ring together.
Hey.
These four all have a ring.
I kid you not. Eli just texted in. Now I'll let Andy wear the MPJ jersey.
Yeah. You know what, Eli? That was the one I was most worried about.
Uh-huh.
That is a slender jersey.
Yes.
The only one I really got a shot at is Jokic.
By the way, Andy, yesterday was MPJ's birthday.
Well,
hey, he gets to start his 29th year on planet Earth as a Brooklyn
I
Net.
know you don't think so. I think this is a good chance for him. I think every player that makes a lot of money that fans know about, well, okay, mentally. How about I put it mentally? You're right. Nobody wants to probably leave him playing Nikola Jokic.
Right.
Because of the kind of player that he is. But as far as the heat on that guy, for maybe half, he was kind of like, you know what's funny? They went to the same school. He had a little Drew Lock to him. Half the fans loved him. Half the fans despised the money he was making. Just like a lot of other athletes in this town. If he had not gotten that contract and just did what he did, if he was making half of that money, do you think people would have felt differently about him?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he was, it was, and I say it all the time, Andy, fair or not, you're measured against your contract. That's pro sports. You're measured against your draft status. You're measured against your contract.
But people love you until you get paid. And then once you get paid, it happened to Demaryius Thomas. It happened to Von Miller. Once you get paid, they don't think you're living up to it.
He's, you know what, man? Like Michael Porter Jr. is a Nuggets legend. He always will be. He was again core four of a team that won an NBA championship. Those playoffs were so funny because he had rounds where he was absolutely fantastic, and he had other rounds, the finals, where he was awful, and he was the first one to admit it. By the way, according to multiple sources, the Bruce Brown deal is a veteran's minimum.
All right, so they've got a lot of money then with the mid-level exception to play with.
Nuggets aren't done, baby. This is, and again, keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio. Berto and Springer are going to have the blitz for you coming up. This is going to be really good. They're going to be following all this information. Nuggets aren't done. They're going to get somebody else.
Okay, you think they're done trade?
Probably. You know what, though?
They got guys. They got a few more guys. Now all of a sudden, do you have to keep Strother?
If you
Does
wanted-
everything have to linchpin on Strother?
I was going
to
to say,
have to pay Christian Brown?
If you wanted to move Peyton Watson or a Strother for a Cam Whitmore, you can do so. You can absolutely do so. Now, if that's the kind of deal, you could still pay a Luke Kennard to come here and play in Denver, or you could be shopping perhaps in a different aisle. We've been rolling. Great job, everybody. Thanks again to Chris Dempsey. Thanks again to Jay Coyne. Good guest to get on right away. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll keep breaking it down. Cam Johnson is a Nugget. Bruce Brown is back, and Michael Porter is off to Brooklyn. So keep it here. Kreckman, Lindahl, Johnson, Brown.
Okay, so let me throw something at you. So for those that missed it, MPJ's been traded.
Yep.
He goes to Brooklyn.
He does.
Bruce Brown's back with the Nuggets.
Yep. Cam Johnson is now the Nuggets starting small forward.
Brook Lopez has just now gone to the Lakers. I bring that up because Ayton is out there after getting bought out by Portland, and right?
Yes, they didn't want him anymore.
DeAndre Ayton got bought.
He's like 27, isn't he?
He is. Are you glad he won't be a Laker? Everybody thought he was going to the Lakers on the midday Sports Center. That's all I heard about. Now, again, it's ESPN, and everybody apparently is going to the Lakers when it comes to ESPN.
Very much so.
That said,
yes.
Do you prefer a Lopez signing by the Lakers than an Ayton signing? And is this proof they're going to move on from LeBron with some of these dudes they've been signing?
Probably a matter of taste. I'd prefer to have Brook Lopez than DeAndre Ayton, personally.
That's why I'm curious.
Yeah.
I know Ayton has had a bit of an attitude problem, but he was wasn't he a number 1 overall pick?
He was, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
and a guy that Nikola Jokic used to typically like to destroy, but to be fair, that's kind of everybody. Woo! Huge moves going on.
I don't know what's going to happen at midnight because it feels like it's all done.
According to Sam Amick, by the way, Bruce Brown is going to be on the vet minimum, so very affordable. Instantly, you open up cap space. This was a space-creating trade by the Nuggets to acquire Cam Johnson, but I think that Cam Johnson is not going to be much of a fall-off from MPJ. In fact, I think Cam Johnson is going to do a lot of little things that the Nuggets desperately need. He's not as good of a rebounder as Porter. Dempsey talked about that before. There's a little bit of fall-off there because you give up a little bit of size, but I think he plays with some scrap. I think he's got some toughness and a mean streak to him. And he's got a good bulky body that I think he could really guard 3, 4, and even 5s when he needed to.
Okay, will that take a little of the load off Aaron Gordon then, having to deal with all the big bodies down there? When it comes to defense.
Yes, obviously. There could be a world where Aaron Gordon doesn't always have to guard the opponent's best wing. Now, he's still going to because he's Aaron Gordon, and that's what he does well. But, yes, this is just lessening the load for a number of different guys. Also, the Denver Nuggets, they're starting 5 right now of Jamal, CB, Cam Johnson, AG, and Nikola Jokic. They don't have a super obvious target the way that they did with Porter, okay? I don't think Jamal Murray is anybody's idea of an elite defensive guard. I don't think Nikola Jokic is anybody's idea of an elite defensive big. But again, there's nobody that is just going to be obviously hunted the way that Porter was in his time here in Denver. So,
by the way, he went to the Clippers.
Who's that?
Our guy Lopez.
Brook Lopez, a Clipper.
So I saw LA.
Of course he is.
I forgot the Clippers existed. That's my bad.
Somebody else that's going to knock down shots. So him and Batum
could still go to the Lakers. Everybody seemed to think it was a thing.
Yeah,
but anyway.
Could be if he wants to.
But look, to your point, it sounds like that you now got